We are back here for day three of the group stages here in One Win Bombshell Volume 5. ZP here with Jason Kaplan and Jason. This has been a renaissance for seeing some EU deadlock, seeing the meta rapidly evolve before our eyes. But, after 2 days of group stage play, I think we've kind of settled on a very defined expectation for what we're going to see here today.
I would say so. Holiday, massive priority pick considering how bans are going out. Yamato even potentially going to be going up in the pick priority, as we saw quite a bit over the last 2 days, not to mention last night on DFN. I wouldn't be surprised to see, Yamato being like second picked for the most part after that initial turn of like, if we're going to get our playmaker right off the bat, and then maybe pair that with like Mirage. So, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, we did have some like crazy results as well. I'm not sure if you all at home caught on to this, but one win, our like reigning EU champion for the last few weeks, got taken down by Thanos, an NA mixed team on EU servers. I think that right there is very interesting.
Yeah, and the Tano story of NA players playing in EU, it's been one to watch. But right now, with the 2 days of group stage in the bag, here is where we stand. VP still undefeated. Thanos only dropping one map. Paravision right behind, and the big story here, I think, is it's not just the one fluky thing that you had with one win where they ran the Lash McGinnis draft. They have dropped 3 maps here so far, and while I would never count one win out, and I think they will rebound quite heavily. If you had told me this would be the group stage standings, Jason, back on day one, I would have viciously disagreed with you.
Oh man, if this were the playoff standings right now, Aegis Aurora would be shaking in their boots playing against one win. Then again, maybe they wouldn't be shaking too bad considering it was a 1-for-1 trade when they did meet up against each other. But look at the standings. I never would have thought Thanos would be in second place whatsoever. And the real interesting match is going to be our second to the end match of the day, with Virtus Pro taking on Thanos. Pretty much a battle for that first place position.
Also, I think one of the interesting things here is I think Aegis Aurora has probably played better than their record may indicate overall. I mean, it's been a little bit rough for them in the last day. I mean, I guess it depends. Is that, is this kind of one of those things where they're fierce and tiger when they have Banwise and Warden, and then now that the secret is out that you ban Warden against Aegis Aurora, that Aegis Aurora is just like drastically dropped in power level? Because that actually could be a thing when you're looking at AA's performance here.
Yeah, and they're gonna have 2 matches today. They play against CS Rejects and Lodos, so playing against the 2 qualifier teams, which, to be fair, they didn't look too bad when we got to actually see them yesterday, with obviously Lodos taking a 1-1 split up against them. But for me also, as we kick things off on the day, Atlas yet to get a map win, currently sitting in the last place. Whether or not they stay there is still yet to be seen. I'm not Seymour. I'm not doing the math really quickly to see where they could potentially get out of, or where they are stuck to. But they've had a very rough time, and considering they came in as an invite, for them to kind of be towards the bottom of the table is very rough.
Certainly is, but this is a schedule here today. Once again, a packed day of group stage games. A little bit lighter on the early end in terms of your higher red teams, but as we get deeper into the day, it gets more and more stacked. We get to see how Thanos will match up against VP on ping at the very end of the day. A whole bunch of one win, Paravision. Just a really, really excellent latter half of the day. But the early half of the day, lots of implications for who is going to be in a decent spot when we get into the playoffs 2 days from now. Very important games for Atlas, CS Rejects, and Aegis Aurora, and also Lodos, who get the 1-2 of AA into one win, the middle of the schedule.
Yeah, and I think for one win in particular, I think these are still very important matches. I think they have been hit quite hard by the patch, as you and I were discussing last night, with the fact that like Pocket's been nerfed and we've seen him kind of fall off the face of the earth. The fact that Calico got nerfed, she's kind of disappeared for the most part. It's really rough for them in particular, because those were like 2 heroes they kind of depended on. It was Pocket, it was Greytown, it was Yamato, it was Calico. Like that was like their 4 bread and butter that they like to rotate around with. And for them to not have those tools in their kit, it means they have to come up with a new plan. And we did start to see that new plan come into light yesterday, with changing things up, not going for that like very snowbally, deathbally kind of composition. But they need to use this day as like a way to figure out like, what can we do? Because they lost to Virtus Pro last night 2-1. If they want to still be defending best team in EU, they have to switch into that next gear and figure out what's our game plan going forward, because what we did before isn't going to work anymore. And for me, ZP, that's the sign of a really great team, is how can you adapt, if you can adapt when patches hit, because we're still in closed beta. Patches will be wild. and you have to be prepared to be able to adapt to those.
Well, the good part here of One Win Bombshell is that you got plenty of time to adapt within the group stage play, times to refine. But we got the prize pool, of course, what the teams are fighting for, and it is rather substantial. First place will be getting $5,000 of our 10,000 prize pool. Second place, 3,000. Third place, 1,500. And fourth, finally, 500. And the key about this sort of prize pool distribution, Jason, is that second place still carries immense value and is teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail for it, even if for whatever reason they get towards the end, they're like, I don't know if first place is doable. Man, you'd still want second.
Yeah, I would say just getting any place, getting into the money is going to be important, I think, for a team. Like, obviously, we take a look at our outside of our top two, who are normally the ones winning the money when it's one win and it's VP. But like Paravision, I don't feel like they've won money in a very long time. Maybe Aegis Aurora can sneak through and win some money. Thanos, I know a lot of their players have won money over the course of these last weeks, but that's what it's all about right now. Is like, obviously prove you're one of the best teams here, especially if you're Thanos, being able to play on the EU servers and still place like top 3 over the likes of some other teams. But it's going to be tough. It still has a lot of pressure on your shoulders, because we're not done just yet. We still have 2 days of groups left and 2 days of playoffs. Yeah. It just gets more difficult from here on.
2 days, including today. But also, if you're just tuning in, by all means, take a look at the One Win socials, give it a like, give it a subscribe, and get ready for more action into the future. You want to see more deadlock competition, this is definitely one of the places to get it. But yeah, I'm excited, Jason, to see how things develop here. We still got about 8 minutes until our first match is underway, and the teams on the latter end of the group stage performance now just trying to eke out whatever wins they can to position themselves for the playoffs. But more importantly than that, this is one of the best experiences you will have on just getting into competitive shape, and you want to make the match experience count and just sort of upgrade your team as things go along, not just for this tournament, but any other tournaments to come down the line in the future.
I mean, it's even if you're not going to get into the playoffs or get into the money, so to say, it is still important for you as a team, if you want to pursue this over the next months or the next years, to get like this tournament experience. And obviously scrims are kind of one thing, and tournaments are a completely different thing, where you have viewers watching you have casters, calling out your every mistake or potential victory. But it's also a change in mindset of how you approach the event, right? It's more of a serious tone. Can you work out the problems with your communications? Can you stay untilted for the most part if you're having a bad game? Can you figure out what went right and wrong between matches? These are all like little things that you're going to have to learn if you want to be able to compete when we get to these lands, or we get to more online events happening. I think it's still a very important time for any of these teams out there to really still take this seriously, even if you're bottom of the table, even if you're not looking like you're going to make it to playoffs. Make every single one of these matches count.
I think. All right, and changing gears here, we got a new little highlight coming over, I believe.
Top win rate, I believe I heard coming through, and I'm assuming that's related to heroes and who's been the most successful. I mean, okay, all right.
Okay,
I mean,
this is a little bit misleading, Jason. This is a little bit misleading. Where can we sample size anyone at all of this? Where it's like, hey, Hayes has been played once and won the game. The best hero, Jason, the absolute best. Sample size incredibly important, I think, to look at here.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much going to ignore Hayes and Wraith, even though they do have a 100% win rate. But we did see like Obi Kim from Virtus Pro play it yesterday, and obviously Virtus Pro are undefeated. But I think the Bebop and the Geist, and maybe even the Kelvin, though Kelvin has been hit with quite a few bans going over these last 2 days of play. Bebop, Geist, that's the two that really stands out, and that's the two that I think, to be fair, as we saw last night, like Geist is definitely getting a higher priority picks, definitely being more of a focus of teams to pick up here. And then the Bebop, just insane. Like anyone who's playing Bebop here is having some ridiculous games. I remember hearing Waldo talk about it yesterday in their match up against Thanos, and he got so tilted in the first game, he told his team, okay, we're just banning Bebop away from Hoot, because he was just being too much of a pain.
Also, these were the heroes by win rate. Here is the highest pick rate, where it's not, I don't think it's a combined pick ban rate, but just the heroes who've gotten through the most. And for Geist, that may be 100% pick rate, Jason, or pretty close overall, because Geist is in the spot where no one is usually using first ban on Geist, but Geist is so incredibly good that she's always taken off the board before the second round of bans. Similar for Yamato, though I think Yamato has eaten like a first ban here and there overall. So Geist and Yamato have sort of been the anchor for the tournament, as far as the fact that like everyone wants to play them and they will be picked in the first 3 picks for one of the 2 teams.
I think these 5 heroes we've seen every single game, whether it is in a pick or a ban manner. Like it's almost guaranteed to have one of those or all those heroes in the pool at some point for any of these teams. But then going into the most bans, I mean, it's quite obvious what the presence has been out of all these teams, or at least the mindset of take away Grey Talon, still ridiculously strong. And when we do see it, we see exactly why. The Kelvin coming through his 14 bans. We've seen it kind of focused in the way of like, let's deny the Shiv Kelvin combo that we've been talking about quite a bit. But funny enough, if you look at like, 1 or 2 weeks ago, seeing Sinclair kind of fall off in terms of being banned is quite interesting.
I just think there's other bans that have taken priority, but the number one by far has been Great Tom, where teams just really do not want to give the GT up. We've seen GT kind of come into play a few times, and usually that'll happen when a team decides to mess with the playmaker bans, right? And instead of trading out Holiday for Paradox, they decide, actually, we are going to just take out the GT and, take out one of the playmakers, and then as a result, you have GT that's playable. But, which, by the way, to me, top 3 heroes right now in the game in terms of ban pick priority overall, it's got to be like GT, Holiday, Paradox. Like that's been the unholy trio, and for the most part, it's been GT that's just been again stuck on the ban end of things.
Yeah, I would agree with those. I was thinking Sinclair, but I think we've definitely seen with the emphasis on taking away a lot of playmakers and ban like via bans. We've seen even Paradox bans come out. You really need to secure one, because we've seen what happens when a team gets none. It is not pretty whatsoever. But on that note, thinking back to the prior patch to this patch, Pocket and Grey Talon were like 2 of the biggest damage dealers, I would say, in most games. Would you disagree with that, or would you agree with that?
Prior to this patch, GT 100%, Pocket. I think Pocket always had a little bit of stat inflation going on, but Pocket was still very, very impactful. And I mean, you think about how teams like One Win Team were able to sort of set up their current EU dynasty. They did a lot of it off of just picking Pocket every single game. I mean, we had match days where you would see Pocket win, 6 out of 6 games. It was just like unbelievable win rate across the board. So the fact that Pocket has taken some pretty big nerfs and just has not been as viable, and when played has not been winning as much, it definitely has hurt the teams that have relied on Pocket a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, pre-patch Pocket GT were just absolutely pumping. Yeah,
so the reason I asked that originally was because I feel like team fights have slowed down a little bit from the last patch to this patch. Obviously, like tweaking numbers, making people do a little bit less damage across like certain heroes. But like with Grey Talon being taken out and Pocket not being touched that much anymore, we're not really seeing that much like burst instant kill potential. And we're not really seeing like a player immediately being taken out in the beginning of these fights. I feel like fights do drag out a little bit longer. What that's also due to maybe actually, I guess technically not, now that I think about it, because E-Shift with the change of that also does change the fight length, since you don't have the ability to safely go for that. But I think we're seeing teams adapt to the changes of E-Shift by making sure that they're playing a lot more safe.
All right, so head on into it. The draft is good to go, and interestingly enough, from CS Rejects, the super early Vindicta ban, I don't entirely agree with it. I mean, I get it's kind of a target thing. Maybe you're just trying to open up more of the hero pool for yourself, but I don't think Vindicta is at that level of power right now in this meta. But okay, in exchange, the draft's only okay. What? We just got done talking about how Pocket has been in rough shape, and CS Rejects goes, no, we reject your analysis of the Pocket. We're gonna first pick it. Meanwhile, over for Atlas, you've given up. You've given up Grey Talon Holiday. I don't believe in the start for the CS Rejects.
What's so funny, ZP, when we casted them versus Lotus yesterday, wasn't I saying that, looking at, the past picks out of CS Rejects, I definitely feel like they have a good indicator of the meta with what they've been playing, more meta heroes. And then they come out with a Pocket as a first pick with a Vindicta ban, leaving Grey Talon and Holiday to be taken. Man, I don't like this. I'm not a fan. Hey, if CS Rejects can make Pocket work, maybe, DDK will be happy out there, but this is not the greatest of starts to the draft phase. That teams really need to, especially if you're not like one of the top teams at the moment, they really need to have clean draft phases overall.
Okay, so I mean, the comeback here at the Paradox Mirage is pretty good and solid, but the problem is on the other end is that if you're Atlas, you know what I probably do here? you lock in the Mo, and then if you don't think you're gonna be able to get after the bans, you ban Yamato. And then your frontline setup and your early game pressure is going to be out of this world. And yeah, there's a paradox on the other side, but Atlas can really just tilt the path of this to their advantage if they do that, Jason.
I think this is. I think CS Rejects prepped wrong for this. I'm sorry to like switch topics, but I was just quickly looking at like what Atlas has played over the last 2 days. They did play Pocket 3 out of the 4 times on day 1, but then they didn't touch it on day 2, and I think that's maybe because they realized, well, he's actually not that. Sorry, they did play him on day 2 once against Paravision, but Atlas are also 0-8 so far. I mean, maybe you want Pocket, but I don't think he's that highly contested or should be that highly contested of a hero that you first pick it at this point. As you were talking about Mo, we do see Atlas pick up the Abrams, and they do ban out the Geist. Funny enough, we're seeing a Geist ban of all things. So CS Rejects, I would assume you got to be picking up Mo here if you want to have any sort of front line. And then Yamato's still free ZP. I'm sorry to jump back in, but how's Yamato making it this deep?
Yamato shouldn't be making it this deep. I mean, okay, take out Geist. Who I'm not quite sure who has first pick like after the bans. I think it actually may be Atlas coming in. So Atlas, you ban the Geist, take Mo. You're still giving up Yamato in that case. But I don't know. I feel like Atlas at this point, like their head is still reeling from the reality of getting both Talon and Holiday. I mean, just take a even quick look at some of the chat as it develops in the morning. Hoot, who of course is one of the comp players in the tournament, just looked at it as like Talon, Holiday, what? Like Hoot's mind exploded here this morning.
Hoot should be poor. He glazed up Waldo so hard. He must have paid him so much money for Waldo to just give him so many shout outs that he did in an interview. And Hoot knows exactly what I'm talking about. As Waldo was saying, like he's definitely one of the best players in EU and deserves to be picked up by like a high quality team, since he's currently, I believe, mostly teamless. As we were talking about, the next picks coming through, with CS Rejects banning a Shiv. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I would almost call this to be like Atlas's win just based off draft alone. Like it feels like CS Rejects weren't really prepared coming into this.
This is one of the biggest draft gaps I think I've seen in the tournament here so far. Just based on everything we know, this is brutal drafting by CS Rejects. Meanwhile, Atlas, I mean, they are stacking the deck. We'll see what the final picks are to round things out. I mean, dear Lord, there's even still room in the team if they want to fit in a Mo, and if that ends up happening, like, oof, I don't really know how CS Rejects lives. I mean, I do think the Abrams, when you pick Abrams there, you're kind of almost hoping the Abrams guy takes a little bit of the role that you expect from the Mo. And okay, dude, you ban the Shiv, but then you pick Kelvin on your own, even though there's a world where Atlas may not have touched the Shiv at all. I'm so confused, Jason.
Yeah, definitely uncharacteristic bans and like kind of pick orders and things that people let get through. I mean, Atlas, they got a very strong team. I'm looking for maybe like some sort of additional range carry, but then again, they could run Mo just to have that very strong early game to mid game to also late game power with Great Talon Yamato. Just like in terms of raw damage they have, it's ridiculous. We talk about the highest damage dealing heroes at the moment. Great Talon is for sure #1 across the board. Pocket used to be kind of up there, though it was some of the damage wasn't like true damage really coming through. But Yamato as well, they just have a massive increase in priority because of how strong she can be with E-Shift being taken out. And with like plays out of Listic that we saw yesterday, it's really hard to deal with the Yamato who knows how to play.
Also, if they do go Mo in the final 2 picks here for Atlas, how does God.
It just keeps getting harder and harder.
Oh, there's like 80 million ways that CS Rejects loses this game in the early to mid game. Oh boy. Okay, final pick for Atlas, probably going to be in the realm of like an Furnace, a 7. I mean, maybe even an Ivy. It's kind of what I'm looking at here for the last pick. So probably not going to grab a Mo now. You grab the Bebop, but Jason, this, I look at it for CS Rejects. You're hoping that Paradox and Pocket do more performance than God, but Pocket is not anywhere near as good early on. Even though every now and then we've seen him have flashes of hope. This, on paper, I feel like CS Rejects is going to have to massively out-execute Atlas to make anything happen in this draft.
What if Atlas last pick Mo and Krill?
I'd be okay with it.
Okay, they do go with the Ivy. I was gonna say, watch them pick that up, and that's gonna be like hilarious in terms of the amount of raw mid-game power they're gonna have. But they do lock in the Ivy as you predicted coming in for them, so they're gonna have a little bit of support here. An airdropped hyper beaming Bebop. I know I keep bringing this up. I keep hoping for the dream, right? An airdrop Stormcloud, an airdrop Singularity, an airdrop Hyper Beam. I want to see some team use the airdrop paired with some of these like crazy ultimates. But on CS Reject's side, I don't know what they can pick here. I'm assuming it's got to be 7 because that's kind of what Force plays quite a bit of.
It could be Infernus too, but yeah, I think you're right. You look back at what Force had favored. 7 is probably a good shout to come on in here, but man, oh man. Or they could go more frontline because you look at CS Rejects, it's kind of a squishy lineup at the moment, Jason. Like, yeah, I mean, Pocket is a little bit evasive, but your main frontliner that they have right there is just Warden. It's not, the front line is lacking for CS Rejects. The early to mid game is severely lacking. Atlas is the most like, we are going to run at you comp ever, with multiple pick avenues between the Holiday and the Bebop, and also just what Owl does. I feel like Great Talent is like in between like a carry and a playmaker, just with all the ways that Owl will set up kills, especially in the early mid game.
I think Atlas might be needed to like drink a couple more sips of their coffee, wondering like, are we dreaming right now? Like, how did we get this composition in a draft? Like, how does that happen right now with what's been changed and where we currently are here within the One Win Bombshell Volume 5? You know what? I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee because I don't know if I'm awake at this point. Like that's such a ridiculous comp. I wouldn't. There's like nothing I would change about it either. Like, I don't think they need anything else to have like one of the most ideal comps we could see.
I would swap out the Abrams for the Mo. I actually rate Mo more highly than Abrams of the two. I think whatever upside you think Abrams gets over Mo is like overall pretty limited relative to what Mo is going to give you, because I think Mo is better in the early to mid game and also is just more reliable as you scale into the game if things don't necessarily go your way. The only exception would be if you had a Vindicta, where I do really enjoy the Abrams Vindicta lane, and that, you know, is a decent consideration to go to decide to go with the Abrams or the Mo. But other than that,
take out for the Vindicta, if I could just poke your brain real quick.
Oh, no, I'm not saying they should have played Vindicta. I'm just saying that the only case I would take an Abrams over a Mo right now, if you had the twist my arm, would be a world where you had Vindicta. That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha. I thought you were saying out of Vindicta, but yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, are we both favoring Atlas? I mean, you guys in chat who are watching, you can let us know your thoughts as well. We only have like a 30-second delay from us to you guys, so we can kind of keep up to what you guys are discussing. And again, chat is heavily glazing Hoot. I feel like it's actually him on like 7 different accounts, to be fair. It would be a very Hoot thing to do. He's got his matches coming up later on. His teammates are all asleep, obviously coming from North America. But, you know, CS Rejects, at least for them, it's still a best of 2, even if they lose out on this game. They currently are sitting with 1 map 1, and that was up against Lodos yesterday. But you got to be top 5, and top 5 out of like the 8 teams we have is kind of ridiculous. Like VP, Paravision, Aegis Aurora, 1Win, Thanos. I think we're almost like pretty safe to say, pretty clear to say that those are going to be our 5 teams getting through at the moment. I mean, you have who would be the 5th place team, actually, would be funny enough, 1Win team at 3-3. And right now, I mean, CS Rejects has 1 win, Lotus has 1 win, and Atlas has 0. So we'll see. We're going to hop into game here, ZP, ready to kick off our first match of day 3. I'm excited to see where we're going to go from this, and I'm excited to see the highlight reel potentially coming in for Atlas in this game.
Also, you know, now we've done all the proper setup, you know, execution is still important here in Deadlock. But I will say is that it will be a vast difference in overall execution should this actually turn out to be an instance of CS Rejects winning the game. Because based on everything we know about the current level of power in game, it's just super unlikely that this is going to be something in CS Rejects' favor.
Yeah, if we're talking about like 2 equally skilled teams, we would still be saying like Atlas for sure in this setup that they have. Like VP 1 win, I'd be like, yeah, whoever chose the Atlas comp should be winning this game. But I mean, we'll see how it's going to go. Obviously, like, comps do matter a ton. But also, there is a world where potentially CS Rejects just completely pop off in the early game and have full control of the game overall. Not very likely, but it is still possible that, you know, if you win hard enough early game, your comp's not going to matter too much if you know how to close out a match.
Jason, this middle lane is completely horrifying. The GT Holiday lane, I mean, you rarely see teams get both of them at the same time right now, but putting both in middle lane, dear Lord, that Paradox is so likely to just hit the floor. Meanwhile, Bebop striking, hook in onto the Warden. Is Warden going to be able to get out? No. The answer is no.
Well, now we can at least get an idea of who's on what as well, as we have loaded onto the game. OBT, I mean, you give him over Bebop, and you're going to be in for a painful time. Waldo as well on the Grey Talon. For their side, I mean, Apple Cycle, we saw him play Mirage yesterday. Apple 5, we saw him more towards the Yamatos. Fargareco, I would, you know, if we're talking about like a star player on the team, I would actually say Fargareco for me has been kind of one of, has been that player for CS Rejects. Seen him yesterday on like the Geist and the Paradox before.
Yeah, also, it's kind of funny you mentioned that, obviously, long-running storylines in the Deadlock community, giving up, in terms of what people like playing, right? All else aside, OBT clearly has a lot of time on the Bebop, so another reason why Bebop probably should have come in on the mid-bans for CS Rejects, which, again, they banned, like, what, Shiv?
Yeah,
and then picked Kelvin for themselves? It's... I feel like yes, that's putting it mildly. Overall, though, the lanes have not completely exploded in fire here just yet. But Jason, that may change as soon as we hit the point in the game where ultimates come online at 3K.
Yeah, and if we're going back to like the mid lane, if you're gonna put a pocket there, you better have a lot of faith that Applefine's gonna be able to do some serious work, as well as like who you're gonna parry him, or not parry, pair him with. There we go. Wow. And with a Paradox, I mean, I'm not sure how that's necessarily going to work. Obviously, like the fact that Pocket has negative spirit resist and you're against a Grey Talon, that's going to be very difficult for you to deal with if you're starting to eat these charge shots coming your way.
Right now, just getting a little bit of info on the right-hand side. I mean, the Kelvin 7 lane. I wouldn't expect this to be tons of kill power. Ivy backed up by Yamato. I mean, there's always a chance. In terms of power slash plays, but this is probably the sleepiest lane that we have on paper on right hand side. I expect this one to be a little bit more even and a lot of the action to really take place in the middle, where you talk about Pocket having survivability, but as soon as you hit 3K, Lasso really changes that equation.
Yeah, I'm actually maybe surprised to not see like Pocket Yamato in a mid lane. I feel like that would fare a little bit better as a hook into a charge connects. And Atlas on the pursuit once again here, looking for the kill in Appa Cycle, but he's still relatively healthy. And actually, funny enough, they are able to defend this one. They're able to get the kill onto Surgery like they did in the last exchange. Going back to that mid lane, you can see, Fargareco still low on HP here. I mean, Applefine can't really play as aggressively as he would like to, not having a teammate there who can trade with him.
The poke damage middle is ridiculous. The fact that Fargareco hasn't died like 4 times already is a little bit surprising, but okay, Lasso onto the Pocket all day. She's gonna get the support she needs here. She does. Eplifine down middle lane, busted wide open as soon as ultimates come online. Pretty much as expected here, Jason.
I mean, you talked about the Owls, but we also can't forget Owls in your own lane. He's actually able to save on Vrayek, able to connect the stun and the follow-up damage on top. That at least Force able to get one back, taking down Trax in the right-hand side. A 7 Kelvin lane can be interesting. I mean, still at 3K, there is that die potential where if you lock in yourself, your 7, and an opponent, you pop a Stormcloud on top of that. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide, except being thrown back to base. So there is still some kill potential there, but not quite as strong as like we were talking with like the Shiv.
You ever just notice how your HP can disappear between one power shot and getting headshot via crack shot on the holiday?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just ridiculous. But okay, back here over onto the right hand side, Yamato again jumped on both ends. Ice beam, a little bit of pressure the other way. However, in over the top, Ivy coming on into the fray. Yamato pushing back a little bit now. The 8 of Ivy, 7 down half HP. Same with Kelvin. And both ults offline here. So this is one of those things where if they see an opportunity, they can decide to dive on in. But Kelvin healing still pretty significant.
Yeah, obviously it does give 7 a relatively safe lane too. I mean, considering you're up against Yamato, Ivy, the kill potential isn't too great against you. And maybe that's the game plan. Like Force, he was able to do some serious work on the 7. Obviously, that was some mistakes made by teams not taking knockdown as the Paradoxical swap had come through. Vrayek escaping on 20 HP. Very criminal out of him to get around that corner and potentially stay alive. But Fargareco is able to chase him down and get the kills. So at least some sort of respite coming in for CS Rejects in that mid lane.
left lane is getting real spicy. I think a hook just landed in from OBT. Abrams chasing it on down. Surgery, unable to get away. And, you know, again, another situation where if you have last stand on cooldown, you are so incredibly vulnerable in this lane, whether it be from a hook or just an outright normal Abrams engage. Meanwhile, surprise, jumping down from below, lasso on the Fargar Echo, and yeah, Perry, not about to save you in that situation.
I mean, Ray's just making up for his death to Fargar Echo before the paradoxical swap. Actually, looks like they're going for a push here on this right-hand side, going for the catch over onto Blob, who's able to back away. Stormcloud not up just quite yet. 5 seconds left to go on this. Like, at least seeing the presence. Like, CS Rejects, they're not scared to fight on the right lane, and I don't feel like you should be, considering the comp you're running in that position. But you put a lot of, you know, pressure on Force to have a good game here, to be able to contest the likes of Waldo, who, you know, might be able to snipe down Force just with his power shots, or sorry, his charge shots later on in this game.
Owl just on a long trajectory just to come back to middle and blow up directly into Paradox. Stormcloud, though, going to be popped over here by Force. A little bit of extra pressure here into the right-hand side. However, Blob shakes the pressure, gets onto the Kelvin in turn. And if you're 7, even though you're full HP, you don't want to really take the 1v2 here. You're just going to take the moment, get a breather, back on out.
Captain on the Abrams. Very healthy. The Decay going to be doing some work against him, though. And you can see how low their opponents were. All it takes is one hook, his pocket. I would imagine should be dying for this. Able to get some decent heal, though.
That's terrifying. That was a jump scare where you turn the corner, you just see Gray down there at the power shot. Still able to dodge the hit. Will live in the situation. Epplefine, I think a lost arrows there, may have just died, but was able to dodge some of the worst of the poke. However, Atlas is now starting to build up a lead here, Jason, and it's almost kind of admirable for CS Rejects that it's not worse as we're getting close to the 10-minute mark.
I think we expect it to be worse, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with like the comp Atlas are running. But I mean, they have a lot of potential for the early game. They also have a very strong team in the mid game. I'm looking for like these Guardian takes to free up some players for Atlas. I feel like they need to get a little bit more aggressive and look for some damage, because if you could free up the Bebop, if you can free up the Holiday, hell, if you can free up the Abrams, which though I would keep him in lane to keep him farming, you apply so much extra pressure to these lanes where kills are very likely, and you can have that nice little early to mid game spike.
Again, take a look here at the middle. This push up for the pocket Paradox, I think a little bit questionable, but okay. Break. Got a little bit low. They're able to seize the opportunity. And even if they're getting poked back a little bit by the Talon, not the worst situation at all. Paradoxical swap, though, was used for it. Okay, Paradox is low. Here comes the Owl. Going over in... There's another power shot guy come on through. 2 seconds on the cooldown, and that's enough time for Paradox to get away.
Oh, knockdown coming through. Also, wait, okay. We also did have the rotation of Kelvin. He came over to the left-hand side to go for the gank here. And it's going to be able to pull up on a Captain. Still very low on health. He should be falling. OBT trying to come in last second to help out with the bomb. But honestly, you're not going to be able to save your teammate here unless you're hooking him back to your own Guardian. So a little bit of a swap up for CS Rejects. Does that mean the Force is going to be left alone on the right-hand side? The last thing going to come through, but not enough time for him to steal health and, away from Vrayek to stay alive.
Yeah, the timing just not quite ideal. Take a look here, though. Right-hand side, 7. Trying to hold off the push here, and ooh, Waldo. Not quite invincible in the air, just getting poked on down. The middle lane actually getting some decent comebacks here to an extent. However, that is a somewhat low pocket. Bebop shifting on over into the middle lane. Waldo, though, zoned out a bit here by the Paradox. Fargar Echo making enough room. Is it going to be enough for Pocket to get away? Here, the hook comes on in. Finds Kelvin. Also, the Urn. Firm possession still from Atlas as they look to run it on over.
Well, they don't have to worry about a last stands. It was just used into the depth of Surgery. But all you have is Ivy and Yamato, so it's just Blob and Trax there to help support the turn, and OBT is going to be rotating to help out here. Now, it's starting to be a big commitment out of both teams, more so with CS Rejects. If they just buy time here, we could see some pushes on towards these Guardians, but they don't need to wait because they're able to get the hook initially onto Surgery, take him down. They should be getting the turn-in off the back of this. Fargar Echo is trying to stall for some time, but the Paradoxical swap only hits onto OB2, who's more than happy to eat this one away. But they earn it. It's still being held onto. It still hasn't been dropped in. It's currently on the ground as Atlas are still poising for position over this control.
Okay, they're still looking to contest. The Urn gets turned in, and Kelvin just makes his own tomb. What in the world? Times comes in, drops the frozen shelter into a 1v2, seals off the rest of his team from doing poke damage to the urn that was already going to get turned in without really much of a hope of interrupting it. That sequence of events was awful for CS Rejects.
Yeah, kind of can't get worse than that. Down by 9k, also losing a Guardian, so we're going to be hitting the 10k mark here momentarily. Captain, not the best of plays. At least one one's able to get one thing back, at least one kill back out of a misplay. But with 2 Guardians falling, with the urn turn in and with some kills, Atlas is going to be far ahead in the lead now. Not to mention flex slots. And CS Rejects, they have to look for some Guardians somehow. They're going to have to start looking for this first flex slot, or they're just going to fall so much further behind.
All right, well, take a look here. Atlas now getting a more firm lead. It is only 7k in the aggregate, but the overall impact on the game still feels like more. Although, interestingly enough, on economy allocation, the one saving grace for CS Rejects is that you don't have Blob looking ultra farmed on the Amato, but Surgery's broke. This is actually the brokest Warden we have seen all tournament long, now that I look at it.
It's just so rough because you have like a 7 you want to feed farm to. They fed farm to Apocycle and Mirage before in previous games. Like, he needs to be focused on that farm if he wants to be relevant anymore. And I just don't think he's going to get the opportunity. I think they're going to fully commit to Force to keeping him alive and to keeping his farm coming through. Like, what a parry on a Captain doing a Fargareco. And that's enough to actually take it down. Captain having a very rough game here, even though he is currently tied with the most souls in the game. 1-for-1 trade ends up happening with a skirmish in towards middle. But while all this was happening, Waldo's been farming and pushing the Walker on the left.
Amplifying real lucky not to get picked off there. Just got bursted super early. But yeah, even as they trade out over there, the problem is that you look at the overall map. Atlas has been deeper into jungle. Paradox was swapped though in, right? The punish Waldo, and look, if Atlas is gonna find a way back in, then just pick-offs like. Rather, sorry, if CS Rejects is going to find a way back in, looks like they're going to be important, but also avoiding things like this. OBT, hook, bomb, dead, Force. Nowhere to go, and leaves a nice parting gift bag-wise on top of it.
That's rough. I think that's why you're also seeing why we've had. I mean, it wasn't the craziest of hooks, but when you're gifted opportunities like that, you need to hit them and you need to turn those into kills, and exactly what OBT did. Again, giving the man advantage. We have 1 minute till the next urn spawns in. Last stand will be up. You're going to have Force obviously back alive again. I think we're going to start to see both teams kind of group up towards that position another time, because it's going to be an enemy turn-in. If anything, CS Rejects need to put more emphasis on it than Atlas.
You ever just get the sad mental image when you see a Warden this far behind in farm, just at the vaults? It's just like, I'm down to my last $5. I'm hoping to make it back at slots. This is kind of a problem though, because for all the good that Warden is, when Warden gets ahead, in games where I've seen where Aegis War was able to have ban-wise, get 7-8k ahead of the game. If Warden is on the reverse, he doesn't do anything. Like, he never hits any of those trades where you're able to ult and turn around difficult fights. You just fall over, oftentimes before the last stand even comes out.
Oh man, look at this. Look how many players we have out of both teams committed to his right-hand side. Another hook going to be landing on the pocket this time. Amplifying. He's going to get Affliction off only onto 1 though, and they're going to kind of need his ultimate if they want to have a chance to win these fights. The shoulder charge comes through, not able to quite connect, but the chase is going to commence. Amplifying will fall. Captain able to get a kill off of this one, not to mention to get position on the urn. The binding word lasso comes through, and Force pops the Stormcloud. He's healing up quite a bit here. Looks like he will be able to survive
so
this
far.
for now.
Not getting interrupted. Able to get the damage on the Captain right on after. Of course, being in the middle of some pretty decent plays overall. Ivy, meanwhile, for Trax, just dropping the vines, getting damage on the urn pickup. But it is going to be CS Rejects with control of the urn, and it's in friendly territory. You look at the overall positioning on the map. Is Atlas going to be able to contest the time? You got Holiday just hauling over, but there's no lasso here, Jason. It's not like an easy grab. I think CS Rejects actually just gets away with the fast break.
I respect to them. As I was saying before, the urn spawned in. It means more to CS Rejects, I think, than it does to Atlas, considering it's going to be turning on their own side. And they committed to it. If they lose that fight, I feel like they're going to fall 15, 20k behind. But for them, they will at least keep it 1-for-1, get the position, and more importantly, steal it away, keeps them in reach. Only 5k behind now in souls, with a comp that should be getting slaughtered by what Atlas have.
OBT looking, waiting, going for the pounce, goes for the hook, just a little bit off, but that certainly would have been due when you have both the Bebop and the Abrams just crouching, going, "You ready, bro?"
Yeah, he also has silence too. So if he gets hooked, if he hooks anyone in, good luck trying to escape this one. And speaking of escape, Apocyclo to be using the tornado to get under his own walker. And well, he won't even get there in time. He's gonna fall. Trax gets a kill on the Fargareco over towards, I believe, the mid lane. And we're gonna see two walkers pushed at the same time here, I think, out of Atlas.
Yeah, you have Surgery coming over here, going to drop last stand, but again, Surgery's so under-farmed that I think you can just kind of fight him here. Drop a little bit anti-heal, go from there. However, Captain getting caught on the other end. More contestable here than you might have expected from the get-go. Yamato, though, going on in, getting the Crimson Slash, diving on in once more, flying strike, just needs a little bit more of the takedown force. Gonna find it.
Even the Hyper Beam for good measure here really wants to shut down Force. The mid walker has gone down, so another flex slot opened up for Atlas yet again. Still 0 flex slots at 94,000 souls for CS Rejects. They might even be able to take down another walker. You can see the amount of damage that Trax and Ivy in general can just do to these things. And the left lane hasn't stopped pushing either. The regroup from the mid lane towards the left. We're gonna have a 4-player push in the left lane. You got to be careful if you're Fargareco and Surgery.
Oh, Epicycle just taking the vents, chasing down Trax. That was off camera, but that was actually a really nice chase from the Mirage. However, back over here into left, the pressure still unrelenting. Most of Atlas rotating over and in to the left. OBT. Waiting for another hook here. 3 seconds to go. Stack charge gonna be thrown on out by Force on the other side. And if you're Atlas here, you're actually okay to back up a little bit. Wait for a hook. However, GT may have been caught here up in the Veil area. Can't climb in time. The disengage game a little bit lacking, even as OBT does rip the hook.
Yeah, great turnaround. This could be a walker now being taken for CS Rangers if they can keep this clean. They end up getting the Guardian, so there's a flex that already unlocked for them, which is massive considering the state of the game that they currently had. And that's Force. You can hear the storm cloud coming through, but he's going to have to retreat because look at the mini map. Blue is surrounding all of this amber. OBT actually might die from this one. The Shin's mark might be enough. One more shot comes through. Apocycle's able to take him down. Still trading kind of equally here, but the team for Atlas is quite split. Then again, so is CS Rejects.
Epicycle right now getting chased down by Vrake on the other end, but takes the vent and is able to get away. So, you know, just using the jumps for mobility, pretty good for Epicycle. And if there is a way out here for CS Rejects, it has been Epicycle. I mean, the Mirage play has actually been phenomenal so far.
Yeah, 21k. I mean, to also be fair, Surgery's gotten back on the board at 17,000 souls. He's kind of relatively equal towards his opponents. I mean, Blob, he's been mostly left to his own on the left-hand lane before all these fights broke out to get up to 24k. But Waldo, funny enough, has actually been the one to fall behind a bit after what should have been like a steamroll in that middle lane. And you can see Blob, I mean, he's feeling confident enough to start taking away some jungle. Atlas has started to group up on the left-hand side yet again, maybe looking for invade onto that center sacrifice. But Apocycle's kind of keeping close watch over it.
Up on the rooftops is, and overall CS Rejects keeping pace. Those still, I think right now, if you're Atlas, you know, you've done pretty reasonable on engagements into the fight, but if at all possible, try to open the fight onto App, who's been the being at or CS Rejects in the game thus far.
Yeah, I could see that. You take him out of the fight and you're looking at a pretty easy fight. But then again, like Waldo, I feel like maybe getting caught up position at some of these points. The push going to be coming through though on the left-hand side for this walker. As you can see, the captain trying to defend the right lane push out of CS Rejects. So it might be trading walker for walker. But again, I'd still say a good trade for CS Rejects, getting another flex that unlock for them. And I think that's a trade you're going to take any day of the week if they can lock it down. And they're able to do so. But this Urn going to a neutral turn-in. Funny enough. Both teams going to have to reinforce this. And you got to give credit to see. I mean, ZP, this was such a one-sided game, but they've risked it. I don't think necessarily Eplefine's been able to really do what Pocket has been known for yet in this game, but he is on 8,000 souls.
Yeah, and we'll see where this goes right now. Urn in control from Atlas. But 126k, 131k, CS Rejects doing a phenomenal job of just keeping things relatively even. But now, taking a look, Bebop over the top, nearly landing the hook. But OBT not quite going to grab it there in time. Now, is the earn return going to be forced here? It is very, very contested here by CS Rejects. And, I think if you're Atlas, you're more than willing to take a little bit of a waiting game here, Jason. See if OBT can land the hook, or if Ray could just abduct someone with the lasso.
Yeah, I mean, they have to kind of set themselves up for success here, and I respect that idea. The worst part for them though is the fact that this is going to be turning on the right hand side, where is also the only lane that has a walker left for them to take. OBT looking for that other hook, not able to quite connect, but at least able to gain some ground and some control over some of these positions.
I mean, the setup for CS Rejects, especially with Frozen Shelter online and the Surgery getting back to reasonable farm state, I mean, it's not the easiest fight to go into, but all right. Meanwhile, we got a little bit of action onto the left-hand side of Yamato versus Mirage. And the interesting thing about Yamato showing left, though, is that now if you're CS Rejects, you're kind of keen to fight if you could get the engage without getting hooked. Meanwhile, OBT going to drop the Hyper Beam over the top. Knockdown going to come in, do a little bit interrupting on that. Elpafine able to take down Captain, who's on the ground floor. So the engage actually pretty decent from CS Rejects here at the beginning. Are they going to be able to take Earn off this? OBT is down. Yamato into the fight a little bit late, but the Storm Cloud is massive from Force. Shadow Transformation going to be used, but Yamato is getting ripped apart in the Frozen Shelter. Going to be forced to leave his blob. Tracks down in turn. A huge fight from CS Rejects. And now, Jason, they're going to take the lead for the first time in the game.
The Storm Cloud in the Frozen Shelter. The Storm Shelter. The Frozen Storm. I don't know what we're going to go with here, ZP, but able to just completely obliterate Atlas. Obviously, I think it was only on the blob they were able to confirm inside the Frozen Shelter, but using this to turn into a rejuve take, I feel like they still need to respect this earn turn and not let that go for free. If Rake just runs it in, he's going to have a clear path to victory. But now for CS Rejects, able to get the lead, able to get themselves in a good position. Objectives, definitely something they need to focus on here, but also maintaining this lead. As we're talking about with chat, like they're noticing that, Atlas, when they had the lead, they weren't able to grow that lead. And that's the sign of a difference between a good team and a great team. And with Maldo getting caught out here, this is not what you want to have happen right when a team gets rejuve and starts to push on these objectives.
Also, the push down just keeps on happening. Onto left lane, though, we got Abrams coming on in. Rough place for Surgery to go. So one pick deserving another. And I think back to that last major team fight, I think the worst thing that happened is that, Mirage is going to be able to teleport in no matter what. Showing Yamato off into the left-hand lane gave the go signal for CS Rejects to aggressively pursue an engagement, because they knew they weren't going to deal with Yamato, who, you look at the overall farm-wise, if Blob's not in the fight, I don't think Atlas is winning the fight.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Yeah, very true. Looks like the refight's going to happen. Times 9 going to get caught out in the Kelvin by Vraic here. And Captain as well, able to hook the assist on Fargareco, and they kind of overcommitted into this. Yeah, you have Reju. Yeah, you do take the Walker, but you lose out on 2 players. And potentially more. Opposite, he also gets caught out here. Vraic really putting in the work for his team as they get 4 kills in total now. And just as quickly as they get the lead for CS Rejects, the lead kind of gets taken away. Maybe they get a kill in an OBT. But like 1 kill isn't going to be enough. Captain, he's going to have to look to escape here.
Captain goes in and is like, wait, your last stand still going? I didn't want a part of that. Still, though, Surgery may be getting caught. You see the model coming on in with the flying strike. Surgery getting awfully low. Down he goes a little bit towards the end. Another bit cleanup here onto the pocket. And this is really nice timing for Atlas, where Rejuve or no, they're going to be able to go over, immediately grab both mid buff and Earn, and set up for the next Earn turn. And however, as I say that, a little bit of an overextension, perhaps, coming in from Blob. Gets caught in the Frozen Shelter. And now with the Rejuvenators back online and being down 1, maybe just try and get back to base here. And the chase down from CS Rejects, still pretty intense.
Yeah, Fargareco, he really wants this. He doesn't have any teammates.
Well, he's going to get it now. Just the other way. He's like, no, I don't want to chase down that way. The lasso comes on in. Fargareco just barely surviving there, Jason.
I don't know, man. I feel like in the back of my head, one thing that I'm like defaulting to is a little bit of like sloppy play out of both teams here. I mean, CS Rejects, it's not very often we see a team lose Rejuve on every player from dying. Usually it gets timed out on quite a few players. At least they're able to pick up the Earn and look to transition across the map, where again it's going to be neutral for another time. But I think, looking at Atlas' side, Vraic has really been a standout so far. I think a lot of his lassos and a lot of his barrels have been keeping Atlas in these fights.
You call it a rarity. I call it efficiency. It's just might as well use the Rejuvenator, but no, not quite. You do still feed quite a bit of souls when dying. It's not ideal when that goes down, but Earn control this time in favor of CS Rejects. OBT trying to do a little bit of pressure here on the sun, but may have bit off more than he can chew. The binding ward comes in, and OBT is just gone. Surgery dropping the last stand, moving forward, and horrific engage for Atlas, but a very good counter engage coming in from CS Rejects, where it went from we're looking for a hook to we're down 3 players.
Yeah. I think we're actually going to see CS Rejects take this map at this rate. As long as they can continue this pace, they have one more walker left to take, and they have the huge man advantage for it. Still leaving Apocycle to farm up on the right-hand side. I think they're utilizing the Mirage extremely well. And they're even looking to go for some catches. A knockdown comes through. Vrayek, he's going to be exploded on. Double Fine's able to get on the board with a kill, and they're able to just force back Atlas with that 1 kill alone.
Atlas has looked really, really sloppy in the last minute here, where they've just been staggering left, right, and center. Like, why are you even poking here if you're a blob? You shouldn't be in this case, and you end up dying at the end. The most farm player on Atlas, just mistake, compounding into mistake. You're gonna lose that walker no matter what. Why are you peeking in this situation? CS Rejects, though, capitalizing on the mistakes made by Atlas, getting now a firm 20k soul lead, gonna be picking up shrines, and likely, Jason, the first stage patron on top.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Break on 20 seconds, Blob on 40. They have their entire team here. They have Ryuju spawning in the next minute or two as well. It's all going the way of CS Rejects, who now have been able to sport up to a 20k soul lead. But to be fair, most of the game they've been generally behind, especially with like the mid lane they were up against of a Grey Talon Holiday. They did lose. They said they died a couple times, but they're still able to hold on long enough for the rest of the team to come through. With the early rotations out of CS Rejects, able to get themselves back on the board, especially out of times 9. You have to give them a little bit of credit in terms of realizing when it was time to rotate into some of these lanes to start turning them around and looking for these early kills.
I do think Atlas still has a few definitive win conditions. Like, even though they're down quite a bit, they still have massive pick power between the Bebop and the Holiday. I think the clear thing is, and we've kind of been talking about this for about half the game now, ideal first engage target is you get Apocycle. However, Apocycle has been hard to pin down because Apocycle has been very effective at using Traveler, basically staying out of the pack until engagements have been done. Like, Apocycle hasn't really been joining the fight until the threat of the lasso or the early hook is actually gone. So Apocycle's game sense to me has been pretty top tier for CS Rejects, and probably the most impactful reason as to why they were able to live through the overwhelming early game pressure that Atlas generated via the draft.
Wow, Atlas are looking for that pick. I'm talking about like the win conditions, looking for a catch on the right-hand side. I'm also noticing in chat, people are saying like how we were mocking CS Rejects for their picks, and now we're starting to glaze them. But let's be honest, ZP, if you looked at this draft and you ignored the team names, you would have for sure said the team on the right-hand side in blue would be the team who should win based on the heroes they have and the success in recent times.
Well, also, you know, there's kind of a hindsight element there, is that you have to go based on the knowledge you have coming in. And we even set the stakes coming on in for this, which is that for CS Rejects, they needed to have a big execution difference in order to make this work, just because teams usually don't come back from big early mid-game deficits, which Atlas still was able to get a pretty decent early mid-game lead, but they made crucial mistakes, and CS Reject has had some great replay, or rather great play in from the Mirage. So, you know, it's kind of unreal conditions, but that was what was required to bring us to this game state.
Transformation coming through out of Blob, locked in the frozen shelter up against, what is it, 2-3 players of the opposing team, but he's able to stay alive. But OBT hasn't. Stormcloud comes through, a bunch of damage as well on top of this. Did they actually just use the rescue beam to dodge away from that stone form? So 7 didn't get stunned up. It looked like that on my side, but either way, he still escapes. Nonetheless, they still get the 2 kills to open up the base, and they have that Stay True patron in their eyes. And it looks like CS Rejects going to pick up the first map here in this best of 2, ZP.
Yeah, it's looking real good for them. Also for Atlas, they have no cards left to play. They're completely drained on ultimates here. The only upside is that you look at the lanes, it's kind of smart. Blob was able to go out and just push the left lane, and as a result, they got backdoor protection right now. Now, I think Blob is going to get chased down and killed for it, so we'll see how long that's able to buy them, but it does give them perhaps a little bit of time. Probably not enough, though, Jason.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, maybe they can get a hook in towards the base to get a kill onto someone, but with still the wave coming in just around the corner. Blob on a 50-second cooldown, and he's the most fed person on his team. A great charge had come through to catch on onto 2. 2 is just not going to be enough. Captain's going to be forced to retreat back towards his base. And that's also the last stand being used as well out of surgery. And that's gonna do it,
The
man.
patron,
CS rejects.
yeah, CS rejects coming on back where you don't really see it, and I think oftentimes does require your opponents to make big mistakes. Is that they survived against a very, very dominant early to mid game comp and eventually found their way through. And to me, Jason, I think like one of the big turning points of this game, while there are micro plays that kept CS rejects in it, the time where your most farmed player in Blob on the Yamato just is way on the other side of the map, and you're able to visually confirm that Yamato is not going to be able to get to the main team fight. The rest of CS Rejects goes, hey, there's no Yamato here. Go. Just go. Make something happen. They take a very favorable team fight from that, from the Yamato not being around until way later on. And for that point on, they get the advantage. And comp-wise, the upside for the CS Rejects comp is that if they were able to take a lead that late into the game, their scaling was better than Atlas by that point.
Yeah, and I would actually be really curious to see like the match results in terms of stats as well. I want to see where Epplefine finished off when it came to like his damage and his numbers. But I mean, really, I think we're both in agreement. Like Apocycle and Force is definitely two of the major factors that kept them alive in this game. I mean, Force we saw able to get a kill early on onto Ivy when it came to Stormcloud, but he had some great Stormclouds later on. There wasn't really much to deal with it. They bought enough time for Warden to get back into the game, most importantly, but also on top of that, they prevented Atlas from getting further ahead when Atlas was ahead.
Yeah. And, you know, as people reflect here, go like, what about the draft? Are you negative on the draft? It's like, no, I think you run this draft like this for most teams repeatedly. Atlas's draft single-handedly like wins in a whole lot of instances, but you still have to play the game. You still need good execution, Jason. You know, having a 20K lead doesn't mean much if you're not able to consistently leverage your advantages, or you make key mistakes like letting your most farm player just not be involved in the major team fight. It's not a cheat code. You still must execute at a pretty high level, and Atlas, they did their homework as far as what to draft, but in playing the team comp, the execution, it was just lacking.
Yeah, and honestly, like a lot of credit to CS Rejects too. I mean, we kind of like already had it sold of who was going to win this game like off the get-go, but for them to kind of keep their hopes up and keep themselves alive, and considering they're able to win off of the bans that they had, take away Vindicta and Shiv. Like they gave up the Holiday, they unturned, got the Mirage and the Paradox, which worked out well for them. Sorry, they went for the Pocket as their first pick, if I'm not mistaken. They gave up Grey Talent and Holiday to the other side. Like, who gives up Grey Talent Holiday and then still manages to win that? It's not very often you see it happen, but as you did point out, like you can have the best or worst draft in the world. It's all about how you play it out in the match. And eventually CS Rejects get their second map on the board here in this group stage.
You know, kind of looking back at it, even though the overall, the Holiday lane did kind of win a middle for a time, at least the very early part of middle lane, the fact that you don't just run away like a bullet train in middle lane with a Holiday GT lane is a little bit wild, especially when one of the heroes there was Paradox. I feel like that lane should have been a much bigger crushing than it actually was for Atlas. And, you know, to an extent, I mean, CS Rejects did play reasonably well, and the parts that were the brightest spots. And, you know, stats-wise, I don't know if it's even as reflected as much as it should be, but for me, the standout was Apocycle and just continually being a threat and really getting maximum value out of Traveler.
What about Fargar Echo, man? 35,000 player damage done, the most in the lobby, with Force to follow up with second at 34. That's kind of ridiculous. We don't really see those numbers on Paradox unless you're like Flick or maybe even Mikkel S in some of these teams, in some of these games. But obviously Force able to do what his name proves, to be an unstoppable force later on in the game. But the Pocket, I still feel like we're kind of unconvinced by it. I don't know, maybe your opinion differs than mine, but I mean, 29,000 damage, not the best of damage. Didn't feel like it had the most impact in the game. It was mostly just the Apocycle Force combo we were looking towards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also not convinced of the first pick Pocket of all things, where, you know, if you replace Pocket with any one of the heroes that Atlas was able to get early in the draft, whether that be, I mean, you could have had a Holiday in that spot. You could have had a GT in that spot. The first pick Pocket, no, just absolutely not. Even though you won the game in this instance, you won in spite of it, not because of it.
And it's like first picking Pocket over so many other heroes out there that you could be going for. I still find that like so odd, and maybe that goes into the limit of their hero pools as like individual players. Maybe they're not feeling confident to play like a Holiday or a Grey Talon necessarily, but definitely throwing things quite crazy. I mean, we haven't. I think this is our first Grey Talon game that we've been able to cast here, the one with Bombshell Vol.5, if I'm not mistaken. It's good to see him come back. Just it didn't have the quite same power that we were used to seeing out of a Grey Talon in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, GT did get ahead for a time, but overall, it was one of those instances where Atlas had a lead for a while. They weren't able to convert it into a definitive advantage, and eventually time ran out on them, combined with that one very key mistake of just not having Yamato in a serious team fight at the very end of the game. But, you know, as you go into the next game, I think the advice for Atlas is you still don't change anything draft-wise. If you could do that same draft, you run it back. It's kind of like, you know, to me, in poker, there's the idea of, you know, odds, right? And, you know, even if you have a good hand, like, you can have pocket aces and you can still lose. It doesn't mean you still don't bet aggressively with pocket aces and, you know, try and flex it to the most in a situation like that, even if you do get burned by 7-2 offsuit. You just have to realize that the overall strategy behind it was not wrong. It's just the other circumstances came in to make it look bad at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's the execution. I think it's more of you could give them any comp and some of the plays that they were making, as I think what we're alluding to, they still would end up being mistakes no matter what comp they had. Unless maybe it was Mirage they had instead of the Yamato on that lane pushing through. I think in that situation in particular, you just kind of give up the urn unless you can hit a sick hook and then pull someone out and kill them right away. And then just allow Blob to continue to push on the Yamato and look for some damage onto that Walker. Trading the second urn for a Walker, I don't think that's a bad trade whatsoever for any of these teams. But we are getting into our next match here momentarily. Remember, it is a best of two, so each of these teams we play against each other twice. And then we also do have Aegis Aurora up against CS Rejects, so their damage isn't done just yet. They still have another game to go after this, so they have to keep their morale high. Which, you know what, after taking a win here, I think they're going to be more than happy to. As once again, they go for the pocket and the paradox.
Yeah, again for Atlas, you don't change the draft. I really don't think you change how you drafted. Your draft was not your problem. It was the execution. So, you know, normally it'd say the CS, you know, when the winning team usually feels like, oh, we won. Also, don't change anything. I don't know. On some level, I think you got to recognize you got away with one if you're CS Rejects, and you definitely still change something here. But right now, it's I think a blow-by-blow replay of the last draft so far, Jason.
Yeah, I also wonder if CS Rejects don't get Mirage, would they have won that last game with the way they utilized it? I mean, there's a lot of questions in the air about how it could go. And now let's steal it away. Speaking of the Mirage, did CS Rejects go Kelvin Paradox over taking Mirage?
They're giving Atlas an even stronger draft. What is going on, Jason?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not even going to pretend that I know. I'm not trying to even explore the options of why you would choose like a Kelvin over a Mirage early on in the game. I mean, it wasn't bad. I think they utilized Kelvin like decently well. They had the Thunderdome, as coined by chat, to able to pick up a couple of kills, but I don't think it was like a linchpin to their success.
I'm just wondering if we're in a simulation and the players on CS Rejects are actually just like trying to go for achievements right now. Like, this feels like gamey video game stuff of like achievement unlocked, one tournament match with giving up these characters on the other side, because this is almost unconscionable. The pick the Kelvin this early over the Mirage, give Atlas Mirage at this point in the draft. Oh,
now we're gonna see a Yamato and a Moen Crow picked up for Atlas, and then it's like they probably got 5 of the most valuable heroes in the current meta on one team. I think ZP, your head's gonna explode if that happens.
I mean, my head may have exploded already. I mean, right now we're waiting for the draft update to come on in, but I guess for Atlas, as we head in the mid-round bans, I'd expect a Shiv ban to come in. That would make sense to me. Or even, I mean, this is a little bit off the wall, but given how Force seems to be very attached at the hip the 7, you either ban the 7 or pick it. But
yeah, I don't think. I mean, CS Rejects were the ones to ban Shiv last time, right? Yeah. And they had Kelvin, so like they were going for, you know, well, they clearly weren't going for the Kelvin Shiv. They still wanted to take it away. Said they bet a Bebop. Okay, I can respect that. They take an Abrams for themselves. But Atlas going for the Geist ban. I mean, we talked at the start of the show today how Geist has been seen. I mean, she already had really high priority, but seen earlier priority when it comes to the picks.
For Atlas, Mo is still available, by the way. I think that's the one thing in the last draft is I probably would have liked to have seen higher priority on the Mo, but you can grab a Mo here. Yamato is still on the board. I mean, all the picks that have been the top most contested picks in 1-1 Bombshell Vol.5 are still on the board. And based on how CS Rejects drafted last time, Atlas could get most of them, which again is a little bit unreal to me.
Mo Yamato for Atlas. But what would you rather comp out with? I was gonna say Sinclair, maybe Ivy, I guess. And you have probably like one of the strongest, most meta-heavy comps in existence right now. I can't think of anything to add into the team. Yamato Shiv.
I guess the Shiv here must have been the idea that they didn't want to give Shiv up to CS Rejects on the other hand, but Yamato's still good. You know, even still, I think getting Mo Holiday is so strong and like denying Mo from the other side, even though I don't know if CS Rejects will actually pick the Mo for how they've shown here so far. Still would have been good, but getting Yamato on top of it, I mean, this draft is criminal. Atlas would never get this draft against VP, 1-win team, or Paravision. It literally cannot happen, Jason. So
yeah. No, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, execution diff once more if CS Rejects is able to win with how the draft is set up.
And we can also assume CS Rejects to be picking 7 again, I would imagine, for Force to kind of like round out the composition. They definitely need like some more damage dealers on the team. They can't depend on Epifine on the pocket to do the damage for them. And they don't even go it. They're going like full on in your face comp with a Warden and Calico, completely switching things up.
Yeah, but Jason, on the other side, he's big, he's beefy, he's got a small guy in his back. It's Mo and Krill for Atlas. That is so much absurd meta power. I mean, the back half of the draft is almost the first half of the draft for most teams right now, minus the Shiv. And the front half of the draft for Atlas is unconscionable. No one's getting Great Talon Holiday, and certainly not twice in a row with a Mirage. Unbelievable, Jason.
Well, one thing we did learn though, ZP, in the first draft, you can't call a game for Atlas here. Like no. It's even with CS Rejects with the comp they have, I still don't know which way this is gonna go. I would assume it could be a 2-0 for CS Rejects, but it still pains me to say that considering the comp that Atlas has. But you know, I want to give them a chance to cook. It is early in the morning. Maybe it's early for them as well. You know, maybe they need a little bit of time. I mean, I think OBT plays over from North America, so it's definitely early/late for him. Yes, you know yourself.
Oh yeah.
So maybe give them some time to cook here in this next game. But also the fact that Great Town Holiday wasn't able to net them more dominating control in the mid lane, that did worry me a little bit.
I mean, I think you're Atlas. You still run it back. You still run GT Holiday mid lane against Pocket Paradox. I mean, overall they did well in the early and mid part. They kind of got sloppy in lane as it went a little bit later on. But from how they did in the early part of the game, it should have went better for them than it did. But man, I'm looking at this draft from Atlas as like, did we just combine the first 3 picks from 2 different teams? This is. So let's break it down, Jason. You have all the early to mid game power of like GT Holiday, Mo. You have the late game power of the macro advantages a Mirage gives you and the general Yamato scaling. Shiv's kind of whatever here. I mean, Shiv is definitely like not the same as the other 5. And in turn for CS Rejects, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you've highly prioritized the pocket. And you also have a significant farm neediness between the Abrams, Calico, and Warden on the other end. It just, there's ways CS Rejects can play to win this, but again, they've now put themselves in a spot where, what's more, they have to pretty drastically, I think, outplay Atlas in the next map.
They do have, they're gonna run at you for CS Rejects on top of these fights. It's just going to be very. I didn't still have a. I would imagine or cycle is not
Jason, you are cutting out a little bit for me. We'll give the internet a little bit of time to recover, but just a little bit of housekeeping here. Right now, we are in our 2-map set here for One Win Bombshell Volume 5, and if you're liking the show here today, check out the One Win socials. Give them a follow, a like, a subscribe. All the links are off there in chat. And One Win, they've been esports here in the Deadlock scene for many, many times now. This is the 5th Bombshell, helping keep EU competition here alive. But that would hopefully give Jason's internet a little bit of time to recover. Jason, we're in game, and the lanes have swapped up here, as Jason is going to be relogging in. So I'll take you away here. And the thing that's interesting to me is that rather than running the Holiday in middle, you've shifted to a Holiday Shiv lane on the right-hand side, Mirage Mo on the left, and okay, GT Yamato, depending on your point of view, could even be stronger in middle. This is just enormous poking spirit damage available, where Paradox Pocket gonna be what you're dealing with in middle one more time, but tough role here for Froggerecko. But we'll see if he can survive the storm once more. And Jason, have you returned?
We'll see. It looks like it's okay. I don't know why it's having problems again, but you know what? Just hashtag Italy things, I guess. As you point out though, like the Yamato Great Town in mid, Mo's gonna get locked down with his binding word. The captain, I mean, there's gonna be no chase onto him, so he's gonna be fine for the most part. But Mo and Mirage in the left-hand lane, Holiday Shiv in the right-hand lane, and Yamato Great Town in the mid lane. I'm not really like hating necessarily any of these matchups that they have, like in terms of how they split things up. You can already see how much damage that Blob can do. Actually, so they switched things up. They put Waldo instead of on the Great Town, they put him on the Yamato. Put Blob, who was on Yamato, over onto Vrayek's pick, which was Holiday. They put Vrayek over on the Mirage. They switched things up quite a bit, actually, now that I realize.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting at this level of swap as to who's playing what, but hero pools are a finicky thing from team to team. But win conditions here for CS Rejects, once it hits 3K, it's going to get really tough. They kind of have to do what they did last game, Jason, and survive the storm, not get too far behind, and hope you get that 1 or 2 good team fights that lets you even up in the mid to late game and utilize your team comp a little bit more. Although I will say, even in terms of scaling, I don't necessarily think CS Rejects actually scales better than Atlas either.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's Yamato, Great Town, Mirage, Shiv. Like, it's a lot. It's very difficult to outscale those when you get into the late game here, unless you have maybe like a 7, and then it's like 1v4 at that point.
Maybe yeah, I mean, I guess for CS Rejects, is just play better, because there's no early game edge, there's no late game edge. It just win more fights and get more farm, and just win by being more farmed, I guess. But the draft has not given them a whole lot of compelling narratives for what they're playing for.
I still want to see how this is going to play out. Like, I feel like we have to look past the comps and like more towards the teams. As Waldo, there we go, good start out of him, gets an initial kill. Even the turnaround, Froggerecko having a tough time in both games back to back when it comes to this mid lane. I mean, that's fair considering you're running Pocket Paradox against the Yamato Great Town. And a poke that's going to come your way is kind of ridiculous, and you have to very highly respect it.
Well, and also Froggerecko is going to be target number 1 there. You're not necessarily looking to target Pocket as proud just because Pocket has way more escapes, but Paradox, comparably fragile in the early game, especially in the element where, the brief window where you don't even have time wall yet.
If they come, I'll be ready.
I'm gonna try to like poke back a little bit. Captain being locked down by another binding word. He might actually be able to push in onto this. You can see Vrayek trying to keep him alive by body blocking a bit, but also returning this damage. I mean, Frozen Shelter and Last Stand can be quite deadly. Not to mention if they're able to get catches like this, ×9's got to be careful down to about 50 HP. Does get around the corner in time and escape. But you're starting to see the pressure Atlas can apply in this left-hand lane.
OBT falling off in the sideline. Meanwhile, though, taking a look at Atlas here on the right-hand side. It's the Holiday Shiv lane. So this is where the lane where OBT just died. And, interestingly enough, I mean, being able to kill a Shiv backed up by Holiday, still requires an amount of outplay. It had to be a good charge from Surgery, and health-wise, Surgery just basically got out by the skin of his teeth. So it's still a very, very close pickoff on the OBT.
And now Surgery returning back to lane. We do have ultimates online for CS Rejects. We're still needing to see a couple come through. I mean, Blob just got his OBT, about to get his online on that Shiv. I'm looking for that last stand, Frozen Shelter. The last shelter, the Frozen stand. I don't know.
I like last shelter, the final shelter, because if you're stuck in there at the warden, you're probably not going to leave.
True.
Where I'd be, but okay. Combo, good to go here for Captain here on the left. Very dangerous lane for Force, because if Force gets hit with the combo outright, the damage from the Mirage likely going to put him in the hole that a last stand is not going to get him out of. But other end of the map, Surgery here on the Abrams. Surgery also once famous for the so-called surgery tech, which caused headaches for TOs, where you just get on top of the walker and melee them down. However, Frozen Shelter gonna be dropped. The last shelter, as it were here, Jason. Warden able to get the last stand off in good HP. Just look at the farm to Mo. Mo, though, gets off a score midway through, and the last stand is over. Mo's still alive. However, Binding Word still might get him. The follow through is there, and Mirage just not able to give that much support to Mo there. Just gets caught out.
And it's gonna be even tougher for him to survive with the score, and when you have Healbane picked up potentially for Force, it should be picked up. Transformation gonna come through to counter out the Affliction, diving in on top of the Guardian. Just gonna use it to actually do damage to the Guardian, because Upfine's been able to get around the corner and stay alive. A combo has been used on the left-hand side. I believe that was over onto Times9, who's still a second time in a row now able to escape with just sub 50 HP. And we're seeing Atlas have a tough time this left lane of like confirming these into kills.
Waldo, here in the Amato, you got the Owl off and over. Isn't enough to finish off Eplifine. Not quite. Meanwhile, Paradox coming on in. This is so aggressive for Paradox, going in for the 1v2. But even with the Spirit Snare down, does not get punished. So Bargareco able to reinforce into the lane. Pocket coming right back on in tow. And the fact that CS Rejects is up 3K right now, almost a miracle with how the draft is, but they're playing quite well, and I think Atlas on the execution end, they're struggling, Jason.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit. I mean, 2K lead. I think we're not really going to see any of these Guardians go down until we hit that first Urn coming through. And I think we're just, again, like we saw in the last match, both teams going to commit to either picking it up or turning it in. Let's not lose out too early on the start of this game. Apocycle, if we talked about him as being one of like the big standouts in the last game, could he potentially be a standout on Calico? And we've seen that, even Shark have a struggle to make that happen. And wow, he actually commits to the dive?
Yeah, he decides to go for it. Calico diving in right after, and I gotta tell you, Atlas is looking really, really low here. Could be another early death here for OBT. Under the gun, Calico off the rooftops, chasing on in. Meanwhile, back over at mid lane, it is a rout going on. Eplifine able to go on the tracks, and Atlas is falling apart. It's nothing but blue right now in the kill feed.
Greco, yeah, be careful here. I mean, that's exactly what CS Rejects need. 5K lead 8 minutes in is insane. Also, it's allowing Force to continue to push on the left-hand side to maybe pick up the first Guardian at a perfect time, considering the Urn will be spawning in just about over a minute. Eplifine just trying to survive, but Wild was able to get the close out on him and get away. Times9 gets a kill on the Vreg. They get a guard on the left-hand side. It's all looking good here for CS Rejects.
Well, it's looking even better when you look at the economy allocation. You're getting a Warden that's about to get ahead of the game in Force. Says 7K, but I think closer to 8 than 7. Same with Apocycle in on the Calico. Holiday with the lasso. Looking for finish here. And okay, Shiv is there. Finally, for Atlas. We've seen a lot of Atlas with these incredibly powerful early mid-game ults, but not actually able to convert onto kills the way you would expect, but finally get some their way, which is also why this comp is so deadly early on, is that even if CS Rejects is able to get a little bit of a lead, the amount of options Atlas has to get pickoffs to get back in the game, quite strong. Meanwhile, Paradox's swap going to be used here onto the talent of Trax. He ends up going down. CS Rejects moving on forward. On the chase to Waldo. Waldo can't get away. And now they're going to convert this into even more damage onto the Guardian.
The response out of Atlas is a 3-man push to the right-hand Guardian. They're at least going to secure this for themselves. And you have to remember that because that left lane Guardian was taken, that Times9 is allowed to rotate around the map and look for ganks like he did on that middle lane. About 20 seconds out from the Urn spawning on the left-hand side. Ray going to be locked down, just doing some mid-lane squats. I think it should be the confirm here. He's able to get around the corner with the help of the tornado, being chased down on. The alchemical flask able to land on top of this. And Force, if we talk about him being a strong 7 player and being able to carry in the late game, I wonder what he can really do when it comes to the Warden, because he's already been having a pretty damn strong start.
It's also, though, a little bit, I feel like we've seen way too many binding words actually connect so far, especially when otherwise unaided. That started where we looked over, Vraic was in the binding word. Earn, though, going to be picked up by CS Rejects. And, overall contest-wise, it's something that Atlas has to contest. They have options to do so. They're going to have the lasso up, but I feel like a lot of these early game fights, the openings have just been terrible for Atlas despite the tools at their disposal.
Despite what's ultimately like a pretty damn OP comp that they have. CS Rejects prepared here on the right-hand side to deny this turn-in, as they do not have a Guardian to take here, unfortunately, so they don't necessarily want to overcommit towards it. Sorry, not CS Atlas defending it, my bad. As that CS Rejects trying to run it across the map, still in the hands of Fargareco. And I mean, you're just seeing Force is being left alone, 10k souls and counting. He's denying 2 players to be here. So, I mean, ultimately, this should be a turn-in for CS Rejects with the overcommitment of players out of Atlas on this left-hand lane. But with CS Rejects not giving the backup to Fargareco, it's looking a little bit difficult to turn in, as he might actually try to go for it here in a 2-on-2.
The Owl's coming in too. This is going to make him drop Earn if he's not able to get turned in first. The pressure coming on in. And we see Atlas able to get 1 here near the Earn turn. And Frozen Shelter going to be dropped a little bit later here by Times. Atlas, though, able to pick up the Earn in the interim and turn it in, just jumping over Kelvin, who's trying to go for the melee interrupt. Times not quite able to make it happen. Now, Atlas swarming near the Earn turn, and Kelvin going to try an ice path away, but the cavalry is coming. However, up and over through the window, OBT goes, able to take down Times, who nearly got away there, Jason.
Massive misplay. I'm going to call it out CS Rejects. I'm not going to pull my punch on this too. Like, why are you trying to go for the turn-in when you only have 1 other player there to assist you, and you have 3 players not seen on the map? I mean, Atlas, they rotate in perfectly. They prevent the Earn from being secure. They get it for themselves and close the lead down to 1k. Remember, we were like a 5 to 7k lead for CS Rejects at one point here. I mean, yeah, for I guess the plan maybe was we're going to allow Force to push this left lane Walker, but it's still 12 minutes in. He doesn't have the damage he needs to kill a Walker this early on. I think that was a major misplay out here out of CS Rejects, and I don't think there's any way you can deny that.
Also, I feel like it was a quick little reminder of why GT usually gets banned in most of the games so far here in One Win Bombshell Vol.5, because, yeah, the Owl actually was huge in making that happen, and Trax is able to mail that in from middle lane, Jason.
Now that kind of pseudo-global presence with the Owl. Looks like CS Rejects might look for a push on this last Guardian of the game for them to take, sending 3 players, even a 4th over. The Owl, as we spoke before, going to be coming in out of Trax. Maybe allows the counter push to come in out of OPD. He doesn't have his ultimate online just yet, but still will have a lot of damage behind this.
Captain was looking for a combo here. More yellow going in on the right-hand side, but CS Rejects coming on in for the reinforce. Going to drop the Frozen Shelter. Are they going to get pickoffs here in the middle of it? Force already down on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, though, what we're looking at here, you see Kelvin moving on over. The reinforcements here from CS Rejects overloading into the right-hand side. Captain not able to make much happen with the combo.
Wow, this is still continuing to push on the left-hand side with 3 players. Like, Surgery, you should not be surviving this. A massive, huge a bag being dropped by Waldo there. Going to be picked back up by Trax, though, so at least able to keep that for his team. How does Surgery defend this? How does he actually defend this and hold them back long enough for them to not take the Guardian?
It probably shouldn't have went down that way. The fact that Surgery got a kill at all there is ridiculous. But, the interesting thing here, Jason, and this is why, I would argue Atlas is kind of getting carried a bit by the composition, is that they were significantly behind despite everything they had going for them in the early mid game. And yet here we are back to even 75k at 14 minutes. So they've evened the gap. See if they're able to do more. Binding Word, though, coming out here for Warden, going to be dropping Last Stand Force. Look at the turn this fight, but gets lassoed and bursted down. That was truly the final stand. However, Surgery back into the fray here for CS Rejects, chasing down the Holiday, not able to get away, climbing the rope, and it's 1-for-1. Good counter engage from the Rejects.
I still feel like for some reason Atlas is kind of like winning out when it comes to macro, at least in some of the decisions they're making. You'd imagine if they don't lose Waldo on that initial push and that 3-on-1, they probably could have taken that Guardian, but LBT might be able to close it out himself anyways, up against Surgery in the 1v1 over there. And with buffs coming up in 7 seconds, you can already see how prepared Atlas are. Captain just kind of waiting for anyone to come up that rope directly into his open arms for a combo. Oh, a knockdown out of Surgery here to deal with the shift so you can maybe land the follow-up shoulder charge.
No killing blow. The timing here is actually really bad for OBT, who would have loved to have had killing blow. Instead, goes around the outskirts, doesn't want to go deeper in, gets binding worded for his trouble, and it was about 5 seconds away from having a killing blow, which could have turned the fight. Meanwhile, Times getting chased down by the Yamato. Waldo over and in. No more movement tools available though, so Time should be able to just walk out of that one.
And there should be a walker on the left side too. Like Surgery and Force able to push forward. They get themselves a walker in a flux slot. They're already in the lane they need to be at to defend the earned turn in. So Surgery, I think maybe overextended and did die, actually teleporting away for it here. Maybe looking for a second walker to allow the Urn to go in. I actually wouldn't hate that. CS Rejects, let the Urn go through and you take one, maybe two more walkers off of that. That'd be the ideal perfect play. And they're getting the mid walker for free here. Finally, Trax is going to come in, but the Periscope swap able to rotate him in towards, well, pretty much nothing because the backup's not going to be there as he gets double stunned. Greco's going to fall. So the damage had been done. They get themselves 2 walkers off of this push.
Pretty high value being obtained from CS Rejects in the moment. 1 walker left for Atlas. And also, I have to say, that was kind of a tragic, paradoxical swap there. The timing just enough to end up getting stunned. Blob looking for the turn in and gets it before the binding word comes in. Pretty okay sacrifice there, although I do wonder to an extent why you just, if you're CS Rejects, why you don't go in and just look for the melee there.
Not sure. Force, no last stand. And no chance in the world to survive. Yeah, I was about to say, don't make me look bad here. He does fall. Even now trying to push on to ×9. Combo is available. Only 70 stacks, only 1 kill coming through out of Captain so far with this combo. A little bit unfortunate to get him to be that big beefy mole we talk about. And CS Regis back on the push, looking for the last walker. They're completely out macroing Atlas, even though I just gave credit to Atlas a few minutes earlier.
Well, you got the Mo coming on in, and Calco's just gonna try and take the teleport, return the shadows, and actually, perhaps a little bit of re-engage coming on in here, aided by Fargo Recco. The turn is massive. Just in the middle of that, you just see Apicycle just go, you know what? I don't need the teleport. Meanwhile, Abrams, seismic slam, huge, going for the charge back, gets 2, sweeps him up, and this is massive coming in from CS Rejects. Well executed there by Surgery.
Are they still going for the chase though? Do they? I think Waldo, yeah, he does not get away in time. They're gonna get the shrine. I don't think they're necessarily gonna get the patron here. At least get the next flex slot unlocked for themselves. Maybe get the second shrine. And actually, they're taking mid boss while this is happening. It's Force and ×9 inside the pit, taking the Rejuvenator. Actually, are they really gonna go for the patron? I thought they would back away because if they're a little bit slow here with how much damage is being done to the mid boss, it could still be stolen, but they're buying time.
First stage patron down. Unbelievable sequence of events to kind of guess this point. Atlas had nearly kind of brought themselves back into the game, but as you mentioned, Jason, the macro decisions were baffling. They give up a lot on the map. However, I do wonder if this approach by CS Rejects could end up going against them. The steal opportunity is potentially here, going in for the parry. The owl comes on in, and Blob is able to get the Rejuvenator. CS Rejects being a little bit greedy, and it comes back to bite them, but the owl from Trax, right place, right time. I mean, look, yeah, I'm getting a little bit excited as you go into this, but this has also been a bit of a slop fest here, Jason. Both teams making some mistakes that, in theory, could have been avoidable.
Man, I'm getting furious. You're getting excitable. I'm getting furious. Like, why stay for the patron? Back out. Leave the patron up. Go get the Rejuvenator. Like, you needed the backup there. You overestimate the amount of damage you had. Now, Atlas being gifted a lifeline in this. They're only down about 13k, but the fact they have Rejuvenator now, they're able to push out these lanes. They have a guard in the left lane to take. They have 3 walkers to look towards. I mean, Atlas, that was a gift from the gods. As long as they don't fluff this up, this could easily be a big turnaround that they were looking for.
I will say though, again, credit where credit is due. I did like the timing on the Alpha tracks. That was about as perfectly timed owls you get, where the timing is very, very specific. Like in terms of you have to calculate, okay, what's the travel time going in? Am I going to hit like the exact second needed for a steal? So, anytime you see a frame perfect owl ult coming on in to secure Rejuvenator, it's a pretty cool thing.
Man, I want to see if Atlas can pull this back now. This is like the snowball potential. If they can get an early kill here and continue the steam, the teleport's going to be coming back in. Actually, away. Force is not even rejoining the fight here. He's actually going to be going back to base instead because they realize we've lost out on this Walker. Flex now unlocked for Atlas. The fight going to break it after this OBT. He needs some backup as they're trying to take down ×9. But his teammate's going to be locked out. Finally, the first shelter does get dismantled, and OBT is going to fall off the cycle. Atlas, you have to be careful. You cannot really afford to lose out on too many players. Even with the Rejuvenator, you need to keep the snowball going if you want to get back in the game. And not even the knockdown coming into fruition here. The show is able to take down tracks. And CS Rejects, as quickly as they lost that Rejuvenator, have gone back on the hunt.
And CS Rejects still significantly more powerful at the moment. But if Atlas is able to engineer a scenario to get this Urn turn in, where they got one Rejuvenator left, the lanes are still going to be pushing up in their favor, which definitely helps as you're trying to get the Urn turn in off and away. They're able to get the Urn turn in. It's going to even things up mostly economy-wise, and will give them options. And look, I mean, the power of the comp they're running, they still have the ability to just set really good terms with a lasso, with an owl, with a combo. I mean, CS Rejects, while they've got ahead, it's definitely not over if Atlas can find in themselves just, up their level of execution.
And I feel like I'm gonna get like hate for being negative towards Atlas, but that's clearly what they're lacking right now. Like being gifted that, or not gifted, but they obviously fought for that Rejuvenator to get it for themselves. But to steal it away, you need to look for that big snowball potential. They got 2 objectives off that, a Guardian and a Walker, which just helped quite a bit. But you need to be careful about losing players off the back of that fight. Speaking of fights, Cycle just trying to get away, and some good use of movement mechanics. They're able to get around the corner of the building. He has the backup coming through as well, and Force in the meantime is pushed in towards the backhand side with his last stand.
Yeah, I mean, they went all in on the Calico, but okay, Force, last stand is over. OBT there on the punish. Epiflame, though, meanwhile, trying to take advantage here of the chaos. Both teams in it. The pressure, though, coming in fast and furious here on to the Holiday and Mirage at the same time. Varaic cannot get away. So the reallocation for CS Rejects into the fight, very much in their favor, a 1 for 3. Meanwhile, also, I mean, Atlas has just been holding on to this Urn for a while here, Jason. Not able to take advantage of the Rejuvenator push when they had it. And you just look here as Captain just like, can I put this thing down? It's a little heavy.
No, man, get those gains. Get some curls in with it. Maybe do some goblet squats. Do something in the meantime, because your team needs to still figure out a way to get back into this. The CS Rejects continue to shove out these lanes, continue to farm up the enemy jungle, continue to build up this lead back to 24,000. And in terms of soul allocation, I mean, Surgery in the lead at 26,000. He's a very beefy, tanky Abrams, and there's really nothing to deal with him too much on the other side. I mean, you have Trax at 24k. Okay, he does do some decent damage, but there's no big standout player on the roster of Atlas right now in terms of farm.
CS Rejects, by the way, they are keen to engage. Look at the paradox, and well, that is off and then some, is what we just saw there. Not quite gonna turn into a swap, but could have turned into a kill if they had it. And CS Rejects, they're grouping up pretty aggressively here. See if this is the right play. The Surgery is yet to join them. The Urn is finally dropped, but while they're rotating Calco out, actually, this could work out well for Atlas if they seize the opportunity to go in while CS Rejects is a little bit split, focusing on the Urn. We'll see if they're able to get the catch. Meanwhile, on the counter engage is Force. Last stand getting high value deep on the Waldo. Waldo screaming, running for their life, cannot get away. Shadow Transformation not saving anything there. High value Warden ult. The turn in from CS Rejects. They are clobbering their way on through. That is a 3 for nothing. And the Patron surely is about to go down.
Yeah, this should be the 2-0 sweep here for CS Rejects. Atlas, it was a great steal coming through. It was a great potential turnaround, but in the end, CS Rejects still going to prove to be the stronger team. Get themselves now 3 map victories here so far in this group stage, 1 step closer to maybe getting into that top 5 to advance on through into our playoffs kicking off on Saturday. And the crazy thing about it is, ZP, the drafts were never in their favor, and yet they still were able to win out on these games. I guess a testament to how smart they played things out in that mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about games we've seen overall, Jason, this was a very unique one in that I don't think I've ever seen a team get outdrafted as hard as CS Rejects did and still win the game. I mean, you have to just be mechanically so far above the other team in your execution to make something like this work, where I feel like there's so many fights where Atlas basically got gifted, crutching on the power of the heroes that they had. And even then, it wasn't enough for Atlas to like get things going, to chain good fight in the good fight. And in the end, the consistency of CS Rejects wins out over Atlas.
And it wasn't even necessarily like a bad start for Atlas. As you saw there, like Waldo was able to get an initial kill onto Epplefine, able to put some early pressure on with the combo they had of Yamato and Holiday. And to be fair, like Holiday was still playing decently well. Then we started to see a turnaround come in with the Kelvin, with the last shelter, I think we were calling it. The frozen stand. Yeah, the last shelter, I think we were calling it. Was able to start picking up kills in that early rotation. Like once they got that Guardian down the left-hand side, Kelvin ×9 was able to rotate around these maps to start to apply impact and leave Force alone on the Warden to just constantly pick up more and more farm. And he didn't really have any bad last stands either out of them, which is another important key factor when playing Warden.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few scenarios in the game where you had the Warden classic of, oh, there's a team fight and guys, I'm not ready. My last stand's not good to go. This isn't going to go well. No, they were able to stay out of fights while last stand was on cooldown. And when they win the fights with last stand, made something happen with it. Very rarely had anything happen where it was thrown to the wind. I mean, maybe the highlight for the map was probably Atlas getting the Rejuvenator steal, but that was equal parts a good play by Atlas and CS Rejects, perhaps getting a little bit greedy on the macro end. A mistake that very well could have cost them deeply against a team with better execution, but in this instance, Atlas just not quite their morning, Jason. And you take a look here at the stats over to the CS side, pretty well balanced contribution, but truthfully, big props to Surgery, where seeing an Abrams leading the team, not the most common of sights right now.
Yeah, last time we saw it was probably AVG Melee Creeps DFN the previous week, right? Where he was actually gifted a lot of farm on one of these lanes and then really made that farm work for him and his team. We've had also Apocycle be a real standout for the team. We obviously talk a lot about Force, and when he plays 7, he gets this late game farm and he becomes that late game Force that they need. No pun intended, if that's even really a pun. But Apocycle's been pretty consistent, whether it was on Mirage, whether it was on the Calico. He's kind of being that like solid player that the team needs to always be able to depend on if they want to have, some decent results and get some wins under their belt.
All right. Well, stat review is over. CS Rejects getting a little bit higher in the standings here at One Win Bombshell Volume 5. Still out of the top set of teams, but, showing a layer of separation between Atlas at the very least was a good showing. Again, though, their next matchup, Jason, before we go to break, is going to be up against Aegis Aurora. Yeah. And I don't think you can draft like this versus Aegis Aurora and win. I really don't think you can.
Not whatsoever. I mean, I think if we're to compare Atlas and Aegis Aurora, without throwing any shade, Aegis Aurora definitely being a stronger team at the moment. I mean, you just look in terms of results as well. It's definitely going to be a big test here for CS Rejects. And again, if they want to have a chance to break top 5, they have to kind of knock Aegis Aurora out of the mix. So if they want to be able to make it to playoffs, I feel like they have to win this series and almost win it 2-0 to have a favorable chance of getting through into that point. But yeah, Aegis Aurora, they're definitely not going to let mistakes, drafts like this get through without getting wins as well. I do wonder if we're going to see an adaptation, though, in the way CS Rejects draft. Because again, when we saw them yesterday going into the match, I was like, this is a team who's playing very on-meta heroes, being very smart with their drafts, even though they did lose to Lodos. And then we go into today, and it looks like everything I said was a complete lie. But they still won 2-0, so I can't really be too harsh on them.
Well, things do change from day to day, but coming up next, it's going to be Aegis Aurora taking on CS Rejects. Will CS Rejects defy the meta once more, or will it begin the beginning of Aegis Aurora on their comeback after a rough 2 days? Stay tuned. This is One Win Bombshell Volume 5, and we'll be right back. Third stage of group play heading on here in one win bombshell, or third day of group stage play, I should say, heading on into Aegis Aurora versus the team we just saw playing, Jason, in CS Rejects. And CS Rejects, they rejected the meta. That's what they were truly rejecting with what they were drafting in the last game. But as we were kind of talking in the outro before, I don't know if that's going to work against a team of the caliber of Aegis Aurora.
I just want to point out really quickly, and don't take this the wrong way. CIS Rejects, if they were CS Rejects, they'd probably be playing Valorant right now. But that's where we are getting into this one. I mean, Aegis Aurora definitely looking like a pretty decent team. Obviously, band-wise, a very good pickup if we're comparing, you know, one win picking up ABL and how it increased their performance and have them kind of round them out as a team. I feel like band-wise has done something similar with Aegis Aurora. But we are hearing that they're actually going to be having a sub come in. Fremont won't be playing today. I said it's going to be Rayach or Rake. I don't know how you want to go about saying his name. Rake kind of makes sense to me. I don't know if it works that way in Europe.
Okay, I'm saying Rake. Yeah, Rake kind of works for me.
R-E-Y-A-C-H-E, like A-C-H-E is Ake, Rake.
Yeah,
Rake.
I'm down for Rake. That's what we'll go with until otherwise corrected. But that's interesting. I do wonder. I guess I wonder what the cause is here, because Aegis Aurora had a very difficult day 2 and day 3. Fremont, you know, I believe has been the team captain of Aegis Aurora, so it's kind of a grim omen when someone of that level of importance to Aegis Aurora is out. You know, we haven't been given a cause. It could just be circumstance, but you know, you always wonder when someone is mysteriously missing from the team and needs a sub after you've had 4 straight map losses. You know, is there an element of tilt there? Is there something else going on? You know, we don't know. But I mean, those are things that come to mind when you go to day 3 and, you know, a pillar of Aegis Aurora is suddenly unavailable. So we'll see how this pans out, Jason. But this does potentially change how this match could go down. I'm not sure I'm as confident in Aegis Aurora now.
I mean, this is a very important game because with CS Rejects getting that 2-0 victory against Atlas, it puts them at 3 and 5 in maps, where Aegis Aurora is currently 2 and 6. So if AA wants a chance to get into playoffs, this is probably one of the most, if not the most important match for them to actually win right now, to have a chance to get through as a 5th seed with the way the standings are currently sitting. So for them to throw a sub in like this last second, I mean, I guess it's a testament to that, whether it was like a scheduling issue for Fremont or maybe a change up. It's where I feel like they kind of need to have a really good game here. Because let me just quickly take a look at the rest of their schedule over the course of today and tomorrow, because not only do they play this match, they play against Lodos next, so the other qualified team, and then tomorrow they play against Atlas. So they got their difficult games out of the way, I guess, in the beginning, played against Paravision, Virtus Pro, and I believe they played against One Win, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, where they did trade 1-1. This should be like clear sights for them if they can take this game for the rest of this event. Oh, group stage.
Yeah, I mean, the front loaded it, but if they front load to the point that, you know, hopefully it's just like something else there, but you know, you front load to the point that some players are tilting out, it's not great. But you know, you look at the beginning part of this draft. Okay, CS Rejects, you know, returning a little bit more to meta. Holiday ban, not giving up the holiday. Instead, though, it will be GT Mo Geist. Still an remarkably strong opening here from Aegis Aurora with what we know in the draft. Although I will say, getting the Mo minus having something available like a Paradox or a Holiday is a little bit less threatening, Jason.
You know what? Really quickly, ZP, are CS Rejects a team who's like very heavy on like counter picking banning? To see them go for Pocket like 2 games in a row when you had like Paradox, Mirage available, I find so interesting to see now that they've actually swapped things up and went for those 2 heroes in particular. Like,
yeah, I think you might be going to the you know, if you ever watch Suits, you know, Harvey Specter multiple times this is like, you know, I don't play the odds, I play the man. Well, yes, Rejects,
yeah.
I do believe it may be more of they're not playing the meta, they're playing the players, right? That would be the explanation for me, and why suddenly they're shifting a little bit more to common picks bans here by comparison. Although I do think Kelvin at 3 is still a bit of a reach.
That's so interesting, because I'm thinking about like my extensive career in esports. In teams who play against their opponent to some aspect, I think MOBAs are a little bit different around that. You end up playing at the same level as them. And you look at like Virtus Pro, they'll pick like the same comp against you every single time if you give it to them because they want to play their own game. And for CS Rejects to play the game of their opponents, it could be a double-sided sword or double-sided sword. Aren't all swords double-sided?
No, I mean the double-sided sword is double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword. Yeah, there we go. Because like, yeah, it works out really well when you're trying to get into like the strategy portion of draft, but you still, in essence, want to play your own game and play to your own strengths. So I don't know how this is going to work out for them, but I will say it's very interesting to see them go this route. And we do see like the second round of bans coming through. And funny enough, ZP, Aegis Aurora are the ones that take away Warden.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting given how much of that they wanted to play Warden previously. I mean, so far as we know, ban-wise is still on the team, but, you know, maybe a adjustment period for Aegis Aurora where they realized that Warden was kind of their Achilles heel, where I think basically everyone banned Warden against them in, you know, days 2 and 3 after ban-wise looked exceptional on day 1. So, yeah, I mean, change-ups coming in here. We'll see how the back half of the draft kind of takes shape. I mean, interestingly enough, Aegis Aurora, they don't take away the Shiv, so CIS Rejects, in this case, Jason, you know, I think the Shiv pick is remarkably likely unless Aegis Aurora looks to take it away. But, you know, from what I've seen, I'm still really not a big fan of the Kelvin-less Shiv. And even when you do get the Kelvin Shiv lane, you're really banking a lot on the early lane versus Shiv being massive in the late game. And yeah, you know, you might point to recent matches, say in North America, where, you know, we saw AVG just look unstoppable on the Shiv, but I feel like there are other factors going there. It's not that Shiv himself is just kind of taking the game away, but, you know, again, CS Rejects here. Jason, they go for the Amato. They revert back to meta.
Yeah, and that's just so odd to see, but you know what? Credit to them to be able to like flip things on like a switch like this. I mean, I was about to say for Aegis Aurora, like I can't believe they've kind of let Yamato go this deep without being picked up, because you can't be a competent team anymore right now, I'd say, in this patch, if you don't have someone who can play Yamato and play it well. If not like 2 different players who can do that, so you can have the flexibility to get around. We're still seeing Vindicta open though. I was expecting to see that picked up, you know, soon as well to pair. I mean, then again, do you want to run double fire? I think Aegis Aurora, you're kind of committed to having to go for a Bebop though at some point, I would imagine, because you don't have any pick potential right now with Holiday being banned away and Paradox being picked.
This feels like a protect pick from Aegis Aurora. I don't think Viscous is really great for their comp relative to what they're up against for CS Rejects. I think there's better picks, but if you're picking Viscous with the intent of trying to keep your Mo value higher, it does make a little bit more sense there. But pairing up with the Pocket at the other end, I'm not in love with this, especially where, as you mentioned, Vindicta was still on the table in this instance. So it's a interesting draft. I mean, maybe another thing for Aegis Aurora is I realize like CS Rejects has really liked playing the Pocket, but then again, when CS Rejects played it before, they prioritized it as first pick. Would they pick it on the back end in the 5 or 6 now? Where again, it's actually blowing my mind a little bit just how much CS Rejects has vastly varied their draft here, Jason.
Yeah, they've got a very like strong comp compared to what they've had the last 2 games. And again, just to reemphasize for any of you joining us, this is a very important match for Aegis Aurora. They did technically get their most difficult matches out of the way early on in the group stage, but if they want to hold on to 5th place and maybe move up to like 4th, 3rd, I think is going to be a little bit out of their reach with the other teams they have. They need to pick up this game. They need to pick up their next match against Lodos as well, and then they have a final match against Atlas tomorrow, I believe, to kick off the day. We need to see that a little bit of extra depth to the team. They haven't looked as strong when they haven't had Warden on the roster, and right now, like the Pocket, I still think. Sorry, ZP, are you like fully committed to your eyes? Pocket is just a no-go, or are you like Dan, like DDK, where you still have like hope that he still does have room to be played, and maybe people are not overvaluing, but what's the term I'm looking for? Like, I'll just say what I would say. You can correct me on the term. Overvaluing the nerfs that they did to him, or maybe. Oh man, help me out. What's the word I'm looking for here?
I mean, overestimating.
Overestimating. Yeah, I can go with that.
Yeah. I mean, is that the case? I mean, I don't know. Objectively, Pocket loses a lot from the loss of E-Shift, effectively, because yeah, E-Shift is still in the game, but it really isn't when it costs double.
No. Don't look down, CP. Don't look down. Keep going. Don't look down. No, don't look down. No, he looked down.
It's too late. It's too late. I've seen it. I've seen everything. Oh boy, the Lash coming on in. Probably one of the most controversial picks you can have. I mean, say whatever you want about Pocket and Pocket being on the weak side, Lash has just led to doom and misery for most of the teams that have picked it here. Yeah, I mean, hopping on in with the Lash, I don't love it in this instance. I mean, I think the biggest value you get out of the Lash is that, you know, you give a little bit more notice onto the Great Talent, who doesn't have a shift himself to get out of Death Slam attempts, but still not ideal. Also, the early game in some ways for CS Rejects may be a bit problematic, but we'll see who Aegis War comes at the end. They get the Vindicta final pick, 12th pick draft Vindicta. That to me is a little wild, Jason.
It's also wild considering they don't have real like initiate potential. I mean, yeah, you do have the Mo, maybe Phantom Strike, most likely Warpstone, but like I feel like a Bebop would have been a pretty solid pickup here. Just have that constant threat. You also have a great way of dealing with Lash. Like what do they have to stop Lash's ult? One thing, a combo, and that combo you need to be using for like Yamato or Mirage or ideally Seven. They Aegis Roar, you better invest in knockdowns or you're going to get walked over, I feel like, by CS Rejects here.
Yeah, I mean, knockdowns plural, or at the very least, a knockdown is what I would say coming in here. Also, you know, there is the element too where if it's, so long as it's not Viscous that gets caught in the Death Slam, if it's just like a 1 or 2 man Death Slam, you could, you know, drop cube on one of the people that may be more vulnerable that got hit. I mean, your Mo gets hit, Mo's gonna be able to get away a lot. Geist can swap. Realistically, it is more the Vindicta and the Talon that are at risk of things going badly for them if Lash is able to get a good opening. But yeah, even still, as take a look at it here, it's an interesting setup the way things have gone here, and we'll see. I mean, I'm just wondering where Aegis Roar is at, because the fact that Freemok is not playing, I just wonder if that means something deeper for Aegis Roar as a team, because they did have a very difficult day 2 and day 3 group stage wise after, I mean, coming in very promising.
Freemok was playing Vindicta for them, if I'm not mistaken. So Rayek, is he going to be the one playing Vindicta? What's Bandwise going to be playing in this composition too? I think the big worrying part about like 2 of these comps going head to head is if you have a very decent Death Slam, I know you're talking about like 1 or 2 people. If you get like 3-4 people, you dome them with a Storm Cloud inside. I don't know what we can name that, or what it's going to be. The Death Frozen Storm, the Death Stand Cloud. I don't know, man. I'm not good with naming things, but that's going to be a ridiculous combo, and it could be like very death volley to just push up against you, because you have to worry about the high ground. You have very limited interrupts to deal with the Storm Cloud, to deal with the Death Slam, to deal with the Yamato. This is gonna be a very tough game, because then CS Rejects, if the Death Slam's not gonna work out, you still have the Paradoxical Swap. You have such great initiation, and Aegis Roar, I mean, at least you do have the Viscous cube, but I would almost imagine you're gonna need to see like an Echo Shard Viscous to have double cubes to keep your teammates alive here in this fight.
You know what we need when it comes to the naming combos? We just need to like wake Puckett and get Puckett the way in here. Puckett's pretty good on the naming side of things. He'd probably look at the you know, Death Slam Storm Cloud and be like, I know it's a little bit of shock and awe, or you know, something along those lines. But you know,
the
Puckett's
Big Bang,
very much sleeping.
No. Category 5. No, I don't know. I got it. Yeah, let's wake him up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the bank is a little bit dry there, Jason. Like right now, you're just mining. It's just like no. There's nothing is available. Like your brain is just actively rejecting you.
No, chat is keeping me in this. Draxcope, Frozen Death Storm.
Frozen Death Storm. Okay.
I don't hate it. The Frozen Storm Slam.
So for those just tuning in, this is One Win Bombshell Volume 5. If you enjoy this content, enjoy seeing Deadlock Esports being well supported, check out the One Win socials. All the links are in chat. Give it a like, a follow, a subscribe, and you know, hopefully we'll do more of this soon here. Your support does mean quite a bit. But we're getting into it here, Jason. The match is underway, and we'll see how this one goes down and really where Aegis Roar stand, because to me, that is the biggest mystery for me coming on in.
I just like really quickly how you just moved on. Like, okay, we're done with Jason trying to name this. Let's just talk about the socials here. Let's talk about the game. And yeah, as we do see things break out, we do have pickups. We do have Rayek taking over the Freemok spot on the Vindicta. Bandwise going to be on the Great Talon. To be fair, if Bandwise is going to be that big playmaker of your team, the person that you're going to feed the farm to, that you want to have the massive impact on, and you want to rely on, I mean, Great Talon's definitely going to fit up that alley. You can put on so much pain here. But my eyes looking towards Rayek as well. See how he does picking up the Fremont spot with the Vin.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're looking for Rayek on the Vindicta to, at least be even in lane up until Assassinate comes up and being able to move around, exert your will on the map thereafter. I mean, with the Mo, Mo should be able to feed Assassinate pretty early on. It's a justification to even try to max Assassinate earlier to try and get more of a snowball going. Not the most common option on Vindicta, but when you got a setup from a Mo, that lane becomes pretty deadly, Jason.
Yeah.
Once people hit 3K.
And that's where Aegis Aurora kind of became known, was initially that Vindicta Mo play. They played it before anyone else out there, and they really emphasized feeding that Vindicta as much as possible. The one scary part of that though is that if he does go the Assassinate build, he gets some kills, he builds up a very big bag. And it's very possible for CS Rejects to take that bag away from him and really start to, snowball the game thereafter. As we take a look at lanes, Paradox Yamato. So Amplifying going to be paired up with Fargareco in the mid lane, up against this Pocket Grey Talon with Bandwise and Sonya Sniper. I kind of want to favor Aegis Aurora in this one, just because that's so much range poke that you're going to have to deal with, and then you have the hard initiate if Sonya Sniper goes in.
It's also real difficult for Fargareco to stay alive in this lane. It is kind of what I look at here, where again, Fargareco was able to make it work against an even deadlier lane in GT Holiday in previous games. So if anyone can do it, it is him. But the poke potential between the GT and the Pocket coming in from the dive, you have to be very methodical in how you play. And as you can see here, Fargareco is going down, not able to survive this time. Bandwise, perhaps a little bit more threatening than the GT play that we saw last time around from Atlas.
I do think the one worrying thing is that if you were to take one player out of the lineup of Aegis Aurora and commit to a solo lane to farm up, who would you give it to? Because in my eyes, you want to keep Grey Talon there. You want to keep Vindicta there. You want to keep Sonya Sniper there, on the Pocket. I can't, maybe Saint, because we did have that happen a lot yesterday.
And they have fed Saint in the past. I think
yeah.
Geist is actually a reasonable target to get pretty big in this meta. We've seen Geist kind of take over the game, but also Yamato, bloodthirsty, coming back on in as Fargareco rejoins the lane, and Pocket could drop a little bit of burst, and all skills used, time to get out.
That's a very good point. We did have actually some Geist really popping off yesterday. Thinking of Zergy from Virtus Pro, get up to 50,000 souls. He was an immovable object once we got to that point. And Disaster can definitely been one of the players that I've given a lot of criticism to. I think he's definitely improved though since last time we've seen him, as we see now here in 1-1 Bombshell.
Disaster, I think, is a polarizing player depending on what he's playing. People have vivid memories of him on Furnace, and I don't know all the details, but I think Disaster is also kind of a controversial community figure, so people like to give Disaster a little bit of crap if he's having a bad day. But we have the Flying Strike over and in Pocket. It's some real danger. Was able to drop the Affliction though before dying. We'll see if there'll be some follow-through in turn. Amplifying not able to survive right after as the Owl comes in.
Almost takes down Fargareco too, and the chase is still going to continue, and that's going to be the cleanup out of Bandwise at 3.5 thousand souls. Ultimate's just now coming online for CS Rejects. Fargareco's still going to be 100 souls out of this one, and not a good sign here for the Rejects, considering Bandwise is the one picking up a lot of these kills, getting ahead in farm already. He's just going to put even more pressure onto this lane. Surgery trying to back away. Combo comes through. That's going to be an easy stack for Disaster. Plus 70 for him. And it's still all turning up for AA.
The Assassinate coming on in, pretty impactful. Where, obviously Assassinate is going to be maxed here yet, but it's still extra souls in the lane. It's still Rayek get into where they need to be. Shifting off a bit here, though. Surgery coming back on in. Doesn't have a death slam, so, drops in the Mo, and Mo just instantly scorns to negate the opening poke damage there.
Death slam on cooldown ×9. We did see the Kelvin 7 combo in the last games, using it for that storm shelter or frozen storm. I still can't remember. I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna give up on this.
I think you just dropped that one. I think right now, workshop another day. The swap, by the way, did just miss from Fargareco, so some of the pressure in middle, not ultra ideal.
What I was trying to get to though is that it did work out pretty well with the frozen shelter, but up against a Geist who could just swap HP when he gets low and then makes you low on HP. I don't know if there's an amount of healing that could come out of ×9 to keep Force alive in that dome.
Also, bandwise is starting to become a real problem in middle. The disparity in kills is huge and starting to get reflected onto the Guardian progress. So, you know, GT Masterclass perhaps in place said, okay, goes for the owl, chases down Fargareco even as Yamato is diving on in. Alpafine gonna get hit with the affliction. And now Great Talon just sits over there and goes, yeah, you better Shadow Transform to just run away. Bandwise is taking over the game. No warden required at the moment.
The funny thing is, I mean, you still see it, like Wizastra's at 5k, Neon Primer's at 5, Sonya's at 5, because obviously been paired with him as a combo going to come in on Alpha Cycle. One of the, I'd say the star players on CS Rejects, him and Force, already being forced back away from their Guardian as it's already been taken for Aegis Aurora. And honestly, here I'd be like, you know, send Bandwise to the right hand, or sorry, not send Bandwise, send Saint over to the right hand lane and start to roam on this Mo and Vindicta.
Also, the Frozen Shelter from CIS just doing nothing. Like, helping times live, if nothing else. Surgery, dropping the Death Slam, and still, we'll see if this works out. Cube buying some decent time here. Taking a look at Geist, able to go back around. No swap available, but still able to get his Pound of Flesh. Time's going down right after. CIS Rejects, a lot of committal here. Not necessarily getting the value they want, and they're about to lose mid-Guardian as Rayek punishes Eplifine on the rotation over and in the mid. 2 Guardian advantage now for Aegis Aurora, who really is starting to run away with this game now, Jason.
7,000 souls to go. The rotation still coming out of Rayek now from right lane to mid lane, now over to left lanes. They're looking for their last Guardian to take in this game. But Neon going to be rejoining the parties. A lot of jungles going to be spawning at the same time. Yet definitely running away with this Bandwise presence he's had alone just in this lane. It's been very difficult to deal with. And it looks like they're going to leave him mid lane while the rest of the team is going to be grouping up. So maybe not going to be going for the farm and the feed over onto Saint. Instead, going to be looking to pounce on that lane as the fight's going to be breaking out.
This is brutal. When your talent has that much room to just drop rain of arrows and just let it fly. Also, Yamato actually getting chunked in on the engage. Aegis Aurora right now just breaking back a little bit, get repositioning. And Neon Primer's cubes over in the left lane actually have been quite on point anytime you've seen CIS Rejects try to get something going with the Yamato dives. So the Viscous pick actually paying some dividends thus far here, Jason.
Yeah, not hating it. Also, I do like how he kind of gooballed right when the Death Slam is coming through too, so he can kind of fend off anyone getting in melee range to keep him and his teammate alive. Flying Strike going to come in out of Alpafine for the chase on a Wizaster, but he's going to back away from this, and honestly smart to do considering Bandwise is going to be in the vicinity. As Sonic Sniper gets a kill over to Fargareco, and I think that was in the jungle. Able to catch him out and continue to build up this lead. We're you know, sitting at 6k now. We're less than a minute left to go into the urn. With the deficit we currently have for CS Rejects, urn is such a high priority for them to be able to pick up, considering the turn-in will be on their side of the map.
I think the problem though with the urn as it is right now is that you're down in Guardian, so your map presence for CIS Rejects right now is miserable. Take a look, Neon Primer, a little bit under the gun right now. He has to go goo ball to swiftly roll away as you look at CIS Rejects rotating over and in. 10 seconds though till urn spawn, and you know, Aegis Aurora actually very close here, Jason, to getting a 3rd Guardian down, a 3-0 Guardian advantage perhaps. Death Slam though, to be dropped here onto Solo Talon, thrown into the Lion's Den, and yet the damage output isn't there somehow. I don't know how Bandwise basically took 0 damage right after that, and the follow through Senya again on in, a little bit of support the other way. Aegis Aurora cleaning up here. Another 2 are gonna be picked up from Force, maybe the only saving grace for CS Rejects from this fight as everything goes against them.
And I think the most important part of this fight is not only do they take 3 kills, they also don't allow CS Rejects to push any of these lanes to get Guardians. Like Wizaster keeps the right lane Guardian up, Sonic Sniper heads back towards middle to prevent Surgery from getting too much damage onto it. I mean, the urn was picked up and grabbed, but it actually turned into a neutral turn in between the teams. I guess it was a little bit closer than I expected in terms of the souls for both these 2 teams. I mean, Aegis Aurora, this is their chance to really pop off now. A 12k soul lead. If they prevent this urn turn in, which they can already see with Wizaster in this location, Neon Primer joining the mix, they're not going to allow it to go for free. This could have that potential for that very early snowball into a very quick game.
Yeah, I mean, everything is going Aegis Aurora's way here thus far, and you know, I just think back to mid lane where Bandwise just feasted on the Talon, but also again, it's been really nice play from Neon Primer, support on the Viscous, And now they're just looking for a skirmish here. They're not even caring about the urn. They find Elpifine over in middle, and they might just go for mid walker here, but no, actually they decided we want it all. We get the fights in middle. We're gonna start rotating over into the right, pressure onto the urn. Sanya able to find on times, and the urn turn in likely gonna get interrupted and stolen now by Aegis Aurora as Ray gets in there for a little bit of assassinate action.
Yep, been picked up yet again for Disaster. He's going to turn this one in. That lead's going to continue to grow as we're now approaching almost 20,000 souls. The Death Slam not going to connect on the bandwise. It just dashes away to the safety of the room.
Oh, classic Lash moment in 2025. You try and punish near the walker, but that 0.7 seconds, a little bit too long, just able to dash, break line of sight. Stormcloud coming on in, but okay. In this case, Geist goes, I don't even need the challenge out here. Meanwhile, bandwise, Rake, death from above in the middle. Jason, stick a fork in this one because it's about done.
That's a weird question, CP. What's your ideal steak wellness?
Medium rare. I'm not a savage.
Medium rare? Oh, I
What
like
do you mean,
medium.
blood? Are you about to tell me you're one of those well-done people?
No. That's craziness. I don't want a gray steak. I want just a little bit of pink. In Italy, when you say medium, the steak's still mooing, unfortunately. They have a way different scale of wellness when it comes to this. Well done in Italy is like barely a little, like is mostly pink with a little bit of red.
Okay, so you're saying Italy is good with food, is what?
No,
that
gross.
seems excellent.
Gross
They
food,
don't
dude.
let you just destroy a steak. But honestly, respect to Italy, even if your internet service is clearly bad.
I have a family member who will eat like a $50 filet mignon, like nice 9-ounce, but put it as gray as possible, like basically charred. Well done.
Well, are
greatness.
they about to destroy it with A1 steak sauce after? Like just the
Yes.
complete the disaster? I mean, that's almost as tragic as what is happening to CIS rejects right now because, yeah, it's been brutal. They just show up on the map now, and Bandwise drops a power shot, and it's good night. And you have the fall through here from Rayake, and yeah, Aegis Aurora looking real good right now. And I mean, opportunities for comeback here. You're hoping maybe for a Death Slam, but I don't even know if Surgery can show up, hit Death Slam, and not lose 80% of his HP to Bandwise just giving him a dirty look, Jason.
Yeah, he's at 8K. You have Sonic Sniper at 17K, Bandwise at 14, Rake at 13. There's really no chance you're gonna win out in this fight. And Apocycle, you're gonna be exploded. You're gonna be popped just as quick as you showed up in this fight. And Aegis Aurora, I mean, at the lead, we're starting to hit the points where it could be 30K in the lead for them. As you're talking about sticking a fork in, it's done. Just about them to close out the game at this point.
We're in the point where, if production was hoping for a shorter day than yesterday, there may be cheers going on in the room right now because this is looking like a sub 20-minute game, Jason. There's so little left of the take for CIS rejects. I mean, we started talking about steak, and that's because there's not as much to analyze right now as it's just a feeding machine going on right now where the power in the neutral is ridiculous. Like, you have Bandwise at 15K and Surgery at 8. What do you fear from an 8K Lash when you have double their net worth, Jason?
You fear everything as Lash. You're afraid of the wind rustling some leaves in your lane. As we can see, the Walker already being applied pressure on. They've already been able to take the mid lane here for Aegis Aurora. The right one should be falling here in just a second. Just 1 HP left. And we might even see a fight break off the back of this. You know Sonya's feeling confident here. Feeling very cocky considering the lead they have.
Goo ball straight down Broadway. Strike. Force dropping the static, or what's it called, Stormcloud, actually able to get Rayake. So, maybe a little bit of overconfidence to an extent from Aegis Aurora here. Urn, meanwhile, though, is going to get picked up. They don't want to give away any comeback gold. And Sanya comes on in and explodes out of that briefcase for the 3-piece disaster. A bit of fisticuffs in the back. And Jason, this is going to be a quick one. We are up nearly 40K at 15 minutes. About 16 minutes now.
Yeah, it's not
You don't
often-
come back from this.
Yeah, it's not often we see this kind of lead 15 minutes in. It's looking like my ranked matches, but I'm on the losing end generally when it comes to this. They're pushing the last walker on the left-hand side. And this leads me to ask probably one of the most important questions of this match, actually, ZP. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
It's fine. It's not my preference, but I don't understand the people that recoil in horror. It's still you're still eating something that is a lot of carbs, cheese, tomato sauce, and otherwise like it can't possibly be bad. Like
Okay.
there's very little you could put on pizza to ruin it.
Okay, well then that leads me to my second question. First of all, I do love pineapple on pizza, but since we have Hoot here, which I believe he's Swedish, bananas on pizza.
I haven't tried it, but I mean, again, I just think it's really hard to mess up pizza. Like, I don't know what you'd have to put on it to outweigh just like all the things it's setting to your body of this is good. You want to eat this.
It's true. You can't really mess up a base as good as pizza. Looks like the urn has been dropped. Death Sun had gone off, but I'm not sure really what it connected onto. As Banwai is just looking for the prime target to snipe away at. Uncharacteristically missing a shot here or there, but the Owl's going to be coming through to connect onto Force. And that will be the cleanup out of Sonya Sniper, picking up another double here and continuing to grow this lead to 40k as they look to eventually push the base. But more importantly,
Fargareth was gone.
disconnects. They already left.
They're opening. They're opening. There was full forfeit. So I think. Okay, it was Aegis Aurora has accepted the forfeit with the disaster and Neon Prime are immediately leaving. We don't even finish the base, or maybe we do. I don't. What in the world is going on now? Because like, ban-wise, I guess doesn't have the memos. Like, okay, I guess we're gonna finish, but 5 players from CS Rejects have left. I guess they're finishing to be clear. I don't know what the admin ruling would be in this instance, but CS Rejects had enough. That was about 10 straight minutes of ruthless just beating that went on. And they threw in the towel.
Damn. That was a very one-sided match. And again, we talked about as obviously we're being a little bit more relaxed with this matchup here, at least within this game. But still very important for Aegis Aurora to come out with this series. If they want to make it through into playoffs, if they're going to come through even in 5th place, they still have to play out a decider match to get the 4th place team. It's top 3 that moves in to like the next round of the event. But more importantly, first seed does come straight into the semifinals, guaranteed into the money. As you see the patron finally being attacked on, gonna fall pretty much as quickly as CS Rejects did in this game. But a massive lead, a lot of that being attested to the mid lane out of Badwise, even though we do see Sonya Sniper at 27,000 souls. He ate up the jungle, he ate up CS Rejects, and they're gonna eat up this map win.
Can we just talk about, a little bit of the BM from Disaster and Neon Primer leaving and making Bandwise and the others, finish out the map? Like, come on. If you got to finish out the map, team effort. No one is above the others. That's all I'm saying, Jason.
Maybe they'd use the bathroom. Like, you know what? If we were in the middle of a cast CP and you're like, oh man, I ate some really bad banana pizza, I need to use the restroom. I'd be like, yeah, I cover for you. I'd finish up the game. But no, I know what you mean.
Sorry.
Aegis Aurora, though, looking real good.
Well, as you know, food-wise here, I wish I had pizza of any sort. I mean, again, I'd throw the bananas on it. I'd try whatever. It's still pizza is pizza, but it's been more of a tuna sandwich day for me.
Tuna on pizza. That tuna on pizza with hard-boiled egg on pizza was one thing I've seen in Germany when I lived there for years, and that is one thing I will not touch whatsoever. But one thing I will touch is a quick look at the recap, the highlights from this last match, and it was a thing of beauty. Bandwise putting on the pressure so early on when it came to that middle lane. Everyone playing well on the Aegis Aurora side. And CS Rejects, I mean, they completely revamped their draft from the first match to this when they played against Atlas. We see that they've been able to adapt their draft to their opponents. But at the end point of it all, you have to be able to play something comfortable, and they got made quick work of, is all I can say.
Well, here's what I'll say, and we've given CSS some looks on their draft. Let me tell you, I feel like in this game, they have promptly, ruthlessly learned the lesson of why you don't give up GT, because Bandwise, who impressed us back on day 1 of the group matches, looked really good on the Warden. But in this case, looked remarkable on the Talon. But also, you gotta give your flowers to Sonya Sniper, just coming on in, big double kills, triple kills. Maybe making a case for Pocket not being as dead as possible. Somewhere out there, DDK is just rising from bed like the Undertaker, being like, I hear Pocket.
He's just sound asleep in his bed, his eyes open, like, there's been a change in the force or disturbance in the force. Pocket has done well, and hopefully goes right back to bed after that. But 24,000 play damage. I mean, the thing is, you had like Bandwise kind of being fed in the lanes a little bit. Sonya was just living in the jungle, constantly getting catches mean, if you look at the side of CS Rejects here, they get 6 kills total, 3 on Force, 2 on Fargareco, and 1 on Surgery. A very rough game, especially when Amplifying has 11 deaths on Yamato. But again, with how mid lane was going, it's kind of understandable.
All right, well, we are moving along here. Next draft should be underway shortly, but yeah, I mean, you talk about schedule stuff. Jason, overall, we've had some long games. The RNG has decided to bless us with great deadlock. This game, this is more of the, what you expect to see a little bit more in the group stages of just a shellacking. And there's very little you can talk about that. Where also in terms of kills, only 6 total kills for CS Rejects there, and most of them were in the very early parts of the game. It was just remarkably one-sided.
Yeah, very one-sided, and hopefully we'll be getting to the draft momentarily again, back into these teams. I mean, I still will say this, like, I do respect that Rejects were able to like completely revamp their draft, but you cannot be letting like great talent get through, as we just saw for Bandwise. You can't be allowing like so many of these high priority heroes to get through. We already do see a little bit of a switch up, but they ban out the Holiday. I think Aegis started off with a ban on Abrams, and CS Rejects banned away Holiday, giving over Great Talent once again to Bandwise over on Aegis Aurora.
Why? Did you not have enough pain in the last game? Like, okay, I get it. You think you come back here. Maybe this is a thing where they'll blame the pocket a little bit more, take the pocket earlier, but instead, CS Rejects, I mean, I'm getting deja vu here, Jason, as I look at this draft.
Looks pretty familiar.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's precisely familiar. I don't think a single thing has changed.
Yes, I would agree. That is why to me it looks familiar, because I didn't know it was like one for sure the exact same. But as you see, like the Warden ban come through, I think maybe the Abrams was different. I don't think it was Abrams banned the first time.
No, I think Abrams did get banned.
Did it?
Yes. I believe. I mean, I'm not 100%. I'm like 90% sure it did.
I'm gonna trust you, because you know what, sleep is something that escapes me this last day, and you know what, your day's not done just yet. You still have another show after this later on today.
Look, I'm just drawing energy from the nether realm right now, but come Friday or Saturday, they'll catch up. The toll is always paid, but we'll see if there's changes after the swap here in terms of play. I mean, Aegis Aurora, all right, Pocket Vindicta, I mean, they have essentially recreated the same exact draft with one crucial exception here, Jason. No Viscous.
Yeah, they need the Viscous though. I mean, Neon Primer played Viscous well, but it wasn't like something that won them the game. It wasn't something that made the game, teeter in favor of Rejects at any point. At least Rejects do have the ability to drag out some of these fights to deal with, the combo out of Disaster on the Mo and Krill. Still, Aegis Aurora getting, I would say, 4 out of 5 meta picks right now, like very high priority picks.
Yeah, and the CS Rejects come in, and by the way, I think the Abrams ban for Aegis Aurora is, when I'm thinking about like the logic as to why it would be coming in early, I think it's just very anti-Surgery. I mean, Surgery is a pretty prolific Abrams player to the point that Surgery tech was a thing, and that's because you look up at your walker and you see a big blue Abrams just beating it up with Bay, like, hello. She lives.
I mean, we saw win rate, right? At the start of the top 5 win rates, Wraith was at 100%. I think played like once, along with like the Haze, but so, that's a wild pick.
I did get a little bit insight as like part of why Wraith has been undervalued. Or rather, undervalued would imply that's a bad thing. Has been valued less by the teams. And Lightbringer is mentioning that there's actually a pretty crucial bug with Wraith at the moment, where if you have Spirit Shields up, when you use Wraith's auto fire, you don't get bonus spirit damage when you shoot someone that currently have active Spirit Shields up. It's not until the Spirit Shield is broken that you get the damage. So Wraith is actually missing out on a good amount of her poke that she would otherwise have there. So she's like artificially a bit weaker than she should be right now, which probably plays into why you've seen less. And dear Lord,
don't look.
No, I looked.
Just close your eyes. Cover that part of the screen with your hand, man. We're gonna see the Lash paired in with this on top. So I really quickly, I will say, like, Wraith in my head should indirectly become a little bit stronger because of the change to E shift. That was definitely one of the easiest counters to the telekinesis out of her. However, obviously the bug you're talking about, and in general, not being able to burst someone down within your telekinesis makes it a little bit more difficult to do so. But I wouldn't be surprised to see her come back into picks at some point, but there's still just so many other high priority heroes that you could be going for over her right now. Like I would still take a 7 over a Wraith pretty much any day.
Yeah, I think that is super fair, especially where the power is at right now. But oof, I do just wonder here. I'm thinking back to the previous series where like Surgery was able to get Abrams every time. Is Surgery's backup when you take out the Abrams to go Lash? Like, do you grant yourself the verse Lash just with a simple Abrams ban? I wonder if that is actually what's going on here, Jason. I mean, it would make sense, but dear Lord, I mean, that's not an Achilles heel. That's just like full on like an Achilles like lower torso at that point.
Sorry, I was just thinking about that Achilles, a tendon that extends over half your body. But no, I mean, yeah, if your hero pool is Abrams Lash, you're not going to be successful as a team. And I want to say like Surgery could obviously play quite a few other heroes to a decent extent, but the last game into this game, it's probably not going to be too successful for him. Like you have Stone Form to at least get away from it. Like there still are some pretty decent heroes you could grab with it. There's I think about 4, with obviously the Satchel able to buy time for Pocket. But with like how a dominant performance it was in the beginning for Aegis Aurora, it wasn't like a composition thing necessarily. It was like Grey Talon getting through that really opened things up for them, and yet they let it get through another time. Like I would at that point almost you just let the Holiday go through, or maybe you just don't ban Holiday, and then you can grab Holiday from that.
Yeah. Well, also, I did misspeak there. It's not Spirit Shield that gives the Wraith trouble in terms of stopping the spirit damage. It's a Bullet Shield item. So it's like you get Combat Barrier versus Wraith, and her 3 is now just doing nothing. Especially in the early game where it's harder to break the Bullet Shield. So, yeah, I mean, that would explain a good amount of why you'd be seeing less Wraith. Also, apparently the same thing also happens to Vindicta with her flight. It's just Vindicta has so much more going for her with flight harassment and, you know, basically sitting there with the effective op and assassinate that even missing a little bit of power on Vindicta, the rest of the kit is powerful enough. Whereas Wraith is, you know, more so reliant on auto attack damage.
I wonder if we're ever going to see a world where like you see Wraith played kind of support just to max the attack speed and the spirit damage buff that she can give. Because if you have like a gun IV or like a Viper, they're going to shred through people. If obviously that bug gets fixed and then you're able to like pair it with someone, like if you have very attack speed heavy oriented heroes, she could just put out some like serious assist damage with that. But I do wonder if we're ever going to see that world, because she also is very slippery. The telekinesis is a good escape or engage for yourself and the team.
Yeah, and I think that things are wide open, especially as the hero pool gets a little bit deeper and the game evolves over time. But tuning in, this is One Win Bombshell Volume 5. Give us a like, a subscribe if you like this content, want to see more in the future. One Win has been supporting Deadlock Esports for quite a while now, as evidenced by this is the 5th Bombshell tournament, you know, really helping facilitate competition here in the EU scene. All the links can be found in chat. And you're just wondering what's going on, this is our 2-map set here in the group stage, and we're about to play map number 2. One was not close. Bandwise Sanya took over the game as Talon and Pocket respectively. CS Rejects, the main coming in here, Jason, is that they steal the Viscous, but we'll see if that is enough to change their fate. This middle lane is looking awfully familiar, and it did not work out well for CS Rejects in the first go.
Yep. And just to give a quick update, because we didn't really hear much about why Raik was playing instead of Freemock, though we heard some rumblings in chat. I did see One Win Bombshell on Twitter. You can actually check them out at OneWin_Bombshell. They did mention that despite internal issues and disagreements, Aegis Aurora nearly swept their opponents. So it looks like there were some like problems within the team around Freemock, and maybe that's why we are seeing Raik come in. But you would never guess so, considering how one-sided that first match was. But this is still just the first of 2 matches that Aegis Aurora will be playing today. They still have to go up against Lodos, the other closed qualifier team that advanced on through, as they're looking to solidify their spot here in top 5 to get into our playoffs.
Well, sometimes it's addition by subtraction. If there is tensions within the team, you make a change, everyone's feeling good, and you know, the mental impacts can really improve your overall level of play when you're not worried about, you know, potentially players on a team being at each other's throats, where, you know, Aegis Aurora, I could see a world where there's tensions boiling over. I mean, this was a team that kicked off the beginning of the year as the #1 team in Europe, and it's just been a slow slide really ever since.
Wow, we're already going for a big commitment here of a dive over on to Surgery. It's actually Surgery not on the lash. She's on the Viscous this time. But he gets just completely caught out on the left-hand side and completely gets wiped with the floor. Not a good start here for CS Rejects. Are looking to bounce back after the first game, but mentally bouncing back after such a stomp is still very difficult to do.
It does break the narrative that we had here of, okay, you ban Abrams, you get the lash out here. It's Alpafine going to be on the lash instead. But still a tough start. I mean, the lane situation feels very, very similar to last game, where you're already very noticeably seeing Aegis Aurora take a lead in health, take a lead a little bit on economy. And this mid lane is about as dangerous gets for the Paradox and Mirage, given the GT and Pocket on the other side. And already you take a look, Fargo Echo might be getting chased down here again.
You know that mid lane is just going to pop off quite a bit. I mean, Apocycle. So is Epifine and the Yamato playing in mid lane earlier on. And Apocycle's in one of the side lanes. They've actually put him in the middle to deal with this combo that was so hard hitting against them in the last game. And so far, I mean, having, I guess, better success at the moment, considering they haven't really died in the lane just yet. But if you look at the souls, I mean, it's still at the moment like a 2-3K difference, which is kind of ridiculous. I think a lot of denies have been coming through out of Aegis Aurora so far.
I think the problem is too, like, I don't think the ult phase of things here gets particularly better for CS Rejects. I think it gets worse from where we're at, but I love the graphical bug right here. That's a trick shot there, Jason. You shoot to the left, but the bulleting, intense bullet curving from Vindicta.
Exactly, just playing as Wanted, or playing in the movie Wanted right there.
Yeah. Well, look, you know, when you're a Ghost, you have a little bit more time than average to practice some shooting tricks, as it were.
Wait, so is she actually the Ghost in the lore?
Yes.
But she's not ethereal.
Ghost that is out for vengeance on top of that.
It's interesting because I want to think of a Ghost, I think like see-through, you know, ethereal, can like walk through walls.
Well, have you thought about just running around completely blue while barefoot? Because that's a Ghost in the Deadlock lore, Jason.
So does that mean a certain other blue sniper is a Ghost in another game? Or is she just drained of blood?
And that's also more of a purple, but here we go. Viscous, Surgery, in danger, gets the parry. Counter parry's coming on in. The support squad. Surgery, though, might get away from this one with the well-timed parry, so enough to stay alive, but not enough to convert it into anything more. Comes back out for a little bit of poke, but still dangerous here on the left-hand side. Swap, though, still down for Geist, and yet that may not be stopping Saint from deep diving a little bit more there onto the left. Still Surgery on the menu, and this time won't get away as Rayek off to the right lands the assassinate. It's nothing but yellow filling up right now. Aegis Aurora on a tear. Everyone falling for CS Rejects. Jason, we're going back. We may be talking about banana pizza in about 5 minutes.
5 kills in a row unanswered. Finally, Apocycle's able to get one. I'm queuing up my pizza talk, but Surgery with him and Apocycle are going to prevent me from going back into it. That's tough, man. Destin's going to come through, going to catch out onto Rayek, who's able to get around the corner in time and get on top of the bridge, but gets stunned on the climb, gets frozen, sheltered in, and I think there's no escape for this Ghost. Times 9's going to lock that one in and finally pull something back here for the Rejects.
A little bit of stability perhaps coming on in after what was a horrific start. The thing that really snowballed it out of control last time was the Guardian situation too. It wasn't just the kills in lane, but the fact that the kills in lane converted to 3 Guardians being down to 0 in favor of Aegis Aurora, which I think is actually an even deeper metric than the overall economy early enough in the game, because the ramifications of how the game plays out after are very negative for the team that's lost that many Guardians that quickly.
Yeah. I mean, map control, jungle control, not to mention the soul lead the enemies are going to get against you. They're going to be able to transition those into items.
That's about left and right about to go down here, Jason. Like, we see left going down on one side and right going down on the other. It's beginning.
Beginning of the end here for Rejects if this continues. Paradoxical swap coming through to buy some time for Fargareco to survive, but the power shot as well connecting. Force is going to fall. Rayek gets down Amplified, both on either side of the map. 1 kill apiece. And those Guardians, even mid Guardian, might be going down here momentarily.
I mean, do you want to sit here and stand in line of sight of the Talon? I don't think so. So left Guardian down, right Guardian down, middle Guardian. Just if you try and contest it, you're probably going to die the bandwise. Things have already gone wildly out of control here for CS. Rejects Affliction now gonna be dropped in from, and the combo here too. I mean, you drop an Affliction, and the Talon is remotely within like a 5-mile radius of you. You might just be dead.
I think it missed though. I think it actually didn't connect onto either of them. The Periscope swap going to come through in theory good. Yao comes in to connect onto both. They're both extremely low HP. The power shot connects over onto Farger Echo, and they're able to close things out. Even the rotation in out of Rake from that right hand lane. Another Guardian's going to fall, and that's going to be the third and final one for Rejects. And Aegis Roar off to the races here. Already an 8K lead. That's going to extend even further.
Well, a bold decision, Jason, perhaps, to give up the Talon again after where we went, or even the pocket with how well Sanya was playing it. Telekinesis in onto the Geist. However, she's gonna be able to turn the corner, has the swap ready to go. Now would like to re-engage if the Wraith was going on in, but I think Force and Surgery think a little bit better of that.
You could just see that he was just waiting, like Saint was like, please, please, someone come towards me so I can swap HP with you and get a kill.
Peek me, I want your soul.
Exactly, man. I've definitely had those moments on Geist. Then again, it ends up with me failing because my internet slows down to the point where they're right next to me and I can't actually get the soul exchange off.
You know, it is a legitimate problem, Jason, but I also just feel like I don't know where the problems, you know, end and the excuses begin, because I feel like any bad game you have, you'd be like, oh, it's Italy. Like, even if it's true, when it's not true, you could just say Italy and people would believe you. But okay, the softest death slam ever onto the Mo into Alpafine immediately dying. That was like, that wasn't a slam. I don't know. That was like
a nudge,
soft thud at best.
Death thud.
Death thud.
I will say this, by the way, on
your irritating thud.
Yeah, onto your previous topic, I think every complaint out of me is underlined with the fact as it is slightly an excuse about my own gameplay. To be fair,
we know the real answer. You just gotta apply the interpreter to figure out what Jason is really saying.
Just I'm saying it without actually saying it, and I think people who end up knowing me know that yeah, it's just me playing bad, and generally I'm blaming my internet, but it's probably mostly me. But right now, you can't really blame too much on Aegis Aurora in their gameplay. 11,000 souls, 9 minutes in. Again, the first urn is going to be spawned in about 30 seconds. We saw CS Rejects initially get the hand on it in our last match, but they weren't able to get the turn in, and it got just pretty much handed over to Aegis Aurora for a free extra 3,000 souls.
Look, the Guardian advantage here is ridiculous. Not just that they're 3 up in Guardians, but the Aegis Aurora Guardians aren't even low, Jason. Like, none of this gets any better. The Owl floods on through the Veil, threads the Needle, the Death Star Trench, directly in the Fargo Echo. Once again, I mean, I'm almost at the point where you look at it's only 11K, but this feels done.
He's at plus 20 on his Owl already, and we're 10 minutes in. I feel like that means he's been basically going to kill this Owl every single time he's used it. It's kind of ridiculous. There's the urn. And the pickup will be grabbed by Neon Primer, who's already heading towards the turn-in on the right-hand side of the map. And to be honest, without Death Slam available out of Epifine or Death Nudge or whatever you want to call it, Annoyance Thud, there's really no chance that they're going to lose out on a turn-in if they go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be focused on the turn-in. This is going to be deep in the enemy territory. The only really upside here is, oh god, Lash just taking shots to the back from the Talon here, and yeah, Lash, valiant effort, but and the donation to your local Great Talent Fund is successful. Here's your receipts.
Surgery still away the urn. He picks it up, he runs. The Owl gonna come through. We're gonna go for Fargo Echo instead. He's gonna get another kill, so additional damage being added in. He's trying to go for the turn. He's trying to rush it through. I think Wazaster's gonna be there though. The combo comes in, but he hits on the wrong target, and Surgery gets the turn in.
Tragic when you tell Mo to do one thing and just combos the wrong person. Wazaster falling. Somewhere out there, it's like hashtag free Mock was right, but also Aegis Pro is still vastly ahead of the game, even with the mistake here onto the urn, as Sanya is pressed to cleave this Kelvin from the back. Although, doesn't want to take a too rough a fight. Alpafine, super low. Over and in, and that last thing there at 2 HP, pocket, just peek, just do it. The opportunity is gone.
I don't think they're gonna take the walker on this push. At least Far Greco's responding with the push onto the Guardian, looking for their first objective of this game to get some sort of souls back for themselves. I mean, it's only 8k difference. We had a much bigger lead at this point in the last game.
Well, most of that is off the arguable misclick from Disaster, just hitting the wrong target. If they get Urn, it goes the other way. But even still, again, I actually think economy is less relevant to look at than the pushing here, where every Guardian for Aegis Aurora still at half, every Guardian for CIS down, and it's going to be just one more team fight until you start seeing walkers go down in turn. I mean, this is horrific for CS rejects at the moment.
Your arcane mastery will grow.
Curious if we're going to have another team fight break out before this next Urn comes in. Trying to force the fight, to force the objective. It's down to 8k difference between these two teams. We see some more items coming online here. Plus 25 for bandwise now on the Grey Talon. Far Greco gotta be a little bit respectful here. Does have a lot of shield on his way, on his side at least. But yeah, surprisingly enough, Aegis Aurora playing pretty slow at the moment. Like they're still kind of grouping up, clearing out some jungle. I mean, they're not really grouping up for picks anywhere around the map either.
I think they're content to fight Urn without, and also you take a look at where they're at. They've been eating good portions of the CS rejects jungle. It's not like they're only hanging back to their own area. Like you look over, it's like yellow encroaching on blue the entire way forward. They're keeping the lanes pretty deep into CS rejects territory also, which is lessening the odds of like any Guardian going down anytime soon. Sanya, meanwhile, wants a little bit of Mirage here. Goes on in, drops the Affliction. Didn't like how it was evolving. As you see last year, rooftop to rooftop, looking for the contest, goes in, Death Slam here onto the little bit of a drop. Still got Talon in the area looking to help support, but Sanya is going to get bursted down. The full team effort coming on in. Telekinesis, meanwhile, being shifted here onto Buys. No, it was actually onto Neon Primer. Neon Primer getting caught, so 2 pickups from CS Rejects. Actually kind of important, Jason.
Yeah, but they committed 5 players to be able to get those kills, those 2 kills. In the meantime, they're losing mid lane Walker. They're maybe losing left lane Walker as Surgery's just trying to survive up against Saint. They lose a lot more objectives than what they actually get for themselves in kills, unless they can respawn with objectives in their own. Which they do, I guess, technically. You get the Guardian taken by force.
Backdoor.
Go on.
You see that right there? The Paradox actually went back to try and backdoor the Guardian, and now has to deal with your favorite Ghost Girl walking up in the same way. Just like, please, Guardian, please. It's gonna come at a cost, though, Jason.
I mean, that is the flex thought, like you're mentioning. And yeah, Far Greco will fall. I mean, they do have 80,000 souls, so it's kind of nice to have a flex slot opened up for themselves. But now with like the Urn spawning in, not the best time to lose players. And well, speaking of that, Saint's gonna fall as he continues to try to push this left-hand Walker. It's still pretty healthy, above half HP. But left and right buff both picked up for the side of Aegis Aurora. And you would imagine this Urn's gonna be ran over as well.
You know, the interesting thing here, when you look at income allocation, while CS Rejects is behind, Force is kind of farming. Richest person in the game is a Wraith.
But is that farm on a Wraith going to be enough to carry is my question.
In this day and age, perhaps not, but it's still something to hang your hat on, if
True.
nothing else. Pocket. You get the teleport as just says goodbye. Also, uncontested in, coming on in for Aegis Aurora, gonna add more to their lead. Epicycle, know where to go, and I think they're content just to get left Walker. Amplifying is gonna come in, has Death Slam, goes for it, and a sight break. Now they turn the focus fire back on the Amplify. More rotating on over here for CS Rejects, but it feels like this could go really ugly for them if they're not careful. Several super low. Go back to base, but Aegis Aurora going for different objectives here. They lose right Walker, actually.
Yeah, Force has just been split pushing. You talked about, the soul allocation for him. He's able to get a Guardian before it gets a Walker now. Even if he does die, it's still going to be worth it. They get another flex slot in quick turnaround. But now down 2 players. Maybe there's a role to Aegis Aurora say we go mid boss here.
the pause. Wouldn't be a full set here in Europe without the pause. Just like in North America, the NA players are notorious for many bathroom breaks. I feel like you're in Europe, the players are way more punctual, way less bathroom breaks, but way more pausing.
Sometimes you just gotta pee, or sometimes you have a little bit of lag. Just Elite picked up over Sonya Sniper, man.
Sonya is chewing, by the way. That's a lot of gum. Like, that's not like an insubstantial amount of gum when looking at that player shot. He's good to go.
I remember back in when I was younger, we had this little arcade we would go to. It's also a pizza place, and they had like free, was like Hubba Bubba gum, like these like big, the pink big pieces of gum, and I would always take like 20 of them if I could. And my jaw would hurt of having this massive wad of gum in my mouth. It was great, fantastic. I miss it.
Another walker gonna fall in her Apocycle though, able to take down Wizaster in turn, so it's out penalty for Aegis Aurora. Meanwhile, Force of Nature here, able to go in, takes down Bandwise, a 23k Wraith. The one big threat left for CS Rejects that they have to give respect to, but Fargareco and caught.
Walker's taking a lot of damage on the left side. And that's going to fall. So that's the third Walker and final Walker of the game being taken by Aegis Aurora.
Well, looking over here, I don't know if that's just us or on the broadcast, but here with a little bit of music right now, Jason. We take a look at Ivy here for Aegis Aurora. Still pretty firmly ahead at the moment, 122k to 106k. The Wraith being able to split and get farm has added a wrinkle to this that has made this game closer than it was before, but Aegis Aurora has been making slightly better max on the whole here. More done on the map. Wizaster, though, they began caught to swap over and in and done. It's a little too deep for the mole, and I'm not talking about deep into the ground.
Well, yeah, technically deep into the ground, 6 feet under the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, wrong in that
Usually
one.
goes a little bit deeper than that.
Yeah. I mean, Aegis Aurora not looking as confident to finish off the game as they looked prior. They're still sitting on a pretty hefty lead. They're going to be chewing through the jungle now. And for CS Rejects, if we're to like get onto topic here of like their comeback potential, I mean, Force, he's up to 26,000 souls. Like, he is ripping through this game right now. Where if he starts to group with the team, he could put some, a formidable amount of damage into this game. It's just about putting him in position to be successful.
Well, rotations coming on in now. CS Rejects all moving between left and middle. If they could set things up properly, give Force a path forward. Aegis Aurora not working with the advantage they had in the last game. Mistake. Good catch to Fargareco. Fargareco under pressure. Rain of arrows from above. Vindicta looking for a snipe on the other hand. Gonna get caught and down. Meanwhile, Alpafine rather, in the sky. Again, caught just a bit, and Disaster getting hit by Force. Meanwhile, though, Sanya, Jason, going to explode and ends up with another 3. Sanya did this a bit last game, and man, oh man, finds the moment as pocket to just break the team fight wide open.
I think DDK just woke up again, just randomly from his deep slumber. As we have Sonya Sniper, like I said, once again, just popping off, putting on some good damage. Mid boss going to be immediately forced on by Aegis Aurora, only losing 1 and taking down 5. This is a start to the end, I almost feel like, here for CS Rejects. They're going to go for the mid boss directly into an earned turn in. They still have the right buff to take, and you sure as hell know they're going to be looking towards those base guardians, and not to mention the shrines thereafter. I mean, yeah, you might have 26,000 souls for Force, but like there's really no front line.
Jason, they're going in. They're getting surgery, looking for the rejuvenator, dropping on over, but no, Saint gonna capture it. The puddle punch not in time. I don't hate the attempt at a steal here for CS Rejects, because I do think that the game kind of goes into end state here with the rejuvenator grabbed here by Aegis Aurora, ready to put this one away.
Up to 23,000 souls with the turn in, especially if there's another fight here with the turn in. I mean, at least there's no affliction, but there's still going to be a combo up to be used. There's still soul exchange. There's still a lot of ultimates online for Aegis Aurora. That this is going to be a fairly easy turn in. As Force is back to his original ways, pushing out the left lane guardian, where he's going to be up against Bandwise here in a few moments. while the rest of Aegis Aurora is going to be sieging out on towards this base.
This is the perfect spot.
Oh. Amplifying. Death Slam is good to go. At a minimum. But also look to the left-hand side. This has been the most interesting story. The Wraith. Solo pushing here on the left. Wraith versus Talon. And now, Bandwise actually wanting to take the fight. It's going to be Force ziplining away. Doesn't like it anymore. Going to rejoin the rest of his team. As the rest of Aegis Aurora right now just looking to get some Guardians down.
Yeah, they're taking the right lane and the mid lane Guardians. I think there's just one left. As Force has regrouped with his team, just boosting on back to make sure they can defend against us. And well, Aegis Aurora, they didn't lose anyone on this push, but at least they're able to get some more ground, and they have a lot of jungle to eat through to continue to extend that lead. 32,000 souls in the advantage. As Disaster is looking for a catch here on the right side jungle, but we can see with the lane so far pushed up, where no one's really going to push forward for it.
No, not quite. And I mean, this is where Aegis Aurora is, 1 or 2 picks away from getting first stage patron down and being on the way. Just end it here and now. And on top of that, they're just dominating whatever income CS Rejects would like to get from the jungle, which is, just expanding the lead, Jason.
And they're back for another push with all the lanes shoved up. I mean, Amplifying, he's going to have his Death Slam up soon, but even with his Death Slam, I just don't know if they have the damage to back it up with Force. Hopefully, you guys Telekinesis max to maybe buy some extra time for some free damage to come out of them. But this poke that's coming through out of not only Sonic Sniper, but of course, Bandwise, is really being difficult for Rejects to deal with. Rake's able to take down Fargo Echo. They're going to need that swap. That was like only the one of the 2 ways to initiate. Then again, I would definitely take the Death Slam over it. And the push will slowly still come through. That's be the combo being landed as well. Hop a cycle. The tornado's gonna save you for a second, but Saints eventually able to finish off the kill. And we can see a flying Mo in the background looking to charge straight on through with Force using the card tricks to get away back into the base. The shrines will fall, and then the first stage patron will fall after.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing if you're Aegis Aurora that you do have to give a little bit of respect to is you don't want to get death slammed in the fountain, but for now they're keeping them distance, looking for the shrine. Or actually, backing out a little bit as you see Force right now in hot pursuit, looking for the Vindicta, and just melts her again. Back to spawn, ghost or no, it's gotta hurt.
A little bit of a ground pound coming through, but you see how little damage it does to Sonya Sniper. At least Amplifying, he's above 8,000 souls. He's keeping up a little bit better with his team compared to the last game when Surgery was on it. And maybe Sonya Sniper getting caught out. This could be a decent amount of souls being taken back for Rejects. They're not going to get too hyped because they're still down over 30,000 souls. Saint comes back in with a soul exchange. Fargo Echo's on the chase, but immediately turning tail and running, considering there's still too many members of Aegis Aurora here. And the turnaround, Saint's able to get the kill onto him. Also Amplifying falls to Neon Primer. And that should be now, like, the first stage patron. Why not? You have a ton of time to work with here.
Get first stage patron in order. And also, I mean, CS Rejects kind of lucky that Aegis Aurora didn't just take it out to begin with, because they could just look to end the game. Also, I think a devastating, if they could get it here, would be the get down Force, where you only have 3 left. Aegis Aurora is working with a full 6. So the ability here, if you able to lock down Force, who is really the main threat that you have left here for CS Rejects, you might be able to just go first stage patron directly in the second stage. A very tenuous position for CS Rejects, but we'll see if they can do anything here, Jason. But usually when the game is this far gone, you don't see teams come back.
Yeah, I think we've only seen it like 1 or 2 times ever in like professional pro deadlock play. It comes down to mistakes. It doesn't even come down to you. It comes to you taking advantage of massive mistakes. Time is not getting completely caught up the cube. It's not going to save you. It's going to buy you a second of time. Is from the sky. Performing pretty well so far. Just Aurora taking over the spot from the Vindicta player. Yes, but no bad. Otherwise, he really wishes his arrows could go through these walls. It's all coming out amber for Aegis Aurora, picking up 4 more kills. Force and Alpha Cycle left to defend. And this is
A little bit more.
looking pretty solid. I mean, the CS Rejects, I think there were like a little bit questionable in the drafts that we've seen of the match when it came to the drafts. They looked obviously a lot better playing from behind up against Atlas earlier on, but there was no chance to come back into this game. Aegis Aurora really proven to be a completely different team for them to deal with.
All right. Well, Aegis Aurora making it quick, making it fast, and also, to me, Jason, this just feels like what I expected from our first set of games versus CS Rejects, where when you give up significant hero power, especially things like the Great Talon, you have to play near perfectly to bring it back. And band-wise, was playing Great Talon at a completely different level than what we saw Atlas play in our first 2-map set earlier in the day. And CS Rejects run into a bit of meta reality, I felt like.
Yeah, I don't think they're playing well enough to get into a top 5 position, advance on through into the playoffs. So they're just going to have to, I guess, come back stronger. They still have a couple more matches to play over the course of today and tomorrow. Tomorrow more so for them since they've already played out 2 today. I mean, I did see some good things, like Force in particular, for like looking at coming into this event. You don't expect them to be like top 3. You don't expect them to get into the money, but it's a chance for them to kind of make names for themselves. And Force definitely impressed me when it came to his 7 over the course of this event. But obviously, like, the team has some things to work on when it comes to macro play and definitely when it comes to the draft.
Draft, I'd say paramount, all in all, because execution can only bring you so far. But also, I mean, this is, I guess, also a draft-related comment, but didn't like the Lash here, especially if you're going to pick the Lash into GT. Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I mentioned the idea that you could death slam GT and control him, but the way it panned out in actuality here was, hey, there's a Lash up in the sky. Sure would be a shame if he just got hit by the GT and lost half of his HP, now wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be a shame if their Lash was set very far behind and he couldn't even afford to go for a death slam, because it would just look like a tickle slam. Death tickle? That death tickle's still too
I mean,
intense.
I just feel like you don't have death in there at that point. Like, you're barely getting slammed and no one is dying. It's more like if anyone is dying there, it's the Lash when you're that far behind.
Rory getting themselves one step closer to solidifying their spot into top 5. I think maybe Lotus is the only other team that can challenge out against him for that position, which, funny enough, they'll be meeting up against next here in our next series, which will be our final series of the day before Seymour and Metro comes back into this. But Aegis Aurora, you got to be feeling good. You got to be feeling like really warmed up after this game. Ray coming in last second, it feels like for Aegis Aurora had a pretty solid game and a good way for him to start off within the team here, considering some last second changes have been made for the roster.
Yeah, and for Aegis Aurora, again, I wonder if there's just a scenario here where the pressure is off. You kind of had, depending on who you believe. We don't know 100% sure, but given that One Win themselves tweeted this out, there may have been internal tensions that boiled over within the team. You've hit the release valve, you've made a change up as to who is on the team, and suddenly, it looks a lot better, Jason.
Yeah, honeymoon period is something I always look at when it comes to that, when you make roster changes. I'm not sure if it's like a permanent roster change. I'm not sure if it's temporary, but so far, yet again, that would be a good way to continue the momentum for Aegis Aurora and potentially keep this roster together as a team. The Sonya Sniper, I feel like it's definitely misleading with the pocket, because these 2 games have been so one-sided. Of course, the stats will look relatively good. I think you put him on pocket against, Virtus Pro, One Win, Paravision, Thanos. I don't think it's going to be played as cleanly.
I gotta say, every time I hear the name, Thanos just upsets me. It's like, you could have just named yourself Thanos. Like, it is such an odd name to say, and yet, here we are. I gotta actually, ask Hydration why. Like, I should just actually drop him in DM right now and just be like, why? And see if he picks up as the, why I'm doing that. Maybe multiple things he might think in regards to that, but I don't know. I think that's my side project here, Jason, is figuring out why has that been named. But you look at the bottom half of the schedule, things are very much going to be exciting for the last half of the day. Stats also that we just saw there, a little bit interesting, but also pretty one-sided coming in from Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, and just to give a quick reminder for all of you viewers out there who are watching, I mean, we do have still 5 more matches to come your way today, 5 more best of 2s, and then 1 more day of group stage. We've got Aegis Aurora up against Lotus coming up next. Then we have a back-to-back with One Win playing against Lotus, then Paravision. And then after that, Paravision takes on Thanos, and Virtus Pro takes on Thanos. There's insanely good games. I think the last 3 matches of the day is really where my eyes are looking towards. One Win Paravision, Paravision Thanos, Virtus Pro Thanos. Seeing Thanos take down One Win 2-0 yesterday, highly unexpected. If they can do it again to Virtus Pro, I think it might maybe puts something in your thoughts of, is NA actually better than EU?
Yeah, well, okay, that you've brought that up. That's like one of those things where you just hear the rumblings on the ground of just the enormous fight that's about to take place. Even in esports, where NA has had periods of dominance over EU would never admit it in that point. Like, I remember going back to the OW days, you know, there was a LAN where like just EU was talking enormous amounts against the NA side, and NA was actually stronger on paper. And even after getting destroyed on LAN, it was like maybe 2 weeks before the talk started about like, no, EU way better. So
was this back when I was casting Overwatch? Because in my head, if anyone's gonna be smack talking, it's gonna be Taimu.
No. Taimu was gone at that point, or at the very least, he was in like the league, but he was bench. This is like 2018 that I'm thinking back to.
Well, I mean, that's always going to be a topic that is going to be out there to be discussed by so many different people until we have our first LAN, until we have the first, NA versus EU proper battles on the same amount of ping, ideally 0 ping. I mean, Thanos, they've had a strong start in this event. They're definitely looking like a contender potentially for the title. I mean, even potentially the number 3 team in EU, fun enough with the mix that they currently have. The work they've been putting in has been helping out quite a bit. But they still have a very tough challenge with Virtus Prote, who have been newly crowned the champions of EU over in DFN. But we still have a lot more matches coming up today. I believe we are going to be having a break coming up shortly before we get underway with our next set. I don't think even production expected this series to go so quickly, though, ZP.
Yeah, and you know what? I believe it is time to call for the break. I'm going to call for it, and if it's not, then we'll just sit here for a second, stare, for 2 seconds, and then carry on. But this is One Win Bombshell Volume 5 coming up next. We're going to see how the day will evolve, as it's going to be Aegis Aurora looking to maintain the momentum against Lodos. Okay, we're actually, we're still here, Jason, but that is what's coming up next.
It is what's coming up next. And Lotus definitely proven to be the better team when we saw them play against CS Rejects. Then again, they did trade, I believe, 1-for-1. So it's not too crazy. I think there's a world where Aegis Aurora could potentially pull off this kind of play. But I am hearing production is like, no. We're going to let Jason throw it to break for once. So you know what? I'm going to be the one to do it this time, ZP. We will be heading to a break. This is the One Win Bombshell Volume 5. We still have 5 more series to come up today, and you're not going to want to miss them.
Day 3 of One Win Bombshell Volume 5 continues on here and now. More group stage play coming at you as Aegis Aurora takes down Lodos in the next match, or rather takes on, I should say.
Well, read the script early there, ZP, huh?
Yeah. It's just like, actually, he knew. No, but for Aegis Aurora, we kind of mentioned before, this is kind of the weaker half of the schedule where they got a lot of the very tough games in early on in the group stage, but now, they look a little bit more relaxed. They look loose, and in the previous match against CS Rejects, they looked unstoppable.
Yeah, and obviously with the roster swap coming into this with Rake, we take over Fremont spot. I'm surprisingly how good they looked and how well Rake looked on that Vindicta position. Lodos, though, going to be in for a tough time here. I think the only map that they won was up against CS Rejects, where they split it 1-1 apiece between the two. But they do have some decent players. I think one hole we've seen in the Lodos roster, though, came down to their mid lane, where we saw Thanos destroy them. We saw a lot of teams be able to punish them when it comes to the mid lane, and that's, I still feel like, to us, one of the highest priority lanes to see at the moment in our 3-lane deadlock.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, we've seen people also put some of their premium hero picks into middle pretty often, right? Like you'll see your Holiday go middle, your Paradox go middle, your Mo and Krill go middle, your Yamato go middle. Like essentially all the heroes that we see teams prioritize for their first 3 picks will usually be brought into the middle.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that comes into question, what are we going to see picked up? Or most importantly, like Holiday, Mo, and Krill, if you guys are just joining us, you didn't watch any of the games before, such high priority heroes to kind of put and pair together in a lane. When we get into the draft, I'm assuming Aegis Aurora won't be picking up great talent. Like, I'm assuming that has to be banned away by Lodos, because if they even watched one of those last 2 games, they would see exactly why it deserves that ban.
Yeah, I feel like for Lodos, I don't believe they're going to go, yes, Bandwise, you can have the Grey Talon. Please continue to shoot us with power shots and owls. I think they may give up Pocket to Sanya, because I still don't think Pocket has been higher value, even though Sanya did make it look, like maybe, the conventional wisdom right now is wrong and actually DDK was right, which, by the way, could be a possibility, because I do think Dan made a very good point yesterday on the idea of, well, we've thought Pocket has been dead before, and it has happened a lot in Deadlock history, and Pocket rises from the grave. Oftentimes there's other things going on, but there also could just be a world where people just need time to adapt off the very potent drug that was having E-shift.
I don't want to live in a world where Dan's right, man. No, but you're right. Like, he definitely made a valid point that there's been constant nerfs to Pocket, and yet people kind of forget how strong he is actually. I think though, this nerf was pretty big. Like the weapon damage that he has early in the game, I think it eventually scales out to more of a proper position later on when you get towards max level. But he lost a lot of his early game power, especially with the satchel, and that's where kind of Pockets would use as a pivot point to get going, like as their little spark to start that fire of their impact into the match. Though Sonya did pretty well, eating up the jungle constantly once he got freed up in that lane. But yeah, the great talent, I'm expecting to not see Pocket picked up out of Aegis Aurora. I would assume that was more of like a little bit of fun for them. I don't think it's a viable competitive pick at the moment. But then again, up against Lotus, it's not necessarily going to be one of the most difficult matchups for them, considering they already played against One Win earlier on. They played, I believe, against VP as well. At least they're able to split up against One Win with One Win.
Yeah. Although, again, the asterisk that comes into play there is, well, you beat One Win, but One Win also drafted Lash McGinnis.
True.
Where, at some point there's going to be a stat of worst win rates in One Win Bombshell, because we're getting stats here and there as promo graphics. And we're just going to see McGinnis at a whopping 0%, because to my knowledge, that was the only time McGinnis was brought into play. And we tried the theory craft. Oh, maybe they're doing the McGinnis because there's a warden and you could do a wall off against the warden, but it just no, absolutely not. I'm not convinced McGinnis is there yet, even though she did get some buffs in the last patch. But now we are heading into the draft. We'll see what, if anything, has changed here. For me, I expect a angling here from Lodos. We don't know who has first or second pick, but if Lodos has second pick, Aegis Aurora is probably not going to be playing the talent. I expect the ban to come on in, and it was Lodos with first pick, and Aegis Aurora decide, no talent for you, picking up Holiday first, and then putting a premium on the Vindicta, getting her second.
I mean, with Mo being banned out by Lotus, so that does leave open Sinclair. It leaves open Mirage on top of this. So at least for Aegis Aurora, they're keeping at least one flyer, but they've given up a lot of big meta heroes right now to Lotus' side, and I'm really already starting to dig the draft out of Lotus. And for Aegis Aurora, I mean, we've seen Geist be banned away. Is Geist something they're going to pick up here that they now have the
Yes.
freedom to secure?
100%. I think you go Geist here. If you don't go Geist, something is going wrong. I think there's a world where Aegis Aurora would have some degree of worry, where they would go, maybe what if they banned the pocket in the mid bans? They saw Sanya do really well on the pocket before, and as a result, they would try to get rid of it there. But I think that's overthinking it. You grab power here if you're Aegis Aurora. I believe you go for the Geist here. It is the proper play from what we have seen, or the Yamato. I think you make the argument Yamato. You like Yamato, Geist, a little bit of a dealer's choice. I actually like the Geist more, and I'm happy they pick it here. I think between the two, I think Geist shields you from more things, and still herself is pretty good against Yamato on the other end.
Yeah, and I don't really expect to see Yamato banned, though we did have it happen yesterday. I think it's something you want to leave open more freely, but I know we're still a little bit unsure of who gets first pick out of this. Because I think we have like a slightly different format of like how the picks bans work in the second banning phase. But like Lotus, I'm trying to think if they did play, let me just double check really quickly. If they did play any Yamato in their matches so far. And I'm seeing yesterday they didn't play it.
I think if you're Lotus here,
They
I
did.
actually do. As much as I don't think Pocket is that great right now, I do like the idea of a Pocket ban because of how much Aegis Aurora was playing it in the last series. I think that I do think when you get into second bans in general, Jason, it's way better to target your bans to enemy team preferences in the second ban phase overall.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I'm just trying to think if there's any like specific heroes that we'd want to see taken away at this point, though. I mean, you still have like Kelvin up. Realistically, I don't think to see Bebop being picked here, considering both teams do have a pick or like a pick hero already. I mean, there's also maybe a world where Lotus bans out Abram. Actually, no, I think they want to pick like an Abrams. Or they need some sort of front line here.
I think if you wanted to play it, you absolutely could pick a Bebop. Like we've seen Bebop do well in the holiday comps, if you have like both holiday and Bebop. So I think you could still do it for either team. If you wanted to have Bebop here, I think it would actually be a fine pick. But yeah, I'm just curious on the bans. I again, for me, I think the Pocket, well, no pun intended, the Pocket ban for Lotus here is to actually ban Pocket. For Aegis Aurora, I mean, we'll have to see pick order coming on out here. I mean, banning Yamato if you don't have first pick out of the second round of bans would be good. Also, it's been so long since the bans update here, I feel like we're just gonna have the entire rest of the draft just like poof onto our screen any moment. And okay, they banned Yamato, Jason.
Yeah, so no intention to pick it. I'm still looking towards like what's ban wise going to play. Like Warden's still going to be available for him if he wants to go that route. Obviously with great talent takeaway, no chance of seeing that. I mean, I keep bringing up ban wise, but honestly, like he's still going to be one of like the big focal players of Aegis Aurora. I know we got to see a lot out of Sonya Sniper, but he hasn't really had that same effect on the team. Like with the addition of ban wise, we've definitely seen a big change around in like I guess the power level of Aegis Aurora. Sonya's been around on the team for a while now. We're still waiting. I mean, you called like a pocket ban for Lotus. We're still waiting for the second ban to come through. I mean,
Also,
maybe.
I actually do think, you know, kind of what you're kind of referencing here, with Talon being banned, I think Warden would not be bad at all here for Aegis Aurora. Okay, the second ban comes in and it's a Kelvin. I think based on what they played before, you don't have the talent available. You can put Bamwise over to the Warden. You can still use Sanya on Pocket. And you have a comp that's kind of similar to what you were able to run before. See where it goes.
I mean, are you going to run a Warden into a Sinclair, though?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it done
Probably
before.
No, people have done it and it's worked, but I don't like it on principle. I think I agree. Once you actually have the Sinclair involved, you don't go Warden. For frontline, though, for Aegis Aurora, like, what else do you have in the frontline? This may be a Calico pick coming on in because Calico and or Abrams. Well, yeah, actually, definitely Abrams. You have Vindicta.
And or Shiv,
I
too,
think
on top of that. I mean, I know you don't like seeing Shiv without Kelvin, but we have seen Kelvinless Shivs work out pretty well. And actually, the Warden going to be taken away by Lodos, and Pocket will be locked in. Okay, so a little bit of a switch up. I mean, I don't think there's a threat for Lotus to have to worry about the Warden being counterpicked, because as the Sinclair, like we pointed out before, but the Pocket still being committed out of Aegis Aurora. Not sure I'm sold on it still.
I mean, it feels like it may be at the very least more comfort pick if it's not meta pick, but yeah, if you're looking to shore up the front line for Aegis Aurora, you 100% grab the Abrams here. You set up the Abrams Vindicta lane. It's still pretty good in this situation, especially with no Mo, where I do think Abrams can kind of fill a little bit like a Mo role, though I'd consider Mo like stronger in that. It's a little bit different between the two, and there's a lot of talk about how Abrams is not quite as good as he used to be, based on the HMC nerf. But I do like what Abrams would bring to the AA squad here as one of the final picks, and then beyond that, maybe you shore it up finally with a 7. With Infernus, and okay, they go Shiv instead. Shiv Viscous.
Look the other side.
And Infernus Lash on for Lodos. Okay, that escalated quickly, Jason.
You're gonna hate me for this. I don't really fully hate a Lash Warden combo. Like a Lash Death Slam into a Hex into Last Stand is a lot of damage. Also, you have a Tornado to hold them there too. The last caveat though is the fact that we've not seen any big Death Slams whatsoever in any of the matches we've been casting. We've seen like 1, 2, man, sometimes 3. The Lash has had such a bad track record in 1 win that it's hard to like root for him right now.
When we see Lash, most of the time it's followed up by here's the bell, people dodge out of line of sight, don't actually get hit by the Death Slam, and then Lash himself dies like 5 to 10 seconds later. That has been the flow for Lash getting picked. And, again, I asked a few people behind the scenes, like Lightbringer and a few others, about, hey, is Lash doing well in Scrimbucks? And everyone I was able to ask him, he was like, no, hero bad. So I don't know where the, sudden investment in, yeah, we want to run a Lash, especially after you already have, some playmaking potential in the Paradox, or even, the Sinclair. You could use audience participation on the holiday. You could have lasso options of your own in addition to the swap. You didn't need the Lash here when I look at Lotus' comp.
I mean, I understand it, but I think we both agree we're not big fans of it. You do have some really decent wombo combo potential, and you can swap someone in and you can still kill them with the binding word and just the tornado and the damage you're gonna have. But Death Slam, Combustive Combustion, Hex, Tornado, Last Stand, Time Bombs. There is the potential to hit these ridiculous combos, but being reliant on your Lash to create that opportunity for all your abilities to synchronize together is a lot to ask for in the current state of Deadlock. So I think Lotus are still going to be depending quite heavily on the Paradox swaps to come through to actually be the initiator. And then Aegis Aurora, and you're going to have the cubes to kind of deal with the paradoxical swap to buy time for the person who gets swapped in. And then you also do have your own holiday to grab someone. But then when you think about what do they have to counter the Death Slam, it's just the lasso. And to have to hold lasso to deal with Death Slam can be a little bit difficult. But hopefully Aegis Aurora, again, knock down something to be looking towards.
Well, we'll see. Right now, we're just waiting for teams to get in the game. That's why we're sitting here yapping about things. But that's a good opportunity here. If you haven't done it, take a look at the One Win socials. They're all in chat. Give a follow, a like, a subscribe, whatever you have at your disposal. Show some support here for One Win, who is putting on awesome tournaments here in the Deadlock scene. It is very much appreciated. But, Jason, as we're getting in the game, I'm curious to see how the lanes pan out here. And also, who's playing what? I assume it'd be bandwise here in the Shiv, based on what we saw previously.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Sonya most likely going to be on the Pocket. I would assume Ray going to be yet again on the Vindicta. I mean, we can kind of suss out where the big playmakers are going to be for their team. For Lotus, I'm not 100% sure where they're going to be, because they have shown they're willing to change positions on the map. When you could be playing mid lane this game, you could be playing side lane next lane or next game, sorry. And they're also swapping partners quite a bit. They've also swapped heroes quite a bit. I'm thinking about Mo and Krill and who's played it for the team. So it's really kind of hard to narrow down necessarily who's going to be on what for this roster.
All right. And again, right now, usually this happens. It's again, it reminds me of North America, where the draft is done and a player is sitting here going I'm in the bathroom, or something thereabouts. I assure you, it is not us that is on the delay. It's never usually production side here. Just something weird is going on with the players, and it's just taking a little bit to finally get things going.
Let me ask you something, ZP. I wanted to bring this up earlier. Where did you get the name ZP from as your alias?
Story for another time. This is one of those things where it's like we've talked about on air at the beginning. If all you have to know is like bad original name but very good short name is where it's at. And I lucked into it because let me tell you, I've seen some caster aliases out there where aliases rather. It's not good. Like it's straight up that thing of why would you name yourself this casting wise? It makes no sense. It's like you want something that people don't have a thought of like, oh yeah, that's just the name. Or
You
in your
told me this
case,
story before.
or in this case, you could just be Jason Kaplan. I will say though, Jason, one of my regrets was not using my last name as my gamer tag, because then when I casted with Jake back in 2020, it could have been Andrew Rush with Jake Lion. Think about it, or do that in reverse. Either way.
I mean, yeah, you definitely have like a proper good last name to use in esports as an alias. For me, I've had my bad aliases in the past with some names in other games I've worked with. But we do have our lanes, so you call out the bandwise on the Shiv, Saint going to be, of course, back on the Geist, Neon Primer on the Viscous. Pretty much what we expect to see for the side of Aegis Aurora on the other side. I mean, Pyro, he's going to be one on the Warden. He was, for me, like one of the big playmakers in the team. Definitely one of the players you would expect the farm to be fed over to. But I'm still not like some people are giving their guesses to what the ZP stands for in chat. I'm not going to say some of these on air, so you guys can have a chat if you aren't looking at the moment. But yeah, I'm still not sold on the Infernus. Even yesterday after seeing Zergy play it, I'm not 100% sold that like Infernus is a solid pick, that where at some points I'd still like to see a 7 instead.
Again, I think Infernus is the consistency pick, where Infernus is rarely going to outright win you the game nowadays, and it would be foolish to try and funnel tons of farm into him. But on the same note, Infernus is pretty durable. He's not going to die. He remains the ability to be a presence in lane, and I think he helps a lot in the macro game, even if he's not being a full-on team fight menace the way that he once was in the past.
Yeah, it definitely has changed, I guess, in the way you use the hero. It does give you a relatively safe lane later on once you clear out a walker to just get free farm. It's very hard to lock down an Infernus. But we do see Lash in middle, and you were talking before about like where you kind of wonder or where you expect the lanes to be, and seeing Weap in mid, kind of unexpected for me, since you can't use that high ground top of the arch anymore.
It's funny too, because the middle lanes used to be the Lash playground with the old map, where you're able to use like the big middle structure, and you had like some ridiculous setups where you could open up the lane with just a max damage ground strike that really caught people off guard. But the map rework, not all rainbows and sunshine for Mr. Lash.
Your life is my life.
Good damage being done by Nayron here. I mean, Skifovic, if we're talking about Lotus, like they're guaranteed to give him a lot of farm with the way they play things out. We did have questions in the past of like, why are you feeding an Infernus over like maybe a Warden or a Yamato? So we can assume that like Skifovic will be one of those players that are going to do this to yet again. So for him, I want to see him translate that impact into team fights a little bit more for them to have success. Because again, Aegis Aurora, like for Lotus, if you want to have a chance to get into our playoffs, you got to take down Aegis Aurora to 2-0. Like it has to happen, and then you still have to beat some other teams to outpace them when it comes to map wins. So it really does get easier from here on if you lose this game.
Well, I think what it comes down to too is that if you want to get top 4 and think about the path you have to go there, you have to go through Aegis Aurora if you want to have any hope of getting down Paravision. And Rayake getting caught. Nice little damage there from Infernus in lane. And just a little bit to slow down the Vindicta. Not the worst in terms of how it's going to impact the early to mid game. Just kills like that, slowing down the Vindicta for maybe a minute from getting assassinate, can actually have some wider ranging ramifications.
Considering Rake was, I would say, a pretty still decent part to the success of Aegis Aurora in the last series against Rejects.
Yeah.
He's able to roam around a lot in towards like the mid lane fairly early on, especially if they got the early Guardian. Though I don't think they're going to be as lucky this time to take it down when you're up against the Sinclair and an Infernus who can wave clear with like relative ease, especially if you use that flame dash aggressively. There's the push coming through though, out of Disaster.
Barrel was a little bit off. If that barrel had hit, I think that's actually killing lane. Also, right-hand lane, very interesting how it's developing, where Saint is kind of getting bullied on Geist. You look at the life bar struggle that's there, and Paradox Warden have been all up over in the right-hand lane.
Just, trying to close the gap. You can see him on the minimap trying to come in from the side for the soul exchange. And looks like he's heading over towards Coffin. I mean, Coffin's at 2.8. They do have like an old advantage, at least out of Saint in the lane to go for. On the left-hand side, Nakamine already getting low on health, down to about 170 HP. And Bandwise about to hit the 3K mark. I mean, for H4, like if it's not Ray gonna have a good game, you still can depend on Bandwise to have a pretty decent game. Sonya Sniper, if he gets going like he did in the last match, I think he's going to be really, really hard to deal with, especially if you can item-wise properly. And then obviously get to that point of just farming and chewing away at that jungle to constantly deny a lot of souls for the opposing team.
Well, I also think Saint on the Geist is really one to watch too. It just kind of overshadowed a little bit by how hard Bandwise was able to carry before. But okay, last stand coming on in here from Pyro. Moving forward is the Warden. Last stand though gives you a lot of time not actually hit the enemy's face, so doesn't feel confident going in for the dive. The danger is past. The soul swap is forced out of the Geist. But, you know, you talk about momentum in the lane. If you're a Geist, you want to move on forward here. Meanwhile, the Weap, he'll get the better here of the pocket, going for the Death Slam, and no! Jason still not able to connect it. I feel like that change from 0.6 to 0.7 actually cost Weap a kill there.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, Wazaster just barely got away behind the terrain to escape the Death Slam. On the note of the right lane, though, Saint went in for a soul exchange, and I think Pyro's like, oh crap, they're gonna engage on me. I need to get HP back, and he pops last stand. But as we saw, like Saint was like, yeah, we're not gonna engage. I just wanted to get healthy here, and I'm gonna put one of you low so we can get the re-engage later on. Wazaster's really tempting fate here as he's gonna fall to Nair on the Jin's Mark. It's gonna come through. Sonya Sniper, he's gonna stick around. He's gonna eventually cloak out of this one. Takes a lot of damage for his troubles. It might be going down here. Great ground pound comes in, and he's going to be finished off. And Lotus, they came into this game prepared here with a lot of kills going their way early on.
I do wonder, though, just knowing chat's proclivity to, you know, have very intense thoughts about Wazaster. You know, how much is this really good lash play, and how much is it people just being like, haha, Wazaster holiday, lose the lash? That's going on here. You know, I think you got to give Weap some credit for making it work, regardless of how you're viewing it, though.
Been one of the more successful lashes we've seen. Can't deny that so far. Even with the missed Death Slam earlier on. I'm getting a little bit worried though. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of a slip up for Lotus getting to 2K ahead. All their players getting to that 5K point. And I look at Rake at 4.3. He's definitely hurting the most within his team. And I'm also waiting to see like when's Bandwise going to come online. It seems like Aegis Aurora, they might need it a little bit sooner than expected.
I mean, aside from AVG yesterday, you don't usually see Shiv come online the way he used to back in his original state pre many nerfs. I don't know if you sit here and you hope for Bandwise to walk through that door and get turbo farmed. I mean, maybe it happens, but I feel like it's one of the lower outs. Meanwhile, Wazaster dropping the lasso, looking to bring him here for a ride back over and into the tower. His fall through going to be there. Meanwhile, Weap working around the outskirts, going for the ground strike over, not quite able to land on the pocket. Meanwhile, Wazaster able to finish Nayron. So a little bit of redemption here for Holiday now. Wants another go at the lash.
Well played.
You know, Weap ends up splitting off, trying to really just sees red, trying to focus on Sonya Sniper, but he buys enough time for Wazaster to win the 1v1. In the meantime, Pyro wins the 1v1 over towards the side of the right lane, taking out Neon Prime. Or Neon. I feel like Neon Prime would be such a better name than Neon Prime because I'm thinking of Transformers. But there's the Death Slam coming through, and Weap. I mean, it was a desperation move out of him.
You know what Neon Primer though is referring to, right?
No.
That was Deadlock before it was named Deadlock. It was back when Deadlock was going to be like a sci-fi setup. It was codenamed Neon Prime, and then they changed it to Deadlock with like all the you know 1930s mystical New York aesthetic.
Ooh, Combustive Combustion going to be going off for Skipovich. Gets the kill in the Bandwise. Lotus. You know, I didn't really rate them as like that much better than Rejects, considering they split maps, but they are looking like a much better team up against Aegis Aurora. But funny enough, that's what happens when you don't let great talent get through, and you have a better draft.
Yeah, I mean, how much? You have to wonder how much is it an execution difference, and how much is it just? I think it was a way better draft from Lotus because giving up the GT is rough. And also, I mean, the way they drafted here, they definitely, put Bandwise on a way less impactful hero overall. He is not on his Warden. He's not on the Grey Talon. So, you've nerfed one of the better players for this Aegis Aurora squad.
It does obviously, as we're mentioning, like it puts a lot more pressure on Sonya Sniper and Rake to just have a good game now. Excluding Bandwise isn't going to be able to take off. Last Stand going to come through, trying to steal up here, but he's taking a lot of damage. The decay is definitely hurting him quite a bit, down to 60 HP. Look forced to run away, but Saint does respawn, gets the kill, and we see some sort of control going back the way of Aegis Aurora on the right-hand side. It's desperately needed considering how things were starting to snowball slightly out of hand. Of course, just to talk about it, Rake, he's going to get caught out here up against Nakaman.
However, the Shiv there with the follow through, and so rich that just leaves the 300 souls there. I don't think Bandwise actually saw the bag drop. Speaking of decays, another decay. Just kick him out here. Urn now being contested, both teams looking keen to go. Was Aster though gonna grab the lasso onto the Infernus and the flame dash, Jason? He actually gets out of there.
I don't know how he gets out of there. I think that was really well played by Wazastri. He just kind of stood there, which is smart considering you have, was it Bandwise next to him to finish off the kill, but I guess he didn't have any like serrated blades left, didn't have a dash up or anything like that. In the meantime, the Urn is being ran over towards the right-hand side of the map, but we can see the response of Aegis Aurora. They're like, you know what, you can take that. We want to take a Guardian instead. We want to free up some of these players. And Sonya Sniper gets the kill over onto Nayron in the mid lane.
The Urn fight, though, is starting to be fast and furious. A lot of contesting coming out in. Swap over and in now from Coffin. But yeah, gonna pick up the Urn in the chaos here now. Just try the fast break. Lash moving to turn in the Urn. Is anyone gonna get on top of Lash and prevent the turn in? He's able to move on forward with the ball, so to speak. But they do get the interrupt. The Urn is not turned. He drops the Urn. Saint, though, ends up falling in turn. Pocket trying to cleave his way through into the fight. Urn still on the ground. Wee App goes down the Neon Primer. And now, over in his Neon Primer still is able to use the Puddle Punch for some disruption. Big time bomb, though, in from Coffin. Zoning out Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora in a bit of retreat here as the last stand comes in from Pyro. Lodos making some room. The Urn can be turned in right after, and this puts Lodos slightly ahead, Jason.
I feel like they actually like lost the lead they had. I thought they were like 2-3k ahead, and they're only now 1k ahead. Mostly probably because the Guardian was taken out of Bandwise in the left-hand lane, but he's been able to farm himself up now to 10k, but he more importantly has a free lane to farm on. As I look at the map, though, I do get a little bit worried if I see Weap trying to take away this farm in the solo lane. You want to feed that over to Pyro, in my opinion, as the Lotus are kind of setting themselves up for a push in the right lane. Guardian, don't tell me again Skipfitch is able to escape here. That's too many times he's been able to get away with his life.
Well, again, you wonder what's the benefit for us. We see the first team fight, overall contribution seemingly lower than other heroes. And I think it's that, where if you're in that situation as a 7, you actually just die. So you are trading overall team fight ability for more presence on the map, more ability to continually keep lane pressure up. And, overall, it's not the worst.
Good push out of Sonya Sniper, but Saint, he had soul exchange, but I guess the target he was looking at wasn't going to have enough health for him to actually bother to go for it. And next that Carbine in allows the Binding Word to go off, and he gets the parry on the Pyro. He especially comes in on top of that, but still have to save his life. And the chase is still going to be happening out of Lotus. They're pushing back into this, still trying to confirm a Guardian for themselves as they lose out on their own mid Guardian with the amount of players they have committed, but double goo balls coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be Nakaman in one goo ball and actually Neon Primer on the other. Meanwhile, Paradox going, which ball do I dodge right now? 75 HP in a dream. And actually, Coffin does not get out. Still ends up giving his life. This fight just keeps escalating. We're on last stand number 2. Heading on over. Death Slam grabs Vindicta out of the sky. Weap making the Lash look good.
Just a never-ending fight here, man. Finally, Lotus is going to be able to solidify the lead in this, getting the 4 kills to come through. It did cost them at the sake of their middle Guardian, losing over that flex slot to Aegis Aurora. But they also been able to extend the lead to 7k. They consider they have a lot of jungle to farm, consider they still have one more objective to take to equalize things. This could be a steady snowball for Lotus in the way they're playing this out.
I think Lotus is in a pretty good spot. I mean, I do think they have problems with the Lash scaling later on. There's a world where the front line of just Shiv Geist actually creates problems for them where, you stop and think about the end game here. Your big threats are if Nayron gets really far ahead on the Mirage and if Pyro can create clearance on Warden. I don't know if either is like super likely. Also, Disaster, another snatch coming on in. Looking for the Paradox, stops, waits. Meanwhile, Coffin tried to get away, but he's been served up on a platter for Bandwise, who is ready to feast.
Yeah, finally it works out for him in terms of stand there, hold still, and get the kill. What's the response out of Lotus? I mean, they did try to deny the sin of sacrifice being taken from their own side. The buff's going to be spawned in 3 seconds. The ball going to be stolen away. Xeno Primer is going to be able to lock down the gun buff. A great use of the Buttle Punch to actually get this thing clear out of here.
Yeah, that was nice. Meanwhile, was Aster able to punish Nakamen off the back end. Lash, no Death Slam up, still gets some Death Strike value, dropping on in. High HP, a farmed Lash as we up here. Gets down Saint, was Aster down in turn. Saint, though, or rather Senya, able to pick up the urn. See if he's able to get clearance and get it away.
And Weav's hoping he had, or wishing he had superior stamina right now to create some distance. And Son is taking the long way around as Lotus don't want to let this one go. Weav's still just committing to the faces of Aegis Aurora. Catching out Rayek on the Vindicta.
Oh no.
Almost Juke comes through, but he gets the kill either way.
I mean, Vindicta's so poor right now, it's basically self-explanatory as to why she can't afford shoes. Is where we're at when you look at her current state. I mean, 11k, brutal. Meanwhile, Disaster, another lasso, another kill. Skipovich not able to get away. Saint getting on farm. Then, okay, Vindicta poverty issues aside, the more I see this develop, the more I don't love Lotus' scaling. I really don't like it. I mean, there's pressure on Pyro to get ahead of the game, and sort of getting there a little bit, but I feel like Aegis Aurora has more ways to win, even down about 9k at the moment.
I think it comes down to, can they stop the rot? Or I guess more importantly, how can Lotus keep this going for themselves? How can they keep growing this lead? I mean, we can see the left-hand side of the jungle. There's really nothing left to take for Aegis Aurora, but I think that's mostly just them been taking it. The right side looking a little bit chunky to be grabbed up and snatched up out of Lotus, but with the urn in the hands of Sonya Sniper, you can just see they don't want to necessarily commit to pushing in any of these directions. Next time comes through and not again. Able left to connect onto Ray.
I mean, Rayek has been being targeted and bullied to an extent by the Lash, but even there, you see a scenario that you would think Death Slam would connect, and it just doesn't.
The urn gets stolen away. It looks like Lotus actually was able to sneak it away. In the back of Nakaman. Another lasso gonna be coming through, and he's gonna fall.
A lot of people just get shown the back end of Wizaster after the lasso just stops and says, "Team, come on and get him." Gift wrapped here for you. Lotus, though, able to take down Saint, and in the chaos, Nakaman gets a turn in, so it's another urn here for Lotus, even though the trades are a little bit stacked in the favor of Aegis Aurora.
And the lead still comes out to 12k advantage now. Like, even though Aegis Aurora kind of went out on the fight, they still kind of lose the war because that soul lead has grown even more now. Skipovich at 21,000 souls, Pyro at 21,000, leading the current lobby right now, which does make them honestly quite a big threat. I think there is a world where you can have Lotus have them group up and start to win these fights, and maybe the Walkers is going to be the direction they're going to be going. But with the way Lotus have played it out, not obviously fighting with all 6 members, I think it's still going to be a Skipovich just to try to be that like flex player off to the side, look for some objectives, some damage. He's gotten tired of being last in. He flame dashes out early this time, even with we up there to back him up.
A little bit too much getting tied up for Skipovich in this game. However, Nayron right now under pressure, going to get a decay thrown right at him. And I will say, in terms of carry threats out, Pyro has almost created enough separation. However, you stop and think about dealing with Warden. If Aegis Aurora could set up in terms of the fight where you bait out the last stand, it'd be pretty good. And that is a devastating pick-off. Sanya just completely deleted, pocket or no. I feel like that's one of those moments, Jason, where you're just like, you long for E-Shift.
Yeah.
Also, Warden moving on forward, landing the binding word, has the last stand in reserve, doesn't even need to use it to take down Disaster there and in the moment. And at 14K, especially given who's getting the farm, I feel like the shift for Lodos has nearly just won this for them. They're very... I feel like they're creeping towards the event horizon at the moment.
Yeah, again, ever so close. I guess going at light speed towards it, as they're now looking for a rejuve take. I would imagine we got 20 seconds left until the next urn spawns. Use this rejuve, stabilize a little bit, get the next urn, use it to start to push in. I think they do have a big enough lead as well that it's going to be an enemy side turn, and you could use that to advantage. Put Tripovich in one of the off lanes, allow him to just push the walker down, or force Aegis Aurora to pretty much either respawn or give it up for free, and then you'll have, you know, a 5-on-5 fight that you most likely can win, especially with the double pyro and how fast he is. This is a Ferrari. This ain't Warden anymore.
That's a demon coming at you. He pops a spirit shield. You just see him bobbing and weaving. Meanwhile, the Primer get a foul of Weap, getting some value off the Death Slam there. Affliction, though, going to be invested here by Sanya. Sanya trying to work things the other way, and, you know, I think dropped it onto the Infernus, maybe? Yeah, look at Skifovich's HP. But doesn't stay within there, was getting burned down, and now maybe getting chased down, just barely able to escape the gaze of the Sinclair.
They just sort of have to be careful here. They're looking to turn in the urn. That's going to cost them probably a walker at this point. I mean, Weap, he's been able to do pretty damn decent, to be honest, on the Lash so far. The urn's going to be turned in, and there's nothing being taken from this. Actually, I say that. I do see Nayron over in the left-hand lane. He's going to have a walker for free, unless Sonic Sniper can stop it. But there's still going to be down players where they need them around the map. And, I mean, honestly, Lotus, this is your time to start making some plays happen, start making some push. The mid lane walker's low. You group up towards right. You can have the teleport out of Nayron to join in as well to have an advantageous fight in any of these lanes. You have last stand ups. You feel like this is go time, man.
Yeah, I mean, you need to make the most out of this Warden gap that you have right now. The swap coming on in. You're looking for bandwise. You'd love to get the shiv down here, and now can they finish it? They do. Warden popping on in with last stand. This is Lodos heading on over. One pick here so far, and the rest of Aegis Aurora pretty wounded. Still though, swap coming on in. A little bit dangerous now for Lodos. They can play around this a little bit. Stanya though, able to find weakness. Takes out Pyro after the last stand is gone. The re-engage from Aegis Aurora, Jason, actually not looking too bad here as Lash. Caught in a world of pain.
I mean, Lotus, they don't really need to win the fight. They just need to not lose the fight. Because Skipovich was split pushing this entire time. And they run traveled over in towards mid to help out. I feel like just you let the, if anything, you let the 4 players die in mid and you take 2 walkers instead. Because you have rejuve, you're going to respawn back in time. At the end of it all, it's still going to be only a 9k lead for Lodos. I think that was a proper response out of Aegis Aurora, kind of realizing that they had the man advantage in middle. But I guess Coffee was looking for a backdoor, and it was just looking to escape here, waiting for all the enemies to just leave and expect him to not be there anymore, hiding in the veil.
I will say, hang on, we got a swap coming in here. Is this going to be enough to get Neon Primer? Does have the goo ball, by the way, so you just have to like puddle punch his way, a little bit of movement to get away. Weap, though, was in pursuit over the top, has Death Slam ready to go, could just drop it onto the Shiv, but going over to the right-hand side. Looking for Neon Primer, gonna find him with the ground strike. I'm getting pretty good at minimap reading here, Jason. Like, that was all from minimap. That wasn't even on my camera, but it was just obvious. Based on the...
You are him. You're in the game mentally. You can see what's happening around the map, even without the spectators being there. That's gonna be another walker taken here and towards middle. And Lotus is really starting to build up some steam here. I mean, they're really mostly taking control of the game and forcing Aegis Aurora to respond, though they've had some good responses when it came to Rejuvenator, but the Rejuve no longer in the hands of Lotus anymore. You can kind of see them leading towards the left-hand side of the map as well. So Skipovich is probably going to lead towards the right lane, though. I would put him probably with the team and allow Nayron to push out this right-hand lane. Because then you're going to have a 6v5 fight, most likely breaking down. Especially if...
Well, they know Lash is up there. We heard the team ping. So there's no surprise as to where Lash is up for this team fight. And yet, Aegis Aurora, are they actually going to take it? They do. Disaster goes, I got him, boys. I got him. Bring him on over. Stop the slam in its tracks if you can. Goes for the point-blank death slam. Ends up dying, dropping a big bag for Aegis Aurora. Disaster. Good opening, even though Rayek is going to fall in turn. Last stand, still available. Mirage is going to teleport into the fight, wanting a piece of it. The Geist is not here, by the way, Jason. This is outnumbered for Aegis Aurora until the teleport comes into play. Teleport, though, going to be used in the Affliction. Dropped right after. Here comes Pyro, the last stand. Is it going to be a properly timed last stand, though? Moving forward, looking for anyone right now. Aegis Aurora able to kind of disengage a decent amount out of it. And Bandwise is still really healthy. This could be the Shiv show if it goes right. Pyro, though, kills Sanya. Bandwise looking for targets here. Skipovich very low. Saint able to finish it off. Bandwise finally gets on the coffin, and the back in this fight could be all Aegis Aurora. It's really close.
Bandwise doesn't have ult though, so he can't get the resets. Maybe just the damage he can apply is all they're going to need. Is the fight still going to continue? Neon Primer is going to fall. Back to the man advantage. Actually, back to a 2-on-2 here. We have trying to get back to this fight as soon as possible, but I don't think he has zipline boost in towards middle. Veilwalker for the chase down into the pit of Rejuve. And Bandwise, the chase will be successful. 28,000 souls, and he actually keeps, I think, things pretty even in that fight. I think it was like a 4-piece trade, was now the urn to be grabbed. Oh, that sucks.
All right.
That feels bad.
Flash right now. You just see the decay slowly just fall as no one escapes the tracking of decay. But urn gonna be picked up here by Bandwise. You just see the full rotation from Aegis Aurora over to the left side of the map. And there's not really a sense of urgency right now from Lodos. I mean, you take a look at Weap. You need Weap here to contest. Now taking the zip line. Is Weap going to get their time? It's very on knife's edge. I think we'll get there. We are full converging. 6v6 coming in. Viscous actually even likes the party. Affliction, though, kicking things off. Looks like a decent one. Vindicta trying to get shots to carry off of that. But Pyro over. Hasn't used the fight or last stand here just yet. One down so far. Looking for the opportunity. Both teams down one. Viscous rejoining finally. Last stand in here from Warden. Moving on forward, but for the most part, struggling to find decent value with it. Last stand about to fade. Gets Bandwise, though, who in the end gets pummeled on down. So Bandwise out of it. You don't have the Shiv threat anymore. Lodos with a bit more momentum in this fight, Jason.
I think taking on Bandwise for last 10, honestly, considering you have Skipovich pretty farmed and Aeron, I think that's going to be worth it because he's definitely beating the biggest threat for your team. The thing is, they might get more off of this as well. It's just going to be Saint by himself. Mid boss hasn't respawned, so you're looking at base gardens being taken, potentially earned at the same time. They would have obviously solidified this final kill to get the full team wipe to come through. And there's a lot of work here now for Lotus with the Rejuve spawning. The second they get the kill onto Saint, you know that's going to be a Rejuve, and you know that's probably going to be an urn turning on top.
Hey, are you here for the Disaster Steel timeline? Where one holiday against the world goes middle and steals 1v5? No? Me neither. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think you're trying to sell a story that in no way is going to come true, at least in this universe. But in some Earth, maybe Earth 762, it happens. But I like Lotus use
In that universe, this is actually the beginning of Disaster's journey to become just the faker of Deadlock.
Oh, yeah.
With that one steal.
That's where his career really takes off. That's where he becomes infamous, and we get graffiti in the game to represent the steal that he pulls off. And I like this decision make out of Lodos here to go for the Rejuve, go for the turn in, stabilize things with the 23,000 soul lead. And Pyro, I mean, he's gotten real big. 38,000. Look what his opponents have. He's got like 9k more than Bandwise. There's no way Ray can handle him. There's really nothing that can stop him as long as he gets like a decent last stand off. If you assist this, he's just going to walk over the entire team.
Yeah, he's very, very dependent on getting good last stand, but if he does, the speed on top is going to be big. And okay, Paradox looking for a little bit of Geist here. Geist was just trying to get a bit of farm into their own territory, but now getting chased on down. Backing. Death Slam got used. We heard the bell, but no result. I think that was like, what, a third or fourth Death Slam of the game that disjoints or doesn't actually hit the target it's going for?
It's been quite a few, yeah. And that was actually something I wanted to bring up probably after the game is, do we think the lash was effective here, or do we think just Pyro and Skipovich were just overpowering? And I'm thinking more towards the latter of the two. But with Rejuve for Lotus, I'm looking at like where are they going to make plays happen? Obviously just trying to farm up some more jungle, farm up these lanes and shove them out. Though Nakaman might be getting caught out here.
Yeah, what the in the world? Disaster dude goes up, drops the lasso, and says, come on down. And yet, Nakaman gets away with the tiniest of slivers, Jason.
I think Coffin just saved him.
Oh.
So hard.
Oh, Flash. Again, a little bit of rope play in his direction there. Stake to the ground. Interesting back and forth here. Lash is still stuck with Death Slam and cooldown for another like 13 seconds. So if you're Aegis Aurora, you'd love to get engaged here. Your lasso is on cooldown from the near miss on the Nakaman. Nakaman. Oh, goes for the stolen lasso and just a bit out of range there, Jason. But the swap is going to come in. Disaster could be in real danger. The anvil dropped on the head. The follow through should be there. Disaster immediately deleted. Lasso off the table here. Here comes the last stand in from Pyro. Actually eating a lot of damage in the middle of it. Last stand going to fade. So 41k ward or no, Pyro going to be less effective here for the moment. Affliction, though, has already been used. See how this develops. You know, the actual, when you have Lasso down right now for Aegis Aurora, I feel like their ability to get picks is actually pretty limited, given the fact that the Vindicta is just, pretty poor relative to the norm of the game.
And I don't hate that actually, Lotus. Originally, I was like, why are they backing away? You had Rejuve, you still had the chance to continue to push it, but considering the timer on it, but more importantly, with the urn spawning in, the fact that you go back for it does buy you time for your ults to come back up. I mean, if you're going in towards this turn-in right now, you're inside the building, you're inside close quarter combat, which is exactly where you're going to have Skifovich and Pyro excel. We might not get the best Death Slam in here, but you might not need it, especially if Aegis Aurora go for the contest. Which we can see they're starting to head in that direction, but I don't know if they're going to go in for it. It's too risky for them right now. If you lose that fight, you lose the game.
Well, on the other hand, I think you do kind of want to fight if you can. You still have this like 28-second window where there's no last stand. I don't think you get a better opportunity. We'll see if they can make the most of it. The Solar, though, just walked on in here by Nakaman, but Paradox, time to go for a ride. Gets the lasso over and in 150 HP. Paradox 20 HP! It happens again. No, it doesn't happen again. Coffin finally taken down by Disaster. However, Sanya down in turn after dropping the Affliction, and the follow-through still going to be here for Lodos. No last stand required. In fact, it's up in 3 seconds. This Warden, good to go. Moving on even forward. Disaster in his sights. Drops on in. No, Perry not going to save you there. No melee on the menu. And goes for the last stand. He's going for a little bit of deep diving here, Jason.
This is tough. This is tough. I don't see how you stop the rot here. I mean, obviously, there's not a lot of big ultimates you have to deal with. The fact that Skifovich is going to have his combustion means you can't really force the re-engage off. I think they're still just too healthy for Vanwise to get any resets either. State's able to take down Nakaman out of position. First stage patron will finally be taken down. Vanwise gets the resets on Pyro, and they're going to go for the chase now. Lotus over-committing into this position. Might smell their demise, or spell their demise. Smell their demise? I don't know how you smell demise.
I mean, someone at some point has smelled demise. Probably didn't smell good. Probably smelled like whatever the chemical they put in gas to tell you that your house is about to explode. But
I love that smell.
Speaking of exploding, Infernus, no combustion to save him there. And I mean, that's a little worrisome. I mean, you get into second stage patron, but you feed Shiv at the same point. I don't think this game is actually 100% over yet, Jason. I'm looking at this and, maybe part of it is just the Lash being a thing, but, Lash goes over, run to foul, gets shredded by the Crows. You still have a Shiv here in of the area, but goes in for another taste. Could be problematic, though. There's no killing blow, though, ready for Vanwise, which probably saves Shiv's life.
And Primer goes a little bit deep there, but you're right. The thing is, like, the timing of the kills that they had in their own base is given the ability to snowball a push back into this. And with Reju spawning back in, now they have to be careful. They cannot afford to lose anyone else. Or they could be looking at a goodbye from the Rejuve. I mean, if you look at both teams and who you're going to favor for a Rejuve take, I would still give it to Lodos with the last stand, with the combustion, the Death Slam. It's going to be very difficult to deal with this if you're Aegis Aurora. And yet, you almost have to contest the take, I feel like, at this point.
No, if you're Aegis Aurora, you cannot give this up. If you lose Rejuve with second stage patron, you will lose the game. You must go in here, but I think they have options to get the steal here. This is not at all guaranteed for Aegis Aurora. Alchemical Fire going to come on in. Stake attempts Rejuvenator, dropping on... Wait, they're not contesting. Right now, they decide they're not going to go for it. Ultimate's going to be used to secure it. Concussive Combustion over and in. Lodos actually they use a lot to secure it, and I would like to see, at this point, Aegis Aurora try and go for it. Like, Warden preemptively used Last Stand there. If you're Aegis Aurora, you need to try and do a team fight now, Jason, while all these ults are offline.
Yeah, I could easily see that. Like, this is, if any opportunity is going to be good for you, it's going to be right now. At least while this was happening, because of Lotus not reinforced on the right-hand side, the last walk game's taken, and Aegis Aurora get another flex slot. So that's actually going to be big for them, because when they have 200,000 souls, any slot they can get for items is going to be huge. And yet Coffin again just waiting for an opportunity to go for a swap here. Both the lanes, like where they're currently sitting, I don't really expect Aegis Aurora to leave their base.
I think they should have. Like, you take a look here, you still have Infernus ult on cooldown, you still have Warden ult on cooldown. If you could force a fight, it would be great here, but you are getting pushed in by the Rejuvenator lanes, and you know the window of opportunity is about to fade. So you're gonna have to defend a full fight here, down 20k against Rejuvenator, with second stage Patron being where you're at. So very dicey fight for Aegis Aurora. You know what you're looking for here? Ideally, a big lasso from Disaster or a massive affliction from Sanya. I'd love to see Sanya's point of view going in just to see if that affliction can be landed.
Aggressive push coming through off the side, knock him in. You know he's gonna be looking for a lasso, but he's gotta be careful not to get lassoed out himself. Some of the final guardians of the game gonna be going down. Cardasco swap is ready to be used. Gotta find the right target. The affliction has gone in, but as a counter push, Nayron's gonna follow. Sonic Sniper able to get the kill onto this one. The Death Slam comes through, and Pyro with the last stand is able to put in the work.
Pyro, last stand moving forward, but they lose Nayron really early. And I mean, Mirage is kind of one of their main sources of damage there. Rayek able to punish the lash, and that's actually, I don't think this is good for Lodos. The fact that you lost Mirage so early, I think makes this really problematic for those that remain. They're looking for Skipovich on the other side, and Aegis Aurora firmly rejecting Lodos, but they have Rejuvenator. They're going to be able to set up the 6v5 a lot sooner if they wish.
But they still don't have last stand. I mean, you have combustion at least. You're not going to have Death Slam this time. But like you said, the man advantage might be all they need here, especially if they get a catch on the Bandwise as they do go or hit the go button. All holding W, heading forward on out. Bandwise going to be getting caught out here. The Q comes in to save his life, though, to buy him a little bit of time. But can he escape from it? Trying to get in towards the doorway. Pyro takes him down, and that might have been the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, not enough to save Bandwise, knowing they needed up more than anything else. And now we go to the Patron, and we crush it. Lodos ending the game, and the warded damage especially. Odd to an exposed second stage Patron. It may as well not exist at all, but man, that was touchy until the very end.
Man, I wonder if...
But also, I was just gonna say, Jason, that's a victory for Lash.
It is.
Regardless of whether or not you think he was the main driver there, I'll say this much for Weep. I think he made life really, really painful for Rayark throughout most of that game, and Vindicta was just kind of in a hole that she can never get out of.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I think we can kind of agree it wasn't necessarily the deciding factor in them getting the victory, but the threat of him existing was definitely a good note for them. I think obviously we're looking towards Pyro and Skipovich to be the two kind of carries, even Nayron as well over on the Mirage. I think, you know, Bandwise is looking at this game and he's just kind of like, why didn't I get the Warden? I mean, because Pyro, he didn't necessarily get like the most massive value last stands, but he was at least able to confirm a lot of the important kills they needed, and it was definitely over to Bandwise as being like that target he wants to take down constantly.
Yeah, and I mean, Warden continuing to impress, I feel like, on the new patch. So long as you're able to find room within the game to give the Warden farm, which is the caveat, right? Is that you kind of have to tailor your strategy around making space for the Warden. And also, you know, I'm thinking about the game and the fact that, you know, we had questions about the Lash pick. I still think, you know, it gets a more even matchup here against Lodos. I'm still not in love with Pocket within this meta. You know, you look at things that you could change for Aegis Aurora. I think, for me, the two things are, I don't know if Viscous was necessarily the play here, where yeah, Cube is good at saving, but you don't have some of the more outrageous threats like a Mo and Krill on the other side. The Viscous, you know, kind of ambivalent on, and the Pocket, I'm not sure, but I think more than anything else, the fact that you force Bandwise on the Shiv, You don't have to deal with the bandwise Warden. You don't have to deal with the bandwise Talon. It seems like a power nerf to Aegis Aurora relative to when we've seen bandwise on the different heroes.
Well, speaking of bandwise and heroes he likes to play, look at Pyro on the Warden. 51,000 souls, 51,000 player damage. He was so far ahead of the rest of his team. It is kind of ridiculous. I know we talk about, you know, when it comes to like Talon or maybe Pocket in particular, the numbers, it can be a little bit misleading, but for a Warden, I think they're leading the proper way. That is ridiculous numbers coming out of him here.
Well, okay, I hate to say it, as someone that plays Warden and would like to keep my own reputation up in place, but Warden is also guilty a little bit of stat padding with how Last Stand works. There's a lot of times where like you'll hit a Last Stand that hits everyone, heals you up, but also isn't necessarily used immediately for killing damage right thereafter. So, you know, if there's a stat padding tier list, Warden definitely would still make like top 5. So, I mean, it's still impressive. It's still like had a very big impact on the game and was able to get soul allocation, but let's not get too ridiculous on our interpretations of what that means at the very end either.
No, I mean, nerf Warden again, I think is the correct answer to
No,
this.
no.
I think you nerf him by taking his hat off, first of all. You nerf Last Stand to only hit one target at a time. So you make him, you know, you make him like similar to Haze. And I think he's in a good place because, you know, I have to hate on any hero you love, ZP.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you were a Genji. Wait, a Genji. Oh my gosh.
No, Tracer.
Weren't you a Genji player?
No. It was like Tracer Cassidy.
What? Cassidy? No.
Widow.
Widow. There we go.
Yes.
It was Widow. I remember Hex and I making fun of you. Of course, you're being a Widowmaker player. Back in the day, but of course now I didn't make fun of you being a Warden player, even though I kind of like it when I get ahead. But speaking of getting ahead, Talos, where am I going? This Lodos able to get themselves, I pulled it yesterday, able to get themselves a map victory here and get themselves one step closer to getting potentially into top 5. They could do this yet again. There's definitely a world where that could happen. Let me just quickly take a look at their next matchups they have, because they're obviously not done after this. They do have to play against one win. That's gonna be tough, but then they have Atlas and Paravision left, so they still have like 2 of the big dogs left to go, so they desperately need a win here if they want to have a chance to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, after Aegis Roar here, after the next map, it's gonna be back-to-back maps against one win for Lodos. So this map is basically the aperitif before going up against one win team, where, you know, no matter how you view the Deadlock competitive scene, I think very few people would put Aegis Aurora over one win team, especially in recent events. So you know, for Lodos, ideally for them, they come out even stronger here in map 2 and, you know, have momentum on their side going in what should be a very difficult match against one win team just a little bit later today.
Yeah, and I guess a little bit of a warm-up for Lodos, but it's only to get more difficult from here on out, and this is going to be still a tough game. Like, considering how Lodos had a strong start, I think they were like 12, I think they hit like a 10,000 soul lead within like the first 10 to 12 minutes. I think it came in maybe after the second, so maybe 15 minutes. They did struggle to close things out. They definitely did make mistakes into this one. There's a lot of situations where they kind of like overcommitted and got chased down and run down by Aegis Aurora. I think that's more of like a synergy / like in-game leading kind of call to make within the team. And I think Aegis Aurora are more experienced as a team in general, playing together to kind of realize that we can take advantage of these mistakes. But when we get into the second draft, question to you is, do you think we're going to see anything drastically different?
Okay, I think draft-wise, I think if you're Aegis Aurora, you still hope that you see the Lash on the other end. I would prefer it if they would do something to get ban-wise Warden at a minimum. I don't think you can expect to get Talon, quite personally.
Yeah.
Barring a real misplay by Lodos in the draft, you just don't give up the Talon, especially given the fact that we saw ban-wise be that effective on it. But I do think you angle for an earlier Warden at a minimum, or at the very least, you make sure like Pyro doesn't get to play it, because that was kind of the glue behind an otherwise kind of hit or miss Lodos lineup for me. Also, I'm thinking about the holiday play here. Relative to what is possible on the hero, I don't think Wazaster really had the greatest game on holiday. I think if you're Aegis Aurora, if you could prioritize like other power heroes that you're like a little bit better at, and maybe like ban the holiday, maybe that's better overall for your win chances. Because like holiday has very, very high pick priority right now, but I'm not convinced like Wazaster played the holiday to a level that was actually fitting of the pick priority.
I agree.
Like I'd prefer to see Wazaster on the Paradox. Like Wazaster has like a better Paradox than we saw from the holiday, quite personally.
And not to mention his Mo. was banned too, like right off the bat, right at the get-go to Lotus. So they kind of realized we don't want to let him get that hero. But I completely agree. I mean, if you look at the last game with Zastra, only 18,000 damage done on the holiday. And I feel like, you know, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but you generally see more damage than that relative to how long the game went on, and a lot more playmaking ability out of the holiday. I would say this though, like his lassos were pretty decent, and I think he played smartly with like, okay, I'm not going to move so you guys can finish it off. Maybe the team wasn't there to back him up in some of the situations, but the level of playmaking you can have on holiday and the damage you can do isn't on par with a lot of the other top holiday players. And as you said, like the priority of where you want to pick her as a #1 pick.
Well, we should be ready to go in the draft in a moment, but while you're waiting and you're going like, what is going on? Well, no, we're just going straight to the draft. I was about to promo, but hey, subscribe, like, check out the socials, do all that cool, fun stuff. But Aegis Aurora, okay, Jason, they listened, they learned. They have first pick, and they banned the holiday. So for Lotus, I think your response here, you have to ban GT, which gives Aegis Aurora the Paradox as the only playmaker. I think for how Aegis Aurora played and what they're good at and not good at, this is a really ideal opening for Aegis Aurora.
That's if they go for Paradox. Maybe they go for something else. Maybe they go Sinclair as a party.
Don't. I like Sinclair as a first pick if it's your first round of 2 picks and the other team had a single pick. I really don't like Sinclair as the one off. This is the only thing you're getting. I think you give way too much draft power, but okay. Lotus is going to ban the Great Talon. Ban-wise isn't going to be able to play it, but you can grab the Paradox and you can have advantage for initiating the rest of the game, and the Mo and Krill is going to be available. You're going to force Lotus to have to grab Mo and Krill as one of the first 2 picks, and if they do grab the Mo and Krill, the odds are pretty high that you're going to get something at least like a Mirage in turn. For Aegis Aurora style, I think this is really good so long as they open with the Paradox. If they don't open with the Paradox, well, throw everything I just said out the window.
I still feel like Lotus is get the better of the two. I think it comes into, as we're talking about, like Bebop, if Lotus will be able to get their hands on that later on, if Aegis Aurora do pick up the Paradox. I mean, the thing is, like, Lotus, I feel like, okay, well, there we go. Paradox, Sinclair, and Mirage?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of high priority heroes to let through. When you get Vindicta, Mo in turn.
It's kind of like I said that if you grab Paradox, Lotus was like under deep pressure to get Mo for some playmaking ability. But if you pick Mo in the first 2 picks, the odds are high that you're going to give up, something of really high value. In this case, they gave up both Sinclair and Mirage. You can't deny it all. So I think your Aegis Aurora, you're okay with this. Also, I think you're even more okay with it because like Greyark didn't look great on the Vindicta in the last game. I don't think you're crying about the loss of Vindicta in this moment. Now, what I want to see for Aegis Aurora, either pick the Warden if you are first pick out of the bans, or ban the Warden. Take away a strength from Lotus here, and from there on out, I'd actually be a really high support of this draft and adaptations from Aegis Aurora.
Okay, Yamato Shiv. I don't think I mean, that's interesting. Unless, so I'm assuming Lotus is intending. No, I can't even say that. Like, were they intending to pick Warden coming into this? If you're gonna let him get through, like ban-wise, this Shiv wasn't that amazing, and I still don't really think you need to fear necessarily the Kelvin Shiv combo that much at the moment.
Well, okay, banning the Shiv is actually quite good if Lotus have first pick out of the bans, because then they can pick Warden if it's not banned, and ban-wise is like, God only knows what he's on, like maybe going over the Abrams, or, your tank options go low. Also, Geist is still available. It's like one of the higher priority picks. So for me, I think the next picks coming in here, probably Geist and Warden. We'll see who picks what, assuming that one of them is not banned by Aegis Aurora, which is still like actually pretty good odds that one of them gets banned.
Do you think Lotus has now forced their hand into, or forced their own hand into having to pick Bebop here, going forward into one of their 3 picks?
I feel like if they were a team that like wanted to do Bebop, they would have done it last draft where like it wasn't banned or touched at all. Some teams, for as good as Bebop is, it requires a player that, is very specialized into it. You can't just be like, hey, Bebop's meta, go play Bebop. It doesn't work that way. And I'm not sure either of these teams right now is like particularly on the Bebop train.
I mean, the thing is, like, Lotus are still going to be lacking hard engage here. I mean, I guess we're gonna see how it's gonna work out. I mean, H4 they did have Holiday last time. Lotus. Oh my gosh, I'm brain farting. Did they have Paradox last time?
Yes.
Okay, so they did have some sort of initiation, so they didn't necessarily need the Bebop to help with like starting a fight. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna find out shortly what they're gonna be going for. So wait for Aegis Aurora's second band to come through.
Yeah, it's a long delay here. Again, I think this is gonna be one of those moments of, by the way, like the entire last half of the draft just filled in. But I think for Aegis Aurora, if it is doable here, you grab the Warden and instead they go Geist.
That Ivy.
Oof, I don't hate it on a meta level. I kind of hate it based on what we know about Pyro and Bamwise and like who's playing what. Because you just kind of got throttled by Warden in the last game.
I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm thinking to myself also like Kelvin for Lotus. Because you already have like a very Death Volley kind of comp so far with like 3 people who want to get directly in your face. And Kelvin would be like a pretty decent pickup just to be able to lock in players. Also to confirm kills like a Kelvin Bebop. Would that be too much to ask for? Do they have enough damage outside of the Kelvin Bebop? I would say almost yeah.
I don't like Kelvin. Given the fact that you only have a Mo and you need more initiation, and like Abrams sort of fills that at times, I would actually rather see them go like Abrams +1 for Lotus, because then you have the Abrams Vindicta lane, and you go from there. Like maybe you could do the Kelvin, maybe you could do more physical damage, and Aegis Aurora. Gotta grab the Lash. Not the biggest fan of it, and I think part of it may just be the idea that Lotus, they thought Lotus was gonna go for it. They decided to play it in turn. I don't think Lash was like the main factor there, besides the fact that I think Weap did do a decent job against Rayarks, and maybe this is gonna be Aegis Aurora being like, oh, you sent a Lash after our Vindicta all game, we're gonna try and do the same to you.
ZP, I'm torn, man. I know we had a win with Lash, but it's just not, I mean, it's still just not it. I get what you're saying about getting in the face of Vindicta, but it's not really still having the same level of impact. I think as you point out, like the delay in the Death Slam has massively affected your like kind of surprise factor. It's allowed people more time to hide behind a lot of this terrain to prevent yourself from getting grouped in. Like we're not seeing any high value Death Slams anymore, at least in terms of numbers.
And even solo Death Slams where you think like it's locked in. I mean, God, Weap missed like 5 or 6 outright in the last game. I mean, Weap made the Lash work more from getting ground strike value than anything else. But we do have okay, Viscus comes in from Lotus. Maybe they're afraid of Viscus being last pick from Aegis Aurora, which, oftentimes teams will pick against the Mo. I don't know, like, I don't love the Viscus overall for Lotus beyond the fact that it denies the Viscus from AA.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I there's definitely like more priority heroes you go for, like you said, like the Abrams, because then it gives you Abrams Vindicta. You've got Bebop also for like I mean, Bebop going to be able to shut down, first of all, Lash, gives you like a really solid counter to it. But you also picked Warden into a Sinclair, so you're giving over last stand to Aegis Aurora now. I mean, I still would like to see Bebop, but Bebop Viscus, I think that's a little bit too much. So instead they go Calico, and Aegis Aurora slotting in a pocket once again in their 6th pick. What's going on?
Yeah, that's a good point. Kind of glossed over is the fact that I think Aegis Aurora is probably okay with the Warden being picked purely because they had the Sinclair. Like, yes, Warden was a strength for Lotus, but Warden specifically has, like, very arguably the absolute worst matchup against Sinclair in the entire game. Because you're giving Sinclair Warden one of the most game-defining ultimates at half the cooldown because of how audience participation works, and the way that Sinclair usually builds, you're getting really high damage off it too. And I mean, finishing out your front line with the Calico, I mean,
it's a whole
Calico
comp,
works, but it's okay. I'm not in love with Calico because I think we've seen at times, like from players like Sharik, where you can see a Calico get ahead, but it really takes an extra level to have a Calico dominate a game the way she did pre-patch.
Yeah. I mean, he got really far ahead too. It wasn't like he just barely got ahead. He really got to the point where he should be carrying things quite a bit. I don't know. I still feel like Lotus, you're putting too much pressure on the Mo and Krill to be the engage for your team. Like you're looking for like a tether to be a catch. You're looking for a combo. I still would prefer Bebop, and I think if we put in VP 1-win Paravision here, you probably would have slotted into Bebop, most likely. And I kind of agree in to some extent about the specialization in Bebop. I feel like you need like more of a specialized Yamato player or Warden player, or maybe Vindicta slightly. I feel like Bebop can get away with a little bit, because all you really need at the end of the day, at the end of the game, is that one hook to win you a game, or that one hook to get you back into the game. But obviously, a lot of success we do see on Bebop, and a lot of the greats we see on Bebop, comes from that early game pressure you apply with these hooks landing.
Also, taking a more holistic view here, I kind of like the Lotus draft more. And even though their initiation is going to be bad, Jason, that's not me.
So
I have not touched my
Is
keyboard.
it? I keep seeing your mic turn on, and I hear like a click. Or is it the music?
I have not typed anything. But what I will say is that the front line for Lotus is like far more intimidating than for AA.
Yeah.
If AA falls significantly far behind, they are in a really rough spot. I mean, the only thing against that is the idea that like the Lotus engage is like pretty Mo and Krill, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of scenarios where it's just Aegis Aurora getting run down by Lotus here if they fall behind even a little bit, especially when you have Lash and Pocket heroes that also like don't function well from behind. I mean, if your Lash is behind the soul curve of the game, you're not doing anything because you're so dependent on Ground Strike being valuable. And kind of same deal with Pocket now that like E-Shift isn't there and you actually just need straight up more HP to live.
And also, as like Hoot brings up in chat, like not picking Kelvin when you're against the Lash too. That's just such a hard counter. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult, as we've seen in these last games, to be able to get a good Death Slam off, but it's such a decent counter. I think like the reason I said Kelvin before, like Kelvin Bebop, is it gives you like such good chase with the ability to slow, but also speed up your Warden with the Ice Path. And then that Frozen Shelter always gives you that delay. I think that like the one downside is if a Kelvin kind of helps facilitate a good affliction out of a Pocket, to be fair. But yeah, I mean the Viscous, I think from what I'm understanding, we're both not sold on the Viscous.
No.
Yeah.
Not where you picked it. I mean, again, I think it was mostly there was a world of we don't want to see it on the other end to, you know, interfere with our main way of engagement, which is the Mo combo.
Do you think, I'm thinking it's maybe like hero pool limitation, actually, at a Lotus. Because I'm not necessarily seeing why Viscous would be better than a couple of other heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's either hero pool limitation or, again, just like overvaluing what it does versus Mo. I think, to me, there's a pretty strict timer on Aegis Aurora here, where your only main frontline is Geist. That's not enough to like win a scaling competition into late game. AA needs to really go wild with the Lash Pocket Paradox and get significantly ahead, about like 20k ahead by about 15 minutes. If it is even at that point, and if Lotus is able to settle into a flow where either Yamato or Warden are able to go off to a side lane and start getting big, this one is going to end like probably in about like 25 minutes. The scaling is going to be too outrageous for Aegis Aurora to deal with.
Well, we're going to be dropping in a game here, ZP. Our last game of the day, though we still have 4 more matches to come up after this with Seymour and Metro. And some really insane games to be seen then as well, if you guys haven't noticed out, or if you guys haven't seen the schedule. I'm honestly can't wait to see Thanos up against Virtus Pro at the end of the day, but Thanos up against Paravision, 1 win up against Paravision on top of this. And we already have a kill happen. And it's on to Neyron. Well, Neyron getting the kill. Onto Yamato, or with Yamato.
You know, fun fact, right before you have a second skill, that actually is where Pocket is basically the most vulnerable, because it's the combination of skills that makes Pocket a real pain to track down in lane. But I don't know if that was just a parry or otherwise. Usually, to die that fast in lane, it means that you went for a melee on something and got parried.
Yeah, would agree. Wow. Okay, so Aegis Aurora sending over the Sinclair and the Geist in the left lane, the Pocket Paradox in the mid lane, and the Mirage and Lash in the right lane. I don't know how I feel about that necessarily, but either way, Lotus able to get 2 kills off the get-go here and able to get a continuation from that first map.
Remember what we said in the preamble about how Aegis Aurora need to be the team ahead in the early game? Yeah, it's going exactly the opposite. If this keeps up even for a few more minutes, I mean, this game's gonna look way more over than it should. Oh dear. Sanya, 22 HP as a pocket, screaming out for help. And even if you get healed up here, you're losing presence in lane. You're giving up power to the rest of middle. And I mean, Sanya's still in here. I mean, Sanya's so likely to die by not going off to heal as Yamato is locked in.
I see what you did there. Locked in. I like it. Completely unintentional. I know that's exactly not how you meant, but I'll take it either way. Still some potential action on the right lane too. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like ban-wise on the Mirage. That's kind of interesting considering, can he carry on the Mirage like he's been able to do on Wardens and potentially Shivs in the past? I mean, we have seen it a lot lately, and it does require him to kind of play in a solo lane, which kind of feeds directly into how he's been playing out a lot of these heroes. It's just about Skifovich and well, not Skifovich, sorry. No, it's about kind of like Sonic Sniper. Where's he gonna get his farm from? Actually, I should say Saint.
Every lane right now. Sorry, what?
I should say Saint actually, because Saint was the one that was typically kind of being left into a lane as a Geist.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be a battle between like him and Bandwise of how they do it. I think Bandwise, he's gonna be very adept at using the Traveler at the right time to rejoin his team.
Again, just got the rotation around here. More pressure onto the middle coming in from Nayron on the Yamato. Meanwhile, looking back here on the left-hand side, Ian Prowler trying to flex the Sinclair a little bit, getting Viscous on the back foot. So a little bit of a ray of light here for Aegis Aurora after what was a very tough spot across most lanes that Yamato seizing the opportunity. A little bit of extra poke damage. Does not take the moment to dive in here just yet, but the mid lane is tense right now, Jason, with how close to death the Aegis Aurora end is from most of these hits.
But you're kind of setting up Nayron for a good game with the Mo and Krill and the Yamato in lane. Trying to go for the chaser. Actually down to 100 HP. The slash to come through to heal up a little bit extra. Flying strike on top of it, and that's going to be Wizaster going down. Nayron gets out with 40 HP. And healing right being used. I think it actually was interrupted. The chase coming through, and Sonic Sniper gets it.
I was about to say Green may kill, but in this case, Greed lets you equalize. Mo, though, goes on in, and it's going to be enough. I mean, the unassisted combo, actually not that great damage-wise. Goes on in, though, scoring, going to finish it off. So, still, beneficial trades happening for Lodos off in the middle. And if they're able to get middle Guardian down, that's going to free up Mo to just start doing a bit of roaming, Jason.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to give Nayron the chance to just farm up all day long. I mean, then you also, if you get Mo and Krill rotating around with Weop, I mean, you're going to create so many kill opportunities for, I mean, not to mention like Skifovich to get a lot of farm on the Vindicta. But they got to be careful. I mean, Rig going to be actually the one to get the kill onto Nakaman. I mean, things you need to like kind of buy time for that middle lane just to finish up their domination and to be able to assist these other lanes. If you don't feed too much here, you could have a massive lead into the mid game.
Warden overplaying his hand, goes in for the last stand, just not able to heal up enough. However, Sinclair getting low. Coffin comes over to the lane, still low HP, can't find the angle to punish Sinclair, and that is a very nice turnabout for Aegis Aurora off on the left-hand side. However, take a look off on the right. We got a Calico for Lodos chasing down Mirage. Bandwise, you know, different hero set for him, and oh, look at this from above! The shot from Skifovich. Nice shots here in from Lodos.
Yeah, they're winning the right lane, they're winning the mid lane. Actually, speaking of mid lane, look how deep Nayron is. He's going to be caught out on the healing right, going to give him pretty much no HP, and escape should not be happening out of him. And Primer able to respond again.
A little bit unlucky there where you pop the healing right, and it's like, want to see a magic trick. The Prime just comes out for around the corner, and you know, the first trick was just stopping while healing, Jason.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good trick. I mean, the thing is, we also did have the rotate come in out of Neon Primer to the mid lane to go for that kill. He's actually been sitting over towards the left-hand lane. Remember, with Geist with Saint. So an early rotation coming through, at least netting them a positive. The stolen last stand coming through. It's gonna fade out, and you kind of need to run here, Neon Primer, because your teammate he's backed away already.
Yeah, the clone last stand has faded. Nayron, meanwhile, able to find Sanya off in middle, and I wonder where this means for Wizaster at the moment here. Not a great spot to be in. Meanwhile, looking back over left-hand side lane. Pyro close to another last stand, and Skifovic taking flight. Another assassinate in the barrel. Good to go. Looking, and no, can't pull the trigger there, Jason.
He's given the opportunity. He's given the angle, the pushing out of his teammate. Not been able to force the line of sight to be given over to Vindicta, and the last escape around the corner.
Flash, you need to leave. If Flash gives line of sight, he's dead.
He's sticking around.
Dangerous. Like, especially that low HP versus a Vindicta. She doesn't have to full charge the assassinate to drop you off the map at that point.
Man, like it's kind of crazy to see we're having like so many kills being traded out, but like no lane is like really necessarily hard winning. It's all tied up in souls. And I guess you could say mid lane's winning a little bit hard at the moment, but Nayron, like some of the overcommitments he's made, some of the missteps he's made, has allowed the return kills to come back.
Well, you see, that's where I disagree a little. It's like you're not technically wrong, but within the overall context of the game, this is immensely Lodo's favored just because their comp scales so much harder. Even is winning big time for where they're at the moment if they're able to keep it up. Shout transformation going to be used. Pocket responding with affliction. Disaster already gone. Pocket seeing what he could do here. You know, he knows the affliction came on down, but not really in the spot. Do a little bit more. Meanwhile, Geist, quick little drive-by by Viscous, swapping angles here rapidly across the map. As now looking back at Skifovic. More guardian pressure, lands the nice little threaded shot onto Lash. Another assassinate, good to go. Looking, and once more, Lash is going to evade the scope of Skifovic.
I want to see what Skifovic actually levels next. He's like 190 souls away. And he still has a little bit to go to obviously get the level 5 up on his assassinate or on his crows, because he's sitting at level 3. He's sitting at level 2 on both of them at the moment. I want to see if he does go the assassinate to go for that really big snowball where he plays it safe with the crow. Q buys a little bit of time here for Pyro. No last stand up though, and no chance to escape. Wasaster hits the swap. At least the kill will take him back here now yet again for Aegis Aurora.
Meanwhile, it's gonna connect the Death Slam on the Vindicta. Skifovic in a bit of a pickle. No flight available. Has to use the movement tech everyone else does, but turns around, goes back the other way. Quick little assassinate in, has Lash. Will this time be the time? Hits the Lash, but the charge not enough to finish, but has one more in the tank. This one gonna finish.
This is a big snowball now. He's at 9,000 souls. He's been hitting snipes like he's simple in CS, man. This is ridiculous stuff. Coffin, oh, he gets the cube off in time and actually might have been able to bait in Saint just enough for his teammates to come and assist. And Sonic Sniper's gonna be there to eventually finish off Coffin. Pyro trying to back away.
Live. So close to last stand, yet so far the life being drained out. Also, I think that was a copied last stand Neon Primer there that you know, problematic to say the least. Anytime you play Warden into the Sinclair.
Mo, you're dead, bro. Tanya is able to get another kill. He even gets the parry onto Nayron. And the fight is just continuing so skirmish heavy. The urn has spawned in. And Nayron wants to continue to go for it. He does have the Shadow Transformation, but he doesn't need to take down Neon Primer. Saint, in the meantime, secures the urn to run it back to his side of the map. I want to go back to Skifovic when we have a second. I want to see what he's actually maxed out. Is it going to be his Assassinate or is it going to be his Crow? And the fight still continues.
I would hope Assassinate. But here we go. Geist now under pressure. This is where, yeah, you might have a swap about to be up, but are you going to live long enough before the Assassinate comes on in? And no, just take it on down instead.
Or they go so deep.
Pyro. Drops the urn.
Behind enemy lines, man. Like, what are they doing just to pick up the urn? And when Zaster comes in, he's able to turn this around. There's going to be yet again a stolen last stand coming through. Nayron joining the fight over towards middle. He's able to win on that trade up against Sonic Sniper, leaving open that Walker to take a lot of damage. Instead, he's going to be rotating over towards a Sinner Sacrifice. I mean, this has been such an awkward match so far. The fighting has not stopped for like 5 minutes.
Again, the problem is that Aegis Aurora drafted a comp that desperately needs to have the lead. Instead, it's Lodos with a small lead, and even if they get the urn here, they're on a timer, Jason, and the timer says Lodos wins if this income gap stays where it's at into the next 10 or so minutes. That's the problem for Aegis Aurora that they're up against.
Max Assassinate, man, if he starts to get these kills, this is going to be ridiculous. He's looking for more on the left-hand side. The Urn is still just sitting pretty over here, but the amount of players committed out of Aegis Aurora just to defend this turn-in is really going to start to work against him because the souls they're splitting. It's now a 7,000 lead as Lotus goes back to farm up their own jungle. This is really getting out of the hands of Aegis Aurora. They have to kind of like really stop the rot. They need to slow things down here, get a second to think. Because the fighting is still not ending.
I mean, the upside for the Urn fight here is that an open air Urn fight, one of the better areas that you go for Lash, one of the higher odds of getting a big death slam that turns things in your favor. But, you know, realistically, we're at a bit of a standstill right now. And, you know, Urn turn in opposite side of the map. Urn not, you know, likely to be run here at the moment.
Okay, a lot of free damage being done, but Nero doesn't seem to carry. Does have the advantage over Bandwise. And this shot transformation being used. They're going for the dive. Him and Calico together, tag teaming it away. That's going to be Bandwise falling. Neyron picks up another kill, and the Urn has been picked up more importantly here for Lotus.
Last stand, meanwhile, used here by Pyro. Staying alive, but not for much longer. The health gap just way too much. And a nice little gift bag for guys to take on their next shopping spree.
The Urn, it's not even going to be contested, it looks like. Break, I mean, is
Doesn't
he going to
feel
go
like
in? Or is it, no, he's just going to sit back towards his guard. This should be a free turn-in.
Yeah, Rayark actually looks at it and says, or Rayark rather, says, nah, not going to happen. So Lotus is able to add onto their lead, even losing a pick just a moment ago. And you look at the allocation that's coming out here. Neyron at 14k is scary. Same with Nakaben. The front line is just so much more intimidating for Lotus. And generally speaking, in Deadlock, if you're up against a team that's way more front line and they're ahead, you get a point where you just lose, Jason.
Yeah, no, 100%. Good paradoxical swap out of Disaster does net them a kill into Nakaman. Reforce is going to be here. The stolen combo comes through as well, but look at how tanky Wayap's going to be. Eventually, he falls to the fisticuffs out of Disaster. This might allow him to continue to push in towards this Walker.
Meanwhile, take a look at Pyro. Pyro under the gun. Guys from downtown! Back. Gets him out of there. So some life here for Aegis Aurora coming back into it. About to even the score, but Jason, they still need more.
Yeah. I mean, as you were saying before, right? They need actually technically a lot more because they need to have a stronger start. As you put out Neyron at 17,000 souls, he's such a formidable force that I don't know if anyone can 1v1 him anymore. Maybe Saint is at 16k. And that's to be all Guardians taken now in this map. 81 to 82k. Lotus just slightly in the lead. And it really feels like the last 5 to 7 minutes just been non-stop TDM between these teams. And it doesn't seem to stop here as the next buff's going to be spawned, not to mention the Urn.
One bright point for Aegis Aurora. We look at allocation. Warden's pretty broke. No one's fearing Pyro this game, but fight right now over the buffs. The cloned Mo getting comboed by your inner demon is what we're seeing here. Weap, though, may be able to get away. Not gonna, though. Falling in the melee. And no, there's not gonna be any escape for the mole. 2 clean pickups now for Aegis Aurora. The Sinclair looking good. You even just shotgun Vindicta in the face. On top of the sky, Skifovic losing some of their momentum. Bandwise falling towards the end of the fight, but very good exchange, Jason, for Aegis Aurora here thus far.
Very good. I mean, Neyron, you might be very far ahead, but if you can't 1v6, if you need your team to be around you, the Urn's going to be picked up for Aegis Aurora, and they're quickly going to get the lead back for themselves. And I think this is where Aegis Aurora are going to excel when it comes to just who they are as a team, playing together a lot longer, playing in the higher echelons a lot longer. As long as they can kind of stabilize and slow things down and get a second to think, they're going to be able to pull off invades like this and eventually get these like 4-for-1 trades that is going to get them back in the game and back in the lead.
Ooh. Okay, Coffin catching Sanya unawares. Meanwhile, Urn trying to be run in by AA. However, you take a look there, the Calico pressure, you know, I think Sinclair was aware of the Calico there, doesn't want any part of it, and it's buying enough time for quite a bit of Aegis Aurora to rotate over into the left-hand side. Do they pull the Vindicta at a middle? Vindicta right now is trying to clear the wave beforehand. Lash, though, it's going to be Rayek. Perhaps with an angle for a Death Slam here. Instead, we got a little bit of battle inside the vault. Calico saying hello here to the Geist. Now, Return the Shadow going to be used. Nakaman looking at there, not wanting no part here of Saint. Saint, drop a little bit extra damage in. Knock him in, the biggest recipient, all that has to back out, but Mirage is going to TP in. Aegis Roar, all hands on deck here, looking for the Urn turn in. They got the Death Slam. They have a lot of tools here, Jason, on the setup.
Lotus, you just don't contest. Nayron's not here. He's got 20,000 souls. He's pushing a Walker. Just delay the turn in. Don't lose players. Let them have it, and you're going to profit. You can see already the teleport. Saint immediately heading back towards that Walker to make sure they don't lose it. Now you technically have the man advantage towards the Urn, and you can see it's already go time on the minimap. They force the engagement here, looking for that initial catch. And
yeah,
Pyro,
after they get the guys out of the fight, they decide we want to go for it. Pyro, not the most impactful ward right now. The last stand fading, turned into a rabbit, getting punched in the back. However, 100 HP, Death Slam later into the fight. Down goes Pyro. The Death Slam pretty good. Sets up Sanya. 2 up is Aegis Roar. Make it 3. And all the rotations work out, but also part of it, Jason, they fight completely without Nayron.
yeah, the thing is, I don't hate that they went for the fight, but the fight took too long for them to close out on because Nayron was able to pull a couple players over towards that right-hand side. But then you give up too many players, too many deaths yet again. This is another fight back-to-back where it's a 4-for-1 exchange in favor of Aegis Roar, and they get the Urn on top of this. They've now seen an 8,000, almost 10,000 soul lead gain for Aegis Roar in the last 3 minutes of play. And they're gonna get a Walker
It's been a big turnaround.
Wow.
It's been a big turnaround for Aegis Roar, and yeah, I mean, I see what they're going for previously, but it had to be pure delay. You can't, I think going for the full engage without the Yamato at this point in the game, given the rest of your team and the fact that Pyro is just, you know, effectively broke as a joke relative to what you expect for Warden. I mean, it's been a 1-7 Warden game. It's been very difficult for him. Pyro is more the distraction. The main course is going to be Nayron. And yes, you want to get Nayron farm in other parts of the map, but if you do a full team fight like that, minus your Yamato, you're probably just not going to win, Jason.
Yeah. No, there's no way. You can't fight without Nayron, and Nayron can't fight without you. You kind of need each other in this symbiotic relationship to kind of get back into this game. An extra flex off Aegis Aurora. The Urn going to be spun on the left-hand side of the map. The turn in towards the right. Makes it a little bit more difficult to pull off these kind of split push plays. But again, credit to Bandwise to just travel at the right moment to make sure that they could take this fight. It's very difficult to do, I'd say, as Mirage. It's easier said than done, just saying like, okay, come to us. You have to know like the limits you can push. Speaking of limits, like this Walker is taking a big chunk of damage here. Sonic Sniper being very confident to push this one, this team around. The last stand's gonna come through. Pyro, it's doing almost negative damage, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, Pyro was not really intimidating the guys. The guy's life rate merely neutralizing all the output coming out there from the ward. And meanwhile, combo in. It doesn't last long enough. The guy's able to get the swap right after. And just like that, Saint still alive in the fight. A little bit of movement up on the top, still getting pummeled afterwards. The punish comes on in, Assassinate and Pyro. Still not the worst here for Lotus. And this time, the Yamato is on the fight. Nayron able to get in on to the Paradox. 2 up is Lotus. And with so many people in middle, do you just shove mid-boss here, Jason? They have the option.
Well, if you do that, I think Aegis Roar are going to go for the Urn turn-in. I mean, sick of this. I thought he might actually be going for it to pick it up to hold on to it while they go for the mid-boss. But we can see the call has been made. They're going to be going for mid. In the meantime, Aegis Roar, they did pick up the Urn. They're going to look to run this. I mean, the mid lane Walker is very low. Reg, is he actually going to look for a steal here? He does have Death Slam up. No, he's going to back away. And actually, they're not even running the Urn all this. They should have ran the Urn immediately. And they're going to go for a fight off of it? I mean, the Hex comes through, but it's not going to connect in time. And what
was that grapple? Dear Lord, the flying slash from Yamato. Just going through space and time, under the map, over the map. Doesn't decide to follow through after. But meanwhile, over here to the left, the Urn now in possession of Lotus. Nakaman gonna look to run it over, and no one is in the vicinity, Jason. This is gonna be free for Lotus.
Massive misplay. Like, I don't know why Aegis Aurora picked it up and then didn't bother to just straight run it. You should just left it there. You're giving the opportunity for Lotus to just, you know, get this lead back in their favor, as the fight's definitely going to commence off of this one. You can see the chase already coming through. A combo has gone off as well, catching out over onto Wizaster, down to half HP, and he's most certainly going to fall. And Lotus now with the man advantage and with the Rejuvenator in hand, they can go for the push for the second flex slot of the game.
Yeah, at this point, you look to take walkers. There's no way about it. Also, Warden deciding to go up. I was gonna say, okay, you got more coming in here. I actually don't like the idea of Pyro. Well, actually, Neon's only at 70k. May have been able to take it even with a copy, but all right, all the action going down here on the right lane. Camera point of view shifting over here to the Pyro. Last stand, ready to go. Calco not in this fight, by the way, Jason. Off on the left, doing a little bit of lane pruning.
Yeah, just farming away, trying to get that lane shoved. I don't know why Slender Sniper's actually in that direction, because what's he really realistically going to be getting here? I guess he's trying to keep it shoved since he has to worry about the buffed up minions coming his way. I think he has Majestic Leap too with how fast he's moving around the map. Nayron does have assist of a couple of teammates, but that's going to be the desk line coming through to connect it onto two. Not going to commit to the ground.
Two, but the impact minimal. Nayron's just like, all right. Meanwhile, Rappel's on in the other way. Shout transmission going to be used. People super vulnerable here. This is where Yamato can clean all sorts of up, over, in. Power slash ready to go. Getting parried twice, but you can't be stunned at Shout transformation. The parry is actually quite good at preventing some of the damage, as Nayron now has to take a breather.
Good cube coming through to buy him some time, but he comes out of it a little bit too early, and Aegis Aurora able to confirm the 2 kills off the back of that, defending the Walker. And Lotus with the rejuve and the earn turn-in are not able to get their next flex slot unlocked. And Disaster gets a free mid Walker. Like, what's happening here? This should have been all of Lotus's way. It should have been them taking quite a bit of ground.
I think Nayron, in terms of skill order, actually just misplayed the last one on top of just losing out on a ton of damage. But Pyro, under pressure, last stand, and dead. This is the problem. When Warden-wise, you're not ahead of the game, situations like that where you would pop last stand and roll people over, you just sit there and die. Like, your last stand is symbolic. You're raising your hand to the sky saying, Lord, take me now. It's unfortunate when that's your level of farm as a Warden.
It almost feels like he was just better off just holding his ground and turning towards him, trying to lifesteal, because he turned away where you're not going to be healing, and then tried to run with last stand being used. Both teams starting to group up towards the right-hand side, though. As the Walker, the last Walker of the game for Lotus, is extremely low on HP. The Body Ward's not going to connect, though, as Disaster does back away. And Skipovich off to the side. Had such a strong start to this game with the assassinates he was hitting. Getting a lot of kills. They're going to need to have some massive impact to this game. But again, another Death Slam comes through. It's just onto the Goo Ball. Or the Goo Man. Goo It. Coffin will fall.
Lotus is so low here. The only person healthy is Nayron, and Nayron's not in the fight. So these things probably linked. 153k to 139k. Aegis Aurora nursing a decent lead here, even though, scaling wise, pretty decent opportunities for Lotus to still take this match. But, through a little bit of misplays, a little bit of decent rotations, Aegis Aurora, they have the lead they need to win with the comp they have now, finally, even if they didn't get it in quite the timing you would have expected.
It's just unfortunate for Lotus that, like, Nayron has slowed down quite a bit. He had such a decent gap in the beginning, but some of these fights he's been taking, whether it's miscommunication or misplay out of him in particular, it's left him just into death. I mean, maybe he gets 1 kill, but dying, you're not farming, you're not continuing your lead, you're letting others catch up against you. I mean, Saint's at 31k, Sonny's at 30,000 as well. The efficiency of that Yamato pick has just fallen by the wayside, and now with the earn turning going to be in towards the base of Lotus, and there's no walkers to take for Aegis Aurora, so it's not like you can bait anything out of this. You're gonna have to just commit for it or not.
Well, if you're gonna fight, I mean, there is a window right now where the Lash is not as effective. There's no Death Slam threat if they want to go for it, but you can't engage right now. Like, you're playing footsie with them, and your Yamato and your Warden aren't near you. If you catch them, you die. Like, I don't love the positioning out of Lotus here when team-wise they're effectively bluffing Jason.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Like, I think when Weap gets a combo in, I don't know, like, they've not really been able to burst down the person he's been comboing. To be fair, it's supposed to be Neon Primer is the one that's been comboing him, as he does get very aggressive here, putting that Spectral Assistant behind him so he can shove this lane out. You can see a Mo is coming, and he immediately hops back while the Warp Stone's used, preventing that combo from locking him down. And again, the urns are still being held by Saint.
The urn turn in location does make things really problematic for Aegis Aurora here, where a bad engage could just lead to Nayron crushing the backline. Like, the overall frontline presence means that Aegis Aurora has to be a little bit more ratty, has to pick their points, but Death Slam coming on in, and nothing happens aside from the crows pecking at Lash's flesh, and Assassinate nearly coming over and in. Brayake in a rough spot, and now if you are Lodos, you gotta just run at it here, Jason. You're not gonna get a golden opportunity like this again. Now you look for the Mirage, Calico, over and in, gets to the slowing Hex. The Cube, though, gonna save just in time, return the Shadow, likely come out right after. Meanwhile, the Mo, the Fisticuffs out. 2 clean picks right now for Lodos. They're not done yet. The last stand in, the Warden, moving on over, in, drains the life right out of Bandwise. 3 picks in for Lodos. The patience paying off, and guess what? Mid-boss, he's ready for another attack.
3 massive picks, and they're still continuing for more. I mean, the combo locking on Sonic Sniper, so he couldn't do a single thing in that fight, and for them to collapse onto that kill, really opening up and paying dividends here, as it looks like they will finally lose out on a player. Wizaster, he's gonna fall though, gets a parry off last second, but not gonna matter. Nayron's gonna finish him off. That means Lotus gonna come out with 5 kills for the 1 death. A stolen last stand gonna be coming out. I mean, you're quite beefy. You're doing some decent damage, but I don't think you can kill off the entirety of Lodos. A clean team wipe coming through, and Lodos, be smart. Take Rejuve, and this is where you start to unlock these flex slots.
Really nice cube by Coffin, by the way, that almost stopped Warded from having his world changed against him by the world-changing ability itself, so, you know, that was the thing. Either way, though, I feel like the micro story of that entire interaction is the Observer's going to Lash. It's like, Lash, Death Slam. It's done nothing. And you've gotten hit with the Crow. And you've gotten hit with the Assassinate. And you're dead. Like, the entire crux of the initiation was a fully beefed Lash engage.
Can't engage for dead, though. See, and his team found out. I mean, to be fair, though, with Lodos, like, having the Rejuvenator, I think the last time they took it, they didn't really do much off the back of that. It was actually just Roy came out with a Walker in mid, I believe. But we need to see them be very smart about the situation if they want to take the 2-0 series. And it looks like it's pretty much coming down to a matter of knowledge and vision. I think Sonic Sniper trying to give the info to his team of where they're going to be. And you know, you can see he's looking for that engagement. He's going to be over onto Saint looking for that. Actually, he doesn't even have his soul exchange. He's just going to immediately burst it down.
Well, I think even if the soul swap was up, he was going to die before it was available. The ambush is real. Lodos is in. And this could be game-winning momentum right now, Jason, so long as we see Nakaman able to get away.
Nayron in the 1v1 up against Bandwise mid 2, looking for that Walker. Might dive under it. Doesn't have Shadow Transformation anymore because he's currently sitting inside of it, but he's not able to finish off the kill. Finally, it comes through. And that should be... Oh, they don't have a mini wave there. They can't take the Walker just yet. They still have the mana advantage for another 30 seconds of time.
Yeah, I mean, Aegis Aurora is working at building advantage, but this is also where, you talk about the idea of laden souls on the map. The next 2 walkers is going to put Lotus ahead in overall economy. We're deeper into the late game where their heroes scale better as a whole. And, do you really want your game to be dependent on Lash landing a good Death Slam? Well, that might be where you're at, and certainly it didn't work out last time around.
They're waiting on combo Lotus for the push. It just came back up offline or online. They have an urn to take. There's a lot to be taken right now when you have this man advantage. You need to start committing for some of these pushes. This Walker just being melted through like butter. And finally, Lotus get themselves a flex slot unlocked yet, or not, actually, they had it earlier on from the right-hand Walker, but they're looking for the next one on the left lane. And this is where both teams are going to collapse. We don't see Neon Primer there. We don't see Wizaster there. And there's really no way you can defend against this without a massive Death Slam to come through.
Well, ring the bell. Death Slam. It's just a solo. It's looking for Calico, who has ways of getting out of that. Meanwhile, Pyro dives on in. No last stand required. Able to take down Sanya. Calico clearly not hurt at all by Death Slam. Big cleave. Might be near a bit bigger. Return the Shadow. Over. In. Looking for a little bit more. The dive from Lodos could be game ending here and now. Pyro in with the last stand. Another 2. And Lodos on the winning tilt here and now, Jason, as you look at Sinclair, slashed down by Yamato in the moment.
And Nakaman just going full horizontal there, looking like M. Bison. from Street Fighter. That's gonna be the first round going, the second fall in as well. The first stage patron. I don't think they're gonna be able to respawn in time. They're gonna have Sonya Sniper available once the patron gets, converted. But there's only gonna be Bandwise there to assist. If they can kill Bandwise here, you're gonna get a massive advantage into closing out this game. And just Tornado back in towards spawn. The patron will fall here momentarily. And I kind of think Lotus, you technically, I think, could finish this. Instead, they're gonna back away.
Well, they're gonna play it safe, but I feel like we've been pretty true to the narrative in this game where, we mentioned the win conditions, and unfortunately for Aegis Aurora, they weren't able to get the gap they needed. They, mercifully, by some bad decisions of Lotus, actually almost got it back in the mid to late game. But at this point, the difference in comp scaling is unreal. And the hopes and dreams you have of Lash making a big impact as one of your key characters, it's probably not going to happen. Like, Lash is half a character at this point. And, oh, here we go. Grapple on in from Nayron. Looking for Sinclair. Again, turned into a rapid turn. Still a Shadow Transformation in reserve. Wizaster already down. Death Slam in here from Rayek, but not too much happening right here. Maybe Pyro is one that goes down for it, but the Amato still good to go. Moving on over. However, the stolen last stand, actually not what you want to run into. Suddenly, Nayron goes down. Uh-oh. A little bit of Sinclair magic there, Jason.
There's no Rejuvenator too, so Lotus, you have to be so careful here. This could be your base being dismantled. I think the Jin Mark might be able to finish off Coffin here. Oh, gets him extremely low. Neon Primer takes down, knock him in though. And then the Urn's going to be gifted over to Aegis Aurora to secure. They also have 3 kills for the 1 death, with Zaster seeming to be the bait that's offered up to Lotus every single time. And they're going to go on the push. There's a world where they take shrines. There is definitely a world we're going to start to see a 50-minute game at this point if both teams are hesitant to make that final mistake or that final play.
It's a distinct possibility, and I think the main thing that saved Aegis Aurora there was that you just had enormous value from Neon Primer, landing a very, very good audience participation into the Warden, all using it against them. But going this deep right now for Aegis Aurora, I mean, they're going to get a shrine, but this is tricky. This is close enough that this is where they can just lose people here and get snowballed right back the other way. Get shrine, but man, Jason, you do have to be careful as you look here over the top. You got Pyro back into the fray. Last stand, good to go. Lodos now. Do they decide the chase? They're thinking about it. Another clone last stand, by the way, in from Neon Primer, but the threat is going to fade.
Oh, yeah. Don't take that flying strike.
Yeah.
Who knows where you would end up.
That's canceled.
I mean, we're going to have Reju spawning soon, too. The mid-boss. There it is. As if I summed it myself. And I think with that spawn coming through, it's also going to delay the game a little bit, unless like Lotus walks face forward into a waiting Aegis Aurora, or vice versa.
I see pocket.
Calco right now, the quick human ward, giving some vital intel. Nothing is a secret right now from Lodos. However, Slowing Hex is going to be on the Calco. Saint kind of wants to take the fight on the Pacman, who right now wants out of it. Meanwhile, again, it's another clone last stand, but just like you do against the Warden, they disengage here, Jason, with that big win condition off the board for about 60 seconds. If you are Lodos, you really want to go in while the Sinclair ult is offline. And here we go. Flying Strike in. Instant Shadow Transformation in from Nayron. However, they lose the Mo immediately. Weap down. A little bit of camera magic behind the scenes also in the lower left. But Weap down immediately here for Lodos. Made this fight a little bit rough. Calco also getting wounded in turn. And the opportunity not quite capitalized on. As, Nayron might be going down. Flying Strike, other way, parry down. Sanya gonna stay alive. We still got ourselves a game right now, Jason.
Do we? Aegis Aurora, you go mid-boss right now. You have 4 kills. You know what? You can go mid-boss, or you can just finish the game to continue to push through. Skipfitch and Pyro gonna be forced to retreat. And actually, it looks like they're trying to go for the finish here. It's just the Patron transforming into the tier 2 or phase 2. And Aegis Aurora, I think they might be able to tie up the series. I think you could still full commit for this. If you want to be safe, you could definitely go back for Rejuvenator. But look at the timers. They have 3 players left on 20 seconds or more. This should most certainly be the finish. Pyro's able to get the 1 kill before he falls. And they're going to stay. They're going to split odds here with Lodos.
Yeah, you stay, you finish out here and now. You're not going to get another opportunity like this one. The Patron getting ripped down. The respawn's not going to be time. And Aegis Aurora staying alive, turning the tables. And frankly, I mean, it was really good reactions to Aegis Aurora, but also I think some rough engages there where really, Lotus was playing with the advantage at the end there, Jason. And yes, you won the engage after the Sinclair basically beefed the ult, but you still need to be a good engage, and not quite the case.
Considering how hard of a turnaround that was too, I think it was a lot of flex slots picked up out of nowhere for Lodos, and they had such good control. I mean, they had the patron all ready to go, they had the shrines all down, but that one misstep, and when you're that late into the game, that one misstep, if your Aegis Aurora, is going to be able to capitalize off of you so harshly, as you saw there, able to transition like a couple of kills into an eventual win in back-to-back fights. It's unfortunate for Lotus. They did show us some very good signs, but I think Aegis Aurora is still showing that they've got what it takes, that they can still make you pay for any mistakes.
Yeah, and also, maybe a little bit of impatience. I also think for Neyron, like, you think about some of the truly elite Yamatos we've seen. I think Neyron was okay, but it wasn't the Yamato shows up and everyone sort of dies. Like, I think some of the execution between Flying Strike in the power slash resets with the, Shadow Transformation timing, it was a little off. I think, like, even for the farm that Neyron had, like, some of the execution wasn't there to the way that you'd see for teams like, say, VP or a one-win team. But, getting the highlights, it's a bit of a banger, though, Jason, all the way around, where, Aegis Aurora, despite not playing up to the, power of their team comp in the early and mid game, they kept it close enough and to where when Lotus made a mistake, they were able to come back from the abyss.
I think Bloodbath is the perfect way to describe that game, because that's all it really was. Like, from just the get-go, we had constant fighting. I think we had maybe like 5 minutes out of the entire 35 minutes, which is more stable, slow down, normal kind of play. I think both teams just really wanted to lock down this series. And Aegis Aurora, I mean, they still have, or sorry, Lotus, you still have another series to go after this. Like, your job's not done just yet. You're still going to have a difficult match against OneWin. At least you can split against Aegis Aurora, who did split against OneWin. But honestly, I think that's going to be their toughest matchup yet. Like, OneWin definitely looking a little bit wounded. But I mean, with Lotus having a lead like that, you need to be able to close out the game more importantly, especially with, like, as you said, like Neyron. If you think Yamato on him versus ABL's Yamato, who are you going to favor? I think we're both going to agree it's going to be ABL.
Yeah, and also, even though OneWin, struggling a little bit yesterday in terms of performance, like really overall the course of the week across like the entirety of the Deadlock scene, I feel like yesterday particularly was a wake-up call to OneWin, and they're the type of team I feel like to, there's this idea in traditional sports, if you don't want to go up against a team when they're ready for a revenge game. I feel like OneWin is ready for the revenge game to come in locked in even harder than they've been in the past. So I think Lotus may be about to run into a blender in the next match. That's kind of my take on it. It's not even about them. It's more about a one-win team, ready to step it into the next gear.
I mean, I don't remember the last time we saw OneWin lose 2-0. Well, I guess it was technically wasn't 2-0. They did lose 2-0 versus Thanos, and then it was a 2-1 against VP. No. They ended up winning like DFN 4 weeks straight after that. Like, it's not going to be a fun if you're up against them. But I mean, either way, to round up this game, like, I think a lot of credit to Aegis Aurora to kind of hold on. Like, Sonya Sniper, I'm still not 100% convinced by the pocket, though it did do a ton of damage. I think a lot of respect has to be given to like Satan Bandwise again. Even with Zaster, I mean, he did get killed a lot with his 8 deaths. I mean, to be fair, he's kind of on par with the rest of his team, but he did facilitate a lot of like 1-for-4 trades.
Also, even with the win happening with the last on the team, given how many times we saw Death Slam come in, not hit anyone, and the team fight go completely against Aegis Aurora, I'm still not that big of a believer in Lash. I feel like even when it goes well, even when you win the game, you're still looking back and being like, was this the best we could do? Don't love it, Jason. Just do not love it.
It's fine. I mean, we're still, I would say, still in like the earliest stages of this patch. I think maybe 1-2 more weeks and things will be sussed out. It's definitely what the meta heroes are, but we've kind of already seen like a good amount of them, of like what we're seeing the trend go towards. Neyron, by the way, 16 kills, 48,000 damage. And Skifovich, I mean, he did have a quieter game. Like the laning phase, he was getting kills left, right, and center, especially with the assassinate, but obviously didn't have it max then. But then towards the later parts, he definitely did fall off a bit.
Well, Aegis Aurora, where, by the way, I will say the mental fortitude to come in with the sub is pretty good because,
True.
From all accounts, it was internal turmoil. That was actually, I think, the official tweet about it, where, Fremont had enough and effectively had left the team. But regardless, that's going to be it for me and Jason here today. Coming up next, it's going to be Seymour and Tanner bringing you through the rest of the day, starting off with One Win Team taking on Lodos. We'll see you at the end of the break.
Hi, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the back half of Volume 5 of the One Win Bombshell Tournament. My name is Tanner Metro. I'm joined once again by Seymour. Seymour, we've been passed the baton, and now we just have to make sure we can run the lap and not trip on the track. We've got 4 games ahead of us, and a team that just kind of slipped and tripped on the tracks a little bit was Lodos, and that's exactly who we're going to be jumping on board with. They're going to be taking on One Win. Lodos coming off of a split series with Aegis Aurora, and a game 2 that maybe should have gone their way, could have gone their way. We'll take out the maybe.
It's a tough match. I'll say I think that I'm really impressed with the way that Lotus kind of stepped up there. It wasn't a good start to the tournament for Lotus, but in the match versus Aegis Aurora, barring some unfortunate changes for that team, maybe some complications there, Lotus still stepped up. They looked good. They took that game number 1. They almost came back in game 2. I thought they had it for a chance, but you know what? It was a hotly contested game. It was a really exciting one to watch, and I think that leaves a lot to look forward to from this Lotus team and what they can accomplish, how high their ceiling potentially is against some of these next teams.
Yeah, and so the ceiling's pretty high. The where they're headed next is it's up there. It's a daunting task, but it's a team that's kind of showed a little bit of weakness in the last couple of days. And not just in this tournament, right? It's the home team. They're taking on One Win, and One Win, they've got some splaining to do because we had the highest of hopes, and then yesterday they kind of had the same thing happen to Lotus happen to them. They came out and it was reversed. They lost game 1 and then had a possibility of winning game 2, but a couple of things go sideways. A couple of rejuvenators end up in the wrong hands, and One Win find themselves in a tricky spot.
And you know what? I think I can preface and say that Deadlock has to be one of the most difficult esports right now to stay consistent in. That is considering how many times this game truly does change. In the weeks when we do get patches, it seems like we are playing new games sometimes. And, I won't ever fault a team for, being at the top and then kind of getting knocked down a peg after a patch. Sometimes that does change things. Sometimes that does make it more difficult. And sometimes it doesn't play to your strengths as a roster. Maybe that is what we're looking at here for this One Win squad. Maybe the patch has just kind of knocked them down a little bit, but I have the utmost confidence that they can rise, they can find their way back. And I think that yesterday was a good test for them, honestly, to kind of show. It's okay, we played against Thanos. We lost 2-0. We played against VP. We went to game 3. We lost that in Fight Night. And now going through the rest of this tournament, it's the road to redemption for One Win on how they can climb back to being that top team here in Europe. So it's it's exciting because, you thought you were going to go into this tournament and you're going to get, One Win to just walk through, look like the best still. But it seems like things are changing again.
Yep, we are jumping right on into it. This is the start of that redemption arc for One Win, because it doesn't get much easier after this. So they need to get the ball rolling here. We jump right on into it. Great talent. Bebop actually getting a first ban. Everybody want to make sure that the robot's not getting involved. But that leaves up our tried and true I grab you, you grab me, right? Holiday, Paradox, first going both ways. And then a really early Yamato grab here for One Win, with a lot left on the table, right? Kelvin, Shiv, the Mirage, the Lady Guys. There's a lot left here for Lodos to kind of not only run through here for picks but also look to take away and wave bans.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of Lash today. We've been seeing a lot of Pocket throughout this tournament. Empty Dreams played a great Pocket yesterday. Maybe that's something we could also be seeing picked up here. But no, it's the Mo and Krill, another just kind of lockdown hero. Of course, One Win, you go into this. If you don't want to ban it and you want it to be played, just grab it, take it away from Lotus. And it's a solid pickup. We see so many times Mo and Krill just leads to so much success for these teams. And for Lotus to answer back from this one, you're kind of looking into, all right, we might need to start prioritizing a playmaker, or, maybe we want to kind of lead into this. So maybe you go towards that Lash, maybe you go towards a little bit of an initiation, or maybe you steal away the Mirage or the Lady Guys to have that frontline consistent damage to battle against a team like One Win. So for Lotus, there's options here before we go into the second draft of bans. It's just, where are they going to go here? Because I know this Lotus team is probably sitting there. It's like, okay, we got to cook right now. We got to cook if we want to take One Win down.
I think, there's a world. Okay, Mirage Kelvin. I don't know if I was expecting the Kelvin ban, but I did think, if not Vindicta, Mirage probably going to go next here. Kelvin, obviously a huge pickup. Kelvin's been a problem just as a whole, right? What it incites for your team is just a big frozen shelter, more lockdown. It really helps Samoa and Krill, which Holiday is obviously going to be doing that for One Win. It's a nice takeaway there, but then it also takes away from that Kelvin Shiv, which is just a very confident lane. You know, you're going into a game where you know exactly what you're going to get when you play that Kelvin Shiv. So Kelvin banned away. I'm wondering if One Win are just going to erase the Vindicta, not give that one over to Lotus, and then maybe look for some the Lady Geist probably coming up. I'm surprised Lady Geist has actually made it this far through.
It's weird too, because like Lady Geist has been like a prio pick for so many teams.
Yeah, like
so
1-2 for a lot of people. Yeah.
Warden ban. Okay, yeah. Lotus were kind of, I wouldn't say abusing the Warden, but really kind of using it quite a bit in the last series. One Win, we're obviously paying attention to that. And if you're going to have like the Sinclair for Lotus, like you don't want to like go into this one knowing that if they can grab that Warden and you don't have a Sinclair to copy that last stand yourself. So just get rid of it altogether. But now we're into the back half of the draft. You just said it, kind of. Lady Geist, she's still up. In the support section, I'm pretty sure that this Lotus team does like to play the Ivy too. So if that's something that they go for at the same time, I think I'd be excited to see some Ivy. You and I haven't been able to see much Ivy get played in general. I know ZP and Jason have, but I don't think they'd go for the Ivy just yet. I don't think that's going to be a prio for them. I'd want to lock down something like you said, like, even the Vindicta too. But One Win's just going to go ahead for the Lady Geist and the Ivy.
Dude, is there lore between Lady Geist and Ivy? Just because that, for some reason, like when I just look, I feel like Ivy's like the shady little like underling for like the big mob boss, you know, like that's the feel that I get between like Lady Geist being like the Baroness, and then Ivy's like, yeah, whatever you want, boss. That's not a good Ivy, or that wasn't supposed to be anything. Those are the vibes that I get. So it makes sense that we get that dynamic duo. They should have some dialogue between each other.
I got no clue, but I like where you're going with this that one.
Hey, we're telling stories, baby. It'll probably make sense later. We'll tie it back in later.
Maybe even like you just look at Ivy, you know, kind of like the same hat as Mo does. So it's like,
true.
You know, hey, maybe something of the same. Whoa! No way. Okay, so like, what are we cooking over here, Lotus? Because like One Win just did this the other day to Aegis Aurora. It didn't work. Didn't even come close to working. But maybe in your head you're just thinking, okay, so like we're not going to play the Calvin. We're not going to get the Ivy. Viscous was up, so you could have played Viscous right there.
Yeah.
But the only thing in my head that like this McGinnis kind of looks like is like support McGinnis. But like, why would you play support McGinnis?
And who even plays it? I'm thinking like it's lockdown without being sure lockdown, if that's worth anything. Obviously, the wall is still the wall. The turrets did get a little love in this most recent patch. But yeah, the McGinnis feels a little strange. Maybe Lotus are just kind of giving... they're just poking fun at One Win. They understand that they're playing one of the strongest teams, and they're like, you know what, you guys did it, so maybe we can do it too.
I always kind of like think of McGinnis as like the wall is also used for like sectioning in certain ways, especially certain fights. Like whenever you jump on, you play McGinnis, or at least I do. I kind of think about it in the sense of like, okay, so you're playing Yamato, you dive in here, I'm going to use the wall, section you off, and then isolate you from the rest of the team. In that whole sense is like it can be used in obscure ways that you don't really expect it. but just McGinnis in general, just it doesn't fit. She doesn't fit right now in like the compositions that we've been seeing. And like there's so many different things you could go towards. Like the Viscous would have been exactly what you would have needed just to create a little bit of like disruption in teams with that goo ball, or even save your own teammates if they get lassoed or if they get grabbed by the combo or static charge. Like there's a lot of CC on 1Win, and there's not really a whole lot of ways to stop that. I mean, like, yeah, Lotus has like the time wall. They have like a chance to maybe copy some of that CC, as well as, you know, you're going to see Vindicta trying to keep her distance. And, you know, Mirage is really hard sometimes with that tornado to get used to. But like, I think that this McGinnis is just such a weird pick.
It is strange. There also is the interrupt factor, right? My thoughts, if not everybody has a super flushed out hero pool, I'm assuming that Koffein, I don't remember Koffein played the Viscous, also plays Paradox.
Could you imagine if production's just baiting us?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. You know, that's what I thought yesterday when we saw a couple of Lash bans. I was like, did one of these teams just accidentally ban Lash? Like, was that a mistake? Like, what's going on? But I think Kofi's going to be playing the Paradox, right? So as much as the Viscous maybe fits in there, if there's no Viscous player and you're looking at this Mo and Krill, it's like, okay, well, if we need some type of extra support, we need some extra oomph, sectioning things off with that wall, locking people down, right? If we can't Mo and Krill you after you got swapped, at the very least, we can wall you off. But you can also interrupt that Mo and Krill ult with the Spectral wall as well. So I know that's like super niche, but we're going to be seeing that all game, right?
It's not kind of like it's the niche that we need to see now. It's like if you're going to bring that in, it's like you need to start getting a little crazy, a little creative here with this McGinnis. But it is weird, 100%. I don't understand it, but at the same time, like just think about it, like in the whole sense of like, okay, 1Win tried the McGinnis, it didn't work. You gave up a game to Aegis Aurora. How funny would it be if Lotus was able to take 1Win down with the McGinnis? Like that would be like. It's kind of like Lotus just be like, we're better than you, right? That's like we're better than you moment. Like
that would be, yeah, the script writing would not be. We got good scripts yesterday. We can't start Seymour, you and I.
Yeah, we wasted it on
like
day 2.
Yeah, the day that we have ahead of us though, it's so insane. But we can't think too far ahead because we're jumping on into this one. We're getting right into it as we make our way out to the Cursed Apple. 1Win, your Amber Hand, Lotus, your Sapphire Flame, and Seymour. We are underway, and would you look at it? The mob boss and the henchmen are laning together. Ivy and Lady Guys, let's go.
And it's just one of those situations too, is that like that extra support that you get with the Lady Guys is going to be very, very helpful in just a secure, stable lane out of 1Win. I think that on top of, you know, also having, you know, that stone form eventually to contest for those, you know, Temple Guardians, like that is also another one for those team fights to just kind of get in there, you know, disable a couple players, CC it up, force yourself to maybe turn a fight. But Pyro's in trouble here. 7 chipping away. How is he still alive? Knock him, and he's gonna be the first one to fall in the game, as Lotus are just across the board kind of struggling right now in these lanes.
And this is interesting. We've seen this Yamato holiday lane so often, but I feel like we've been seeing it a lot in the middle lane as that Carbine lands. And this is a sectioning you were talking about. Wall goes up. It doesn't land to a kill, but heaps of damage onto Xenon. Stone form from Flammable just to try and zone out and allow the Baroness to sneak away. But the Lady Guys, or not the Lady Guys, excuse me, the Yamato holiday lane has typically been in middle because it's just been so oppressive winning this mid lane and then being able to bounce left or bounce right. Now we've got it in that far right lane. So what that'll help with is not only, you know, the pressure on this Guardian, but urn pickups and urn spawns, right? If this holiday Yamato's winning here and the urn just happens to spawn on the left side of the map, well, hey, we've got all this pressure right side. We've opened things up for you. Bring that bad boy home.
So even across it, like just looking at like the general, like, yeah, you're struggling against this Yamato holiday, already getting some good damage down onto those towers like we've been seeing. That's a good section off with the McGinnis. Now moving in, Time Wall especially just going to push you right up into this Guardian, force back the Ivy and the Lady Geist. And maybe that's what we're getting here for Lotus. It's just a chance to kind of isolate some members with these walls and really box up One Win, try to like shut them down in these lanes. It's just when you leave the lanes and it's a lot more wide open space to work around it, it's just, I think that's when you're going to struggle.
And it is a lot of pressure here. Lotus getting all the way up on that turret. And even in the last the last wall that we saw, it kind of got the Lady Guys out of position. Just Xenon just wanted to get out of there, but it also blocks off so many angles to where, hey, we could just walk up on your turret, right? If you let us push our wave to your Guardian, we're just gonna wall you off so you can't shoot us while we're shooting it. So pressure is on here for that Lady Guys and that Ivy. And on the right side, things are still going well for One Win. It's looking like a little bit more overseas. Gonna collect another for themselves. And that's what happens when your holiday is 3,200 souls and gets that lasso.
Yeah. Lasso early is going to lead to a little bit of a snowball here. Weap drops as well through mid. So you can really see that, especially over towards that right lane. In general, One Win feeling ahead of Lotus. As soon as that Guardian goes down, if they do complete that, that is going to allow for this Yamato, for this holiday to start moving a little bit more across to assist the other lanes. Bakambo coming in here, mixed with the Storm Cloud. Xenon or Nayron going to be caught underneath it. It's Pyro to drop as well. Empty Dreams gets both of them. Now into the Guardian. You can see One Win looking to push forward.
Shadow Transformation just to continue to be aggressive. Nakaman also falls at the end of it all. Skifovic just needs to back away. Half HP is not enough to stick around. Vindicta going to take to the skies, and Nayron trying to get something back. 3 players pressure his far left lane. Nice shot, but not enough to take down Empty Dreams. We'll see if there's maybe another left in the chamber. Empty Dreams is not safe. He's just tucked away in that corner, and Nayron just cannot get an angle.
Okay, just slowly healing back up. Allowing Zanya to just hold that lane, clear those waves. Xenon's going to find 2. That's the middle dropping again for Lotus. Even against the Paradox McGinnis, they just cannot get anything going against the Ivy and the Lady Guys, who just continue to stabilize under Guardian. Overseas in trouble. And Skifovic is going to finish that one off too. Big kill for the Mirage. Allows for a little bit of stability now over towards the right side. They're going to be able to push into towards this Guardian, trade some damage, and finally have some standing over in lane 3.
A little bit of breathing room out that way. Also, some extra breathing room on the left side as Empty Dreams goes down. As much as this mid lane has started to struggle, they're starting to find some of the answers to the questions that are being asked in these side lanes that are, hey, can you hang? They haven't been able to, but now you're getting back into it. Pyro falls. Zanya played such a good Mo and Krill and yesterday, and it's kind of just picking up right where they left off today, just being an absolute bully. A healthy one at that. Scorn. Oh no, good swap back behind the Guardian. Zanya not ready for that. Will burrow out to safety, and McGinnis just left to hold it down in the mid lane, and it was too much to ask for that Ivy Lady guys.
You're gonna be getting gun Ivy here?
Great. Somebody in chat's happy now.
Oh, what was it? It was Thanos that did it. I think it was Hydration was playing it the other day. It didn't work. But it was fun. It was an objective burner, let me tell you.
I know Virtus Pro, quote unquote, made it work, but it was a 400-minute game where I don't think it was the gun Ivy at that point. As we continue to skirmish on the left side of the map, I mean, that middle Guardian down means Lady Geist can just hang out in the lane, keep the pressure on, gonna
Combo.
hold Weap there.
Oh, look at
And now
this.
far left side, we're just getting deep with the ultimates. Guardian taking damage from the 7. That's the best part about Deadlocks is ultimates damage structures, because even though Empty Dreams is in an awkward spot and everybody breaks line of sight, he's still doing his job, right? He's still playing for the objective and helping the team knock down the last of that first line of defense. All 3 Guardians gone.
It's even funny too because like you get the combo into the storm cloud. It's like a lot of times we see sevens who are like very like methodical on which way they want to set up like that storm cloud and you know where their positioning is going to be. But in that moment, it's just like, you know what, Empty Dreams, I'm just gonna hold them still while you pop your ult, and they got nowhere to go. So you just you're just taking that damage from the lightning on top of just eating that combo as well. It's like a good old left-right good night from the Mo and Krill, and we'll see you later.
It definitely makes sense to allow the 7.
For the parry.
Not the jukebox fight. Not the jukebox fight. Okay, ABL. We get it, man. We get it. ABL was supposed to be dead there, by the way. Got a kill, ran away because he was low HP, and then still got another kill in a 2v1. He basically 1v3'd for 2 kills.
Let's see, like you build into like spirit, you build into some healing maybe extra onto the McGinnis. You can provide some solid support for the team, maybe even a late rescue beam, just in case you want to keep that distance with your turrets. But even still, it's like you think that this McGinnis eventually is going to start falling off in terms of value compared to other heroes that we do have playing right now, especially like across the board for 1 win. Like, yeah, you could go like Gun Ivy, and yeah, it's a little bit troll, but like eventually it's going to become not troll. You're going to be really scared of it.
Yeah, it does take a little bit to get going. Just, you know, the little pea shooter that Ivy has doesn't quite get it going all that quickly.
We're going to get an Earth
And
run.
you have options as well as, Earn up now, airdrop available. Weap, unfortunately, will make an exit before this fight can take place. Nayron also doing the same. So just as Lotus were posturing to try and see if they could play around this Earn, 1 win will go ahead and walk away with the fight. We'll see if they also decide to scoop that bad boy up. And it's flammable carrying the Urn, which is fitting.
Yeah, it is a little fitting for sure. I think it's Lotus was caught a little bit out of position there, and you even saw just how separated they were going for that Earn fight. ABL in trouble. 2 players here should be able to confirm this one if they can chase it down. Nice turn on in for the parry. Whoa, good timing on that parry. Reads it around the corner. You got to give it to ABL. I mean, yesterday playing on that Shiv, ABL was a force against Thanos, doing as much as humanly possible to keep the team alive in that second game. This time on the Yamato, I like it, but moments like that, you can see Lotus working around it.
You brought this on yourself.
That was a heads up too from Tofin just after kind of having that situation play out before. And ABL under fire again, no shadow transformation. Is just gonna look to fight his way back into it. Tornado, no shot, dude, hits the hook and still maybe gets something for it.
Yeah, that's some good assistance coming out from Flammable there. The power of the Ivy alongside you. Pause coming through from Namakin, so gonna have to wait and see what's going on here. And you know, I was thinking too, it's just how much more difficult it is that you get the late 7 pick from Empty Dreams, because that's going to make it even harder if Weap does push into like this turret build. Like those electric balls are just going to chip them down and make sure that those turrets have no space.
Pings on the map for the 7, so ears must be ringing, or Lotus must also be talking about what they're going to try and do with that one. Yeah, Empty Dreams, this 1 win roster really feels pretty darn deep in terms of what everybody's playing. There's a handful of players who have had the opportunity to play 4 different heroes, if not more, in just this event alone. Empty Dreams being one of them, having played, the Pocket. This is actually their 5th as Empty Dreams under fire, Divine Barrier. To try and get out of this one. There's 3 players, Empty Dreams. Just go down, man. Please just go down. Finally.
There's a trade come
Lotus
through, though.
gets something and don't give up anything.
A trade to the right side. It does look like one winner posturing into the Walker in lane 3. Pyro is here, gonna do some wave clear, make sure that they can't step up on the objective. But immediately on that one, you can see that one winner just pivoting away, stealing the camps, moving into the mid lane, and doing everything they can to keep Lotus behind.
And that soul lead just crept up to about that 20,000 mark, and you can definitely see it spread
FTG is in trouble
across one win. And yeah, the highest goals here on Empty Dreams has just been punished 2 times in a row, and a huge assassinate from Nayron gonna help crest that 10K mark for the Vindicta alone, maybe more behind
so you're fighting.
Oh, ABL always gets something. Shadow Transformation used after finding that kill, and now the backstab is here. Overextended our Lotus, and one win are making them pay for it.
It could have worked if one win weren't so damn fast. As soon as Empty Dreams goes down, you saw there are 4 members of one win there to follow up. So when you're looking for a walker to the right side in lane 3, you find an opening on an overextended play in lane 1. So everybody's going to move down. They do some damage into the walker. They shove it up, and they're just making sure that there's no chance to walk forward here for Lotus in any sense of the way. But some Guardian damage, maybe the first Guardian of the game for Lotus. Finally, Skip eventually going to get it, but maybe at the cost of your life.
Yeah, just no getting out of that one. That's unfortunate. Yeah, a kill for a Guardian.
Oh, they're going to get another one, maybe.
Soul swap, soul exchange out. Staying alive is Xenon. Gonna toss down. Oh, man. Kofi's not letting it happen again. Kofi is never getting parried again around these corners, especially against one win. But ABL is here to try and get something back. Down goes Xenon. But there's the trade onto the Paradox. Make it your Vindicta as well. So a response
and they get the mid one too. So that is actually not terrible from Lotus. Yeah, you're losing members just in every single lane, but you get all 3 Guardians off of that play without giving up a walker too. So a decent trade coming through to open up some flex slots. Give yourself still a chance. You're behind in souls for sure, but at least now you can start to scale a little more.
Yeah, and that's like bad timing because the urn is spawning, but maybe you're in a position where you can't really fight for this urn, right? Like if things are perfect for you, I think there's a world that they can fight to try and secure this urn, and that'll definitely help them get back in the game. But any other game state, I would say, I don't know if we die for... Not necessarily, I don't know if we die for the Guardians, but if we die the way that we did right as the bridge buffs and urns are spawning. But take what you can. That's kind of what's on Lotus's mind. Is Empty Dreams. Caught out again. Swap used, but he's out to safety. And a small little skirmish, but it doesn't lead to much more than that. Mid boss also available, so dying at this point for either team could lead to... Okay, never mind. It's actually happening right now.
And it is gone fast. Doesn't seem like they're going to go for the contention either. So Lotus just shoving lanes, shoving waves down. Make sure that there's nothing that can be done after by one win. We're going to be running this urn, though. It's going to be an offensive urn for one win. So you can see that there are some players ready to play defense. You have Pyro just waiting. Close by is going to be Weap as well, but the rest of the team is just scattered across the map, and One Win just a 6-man wrecking crew walking through the Cursed Apple with no worries across the map. Zanya's going to return the urn traded by Weap. It doesn't matter because you are rolling in the dough.
Yeah, 24,000 souls up now. And it really does feel like One Win can just do whatever they want. And Lotus, unfortunately, just not quick enough on the trade there. They had a few players still back by their base, and while the rest of the team is pushing. And they're just unfortunate circumstances. I think Weap was hoping to get a little more out of the McGinnis in way of split push, but just like we've seen with Empty Dreams, right? If somebody's getting a little too far extended in these side lanes, both teams are sending players that way. And fortunately for One Win, anytime that, I guess 2 out of 3 times that Empty Dreams has been caught out, they've been able to respond. Nice lasso. God dang, Overseas just did it to him.
It is
Here the
just like
kill, 2 ults used to pick up the Mirage and maybe more.
it's like Shaq and Kobe. You just pass him the ball, he'll dunk it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, turret. Not long for this world. The
Paradox will swap under the walker, but it's not going to stomp down, so nothing in that sense. Gofane just going to be looking to keep this one steady. Clear the wave, not allow it to just be burned down, but Empty Dreams is going to find the walker over into lane 1. So pressure now in for Lotus to see if they can find an answer back, but nothing is showing. Second one falls, and you can immediately see these yellow icons rotating from left to right to get this last walker down.
And Flammable going to take to the skies. Help link up with the squad. A fight is happening, but I don't even know if you can call it a fight. It looks like One Win just walking through the defenses set by Lotus. They're past the walker. They just disregarded the walker. They want to try and pad the stats here, get a couple more kills under their belt before they turn back to this one. ABL biting off way more than he can chew, but damage has been done. Pyro, 1 HP. Cracked shot will secure the kill there. And now Skipovic just has to head back to base and wait for the squad to revive. Nothing they can do there. So all the walkers down. Base Guardians and Shrines are up next.
This is the glory of being ahead right now. You can pick and choose when you want to go back in. So you have chances to go through, buy up. Looks like you're going to get Zanya and a rescue beam. Well, debuff reducer too. I wonder if that's to combat anything that Weap or Nayron are buying. Potentially even keep away from the decay. But bridge buffs up. You have Lasso here. And you're going to get some speed off that Veil Walker too. So maybe you look to get out, go back in, grab somebody, take it to your team. All 6 members on the left side here. Only person not here is going to be Weap, who's quickly rotating back to base. But got to be careful that your team doesn't get caught out. Stone Form stuns up Pyro. Somehow still alive. And gets away. But Navakin goes down. So it's numbers to 1 win.
And Navakin did everything that they could to keep Pyro alive. A huge rabbit hex to stop that combo, to give that shift some breathing room, to be able to sneak away. Unfortunate, paid for it with his life, but kept Pyro up. So next 25 seconds, Navakin is down. A kill or not, I don't think there's really any angle that Lotus could look to try and fight for this urn. But if you don't, right, this 42k slowly just continues to grow.
I mean, you either fight for it, and then you just get sieged out in your base, or you don't fight for it, you get sieged out, you fight for it, and, you know, maybe you give yourself a chance to find a kill. But Pyro is so deep down that mid lane. One would have no worry to go back, and he is not involved in trying to keep them away from these base guardians either. So you can see he's going to take the long route. See if you can shove wave, maybe force a couple of these members of One Win to turn away from Lotus's base, and see if you can have to deal with this Shiv, and that is what's going to happen. So it looks like Pyro has bought some time for the rest of his team.
But he might pay for it with his life. He is getting run down. Yeah, that's a combo used as well. Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
It's one of those things for Mo Curl. It's just like such a low cooldown that you should use it whenever you can. So good wall there. Actually stops the barrel from doing a load of damage onto a couple members there from Lotus. Looks like Skifovic still wants to fight this one. Tornado through the alley. Lands on nobody. You can see that one winner grouping into towards this one. Good rapid hex from Namakin. You can see the transformation actually copied out for the participation. So Namakin's just going to use this to get back from his own team. But look how deep Skifovic is. He's behind the whole play.
In the back lines, but is that where you want your Mirage to be? The team is just pushing forward. Two players will set their eyes on the Mirage. They found him in those back lines.
So he used the Traveler back.
Did he? Okay, yeah, snuck away with the Traveler. Didn't get lassoed, which is the most important thing, because if he got lassoed, Zanya was also there to hit that combo. So Skifovic sneaking away, using that Traveler to get back to the base means I don't want to say we're at a standstill, but Lotus are able to play the game for a little bit.
Well, we get another Temple Guardian spawn, so this is perfect for one win. They could decide that, okay, we have all of our ultimates here. If Lotus combat this, there's nothing they could do to stop it. Like, you don't even have the chance to even wall it off, I'm sure. I mean, you could try, but I don't know.
I mean, that's all you can do. Like, you have to go for something here. Rejuve's down inside the pit we go. Nobody's got it yet. Finally, one win will secure. Empty Dreams will take to the sky and zap the life from Lotus. They collect the Rejuvenator, and they get a couple more on top of it. 3 players stand for Lotus. They're getting run down as well. And next up, as one win salivates at the thought of being able to open up this base.
This is a big moment, too, for Lotus. And say going into this game, we really set things up as like a road to redemption for this one-win team after losing 2 big matches yesterday. Not only in the Bombshell, but in Deadlock Fight Night, falling to Virtus Pro and knocked down a peg in terms of the standings of Europe. And you go into a match versus Lotus today as a team that certainly wants to reclaim that throne. You go against a team who came through the close qualifiers. You didn't want it to be close. You don't want these games to be close. So when you look at this from the perspective of one win, this is exactly how you wanted this game to go. And for Lotus, I'm wondering, is it the McGinnis? Is it just a misread of this game? Did you go into it a little overconfident on that play? Maybe is it just a miscue on the draft? So many things that can be answered in game 2. But for game number 1, one win come out, and they show up for day 3 of the Bombshell. They look good.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, even at the end there, they're just having fun with it. We talked about the end of the games for us yesterday and making mention of, what happens once the tier 1 patron goes down. Well, you and I talked about, hey, man, teams are just resetting after that. And then the first game we get today, one win's like, no, we're not resetting. We're taking the shrines. We're taking the tier 1 patron. We're taking the tier 2 patron. And as much fun as they were having, I don't know if you caught it there at the end. Sinclair stole Nakaman stole the 7 ultimate and used it to try and stall. And Zanya was still on top of it, just Phantom Striked up, comboed him out of it, and was like, nah, man, like, we are having fun, not you. You don't get to steal that all.
You go into the pit like there, and like, yes, you could back up, you can go again, you can give a little bit more time for that game, but there were 80k soul lead ahead. Like that, there is no chance you're going to lose that last fight, no matter what way you kind of spin things up. So I'd say that you came into this one for one win with the chance to kind of redeem yourself. Just go in, shake off what happened in day 2. They did exactly that. They didn't leave it to be kind of thought about like maybe Lotus can win. No, it was just one win through and through from the laning phase, or from the drafts into the laning phase, even into, you know, the later games when you see those mid bosses and how they were gone. Like, I was looking at this in the sense of like, how do you contest this mid boss? And like, yes, you can maybe use your spectral wall to divide it, maybe cut off some of the members from one win, but you didn't even get the wall through. And as soon as you go in to contest it, the kinetic carbine is missed because the transformation was timed right. And you see Empty Dreams pop the Storm Cloud. You get a combo as well for the players who drop in to try to steal that Rejuvenator. It's just everything was stacked against you in that singular moment that I didn't see a way that one win was losing it.
Yeah, and now we've seen I mean, first of all, you have to commend Lotus. You have to make the Hail Mary play, right? We saw teams win off the Hail Mary play yesterday. So you not that taking that rejuve means you win. There's still a world where you take that rejuve and it only delays the loss. Sure, but they go for it at the end of the day. And now we've seen a upper echelon and a bottom echelon is, I guess, what I'll call them, right? We've seen one win play McGinnis. We're expecting them at the top, in the top 4. Lotus have now played the McGinnis. We're expecting them to be somewhere in the bottom 4 coming into this tournament. And I mean, I think, you know, the McGinnis is the McGinnis. I could see the idea. If there was anything that I could change, and I'm not a coach or a great player by any means, but the idea was similar to the Moe and Krill, right? We have plays the Moe and Krill. If we swap somebody, we can wall them off. We can make this work. And I think we saw that a couple of times. But going back to your lane, McGinnis Paradox, like, how much kill threat is there, you know? Because it's not the Moe and Krill. So I get why they did it in the middle lane, right? Try to win that middle lane, try and have that, either have that middle lane won or let McGinnis hang on to that middle lane, because McGinnis does a pretty good job at stalling and with the wall, with the turrets and all that good stuff. Yeah, they just didn't have a whole lot of oomph to really get that combo going.
It really just seemed like Lotus were out of depth for a lot of this game. Even in some of the fights, you're seeing that like, you always had a player who was behind the fight, like not even with your team, just on their own. And when you're playing up against a Moe and Krill and a Holiday like that, you're just asking to get locked down. And so many times we saw the lasso hit, so many times we saw the lasso lead into the combo, and, you know, Overseas is just happy to clean those off. The crack shot was doing a ton of damage too.
Yeah.
And you could see that ABL and Overseas topping the lobby with 15 and 13 kills respectively between the two of them. Just absolutely slashing through this game. But just in general, I mean, there was so much, like, even throughout it, like Xenon, Flammable, like the lane that they had together as the Ivy Ladygeist was fun to watch, especially considering that, like, Ladygeist, even when you go for that soul exchange, you have the support of the Ivy just to keep you a little bit extra alive in those moments. And it's such a good combo to have for the early game, considering just how much support sometimes the lady guys could use in those moments to get that essence bombs going, to get that soul exchange going. And I think Flammable too. I mean, you kind of see into it. Even the Ivy was higher player damage than the Holiday. So it's like, could you even count Flammable as a support in that moment? The whole team was just cooking for one win. And I think that definitely you go into this one, Lotus, and you kind of look, and I don't know why you went for this McGinnis. It didn't work even when one win did it. It's not going to work when you did it either. Namakin getting caught out 12 times. Pyro getting caught out 9. Skifovic 11 times. So you just kept on getting caught out of position, kept on getting locked down by the combo or the lasso. And you're going into game 2, and you're hoping you can do it differently, because now we kind of spin things forward into the standings. So this is day 3. You only have today, you have tomorrow. Hope you get into top 5, and then you're in playoffs. But here's the thing, is that Lotus, they go 1-1 with Aegis Aurora. That's not good enough, because Aegis Aurora went 1-1 with 1 win. So you have to think that now with that Aegis Aurora are sitting -2 in points column, sitting in that 5th place spot. Lotus -4, Sis Rejects -4. It's moments like this where Lotus have to take a win off of 1 win if they want to see themselves going into that 5th place spot, and then hope that Aegis Aurora just continue on the decline that we've seen them in the past couple of days, because there's still an opportunity for Lotus. It's just that you don't see that opportunity if you lose to 0-2 to 1 win today, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely easier said than done. I mean, we've seen better teams fall victim to finding a way to lose a game. And 1 win did it yesterday, right? Where they're in the driver's seat for so long. So yeah, Lotus, we're painting a pretty dark picture for Lotus. But it's not to say that it can't, come out a masterpiece or sell for $1 million. That $1 million would be the Lotus win here. But what changes? Actually, I do want to say this. ABL, you are so disrespectful. You are so disrespectful. The way that ABL played the Yamato disrespectfully and got so much for it.
What do you mean?
It begs the question as to why there wasn't more emphasis on taking it away from Xeno. And I know we're talking about a previous matchup. Maybe we'll see that again in the future. But I liked the ABL
This guy's
Yamato.
still hung up on day 2.
I'm still hung up on day 2, man. What a series that was. But I loved ABL's Yamato. Like I said, played it a little disrespectfully, and I mean that by, Yamato doing Yamato things. I'm just diving deep into the back lines, and I'm going to find a way out of this. And if I don't, I'm going to transform into a shadow and then find a way out of this. And if I don't, I'm still getting something. Like we saw, ABL pick up 2 kills in a 1v3, in a elongated 1v3, but kills that he shouldn't have had either way. I really like that pick, and it just adds to that very deep pool that this team has, that ABL has, and I'm excited to see where it goes, because we do get to hang out with 1 win for a little bit longer today, including this second game. It sounds like the draft is ready, so we'll see what changes here, as that is
hey
me.
You get a
Hello?
whole lot of Tanner right there. A whole lot of Metro, that is.
My
right
head
there.
is that big, bro.
Hey, you
Oh
got
my
great skin, though. I will say,
Wow,
it
thank
just
you.
kind of shows. You're glowing, brother.
My
But-
skincare routine is water in the shower, splash on the face, just rub it a whole bunch. So for anybody who actually has a skincare routine, I'm sorry.
That's a lot of people just hated you in 1 second right there. But we're into the draft for game number 2. Hopefully, Lotus doesn't go for the McGinnis this time, I will say. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. But I would like to see them actually really step up, considering like they have a real chance for getting into that 5th place spot still against Aegis Aurora. But you get the Paradox for the first pick. It's answered back with the immediate ABL Yamato and the Sinclair to go alongside it. Holiday is banned by 1 win. They don't want to give Lotus that chance. Gray talent from Lotus. So we saw how good Overseas was with that Gray talent. I don't want to see anybody with Gray talent, because
Yeah.
I think that he's just so good right now.
Too strong. Too
Yeah,
strong.
really strong. But
This
let's where
chews
you
up a
go
good
here
Mo
for
and Krill,
Lotus,
right?
I was gonna say, you take that Mo and Krill now if you're Lotus, and that really kind of takes away from possible lockdown from this 1 win team. Almost would force them into the lash that we've been seeing.
Very true. Yeah, that would. Oh, you know what? Bebop is still available. So if Lotus take the Mo and Krill, pick up the Mirage, quite possibly the Lady Guys. I don't think they had too much. Okay, so there it is. Mo and Mirage. Eminem makes their way on in, and we'll see. Is this more Mo or is this more Krill? That's the question that we've got for WeApp this game, because big shoes to fill after not only seeing Zanya play the Mo and Krill last game, but as the person that needs to be on top of it, right? WeApp played the McGinnis, didn't quite work. Now we get to see the Mo and Krill, and we get to see WeApp and Kofi go, work hand in hand. Hopefully not in the same lane, right? We saw it previously, the Holiday, Mo and Krill. Lasso, I'm going to pull you in, I'm going to hook you. But we don't necessarily need that to be in lane.
Yeah.
We can still set up winning lanes. So we'll see how
think-
it pans out. But Bebop is still up for 1 win.
I was going to say, I think you go into the Bebop here, or you kind of leave it open to maybe a Lash later on, just in case you want to like let that Bebop go, just maybe allow Lotus to ban it if they're going to ban it. And we've been seeing a lot of Lash lately. And at first it wasn't working, but it seems like it's starting to kind of get there. But no, it's going to be the Bebop right away. The Calvin ban for 1 win. Lotus going to ban out the Ivy Flammable did do a lot with that Ivy, so I don't blame them whatsoever. But now you kind of go into the back half for 1 win, and this is where you look to pick up that Viscous.
Yeah, Viscous available. Vindicta still on the board. Lady Geist. I mean, Lotus just don't care about the Lady Geist. And not that the Lady Geist didn't do a whole lot. Obviously, Lady Geist always has the most healing, but maybe it feels a little weaker without the Ivy. I love the idea. Lady Geist's abilities are just so strong. Her gun also just one of like the strongest base damages in the game. And then you had the Ivy tether in that mid lane to just, hey, here, let's turn your 6-shooter into an actual machine gun. So it won't be that powerful if 1 win do go that way. With that Bebop picked up, maybe, I guess I'm surprised that Kelvin got banned by 1 win, because I thought, you know, how do you supplement this Bebop hook? Just like a Paradox and Mo supplement one another, a Kelvin, you know, helps supplement. You grab somebody and you drop that frozen shelter. So 1 win not wanting to give up the Kelvin means they will secure themselves the Lady Geist. And yeah, Vindicta still available. The Yamato first pick for, I'm assuming ABL, is crazy. I mean, I love to see it because I was talking to you about it this morning, right? Like, why not challenge Xeno? Why just keep giving Xeno the Yamato? We saw him scale into the game in a game that they were out of. We've seen him just smash lanes. So I'm glad that 1 win made some changes coming into today.
Why not even take the Bebop from Hoot at that point? At the same time. It's definitely hindsight after looking at it. I think that, you know, 1 win had their own draft going into yesterday. And that's not to say that even versus this Thanos team, 1 win had so many chances to win. Is that Thanos team really clutched up when it mattered the most? Lotus, though, picking up the Warden and the Calico. So the Warden was banned last game, so you didn't really get to see it. Fortunately enough for 1 win, they do have the Sinclair, so they're going to be able to at least take the last stand away and have their own for 1 win side. 1 win immediately going to answer back with the Vindicta. You go into the last one pick as well. You still have, you know, Viscous open to go for if you really want to. You still have a 7 for Empty Dreams. Pocket is still up for Empty Dreams too.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess I don't know where this lays out. I guess overseas maybe on the
Vindicta,
but overseas also played the Bebop. So is it flammable on the Bebop?
Oh yeah, it's overseas Bebop, man.
Yeah,
Jason was telling us about this. He was saying it was written in stone, that this was like a myth. It's a legend. Abram's gonna be the last one to round it out, though.
I guess was that that's Zanya Abrams, and then overseas Bebop. I thought Empty Dreams Lady Geist, but I just don't know anymore. Xenon probably rocking that Sinclair. So 1 win again, just showing the prowess of the team and showing the depth of the pool. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Warden pickup is a great pickup to have for Lotus. It was played a handful of times already. Pyro really enjoying that pick. Pyro couldn't really get things going on the Shiv. Didn't have a whole lot of opportunities to because he was getting comboed out. And, you know, Mo and Krill wasn't letting you play the game. I do want to give a shout over to Nakaman, too, who's probably playing the Sinclair, or not the Sinclair, excuse me, the Calico this game. Played a nice Sinclair and had a couple of cool saves with the Sinclair. So really showcasing what that Rabbit Hex can do when, you know, I'm assuming we'll see it. I'm assuming we'll see 1 win do it. You know, somebody's getting comboed and then somebody's getting turned into a rabbit.
Hey, I hope so. I hope so. And we've seen it a lot too for people who've been playing Sinclair. I mean, it's like the combo that goes for you get, or you watch somebody get, you know, picked up by the lockdown, and then you immediately trade for a lockdown ultimate of your own. Then you rabbit hex them to get your teammate out of there.
Yeah.
And there's no like exit that they do have, but Lash is gonna be the last one for Lotus. And hey, you know what, Tanner, you've been a major Lash hater.
Lash hater.
For so long, but we've been seeing Lash winning lately.
So
and I think that this is like Lash is back. Lash might be back. In total.
I just think, Seymour, that you don't have to do your lashes. I just think I like them naturally. I don't know why. Wait, are we talking about the same thing? Remember, you said you're self-conscious about your eyelashes before we started the broadcast today.
I got great eyelashes. I'm not self-conscious about that at all. You
I
can't even
have
get me
been-
on that one.
I have been a Lash hater only because it's looked so bad, right? I'm looking at the statistics, and the statistics haven't looked great. I think the thing with Lash, though, like Lash used to be this super nuke, and still kind of can be in the early game. I think looking at it the way that what it could bring to this composition is it makes for a strong lane. It makes for a strong maybe Lash Paradox on the swap or Lash Mo, right? Combo, ground slam. Let's get some height. Let's go crazy. But you really, like, late game, you have the world on your shoulders because you have to be perfect with your ult. And it's just so easy to miss it against a team that is prepared for your ult. So that's why I'm a Lash hater. We'll see how it goes. Game 2 underway. We've got 3 more series to come your way after this, but we're not quite there yet. It's going to be Lotus, your Amber Hand, 1 win, your Sapphire Flame. We're here at the Cursed Apple. And Seymour, we are underway.
You know what's the difficult part, I'd say, for Lash these days is that, like, I'd say I've been seeing, especially like yesterday and today, a lot more Death Slams hit. And that's because it's a lot less time on the pickup and release. But at the same time, now you have Sinclair as a hero. So one would have a chance to have Death Slams of their own with that in play. So it's like it's a lot of give and take when you pick them up into these days of Deadlock, is that you know now that you have the Last Stand potentially to get copied. You have the Death Slam potentially to get copied. Combo. You have the Paradoxical Swap. So many options for Sinclair. And look at this. Xenon actually going to be caught out. First off, it's Nakaman picking up the Mo and Krill. And he's Krillin.
That's a nice play. That's a nice start right there. And it's Nakaman on the Mo, which means we at playing the Lash. So not exactly what we were expecting, which means Nakaman also not playing the Calico. So a little bit of depth being shown from this Lotus roster in way of making this composition work. And that's a really good start. I mean, Warden with anybody feels pretty darn good. And I mean, Warden brings the early lockdown, the before ult lockdown. And then Mo and Curl obviously assists once they do have those ultimates online. So speaking of the Warden, in a tricky spot, Pyro is eventually going to go down. Nakaman now just needs to try and escape. So he'll toss out some pocket sand and survive a couple more.
I might be
shots.
coping, but like I think Lotus have a really good chance at this one. You know, this is 100% better than their draft last game. And I don't know, something's just telling me that, like, with the way that this bombshell's been going, that Lotus, if they want a chance to get that 5th place spot and make it to playoffs, they have to take down a game off of 1 win. And I don't know. I think it's just like the whole magic of what this tournament's been, how fun yesterday was, and the script writers being the script writers they are. I just got that feeling that this is going to be a win for Lotus.
I mean, hey, if it keeps going like this, there's definitely a good chance for it. If there's anybody you want to get your ult right away, it's, if not your Paradox, your Mo and Krill, right? That's going to supplement so much in this already winning lane of the Lady Geist Sinclair that 1 win bring to the table. They are running into some issues on the opposite side of the map, and here in the mid lane, Overseas going to land the pull onto Skiff of it. Doesn't lead to a kill. Chasing, though,
he
up
goes
top and
too
coming
far.
down. Weap goes down, and ABL managed to survive.
That was just so bold. Like, you go into it, you're taking Guardian damage, and you're getting shot by both the Bebop and the Yamato. Like, you didn't even have your ground strike, so it's like, I don't know what you were thinking in that whole sense, but back over towards lane 3, we can see that Occam's in a little bit of trouble here. Good scorn, and the combo early on the Xenon. Follow-up maybe. Is it needed? No. He's just going to finish it himself. So combo coming in clutch. Plus 70 for the Mo and Krill.
Empty Dreams is still here, too. At like 100 health. Is playing safe, so not giving up too much, but it just couldn't afford to head back. So we'll toss out the Essence Bombs. Do what they can to just hang on to this Guardian, but the right lane going swimmingly for Lotus to get started here. Obviously, we saw that skirmish in the mid
Good
lane.
stake.
Out on the left side, yeah, things getting a little dicey. Beautiful ult off the stake. The assassinate gonna find some damage. Won't find the kill, but an assist nonetheless. And Zanya happy to collect one on the big blue beast, but more importantly, some damage on this Guardian.
Yeah, that's something that I love to see when you're going to pair up a Vindicta and an Abrams together. Like, I want to see that stake go into the shoulder charge. I want to see the stake go into a seismic slam. Like, whatever you can do to follow it up. And then that extra damage that the Abrams is going to provide sets up for the assassinate. Ooh. Out of that ultimate, but here we go. Last stand for last stand, but you're caught at the binding word and the combo. They just demolish you. No chance for Xenon to make a play. What a play there from Lotus. Pyro on the Warden. We can see why they banned it out in game one.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's what Sinclair's gonna do, right? Take that last stand and just be able to stand and fight with Pyro. But Nakaman makes it not possible. And sure, you invest 2 ults to find that kill, but just keep punishing that lane. Lotus going big on that side of the map. Unfortunately, middle going just about how we had seen previously. Hyper Beam gonna try and stall out as 2 kills swing the way of Lotus. ABL going down in the mid lane. Nakaman just trying to extend the lead that he's found elsewhere on the map. And Xenon forced to stretch on out towards this mid lane and help out, which means ABL can come out of spawn and start to put some pressure on Kofi out on this right side, or left side, excuse me.
Uppercut. Hook on cooldown for a second, so you just disengage. Overseas, doesn't want to give it up. Now back over towards the lane 1, where you have a triple sack out of Lotus. Oh no, it's going to be 1 win actually trading on the Guardian there, so 1 Guardian for each side. Hook on a Namakan. Death Slam brings him right back onto the Guardian. I thought it was going to be into the Rabbit Hex. They tried to drop him into the Rabbit, but he's able to get away from it. Still, this is an elongated fight for Lotus. As you can see, another uppercut into the Mo and Krill transformation from ABL. Finally going to collect that. Mo in the fight, but a hook's missed by Overseas. You're allowed to back up here from Lotus. Deny any wave potential to push into this middle tower.
And in that skirmish, right, walking away with a couple of kills for yourself, you also picked up that Guardian on the left side. So Zanya just stayed, went toe-to-toe with Nayron and was able to scoop that one up. So even in Guardians, still relatively even in Souls, though. Definitely a better look from this Lotus squad early in this game. Nakaman still on the hunt. Who is here close enough to try and follow this one up? Taking to the skies. And maybe getting something. Flammable tosses out the stake. Gonna find Weap. Weap's been having a rough game here in this mid lane. He's allowed to survive for just a moment longer. Meanwhile,
Flammable's in trouble. Good.
Getting in there. Yeah, Flammable through the time while he goes. Good uppercut underneath the Guardian, but the parry's even better. Knock him in a flow state here on this Mo and Krill. It's unfortunate that it does not end in
Hyper
kills
beam.
for Lotus, and instead it's a Hyper Beam to rip through the mole. He sneaks away with low HP. He'll survive for now, but surely on the chase is ABL, because that's what ABL does best.
Yeah, ABL. Even off the combo. Not allowing Namakan to trade that L. What a hook from downtown. And there's a whole lot of members there from 1 win to clean that one up. So slowly bleeding through this middle lane. You can see that 1 win have 1 objective. I just try to get this Guardian down as quick as possible. Open up that next slot and shut down those middle lane curiosity shops that are going to allow Lotus to go toe-to-toe with this rotation. Even still, though, you can see that, you know, what is happening here for both teams is that you have 1 win sending Empty Dreams into a solo lane against Pyro. See if you can really buff out this Lady Geist and maybe keep this Warden behind. But even still, Pyro's going to be a tough one to lock down.
Flammable proven difficult. Almost sneaks away from that one, but unable to do so. So Lotus get one back. Pretty good time to get one back, right? Can start to look to set up for the Urns. The side lane's pushing on the right side for Lotus. Side lane's pushing on the left side for one win. Rabbit Hex comes through. Yeah, you're a speedy little rabbit, Weap, but unfortunately, it just had nowhere to go. So he'll get put in a box, sawed in half. And ult just tossed out for the sake of tossing it out.
Oh, that's perfect, too, for Zanya. A little extra survival for the Abrams, who probably doesn't need it. But,
it does make him a lot stronger in this 1v1 lane. Now maybe he can feel like he can be a little bit of a bully.
I was going to say, he doesn't need it, but he's happy to have it.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like you're even better now. So, there's that here for the Rabbit Hex. Namakin's going to be slowed down. No chase onto Xenon, who's just been getting caught out over and over again. Zanya's going to be running this urn from left to right, so you can see that there's a couple of standing here for Pyro to see if you can meet him there. Battle in mid. Here's the hyper beam from up top overseas, burning through the health. And look at them scatter. Lotus, they're trying to hide as best as they can, but as soon as they do, the rest are inside for one win to try to battle them out. Zanya's going to end up going down. Pyro's here to assist them, so the urn is down for the count at the moment, and Namakin's going to pick it up and start running it. On the right side, it's Empty Dreams here to try to halt the attempt.
And this could maybe swing the soul lead in favor of Lotus here. They get this one. We'll see if they can collect the rest on the end. Flammable is here to try and get things started for this one-win squad. Staked up and just about taken down. Life Drain and keep Empty Dreams alive, but only for a moment longer as the assassinate shots won't find the kill, but good damage coming out from Flammable. Now Zanya under fire, but still beefy from the health buff. Skipovich the next to fall down. So the urn collected, however, the soul lead remains in the hands of one win as they battle back for 3 kills of their own.
Could have been worse, though. You could have given up that urn instead, and one win would have been heaps and bounds further than what they are right now. You can see that ABL is going to be backing up, try to keep this middle lane intact. Over to the left side, it's going to be Empty Dreams met by Nayron and Pyro. So, troublesome here. Binding Word out. Slowing X. Able to escape. Back to the safety of this Guardian. And you can see the call out for Flammable on the assistance. Hook from overseas. Namakin's in trouble, but the burrow should be enough to get away.
Everybody able to sneak away too. Shoulder charge, just not quite in range. Meanwhile, we jump out to the left side of the map. And Nayron's actually in a tricky spot behind enemy lines. Is allowed to walk away, though. ABL on the chase. Pyro goes down.
Kill.
Yeah, it's a huge kill. Pyro's just been left on his lonesome to try and get farmed up on this Warden. And now that Pyro's down, it looks like the team falling around him. Combo still available, just no opportunity to use it. Will do it just to stay alive a little longer. Scorn is there, but a bomb and an uppercut later means cooked. Morat, finally, Zanya gets it done.
Whoa!
In way of left hook as things get crazy as this lead jumps to 6K for one win.
But it seems like overseas, his bombs supersede the game. So 15K on Pyro, still 2K souls ahead of, you know, ABL, Zanya, and Empty Dreams. Flammable struggling to get anything going here on the Vindicta, but that's okay as long as you can land those assassinates. Like, that is a-okay for the rest of the team, especially with the follow-up damage that ABL and overseas have been providing in those scrimmages. The one big focus here for Lotus is trying to get some more of these Guardians down, because you have that middle lane just barely standing on its hind legs. Halfway done is the left lane. And you see everybody's going to be grouping up together over towards the right side here for Lotus. They're going to try to overwhelm Xenon. They know he's here, but TP's underneath this walker. And what is the call here? Are they going to try to pull a majority of one win away to sneak these Guardians?
It's almost like if it's too easy to tell what they're doing, one win aren't going to fall for it, right? There's no way at the strength that they're at, they're looking to push that deep and pressure that Walker. So one win, do their due diligence to kind of keep this 5-point stance.
Yeah, they've
across the
opened it
map.
up. Pyro's going to move up mid. I mean, all you need is this Warden to get this Guardian, and I think APL's going to recognize that, so he's backing up. Pyro's going in. And there it is. The Guardian is down. APL, do you want to fight this one? He's going to take this duel. And in for that, the power slash enough, but he's caught in the binding word, so the chase now lands the rope. Wow, he's got to go far for this one, and Pyro knows that shadow transformation into the last stand. And it's going to be enough to kill Pyro. ABL, he is a walking death sentence.
And Pyro knew that he was not going to win that 1v1. Nayron just trying to get something done for his fallen comrade, but nobody home. We have allowed to collect another Guardian, so we're even on that front, but kills gold
so
way of
big.
1 win.
In so many ways, because now it's opening up some doors where like Pyro can use these 18k souls to push ahead. ABL may have won that duel just itemization alone, but Pyro's only going to get scarier from here on out to get another urn being run from Zanya. So right to left, you can see Wayap is on this side. He's nowhere close to getting this Death Slam just yet, so don't expect it to be in this fight. You still have the combo. You have the paradoxical swap. You have a chance.
ABL. I think if anytime we swap to ABL's POV, he's going to be in a fight. That's just what ABL's doing on the Yamato. Going so incredibly deep every time, but getting so much value for doing so, and is now caught up, right? Empty Dream's also right around the corner, but we were looking at Pyro, now a 20k Warden, but a 19k Yamato kind of puts hands on your 20k Warden. There's not a whole lot of opportunity to win that 1v1. Is with Rabbit Hex down, maybe Nayron can get something. Jumps in for the slash, but is just going to walk away after not finding too much more than that. Hooked up and taken down as Zanya. This is a pretty big pickup for the squad. Souls on the floor as well to be collected, and he's not out of the woodwork just yet. He's going to go back toe-to-toe with Nayron. This Calico has just been allowed to farm this left lane. If not Xenon, it's been Zanya there. It hasn't got a whole lot to show for it. Nice hook from overseas, and this is why Bebop is becoming a problem. This is a Bebop that is like pre nerfs and changes Bebop, where if you get hooked, you're dead. I feel like the Bebops we've seen on this tournament were like, I'm gonna hook you, and then my team's gonna help me kill you, and that's how we go. Overseas is going above and beyond as like an assassin on this Bebop.
I feel like that's like the way that Bebop's been, like even when watching Hoot play him yesterday. He just does so much burst damage, especially when you get those stacks on the bombs and you start building into the spirit. It looked like he has silence lift too, so it's like when you do get hooked, you can't go anywhere. Mid boss is getting run though, so One Win's gonna take a little gamble here. Death Slam available, all ultimates available for Lotus.
Yeah, Empty Dreams isn't here, Xenon isn't here, and the Rejuve is coming down. They want to take to the fight to the outside. Huge hyper beam to try and cut down the health bars, and they come on through. Death Slam makes it work, and Lotus takes it away. What more can they get? Nayron's gone, Pyro follows, but on the opposite side, a combo used. Overseas being left and righted, but unfortunately it won't be enough, and they've got the Rejuve, but they only walk away with one. But they keep it out of the hands of One Win.
One is all you need real quick. That's going to give a little bit of a buff to these troopers that are going to be pushing into these walkers now. So it's going to take some extra time for One Win to go deal with them, shove these lanes, and allows for the respawning members to come back into this one. Lotus just got a lifeline. And just like Thanos, that is the third Rejuvenator that One Win has had stolen in 2 days. I mean, sometimes you got to learn that tricks are for kids.
Speaking of tricks, Pyro has no idea. Okay, does have a bit of an idea where he went. Didn't want to chase too far. The rest of the team was there. Yeah, I wonder what the stats are on that. I don't think we've seen every single one-win game, you and I, like casting-wise. And now I want to know, you know, what is their percentage on mid-boss? Because they have had a few too many stolen as overseas. It's a little overzealous. Was hoping to find an assassination onto Kofi and can't find it. However, it's not overseas who's punished. It's ABL that goes down.
Yeah. ABL drops and Lotus can start to walk forward here. So you can see that you're going to put Weap in the mid lane to right. You're going to put Skifovic over far right here. Copy onto the last stand. Pyro getting walked on. And there's no chance you live through this one. Urn's dropping. Urn 3 of this game. Might I remind you that it was also Lotus who were able to steal the last Urn as well. So they're going to push right into these walkers, and look at this one when they are rolling back here to try to stop this. Skifovic should be able to get this one going before it's done. The TP, and he's long gone. He's got the Traveler. Can he stay alive?
It just needs to try and sneak away, but getting chased down by both ABL and Empty Dreams. Weap tries to dance around the walker in mid lane, but sniped out of the sky.
I don't know if that's worth your life. Especially, like, you know, for Skifovic, he had an exit. For Weap, you didn't. Now you're on a 30-second cooldown for that respawn. And one would have a chance to trade some walkers of their own. So everybody's going to group up to mid to play a little bit of defense. And it doesn't seem like they're going to have a chance just yet in for this. It's going to be Empty Dreams in a 1v1 versus Xenon underneath the walker towards the left. And Neyron ends up going down. So big defensive stand for Empty Dreams. Pyro drops too. Suddenly things turning for the worse on Lotus's side.
It's everybody starting to go down here. Kofi trying to sneak away, and that is a wrong turn. And Albuquerque jumping into the jukebox at the worst possible time. Death Slam to try and stall out, but a moment where the jukebox actually saves you. And they chase these kills underneath the walker, found it. Once they get all these kills, they're right where they want to be. Let's take the objective next so that mid walker goes down. But you talked about, I believe it was Weap dying for that mid walker that didn't fall. Neyron completed the mission.
He did.
Before all that happened. He died, but it was for the walker. So a little bit of give and take, but the sole lead, unfortunately, for Lotus is continuing to pull away in favor of one win.
It is, but you are kind of checking off the list of things needed to do to win this game. I mean, realistically, if you just stop getting caught out of position and dying for free, like Weap just does right here, this game is a slow burn. Walk back into it, especially considering that you're not down in terms of itemization. You're just down in the soul, so you just have to continue to play your life here. Biting Word in for the uppercut. Pyro not able to lock down overseas just yet, and overseas he's got some help down in the subways, but the chase is through, and now it's Neyron's turn to see if he can find something out of this bebop.
I mean, Neyron is in a blender and then went into a blender in a different plane and came back and was in the same blender. That is not where you want to be if you're a crazy cat lady. But hey, I get it. That's where all the strays hang out, and that's why Neyron was down there. Unfortunately, they were not nice kitties.
Walker getting pressured out here in lane 1 by one win. Death Slam up, knocked down. That's going to be dangerous. Weap finds Flammable, and here they come marching on back. Weap to the chase overseas, trying to run away. Pyro's going to confirm that kill. 2 down for one win. On the resurgence, the restabilization from Lotus, now trucking through the middle of the map to see if they can push this lane in, get that last walker, and pull themselves by the bootstraps back into this game.
A middle walker that still stands but is currently being swarmed. A walker on the left side, that one win surely have their eyes set on. Zanya You're the only one here. Empty Dreams is maybe going to try and help. Then a dash out to safety, shoulder charge, and then some to sneak away and give that one up. So, I mean, contrary to popular belief, Lotus has all of the structures down that are outside of the base. So one win losing in the objectives department in way of structures. However, the urn is coming back up, and with a 24,000 soul lead, maybe you're looking to take a fight. Good rabbit. Out comes the Traveler to see if they can't get on into the mix. Right side of the map we go. We have just caught all on their lonesome here, and that's kind of been the Weap story.
It's just either he lands like a 6-man death slam or he's dead. You don't get anything in the middle. Urn number 4 up. Bridge buffs as well this time, so shock everything off. It's also a Temple Guardian, so this is a big moment for both teams. And of course, you kind of think into this one with 32 seconds off of Weap's respawn. Why not go for the mid boss here?
I think that'd be a great trade. One would say, hey, you can have the urn. That's fine. It's on your side of the map anyways. And yeah, we will just go for the big green booger.
Really does look like that.
It really does, in the most unfortunate of ways.
Well, you give up the Rejuvenator, unless maybe Coughing is going to look to steal it. This would be kind of a throw, though. You don't want to give it up, but you also don't want to die for it. So you're going to get the urn. Rejuvenator is going to push some pressure now onto that right side walker, surely, but Pyro's done a good job at keeping that lane further up on the side of one win. So surely that is going to burn a little bit of time off of this Rejuvenator before they have a scrimmage and a team fight.
And Pyro is so strong right now. Not that nobody else is, but the problem is Pyro has to do a job, and there's 2 people on the side of one like, doing that same job.
It's the fact that you have ABL and Empty Dreams like right there alongside you.
Yes.
And Xenon is there too, who can just copy your last stand. And that is the major thing for Sinclair's against a Warden, is that last stand is going to do a whole heap load of damage. But Xenon's going to be pushing to the left side, so a split push while the rest go for this walker.
Oh, hook onto who better than Weap? Weap has not been allowed to play the game. Try to death slam, gets punished for it. Fleetfoot on the move.
Another one.
Our Lotus, yeah, another pull. Nayron now under fire. Kinetic Carbine gonna slow Overseas down for just a second, but that's all it is, right? Slowing him down for just a moment. Sinclair gonna steal away that last stand, put this one on. Stuck in the middle of 3, still healthy as he sneaks away, courtesy of the assistant, and he's back out towards the team. Now the walkers are down. We're even in structures, but Weap and Pyro have been erased.
So this could be a chance to walk into base, get these shrines eliminated, possibly even the patron. What can Lotus do to stand up to the suppression? Well, Namakin's going to find Flammable. Hyper Beam's going to delete through the Space Guardian and allow for a way through. No shoulder charge for a few seconds, but Namakin's still getting hunted down. Chunks and chunks of damage from each haymaker that the Zanya Abrams is throwing at you, and here go the shrines.
And that is, that's how you turn 202k souls into 202k souls, right? You open up all of the flex slots. You quite possibly look to reset after taking down the tier 1 patron here, and you just go back, buy up, and come so beefy to the next whatever you want, right? Urn is just around the corner, minute and 20 seconds, or minute and 40 seconds, excuse me. Bridge buffs obviously come with that as well. Or you can just look to pressure this base once more. And, I mean, actually, one win, backing away, giving respect. Don't even look for the tier 1 patron. Good dash away from the hook. Weap starting to learn from the previous encounters with Overseas that he does not miss often as they trade Flammable for some extra base guardians. And ABL is still here. This is the disrespect I was talking about, Seymour.
Oh, he's going to go for more here. Xenon. Oh, Nayron just getting chunked down for the power slash. In for the rest of it. He's going to confirm the kill. Turns around to 3 more members of Lotus. And he's just opening up the door for the rest of the team to follow in suit. Nakaman's going to be taken down. Overseas confirming the kill. Amber Shrine 2. dropped patron. Tier 1 is where you're going to set your sight lines next, but you take what you can get and you get the heck out. Death Slam again. Canceled out. Zanya's not going to go down here, but Neyron's going to go in deep now with the leaping slash, chasing on down Xenon. But you don't want to get caught here. This could be the end if you die.
Oh, yeah, last stand on here, too. Xenon just getting right back into the mix. No care at all as he chases down both Pyro and Neyron. The kitty cat sneaks away. The slowing Hex not enough to slow Pyro down. Still death timers here on the side of Lotus. That Hyper Beam ripped through the base. It's going to send everybody back behind cover and safety. The patron now will be chipped away at and will be reset. So Lotus on the back foot. And with that reset, there's still two 30-second death timers.
I know. It's just too much to deal with now. If you're Lotus, it just seems like you got a makeshift Echo Shard of a team. One win, they just always have a second hit. And now going into the pit, this could be the last stand for the game. Nakaman's down, and so will be Lotus's hopes and dreams for those playoffs come day 5. An 0-2 loss to 1 win might just name your departure from this tournament.
That is tough, but it looked so good to get things started for Lotus. I mean, they were in the game for so incredibly long until eventually they weren't. They stole away the Rejuvenator. That's been the key to beating 1 win. But unfortunately, again, just not quite enough for 1 win, or for Lotus, excuse me, to get across the finish line against 1 win.
I mean, it's not impossible, I will say, for Lotus anymore. Like, still,
Okay.
I'm saying that, like, this could have been the difference between Aegis Aurora in that 5th spot and Lotus, like, maybe sneaking in. And it's because Aegis Aurora, they have that 1-1 win, a tie against 1 win that we saw on day 1. But Aegis Aurora still have to play Atlas tomorrow. If they lose to Atlas, Lotus plays Atlas after that one, and Lotus can potentially win. Then you go into the Paravision match if you're Lotus, and if you take a map win off of Paravision, I think that might just be enough to give you that 5th place spot still. So, I don't want to count Lotus out. I don't want to count anybody out, considering there's still another day of action, but they are cutting it close.
I'm sure there are some math magicians in the chat that are probably starting to crunch the numbers to see where their favorite teams are at as we take a peek back at this map 2 that, again, for so long looked solid. This kind of felt like a turning point, not necessarily on the whole game, but on a portion or a point in the game, the game state of Pyro being strong and ABL just being able to 1v1 him felt pretty bad. As big fight here. This was that steal from Lotus, who, again, I mean, 10,000 souls separate these two teams, right? It's not the end of the world, and they got so much for this, but unfortunately lost a whole lot as well. And this was more of a denial than anything, just because 5 players died coming out of that for Lotus, and
it kept the game closer. I mean, it led into 2 walkers being taken by Lotus, but I think it's just kind of like a miscommunication or like a very confident Rejuvenator push when you still had like that Death Slam available for Weap, and it really came in clutch there to allow Skifovic to just jump in, hit a tornado, and then just grab that Rejuvenator. Really well-timed steal from Lotus as a full team. And I think 1 win in that moment, they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but they kind of like regained immediately after. And then it seemed like 1 win just stopped joking around. And every single time that you saw Weap go for any sort of Death Slam, Overseas was there to hook it. Or, you saw that Zanya was there to shoulder charge Weap. It went out of position. And there were so many times that you didn't get that value from the Lash after that steal came through, that you started to see 1 win actually pay attention, actually really step up. And you're right to say that, yes, Pyro was strong, really strong for Lotus. But the fact that ABL could just constantly 1v1 this 40k Warden or just this always ahead Warden really goes to show how capable ABL is in one of these carry roles.
Yeah, as somebody in chat had said, a 1K Yamato is a 40K Warden.
That's crazy.
Okay, it wasn't quite that egregious, but that's kind of what it felt like. There's a point in the game where I
Is
think
it like-
Pyro's at 20K, ABL is at like 17K, and then that's when they won people and ABL came out on top. You know, we were leaning on Pyro here, and he's limping now.
It's not even that. It's like the fact that like, Xenon was able to keep up, Empty Dreams was able to keep up, and same with Zanyo at times. And you just always had that Sinclair there to grab the last stand, just do chunks and chunks of damage in those team fights when you were grouped up if you were Lotus. And like Sinclair is just so good against those Warden picks, and we see it for one win. A big bounce back coming into today, I would say, for this team, as we can kind of shift our focus back to like the main look that we are going into for this game. Is that one win took a pretty heavy blow yesterday in terms of the standings, losing 0-2 to Thanos. Really knocked them down in comparison to Virtus Pro or Paravision. And then they went into the Deadlock Fight Night. They lose to Virtus Pro in a game 3. And it allows everybody to start thinking, okay, maybe one win have kind of lost the crown, have lost that title for the #1 seed here in Europe. And I think we've seen Virtus Pro really turn a new leaf going into this new patch of Deadlock. They looked good throughout the early games that we did see. So far, undefeated alongside Paravision, 4-0.
Yeah.
And when we do get to see one win play Virtus Pro tomorrow, they play Paravision up next. These next couple games for one win are going to be super important for where they sit in terms of standings.
And it sounds like we are going to get an interview. Maybe Nakaman joining us from this Lotus squad. Maybe they've done some of their research. So it sounds like we're ready for it. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. Nakaman, first and foremost, thank you so much for joining us on this interview. Obviously, a tough second game there that really felt within reach. How are you? Maybe they cannot hear us.
I think it didn't look like he was moving there. I think we lost him.
I thought Stone Cold does not care what I'm about to ask him. But it does sound like we have maybe some technical difficulties going on here.
I thought maybe he was just a little upset.
No, 100%. That's what I thought. And so it's like, it's tough to come into an interview with that, hey, man, talk us through that series because that one looked winnable. And, who wants to talk about their loss? So we'll see. We'll see if we can't get Nakaman back on the hook with us. It's always so difficult, man, to get like in the middle of a show, pull somebody in, get them set up, make sure audio's good. There's a lot of technical stuff that goes on with these overseas broadcasts or just the remote broadcast in general. Yeah. Everything catches on fire in a remote broadcast.
Sometimes things just don't work, guys. It's okay. We're gonna wait to see if we can fix things in no sense. But I will swing things around before we kind of go into this deeper, and it's going to lead into some of the questions that we have for Nakaman. Is like this chance that Lotus have after taking that 1-1 tie versus Aegis Aurora. I will say Lotus looked good, all things considered, even against this one-win squad. You go into a game, versus Paravision tomorrow, Atlas tomorrow. You maybe steal a win versus Paravision. You get a 2-0 victory versus Atlas, who haven't been looking very good. They lost 2-0 to Sis Rejects today as well. I think Lotus still have a good chance now that I'm looking over it.
They are done for the day, Lotus, and it does sound like we are still trying to get this interview for you guys. So we're going to sit here and podcast for a little bit. It's the Lotus show now. We are Lotus ambassadors. Also, actually, speaking of ambassadors, while we have a second as we're getting this interview going. Oh, it sounds like we're ready. Let's go. Never mind. I was going to chill. Follow #1win_bombshell everywhere as we jump on into the interview. Nakaman here with us this time. We got it figured out. First and foremost, I said it yesterday to Waldo. I'll say it again to you. It takes a lot to come out of a series and jump into an interview with us. So thank you for joining us first and foremost. That's a tough series, but a very beatable one win. I don't think I am hearing Nakaman. If we could get your audio into our ears. I think Nakaman can hear us. Oh, were you muted? Nakaman, you got us?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Oh, he's just quiet.
very quiet. But I'm hearing you now. Talk us through this series, right? Coming into this one against one win. That game number 2 especially, you guys have a huge steal. You know, what was the thought process coming in playing against one of the handful of Titans that we've got in this tournament?
I mean, we had a good advantage on the laning stage, but after the laning stage, something went wrong. We have to decide what to change and how to play after the laning stage, because it was a decent laning, I would say, in the second game. In first game, yeah, we made a lot of mistakes, but in the second one, we could have make an advantage. You know, we could have win this one.
Yeah, I mean, you guys even did a good job at like after you get that Rejuve steal, you moved in, you got the 2 walkers. After this one, you started getting a little bit. It felt like from what we were watching, disconnected and picked quite a bit by by one win. Is that just maybe a lapse in communication? Were you guys just getting a little ahead of yourselves in that moment?
We actually forgot about our jungle, so we took full advantage in our space. We didn't take space in our jungle, so we took every creep, and we make up to 10-15,000 of net worth advantage. So we couldn't make it back. You know, I mean, we delivered the earn, but the earn didn't help us at all. Like, we still were 20k behind. I don't know how to come back that. Like, we could have do something if we had a good fight, but these empty dreams on Geist, just we couldn't kill him. You know, he's 40k, a just unkillable guy.
It's a tough one too. It was tough yesterday. It's tough today to fight empty dreams for sure. And we were kind of crunching the numbers and looking through it. And you guys still have a chance to make it into playoffs tomorrow. A big game against Atlas and Paravision. What kind of steps are you guys going to take heading into this one? You know, after playing this game, seeing how you guys are a fully capable team now for these matches tomorrow. What do you think needs to be worked on?
I mean, we're looking forward to games against Atlas should be better chance for us than Paravision, because Paravision is a very strong team. Like, we have to be ready for the Paravision. But for Atlas, maybe we have a decent chances of making it 2-0. I believe it so.
I believe it.
Yeah, I think we're looking forward to that. And an upset over Paravision would be huge. Again, you guys looked so great in this series, especially as the series developed. So I'm looking forward to that matchup tomorrow. Because we don't get a whole lot of this, and we've talked a lot about, Lotus, the team. Let's talk about Nakaman just for one quick second before we let you go. What is your role on this team? Because you've done quite a bit, right? You're playing the Mo and Krill here in this last one. You're locking people down. You've played the Sinclair. You've played the Calico. Like, what do you bring to this team? What are you looking to do for this team? How is draft for you and the server for you?
In this team, I play Space Maker role. It's like we have a catcher role. Yeah, it's like Coffin. He's playing catchers, and I'm playing with him. So always I have to be behind him somewhere to catch someone, to kill someone. So I'm making space for my team, for my core players to advantage. Like something like this. But this game on Calico, it wasn't ready. We weren't ready for this. It was something, something new.
Yeah. I mean, it looked good. It looked like as good as it really could against one of the strongest teams in the tournament. Nakaman, we don't want to eat up too much of your time. I know that you guys are done for the day, but you have some obvious prep to do for tomorrow, some big games for you guys. So again, thank you for joining us. Before I let you go, go ahead, Seymour.
Before anything, too, just now that we have you here, like, where can people find you? Like, give yourself a little pedestal here. Like, plug something where people can find you.
I stream on Twitch, so you can find me on Twitch as it's same as my nickname, Nakaman. You can find me on Twitch, and I don't know, maybe in Telegram. That's it.
Okay. Okay, there it is. Yes, 100%. This is your platform. So thank you again for joining us. Everybody, go show Not Commence some
Thank you.
love. It takes a lot to come off of a series loss and join us on the desk. So you've got a heart of gold, man. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck tomorrow. God, that's tough. It's tough to come in and talk about a loss, especially when it's so fresh. So that's why I'm so appreciative of the players that do, especially because it's going to be hard to track down a one-win player when they've got to prep for what is right ahead of them, right? They had a hard day yesterday. Well, it's about to get harder here, Seymour.
It is. You got Paravision coming up next. So far, Paravision hasn't lost. They beat Aegis Aurora yesterday. They beat Atlas as well. Game number 1 we saw them was versus Sis Rejects. At the same time, you can argue in saying that Paravision hasn't really had that top side test just yet. And now walking into this one for Paravision, this is a big match for both teams. One would need their revenge after losing to Thanos, and Paravision need to show that they're going to keep the second seed spot right now. So it's like on both sides, this is a big swing game for the standings.
Absolutely. Fortunately, that matchup is just ahead of us. One win, looking to ride this momentum over this 2-0 victory over Lotus into their series against Paravision. We've got to get things set up for you guys, so we're going to hop away for a short break. And when we come back, One Win take on Paravision here in Volume 5 of the One Win Bombshell. Maybe we're not ready for break yet. Never mind. We're hanging out. Maybe we're jumping right on into the next one. And we're out. And here we go. Another banger game set up for us on day 3. Seymour, we got one yesterday. We get another and then some today, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We're continuing along with our home team. It feels like we're on the road. We're taking on the Titan, one of the undefeated squads in Paravision. And somebody's always got to go eventually. And Virtus Pro and Paravision, they both play today. So come on, someone's got to lose.
Someone's got to lose at some point for between Paravision and Virtus Pro. And, you know, you're right to say we're on the road for one win. I named it earlier. It's the road to redemption after what we saw yesterday. This is a team that kind of looks beatable right now. You saw it even versus Lotus there. And you know, even Nakam felt like at times that they had a chance in that game number 2. And it even looked like that here on the desk. It's just, you saw one win towards the end. They locked in. And, man, like it just seemed like some of them were unkillable. Empty Dreams, ABL, you name it. So going into this match, there's a lot kind of riding on it. I was naming it before the break, but if people kind of didn't tune in and hear this one, we got 3 already confirmed teams for day 5 of the playoffs. It's going to be Virtus Pro, Paravision, Thanos locked in. We don't know what the standings are going to look like towards the end of it, but they are going to be there in playoffs. For one win, things are still undecided after losing to Thanos yesterday and having the 1-1 tie versus Aegis Aurora. So on the road back in, this could be the difference of knocking Paravision down and putting one win back up on a pedestal to be in a contender for one of those top 3 spots.
And this is how the draft plays out. We've got Yamato locked in for ABL again. The prio on Yamato, Seymour.
Yeah, we get the Yamato pickup for ABL again. Mo and Krill to follow this one up. Typical bans in the Grey Talent and the Holiday. It's not going to surprise me whatsoever, especially against a team like Paravision. You know how good they can be once they get that Holiday in Taz's hands. But you're still going to get the Paradox and the Lady Geist on the other side. So things going according as planned, I would say, for this whole matchup. For the end of Paravision, I mean, you might be looking to go into something... I was going to say, like, even that Mo and Krill, but you're not going to go for that Mo and Krill because you can't go for the Mo and Krill for this moment. Hey, you look for the Sinclair's wide open. Why not go for the Sinclair or this early if you're Paravision? We saw how good it was in Xenon's hand, but no, instead they're just going to lock in that, they're going to lock in the Vindicta, which, to be honest, for Paravision, like, doesn't really surprise me because you put Vindicta into, like, Prestis's hand, for example, and we know how good he could be with that.
It's flexible. It's definitely flexible on this team. I was wondering what's going to happen with Bebop, and now because the Vindicta gets locked in, I'm assuming it gets banned away by Paravision because Taz can play it, and we just saw Overseas play it like a madman.
Sure, I banned the Bebop. I mean, it's been happening quite a bit. I feel like that might be like a new wave of, like, get rid of the Bebop. We see how powerful he could be, and he just scales. He just continues to scale throughout this game. Calvin, too, something you can still ban out. One win for sure. Wouldn't mind taking that one away. You look into maybe even grabbing, like, a ban onto the Pocket because we've seen Wolfie go there a couple times. But no, one win are going to take away the Abrams. And yeah, it is the Paravision ban on the Bebop. So going to make sure that nobody can pick up the robot.
Abrams gone, Bebop gone. Next up for Paravision is going to be somebody beefy, I'm assuming, right? They need some extra front line. I'm not saying that it's going to be a Lash, but Lash is available. Shiv also available. I feel like there's a pick that I'm just not seeing right here, and I should be. Like, something super obvious, right? Where are we at here? Abrams gone.
Well, Sinclair's still up.
Sinclair, okay, yeah. Sinclair is an option and a good one for Paravision, right? Stealing away, like, have that combo for yourself.
I mean, actually, right now, if depending on what Paravision grab, one win could go for the Calvin, the Shiv, but no, Paravision, Paravision can grab the Shiv. That means if I'm one win, you can go and you can grab the Calvin on this side because you don't want to allow the two of them to be together, especially considering how good Together is at playing this Shiv. But then for one win, I mean, you go for the Kelvin and you probably mix it in with something for Empty Dreams early. I mean, you go for the pocket pick. You possibly even go for the 7, but you don't really need to prioritize those ones. You have the Yamato. You have the Moen Krill.
I could see just a solo Kelvin, right? Flammables played the Kelvin. We've seen how strong it is just to have the Kelvin. And then when you look at what is supplementing your Moen Krill, what is helping your Moen Krill, because when Moen Krill's doing it all alone, sometimes it can look pretty daunting, or it can be a daunting task, and it can look, you know, a little iffy. It is going to be an Ivy instead, which...
Hey, Flammable was kind of crazy with that Ivy, so do not knock it. But if you're going to leave that Calvin open, Paravision 100% will go for that. When you mix with this Ivy for Flammable, can't go for the Lady Geist, but maybe even the Calico, you bring that one back in at this moment in time. So for something like Zanya can go over towards that Calico for sure.
Okay, is there a world where this could be an Empty Dreams Gun Ivy? Pocket still could be picked up for Empty Dreams, but an Empty Dreams Gun Ivy, and then they still pick up Flammables Kelvin just to have the Kelvin and take away the Kelvin. I might have overcooked. I don't know. I might have overcooked. No!
Xenon for the Sinclair. Like, Sinclair going into the 5th spot of this draft is insane. Especially considering that Xenon was happy to play it last game.
Looks good.
I don't understand how it snuck through this far. But you go to Paravision, Calvin, probably going to be where you're looking at. You top things off with what? Maybe a little bit more frontline presence if you want to pick up that Warden, but then you're risking giving over the Sinclair, the Warden ultimate.
Yeah, that is true. Warden has been big, but yeah, that Sinclair really neutralizes that one just as a whole. Lady Geist as well, right? That just allows your Sinclair to kind of stand in the face of the Lady Geist. And then it's just a game of chicken of who soul exchanges first, you know?
You go for the Lash. We've seen so much Lash in.
It makes sense, but I think like you would just have to be a beefcake. Okay, Kelvin picked up, 100%.
Without the Bebop, like, you don't have to be worried about, getting hooked out of the air, or, without the lasso, you don't have to worry about that too. I mean, like, what's going to stop you in that Death Slam right now for one win? It's like it would force Sinclair to either Death Slam your own team, or it would force him to grab the swap and swap you away. Like, really, there isn't a whole lot to stop the Lash ultimate.
Who plays it, though? I'm assuming Wolfie Lady Geist. I would have to go back and look to see who's running the Lash on this team, if anybody. That's probably like where they're kind of falling victim to is, yes, we do want it, but how do we make it work? It's been a very flexible roster between who's playing the Vindicta. We've seen like a couple different paradoxes. I'm assuming it's Taz Paradox. Taz has been so good on it. And okay, there's a pretty decent frontliner there, picking up the Calico at the end. The Warden does come through. So either way, one winner going to get Last Stand and Sinclair.
I think I'm liking what we're cooking up on this side. Yeah, the Calico pick alongside the Shiv. It's kind of a weird one to put them both in the same mix of themselves. But at the same time, you can, lane probably Calico together with the Paradox and Lady Geist with the Vindicta for the stake into the Essence Bomb. For one win on the other side. Wow. I mean, this is going to be a tough one to see, who goes where. I think that the Ivy probably going to be alongside the Yamato in a sense, maybe even Sinclair Yamato through mid.
Who was playing? We had Ivy Lady Geist previously. Is this Empty Dreams Warden? And then maybe we're getting Ivy Warden lane? I haven't been doing my due diligence to right in who's playing in what lanes, right? We talked to Waldo yesterday talking about, you know, playing the mid lane, and we've seen a lot of reoccurring lane assignments to like player to the mid lane. And I think if I was paying more attention to that, then we probably have a better idea of what the lanes are going to look like. But if this is an Empty Dreams Warden, I mean, that's a scary Warden. Empty Dreams is kind of the guy outside of Pocket, is the guy who plays the good shooters, right? Is the guy who's got probably the best aim on the team, the way he plays the Lady Geist, the Infernus. I think we got a 7 game in there, and now Warden, if it's the Warden, is just so incredibly strong.
Hey, you know, I would trust that these two teams are very apt in playing against each other quite a lot. Like when it comes down to scrims, when it comes down to, you know, week to week fight nights, and this tournament in general, I don't think there's really anything that's going to sneak under the radar between both of them and understanding how to play against each other and who's going to go where. So we're in for a little bit of a banger between these two. That is a given. Yesterday, one win versus Thanos, it delivered a near 60-minute game. You had Rejuvenator steals, you had Earn steals, you had everything that you could ask for.
Yeah.
This is a big match for one win. In the way that this Bombshell's been going, kind of against you at this moment. So, going into it, just knowing and understanding how important this game is, I trust that one win have put together a strong team. And it looks strong, all things considered, especially, you know, with that Warden last pick, not having to worry about the Sinclair. But I think the only thing, especially in the early game, the laning phase, that I'm really worried about against them is going to be wherever they put this Shiv Kelvin.
Yeah, that is Paravision cooking up a pretty stellar winning lane. One Win do have all of the tools now, almost all of the tools. Kelvin would have been nice, but I think they grabbed the Ivy instead because it just helps secure the Rejuvenator, and that has been an issue. But now you've got Ivy, you've got Sinclair, Stoneform, Rabbit Hex is stopping anybody from getting in that pit and taking that buff away from you. Don't let somebody else reap your rewards as we jump right on into the game, and it's a Yamato versus Lady Geist lane here in the Cursed Apple.
Ready to watch with some one-win action. And yeah, we get the Shiv Kelvin over into the right side, up against Warden Mirage, Sinclair Ivy, and it's the Vindicta Calico against this one. So, you know, if you hit a good stake, that's going to leave them just kind of out in the open for that Calico just to hit you with the Leaping Slash, throw some of the bombs on you. And Lady Geist Paradox through mid up against the Yam and the Mo and Krill. So it's going to be a tough one to deal with, especially considering as soon as you push into this Guardian, you hit your disarm and you're just able to take free shots at that Guardian.
Yeah, a long cooldown on the disarms here on the server, though, between the Rabbit Hex, which is technically a disarm, but turns you into a rabbit. And then obviously that Sandblast that... I don't want to say it's like a Bebop hook, but you do feel a little better fighting the Mo and Krill if that Sandblast is on cooldown. So it's like in the same light of once that ability's gone, you feel a little better.
I can see where you're coming from on that one.
Yeah, it's not grabbing anybody and securing kills like that.
It's not hooking you back into your opponents whatsoever. But here we see everything just kind of feeling each other out. Saf's going to open up this game onto ABL through that middle lane. So Yamato going to be caught a little bit too far up. And there's that litmus test on how much you can push this Lady Geist across, though, to get there. A second one for Paravision. Empty Dream's going to be caught there by the Shiv.
Yeah, it's a big pickup there for Together, right? Get that execute ult online. Get this Shiv lane going. We expect it to win. So it's nice to see for Paravision that it is a winning lane for them. Meanwhile, Xenon getting taken down on the far left side. A little bit of damage in response, but Flammable can't stand up too much.
It's good to see that Paravision are like stepping up and finding kills. They haven't really been able to turn it onto objective damage just yet, but it's denying a lot of that bullying that we usually see from this one-win team. throughout the laning phase. So like this is important. As long as you can like wave clear and continue to back up these 1-win players, you know, take even some kills here and there. That is excellent in terms of like state of game and not allowing them to bully into some early Guardians like we've been seeing throughout a couple of these matches whenever 1-win are playing, especially like earlier versus Lotus. You got some very quick Guardian takes through mid or through that left side of the map. So this is a good start from Paravision.
And I think we know, and maybe there's like a small glimmer of hope that no matter how rough the start is, ABL will eventually become a problem. So although, you know, a good start in the early game for Paravision, they kind of are on a ticking time clock. We've seen it for the last handful of games at ABL. First and foremost, doesn't care about your team. Will just dive deep into the backline to get a kill, but also will come online in immense ways the later this game goes. They're close to the combo.
Cooldown. Yeah, you're coming up on a couple of ultimates just across the board. Everybody on Paravision gonna have theirs though. So immediately you can see these yellow icons just backing up in lanes. Look how deep Prestis is alongside Wolfie's Calico. They've dove completely behind the Guardian. You snatch a kill there away from 1-win. Xenon's in trouble. Has to make sure you're just clearing this wave because you got Prestis and Wolfie under Guardian just doing loads and loads of objective damage now.
And ABL just jumping right into the face of Saf and almost walking out with the kill. Does die for it. And I mean, this might be the difference in competition, right? ABL being disrespectful is going to get disrespected back, right? You jump into the face of Saf and Taz and you're going to get punished for it versus what we had seen in the previous series where ABL was kind of able to walk around and get what he wanted and make sure that he came out on top. Oh,
Xenon's gonna get caught finally from Prestis, who's been hunting this kill for so long. Shoving this wave back underneath the Guardian. Forcing away Flammable as well. Paravision doing a lot in this early laning phase to stay ahead. 6K lead already. They haven't even got a Guardian, so it's like, it's not really turning into much, but it's just turning into that steady climb that you look for out of a team here in lane. So not what you would have expected against somebody like 1-win, but with the capabilities of comebacks that 1-win have showed us, this is Paravision providing some excellent entertainment.
And Prestis getting a couple of assassination kills, you know, also working towards bolstering this lead that they've got for themselves. Wolfie going deep, healthy, and drop the ultimate. We'll head into that Shadow Realm and just sneak away to try and get some extra damage on the Guardian. Flammable is trying to deter the Calico, but the Ivy just doesn't do enough, especially on their own.
Yeah, have fun with that one.
Ooh,
Especially
okay.
when you're getting caught out of the air, though. Zanya finally going to get Prestis. Disarm onto the second one. Wolfie's going to have to back up, and finally a little bit of a break there for 1-win. Start to get things going back in lane. So pushing back up into that far left side. Players coming off spawn for either end of the field. And we haven't really seen any peel, any rotations to stack these lanes just yet. It has been a respectful 2-on-2 across each three.
And from 6K down to 4K, so 1-win starting to find minor victories in these lanes. Guardian still standing across the board. Mind barrier on, courtesy of Prestis, gonna make sure that Wolfie stays a little healthier in that exchange. Zanya take a shot to the back with that assassination. Not really
This is the
any threats of killing here.
I think this is the longest that we've gone without seeing a Guardian taken throughout our time casting this bombshell. Over the past couple of days, Wolfie, Zanya ends up falling again. The Calico finding value Nice frozen shelter from Xenon. It's going to keep that Guardian intact for a little bit longer. Allow for some more waves to push in, but 3 members here. And Paravision going to knock down the first objective. So big pickup there on the right side. Some good assistance from Taz, rotating from mid to right. And it looks like Taz is just going to take this opportunity to farm the jungle, rotate right on back to Saf.
And a big pickup on the left side of the map as well. So 2 Guardians down now. Paravision jumping their lead up just a bit more. We're just shy of that 10-minute mark. So Paravision trying to get as much of a lead as they possibly can before we start to see these teams play the teeter-totter around the urn end of the bridge buff. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, Zanya.
Oh
dying
my gosh.
for the sinner's sacrifice?
I mean, that is a barrel stuff. You thought for a second that you'd be able to like go in, grab somebody with that combo, hit a big score and heal up, but not when Prestus is 8k and you got your assassinate there. Another Guardian's gonna fall there. Saf finishing off that middle Guardian. You see that rotating over is Litz as well to assist in that feat. And OneWin gotta find some breaks here because losing out on these 2 objectives, they have hardly done damage of their own.
And just as strong as I was saying ABL gets in the late game, Paravision also have some heroes that scale really well into the late game, especially when they're ahead in the early game, right? It's nice to have your Shiv going early, your Lady Geist going early. I mean, Taz and Litz are just doing their job. They're okay to be behind in souls because all they have to do is try and supplement the squad, find the swaps, and then let them grab the kills off the back end. That Carbine, it seemed to go into the ground. I don't know if that was just a visual bug on our end or a misfire by Taz.
Well, now we're 10 minutes in, already a 10k lead. Zanya here alongside the last stand. Together's in trouble. Can you get away? Back into this fight, grabbed by the Binding Word, overseas, finishes it off, but that is 2 ultimates just for a kill onto a Shiv. You better hope this turns into something of value. As you can see, the urn rotating in hands of the Kelvin. Wolfie chasing down onto Flammable. Snipe there is going to set things up. Another kill for Paravision, finding a trade. Now Guardian damage. They've already moved into the Guardians. We're only 10 minutes in. 11 minutes in.
They are getting punished for this, though. Being chased on the outside, Empty Dreams hunting down 1. That's Taz to fall, and they'll just collect their camps as they head on back in. Yeah, a good play by Paravision, right? Together goes down, and in that time, they had already picked up the urn. If you're OneWin, you're hoping to maybe find a pick, then grab the urn, especially because it's on your side of the map. So Paravision might not ever get that one scored, but they at least took it away from OneWin during their power play when Together was on cooldown.
Steady lead from Paravision here in a game that could render them continue to be undefeated throughout this tournament. Virtus Pro, the only other team that has accomplished that, and Paravision and Virtus Pro haven't fought each other. They will be later on. But tell me, Tanner, look at this from Empty Dreams. He's going to have to back up from this one. Tornadoes out to safety. And you can see that there's some help coming through from Zanya, looking to track them down, maybe get a grab onto this Calico, set each other up for a kill, but she is so nimble, and the return to Shadows just to avoid it. Letting Zanya chase Shadows, quite literally.
I mean, OneWin know that this Kelvin is out of the fight. It's hard to pressure the left side of the map, but you're a player ahead if you do so. And they're worried about what's happening on the right side. Obviously, that turn in a little deeper for Paravision to get there. And so they'll bolster that with Zanya and Flammable to try and hang on to the space up this way to make sure that Litz doesn't get that urn for free. But now's the time, right? Somebody's got to pull the trigger somewhere, or else you're going to lose mid or the side lanes. And it looks like they want to go get that urn and possibly collect it themselves.
Here we go, Xenon. Oh man, Zaf is just zapping you. Bleeding you dry, quite literally. And everywhere you look, it is just relentless pressure from Paravision inside lanes, just waves shoved under walkers, kills coming through, isolating members, all while Litz just holds this urn. He hasn't seen a battle. He hasn't seen a lane in probably 3 minutes and 48 seconds. So
It's
he's
the
gonna be
carrot
happy
on
to
the
just
stick. Like,
exactly. And it's held 3-4 members of one win on this half of the map, just in case they try to sneak it.
yeah, they pulled him in, pushing forward a little bit, but the Guardian's still up. The Walker's still up. You can't go that deep to get the urn, and Litz is just going to continue to hang on to it. And while that's happening, Paravision is still winning elsewhere on the map.
And all this is happening too. Litz just doesn't need to get this souls. He's gonna let the rest of his team farm. Presses another assassinate onto Zanya. I can see that ABL is gonna try his best to like combat this aerial battle, this anime battle that you're seeing, and he gets it done too. What is that shot? APL bursts down the Vindicta mid-fight. Straight out of Dragon Ball Z with that one.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup there. Just waited for that hook to go back up top. Now the fighting continues around the center. Sacrifice Xenon goes down in response. Together, not the healthiest, but it is a shiv. They play around that frozen shelter. That will subside, and 2 kills are given right back to Paravision.
Here we go. Swap in, but early damage to the bomb isn't going to deter overseas from just getting away from that fight. Bridge buffs up, another urn to run, and with an 82k to 76k soul lead, 2 out of the 3 Guardians still active for Paravision. You might be feeling that this could still be a chance to run this one if Litz doesn't decide to just bring it back into spawn and hold it for another 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He's still at 10k souls. In 5 minutes, he's only farmed 1k souls. So it's like, you really know the job of Litz at this moment.
Xenon, wrong place, wrong time. Combo used, but to no avail again. Zanya fortunately gets something for his efforts, and it looks like he might be able to walk away from it on the chase. However, is Wolfie. We'll see if that Calico can continue to hunt down the mole rat, and that will be the case. Guardian under fire. Flammable just trying to get it, but can't. Has to fly away, and they're still without a flex slot. They only have 1 Guardian down.
Yeah, this is just like red alert for everybody outside of one win to try to get this objective down, and they're trying their best. Flammable almost able to escape to the TP, but some good reads from Together. Gonna track that one down, secure it. 18k on both Wolfie, Together, and nearly Saf. Prestus on his way there too, but you look at the other side, you're still sitting at 11k if you're Xenon, 10 if you're Zanya. Flammable struggling at getting anything going on his Ivy as well. This isn't looking good. This is looking like it's Paravision just setting every win condition that they possibly could, slowly working their way into the walkers, slowly working their way into urns, and keeping one win away from anything that can bring them back into this game.
And they do get the mid Guardian. Opens up flex slot, allows them to spend some of their souls a bit more wisely. And they're still within striking distance, right? It's been close enough. We just saw a neutral urn, so we know that the game is close enough that not one team is really running away with it, but Paravision definitely in the driver's seat. And big shoes for ABL, right? And we got, does he have big feet or little feet for these shoes? Can he fit the size 17? He's got 20,000 souls and he has to do a whole lot for his squad. Zanya also a much slower Mo and Krill game, not able to I don't want to say convert. That's what it is on these combos. It's kind of been 50-50. Sometimes Zanya gets the kill, or Zanya and friends get the kill, and sometimes they don't, and Zanya just dies for it.
Oh, the swap just barely missing its mark. Almost a chance for Taz to set themselves up for another kill onto Empty Dreams. Is still across the board.
Second attempt too.
Yeah,
he missed a swap a second ago, so he's like on the hunt.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Very true.
Oh, you don't miss this one though. And Wolfie just evaporates. Overseas was there too. Look at the assists on this one. You had 4 players to make sure that Wolfie could go nowhere.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, right? Zanya, if you ult somebody, they have to die. Well, okay, let's just have ABL follow Zanya around and get stuff done. Now Xenon goes swap, or maybe swap the Walker, deters Zaf from going any deeper in that one, but still has the swap available.
We thought for a second you're about to grapple right into business, but not a Guardian you want to dive just yet. You can see just left to right, Paravision and OneWin continue to mirror each other at stacking these lanes, as OneWin are trying their best to open things up. But everywhere they go, Paravision just so good, so ready at reading these timings. And slowly but surely, it seems like OneWin are chipping this lead down. That was so early gained by Paravision in the laning phase. You get an urn, you get a fight. This is still possible now that that flex slot has been acquired. It should be a near even fight when the team fight does happen.
I mean, that's a bad start, though. ABL took heaps of damage on the way in. Combo used as well to no avail. It's Empty Dreams that goes down first in this one. Frozen Shelter going to keep the team topped off as Wolfie finds another, and Zanya gets nothing for his troubles. ABL still alive, but only momentarily, as the Magician has the urn, but at what cost?
Yeah, it really comes down to, what could ABL do off the start of those fights. Like, you just take so much damage there, and as soon as the combo comes in from Zanya, it's like you just don't have a chance to translate that into a kill. That's going to turn things around now for Paravision again to reclaim this chasm of a lead that we saw before. Temple Guardian too. 4 players still have to respawn, and you can see that the urn was grabbed by Xenon, so he's going to make sure that Paravision can't have to choose, urn or the Temple Guardian. But with the Rejuvenator, I'm sure they're still happy with getting this one. They also get a Walker. They almost get 2 Walkers out of it. It's a job well done.
And I mean, this urn is so different from the last one, where Paravision could afford to just have Litz hold on to the urn. They were doing fine elsewhere. I don't think OneWin can afford to be a player down, so they have to make a decision, right? Either try and go score this, where everybody's looking at the minimap and can see Xenon running it that way, or kind of give up on it, which just almost automatically gives it to Paravision. This is a really tough spot for OneWin to be in. Paravision are not giving up this urn for nothing.
Dude, look at together. He is not scared of anything right now. He truly has been the powerhouse of Paravision.
The streets are mine to prowl.
Whether it's going to be on a Shiv, whether you see, a Grey Talon get picked up. I mean, this guy is always doing so much for the team. He kind of looks unkillable. Just like what we heard from, Empty Dreams playing the Lady Guys last game. That's together right now.
Uh-oh. Lit gets caught out. I mean, no finishing power on top of that. Frozen Shelter used ABL's here, but maybe a moment too late. Still healthy on the Yamato, but needs to get the damage out. We go Frozen Shelter on the opposite side. As Together just hides in a corner, and he's ready to fight again. Up he goes. Tornado from Empty Dreams as he looks to dash forward. Ult available. Execute range. Where's it at?
There it
He
is.
finally grabs it together, chases down the genie.
The patience.
I mean, where's the urn? They had to drop the urn to lose the fight. It's headed back home.
the determination, the unwillingness, the unwavering skill to just not give anything to one win whatsoever. Yeah, you get Litz. Yeah, you take down Preston, but 5 go down for one win. And now you can march to grab this last walker for free. Nothing's going to stop you. Litz is going to grab this urn. Things starting to get out of hand for one win. And you couldn't ask for a better showcase out of what is capable through Paravision. Why not another kill onto Flammable? I thought it was going to be together, but Taz is going to clean that up. The third walker drops. Base Guardian's getting pressured. Players off the respawn in a couple seconds, but nothing's going to stop from these Guardians from dropping.
It has been a week of booms for one win and a week of, I don't know, the heavens for Paravision. Coming into the week, Paravision was our number 3. One win was our number 1, and Paravision looks insane. The whole tournament they looked great, and one win still licking their wounds from previous losses. Frozen Shelter used. Lit maybe going down in this one. I mean, they're just so darn healthy. There's too many souls, and there is not enough bodies. 6 versus 6 is not enough to stop Paravision right now.
Oh, it's not. Nothing is enough to stop Paravision. Prestis is going to go low here in the fight. Still managing to stay alive, and ABL not going to be able to track that kill down just yet. You know, wow. 2 bursts, and you're gone. Bridge buffs up. Waves pushed forward. That doesn't matter. Another 5 down. Flammable. He's just like, guys, come on. You can't keep putting me into this situation. It is cinema. What we're getting from Paravision right now. This has to be peak. Like, it is so patient. It's so disciplined. This is some of the best deadlock you can see in terms of just owning your opponents.
Patron going down. Still some game to play. However, down 50,000 souls. I don't know if you would call it being able to play. They're jumping right into it, though, before they can reset. Wolfie caught out. Is going to be taken down. ABL and Xenon now back on the board. As Wolfie's been taken down. Had the ultimate, but just could not use it to get out to safety. Staffing together, also taking a little bit of heat. Rescue beam out to safety. And like between the bloodletting and the rescue beam, the healing, you just can't kill him together.
Rabbit Hex, but the Frozen Shelter. Xenon not going to be able to get away, or he is for a second, but the chase is in. Flammable, the first to fall. Here's the shadow transformation from ABL, but look at the damage he takes. Killing blow, not going to be able to execute just yet, but in for the bloodletting warpstone and the secure. Dancing circles around ABL. 2 go down again, 3 off the respawn. Now the march forward to put this away.
Yeah, this should be it. 3 players dead. Combo around the corner, but what do you put behind it? They're inside the pit, trying to hang on. Paravision just fight on the outside. Xenon goes down. Zanya can't quite find an angle. An empty dream just doesn't have it in the tank. So game 1 will go the way of Paravision. They remain undefeated.
And it wasn't close. It wasn't close at all. I mean, Paravision just stamped their name on that page in big, bold letters. Like, that is an incredible win for them to take against one win. A team that has been regarded to the best of Europe for weeks, for months.
Yeah.
And they just made it look like child's play. Like, that was peak deadlock from this Paravision team. Together was just playing so sound. Litz was just completely staying back, supporting the team, grabbing those urns, keeping it away, and just staying rent-free in the minds of one win. Prestis at times. I mean, how many snipes did he get when he was just able to either execute someone, bring them low, tee them up for the killing blow, and the Calico too. Just so many layers to this Paravision team. So much skill behind them. It's like, this is great.
And they got themselves a very winning draft. And, you know, you have, okay, Shiv Kelvin, we're expecting that lane to do well, and it did. And then to your mention, very early in the game, Prestis was finding assassination after assassination and just getting extra souls. So 2 of the 3 lanes were winning. And then that mid lane was relatively even between the Yamato and Mo and Krill that's there. But Zanya just didn't have that. Right there was the only time that we really saw Zanya find somebody out of position to ult and immediately erase before the fight happens. Outside of that, this is not the Mo and Krill of 2 games ago. This is not the Zanya and Mo and Krill that we saw yesterday. Zanya, unfortunately, just couldn't get it going.
Yeah, no, they couldn't get it going whatsoever. And I think that Paravision just came up and they showed out just across the board. Everybody fell flat on their face for 1 win. Paravision, man, just look at the stats across the board too. The only person who didn't exceed 10 assists was Together, and that's because Together was killing everything. On top of that, like, you look at Saf, what was able to happen in terms of player damage just alongside of Prestis, and Together, just everything looking good on their side. A very confident game number 1. Puts it away, looks good doing it. And like you said before, that's going to keep them undefeated in the tournament. Just continuing to stay toe-to-toe with this VP roster. 5-0 in maps. Or sorry, yeah, 7-0 now in maps. My bad. Ready to look to see if they can go 8-0. Keep this one undefeated against 1 win. And keep 1 win down the ladder. After losing to Thanos, this team just doesn't look the same since yesterday. 1 win had so many opportunities to beat Thanos, and it didn't get it done. I'm not sure if that was just the frustrating loss that tipped the teeter-totter away from them, but it definitely looks like this 1 win team has been knocked down.
And now, going into the next draft, there was a world in this one where Bebop was up early. Bebop did not go in the first round of bans, didn't even go in the first round of picks. Eventually gets banned away in that second round. Maybe there's a little more emphasis on scooping up that Bebop for overseas or trying to make that one work. The problem is, if you flirt with the idea of trying to get your team Bebop, Paravision are also very happy to take that one as well, right? If Holiday or Paradox aren't available for Taz and Bebop is, you're running into issues. As it sounds like we've got that draft ready, so we can go ahead and take a look and see where things go. So Holiday banned away, Great Talon. Nobody's playing that one. Not you Together, not you overseas. Nobody gets it. And a Lady Geist coming up first for Paravision. Now for 1 win, Seymour, they've been putting priority in the last couple of games for Yamato, for ABL. I'm wondering if they give up on some of that priority for something a little stronger for the squad.
Oh, we get the Bebop coming out from Paravision. Oh no. So looks like Taz is like, okay, no Paradox, no Holiday. Let's get the next best thing in that whole sense. Not only that, Together, maybe going towards the Yamato. Instead of the Shiv this time, you get the Lady Geist as well. This is a powerhouse trio of 3 heroes that have just been winning throughout the Bombshell every single day that we're up here. 1 win putting together, they're stealing away some picks from this Paravision team, but it just kind of goes hand in hand. Is that like this depth from Paravision just shows that they can also take the picks that 1 win are going in. And after seeing what happened in last game, I think that you still feel confident no matter what you're playing.
I'm wondering why we've seen so much deterrence away from the Pocket. Pocket's been up all day, and we saw some decent success. We also saw bans from it yesterday. Saw some decent successes as the tournament has kind of progressed, and I think teams has figured out the best way to play the Pocket with recent item changes even some recent like game changes. I don't know if it's been touched on too much, but a lot of the early game stuff was trimmed up. You know, early game damages, early game healing, to then eventually be brought back scaling into late game for a lot of the heroes. Mirage scooped up means, I'm assuming, a Mo and Krill ban. If, you know, Paravision doesn't ban it, then One Win get to pick that up. It's also, you know, how much does Zanya want to play that again, right? Does Zanya want to continue to be inside Mo and Krill jail, or, you know, maybe bust out the Abrams instead and just have a different look?
Yeah, I think Paravision could definitely look towards the Mo and Krill ban. I think One Win could look towards a Kelvin ban at the same time. Litz, we've seen play lots of things, the Vindicta, the Kelvin, but instead they're going to go for the Shiv ban. So Abrams continuing to keep away from One Win. Paravision just don't want to play up against it. And then you get the Mo and Krill, like you were calling. So now the answer from Paravision is kind of going in towards these damage dealers and kind of what you're going to be going for. You don't get the Vindicta, you don't get the Great Talon. Maybe you still move into this Sinclair action to see if you can kind of get that Rapid Hex a little bit more disarm, and then pair it alongside that Calico again was fantastic.
Yeah.
So like you can definitely leave Calico open to be like last pick, I'm sure. She hasn't been prio for this One Win team lately, I'd say. To a fact, she has been going quite late. You get the B pop, so you have something to kind of battle against this the Paradox. So you still can go into even a Lash look. You're gonna get the Kelvin. Now I want to see what they go for the second pick. I imagine it's gonna be some sort of damage dealer.
So they could almost grab a very similar team to what they had previously. They don't get the Vindicta, and they don't get the Shiv. I'm assuming the Yamato is for Together, and then you just you're either giving Saf the Lady Geist or looking for a Saf pick here, which is usually something a little more frontline, a little more beefy, which is why obviously the Lady Geist fits that bill. But you know, Taz doesn't get the Paradox, but gets the Bebop. You know, Together doesn't get the Shiv, but they take away the Yamato from ABL. That's looked really strong. So that's a big takeaway. Even in that loss, ABL had moments where it was like, oh, he's about to come online. And fortunately, Paravision didn't let the game get that far out of hand. So yeah, I think the Calico pick makes sense because you can almost just play the same exact comp that you just got the win with.
Yeah, so Calico picked up there in the fourth slot. We move over to One Win. They have the lockdown between Mo and Krill and Paradox. You have some steady damage out of your Vindicta early on. Maybe you look to pair this Vindicta with something inside lane that you could kind of look into. You don't get that Lady Geist. Maybe you mix it up with a Warden, or you mix it into, you know, a pocket pick at the same time.
I think you're right with the Warden. I think it could be a Prestis Lady Geist, and then Saf plays the Warden. If it doesn't get taken away by one team, I think that could be the last pick that we're looking at for Paravision to round out their draft.
Still have Viscous up too, so like that could be a solid grab in case you wanted to cube somebody away from a Bebop hook. Seven's going to be grabbed, though, earlier than I would have expected. I don't hate that whatsoever. Empty Dreams played a fantastic 7 alongside Zanya's Mo and Krill earlier on. You get the combo into the Stormcloud. That's a good laning duo that we saw, especially if you're going to be like matching it even up against a Yamato.
Yeah, that feels nice. That isn't like a sure win or a sure strong lane like Kelvin and Shiv pieced together, but it looked really good, especially when those ults were online, like you mentioned. Early in lane, you just secure that 7 ult is going to get so much value when it's on top of a combo. And then before that, between stuns and between the Sandblast, you just have a lot of way to deter, you know, what your lane opposition is going to be, whoever these lane assignments end up going. The 7 also, you know, the ults get a little harder to land later on in the game, but we saw Empty Dreams be happy to
Okay.
start a fight with an ult, and then everybody runs away, and it's like, all right, well, I'm still damaging your Guardian, so I'm just going to sit this one out, and I'm just going to rip through the Guardian while my team rips through your squad.
Look at Sinclair and like this might be
Hate
like
it?
best case scenario for like
Okay.
for a Sinclair picked against you, because yeah, you could grab the soul exchange, you could grab the transformation, maybe even the hyper beam or the frozen shelter, but it's not like you're grabbing a last stand, or it's like you're grabbing a death slam or a combo or a lasso in that whole sense. Is that like there isn't like there's options, of course, for Sinclair, but it's not like it doesn't seem like they're game-breaking options, game-changing options for your team in that whole sense. So it's like you're kind of rounding that out for Xenon again to play the Sinclair. It didn't really pan out for you last game running it, and Xenon was actually really behind early on. Now you get that Death Slam, so it's a little bit better, I guess, to have that in case you want to use one for yourself. But Paravision have drafted a very sneaky comp, I'd say, in just a very well-rounded neutral fight composition. When you do end up getting those ultimates, the Frozen Shelter is going to help you in case that Sinclair does grab that Death Slam. I like this comp that I'm seeing from Paravision. I do enjoy what OneWin have put together. It's just after what Paravision just kind of slapped them with some B2A in that first game. I don't know if I'm very confident in what OneWin can put together against this Paravision team. They just don't look the same.
And Lash has looked a little stronger as the event's gone on, much like the Pocket. I think teams are figuring out ways to make the Lash work. I think Wolfie's Lash, if this is going towards Wolfie, also drew some bans against Paravision just because of the playmaking that Wolfie, it's one thing to have a Lash on your team. It's another to have a Lash player on your team, right? You're going to be a little more in touch with the map and where the best places to ult or aren't ult and how to find the most value. I think what makes Lash a lot of fun is OneWin have a history of kind of letting some things, a history of fumbling. They've got the ball in their hands and it slips away. And for Paravision, that opens doors, right? It opens the urn fight inside on these non-neutral urns. It also opens up that Death Slam for, the mid boss, which OneWin, they've got some things to button up. We didn't have a chance to see anything kind of stripped away from them outside of just the game itself, but they didn't give up a lead like we've seen from them. So that's worth something in their loss.
It is worth something, I'd say, for sure. This Paravision team is kind of really stepping up this week. I will say 5-0 so far, or 3-0 in games. There were 6-0 or 7 in maps at this point. It's just so tough with math sometimes. I can't do it on the desk, but undefeated is kind of where I'm going for this Paravision team. And it's really good to see some of these superstars like together really kind of coming into their own. I have a lot of faith in this Paravision team to just continue to climb, and like the longer they stay together, the better they get. And I think that has kind of bled into this tournament just in general. When you're actually kind of nurturing this competition together on a stage, allowing for the viewers to see it, allowing for everybody to kind of see it grow from day to day as well. When the teams are matching up against each other, doing their homework, watching these VODs, knowing the bands, knowing the picks that they're going into. It's like over the course of 6 days, you're really going to get to know each other on a personal note. And like that is going to bleed into these playoffs, are going to be just so drawn out from these top teams. The group stages have led towards upsets. Some teams even out of close qualifiers. I mean, look at the way that Lotus is playing. We looked at this Lotus team today playing against OneWin. We said this is a Lotus team that actually has the potential to take maps off of OneWin. They didn't get it done, but it was very close. It was exciting to watch. It just goes to show that you nurture this talent together. You allow them to watch each other, to play against each other. It's going to raise the bar. And so far, we've seen it just over the course of 3 days raise pretty high.
Yeah, the bar has definitely been set very high. And you know who's helping with that? The same people that are telling us that we're about to get into game. The same people that have produced 4 volumes before this one, guys. If you aren't already showing some love to One Win, please do. They're putting on events like this from across the pond, all types of coverage. So please, please, please follow our friends, OneWin_Bombshell on Twitter, and make sure you're following here or subscribe on YouTube if you're watching there. I say here on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube if you're there. Show some love so that way you guys can stay up to date and follow along the matches, because we're not done after this one. But it's game 2, One Win, fighting uphill against this Paravision squad. Paravision, your Amber Hand, One Win, your Sapphire Flame, and we are underway.
I can't even get over the fact that, you know, One Win have personalized advertisements around the cursed apple too.
Yeah, that's sick.
That's so cool.
That's really cool.
And shout out to the design team that put that one together, because they cooked. They cooked. All the advertisement, all the tournament games that we've been getting. One Win have quite the content team and quite the team of scriptwriters as well. Litz, the Kelvin, opens up with an opening kill. Together's going to follow things up. We get a couple of trades here, but even still, Paravision continuing to follow up. Overseas narrowly staying alive.
And Paravision already off to that early 2000 soul lead. And it sounds, you know, trivial, but this is how the last game started, right? It was an early lead in the laning phase, very early in the game. And then they just never lost it. As soon as they had the lead, they held on to it. And obviously, pretty difficult when the Bebop stands on the other side. I know One Win would have loved to have had that pick, and it's just as proficient as Overseas, as we see a hook go wide. Taz 0 for 1 thus far, but we'll see many, many more of those as the game progresses.
Yeah, we will. Also coming into it, a couple members of Paravision starting to come ahead. Wolfie and Taz narrowing in on that 2K margin, leading into possibly some early ultimates over this One Win team. Fortunately enough, I'd say for One Win is that, like, early on, like, what ultimates do you really have to worry about? The Hyper Beam for sure for Taz, but like Death Slam, Shadow Transformation, some things that are going to really allow these players from Paravision to dive in. But it's when One Win gets their ultimates that I gotta look towards Zanya and Overseas to see if they can catch some players for some early presence to bring this one back. That's what I'm looking to.
It is really tough, though. I'm wondering at what point in the game. Is it just when the Assassinate is online, or is it any later than that? Like, who's behind Zanya? Like, obviously, Overseas swap, Zanya hits the combo. But if you just want to invest one ultimate, where's the explosion, right? I think there's a lot of onus on ABL to not only be hitting shots on the combo, but then slam and assassinate. Because the combo before was Yamato, right? Just slashing through whoever Zanya was able to combo. I keep saying combo. That ability name should be changed. We should call it like the 2-piece in a biscuit or something. Maybe the 3-piece in a biscuit because of Krill on top, and he needs a piece too. But either way, where's the explosion after the combo?
Well, it's not there just yet, but
does it exist?
For
That's what I'm saying.
the hook,
For One Win. Sorry, the actual ability combo, not the combo that
don't
can
know. I
happen.
got lost at which combo you're talking about. Then I started thinking about food.
And that's on me. That's on me.
Well, you're going for the combo, and then you definitely have a chance for Empty Dreams to follow this one up. Xenon to ABL can, you know, eventually lead into spots and land that Assassinate. We saw that same combo, you know, many times between the Mo and Krill and the Vindicta. So, like, there are options here. It's just, it's too early to tell on what we're getting into. So, ultimates now 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes in. On to some of the members for Paravision. One Win there as well. You do have the audience participation as well as the combo and the Storm Cloud. Still a little ways away from getting that paradoxical swap, but you still have the abilities to bring this one closer.
Daff looking to find something there. Saw a lot of gun damage from overseas Bebop earlier on the day. Xenon stepped up, looks to take a fight here with Together, forces out the shadow transformation. Zanya still sitting on the combo, gonna burrow down underneath. Will find the knockup, not enough for the kill just yet. And the hyper beam will send the rats scurrying through the street. An ultimate used, no kill found, but a lot of pressure in that mid lane. We're not even safe behind the Guardian. I'm gonna duck away again. Right side of the map getting pressured. Paravision finding wins there.
Big combo out.
Almost getting uppercutted off there. Hyper beam coming out from Bebop. That's so crazy to me that the rabbit doesn't stop the hyper beam, but fortunately Taz stops the kill from happening.
There's just one dangerous rabbit that you got to be dealing with. Taz ends up falling still, so even off the combo, it doesn't end up translating into a kill right away. Fade away from Prestis. That was a nice shot onto Together, but again, this Yam just able to stay alive here. So Paravision starting to lose some ground here towards this laning phase. And I will say one win, as you know, we've been doubting them again and again. They're starting to step up here. So it looks like they're going to lose the first Guardian. But again, you just look at where they're putting their pressure in. And that rotation out from ABL to reinforce that mid lane shows that they're trying to see if they can do a little give and take and match this early Guardian take with a trade of their own through that middle lane.
Flammable maybe looking to grab an ultimate. Together. Gonna try and deal with the Vindicta, who's made their way into this middle lane. There are so many members here fighting for this one. Frozen Shelter used to get everybody topped off. The Flammable staying resilient with the ultimate. Blitz now under fire, forced to dash away. Arctic Beam gonna try and slow down the few members that are on the hunt, and Zanya's just hungry for it. Zanya wants more. Combo finally used. And it will pay off. Blitz goes down. One win, starting to find the wins in these skirmishes.
Plus 70 for the Moe Grill. Didn't work the first time for Zanya. Second time is the charm. So, walking into this, you see one win looking for that trade in Guardians. See the reinforcements coming through from the early Bebop to rush back in. Calvin here as well. And the flank coming through from the Calico. Wolfie, see if he can shut down all these players looking to exit.
Yeah, and that's just so funny. You got the big body Zanya getting left uppercutted by Taz there to go flying. Survives for so long, but unfortunately to no avail. And just when one win were finding their way back in tooth and nail, they're down once more. 6,000 souls the lead for Paravision as they set their eyes on a couple more kills, maybe a Guardian. Taking Guardian damages Together, but he doesn't care, man. He does not care.
Across this, I mean, all things considered is that, like, yeah, you're out of the sole lead, but this is still better than what we got in last game's laning phase from one win. They're managing to have some good team fight scrimmages through the laning phase into, you know, actually punishing some early Guardian takes. It took them a while. It took them, I think, like, I want to say in and around 7 minutes just for Paravision to find one Guardian. And then it took like 11, 12 minutes for one win to find a Guardian trade. So it's like everything happening in and around the 8 minutes and 30 mark. Like, this is generally a little bit better from one win with this game 2 idea. So you can start to see all the puzzle pieces coming together for this team. And if they can grab this early Guardian trade onto the middle lane, then you're going to be feeling a whole lot better. Zanya, a little out of position. Taz is going to be mirroring him on this rotate over towards the right side.
A minute till buffs and Earn make an appearance. Still defense from Paravision on this mid lane Guardian. So that one's not going to go just yet. So one win. And maybe have to make the decision of playing for the Earn or playing for that Guardian, which doesn't feel great because you don't get much for that Guardian. You get a little bit of space on the map, sure, but it's not like that's your flex slot, right? So how much do you want to trade for it? Death Slam comes through. Vindicta not going to get grabbed by that one, just falling down and ulted up his staff. Assassination won't quite land as a Hyper Beam sends everybody scurrying away. And this is not where you want to float. Get behind the trees, find the cover. You got to go, ABL.
I'm able to like stay alive, just barely narrowing their life out. You can see bridge buffs up. This is going to be a big fight here. I think that actually Litz was able to snatch this one. And Xenon's going to be punished for this. So taking over towards these objectives. Taz is going to grab the other bridge buff for the opposite side. Ern's going to be up. Litz is going to grab this one. And just remember from the last game is that this Ern fight was so heavily in favor of Paravision every single time. Litz, though, can he get away with it again? Zanya's going to end up going down. You do see that Xenon now might be in a little bit of trouble. It's going to be the escape in. Empty Dreams as well here. Ern being ran over. And you can see that the Guardian on the right side was dropped as well.
All three Guardians down. A safe space for the Ern. One win, unfortunately, taking quite a beating there. 14,000 souls now the lead. As Staff allowed to collect the kill there, but heaps of participation from this Paravision squad. So Ern secured 14 to 18,000. They're going to try and take some of the camps on the way out, but this might be a little overzealous. We'll see if OneWin can find a way to punish here. A couple members in the area. Flammable. Gonna send out the rabbits, and that's really all she wrote for Taz, who will walk away back to friendly territory.
Get back into your own half. So a little bit of a moment there where Paravision, again, just reclaimed this lead, reclaimed a couple of these Guardians, opened up their flex slots, and starting to look back into the same form we got back in game one. 12K on Together, 13 on Wolfie. It's not the Shiv this time for Together, but it's the next best thing, I would say. So Paravision really stepping up and closing a lot of these early fights that they're going to be catching these players, blowing them up, nuking them almost. And this is a very, very tough look for OneWin on their fall down from the top. This is it's crazy to see. I will say, even Zanya's struggling here. 6K on the Mo and Krill early on. You thought that the Mo and Krill was in for the combos, always there, but just not able to get any farm from it. Not able to get anything at all from these fights.
I mean, and we're only 12 minutes in. 20,000 souls obviously is, it's a lead for sure. Don't take that away from Paravision.
It's a pretty good lead.
Yeah, you know, to bolster this doom and gloom, I think that we've kind of put over OneWin. I'm going to hold this. Stott is Together getting active overseas. Now underseas, it's an underwater burial. Zanya will also follow. And I was going to say Paravision are pretty buttoned up. They're not making mistakes to allow OneWin back in. They didn't do it in game one. They're going to do the same thing in game two, which is where this doom and gloom, from our perspective, yours and I's perspective, comes from, right? Because they're not gambling mid bosses. Even when there was a chance at an Ern gamble, Paravision just grabbed the Ern and held onto it for 5 minutes, you know?
They're pressuring the right side Walker well going in for that mid boss early on. They're not going to finish it whatsoever, but like you're trying to like distract OneWin at the same time. This is just like game one, and you're right to say like there's no mistakes coming out from this Paravision team. It is sound deadlock, like just perfect almost to a T. Like there's a couple times where you're gonna get caught out, but that's just the nature of the game. You expect OneWin to throw some variables in there. Paravision literally look like they're playing the best deadlock I've seen them play.
That was just a day ago that Thanos snapped their fingers and all of a sudden OneWin wasn't feeling so good, Mr. Stark. And then they stepped back up here in day two. And Seymour, they are feeling very far from home.
We're just getting up close here into the Walker. First one to fall. They're taking care of the one on the right as well. You want to go maybe rotate over the mid. Both walkers simultaneously going down. Zanya so far out of position in the jungle. I don't think that, you know, one win actually, or Paravision have noted this, but Zanya's got to be careful because it hasn't been a good game for your Mo and Krill.
No, it's a similar story to the last one. And again, there's just not, like, there is follow-up.
Hello.
Speaking of,
The hook
rescue
back.
beam, okay, bomb goes out, and now Zanya's put in an awkward spot. Flammable's here to try and help out. Out goes the hyper beam. Slow things down for a second. It's on the bridge. It forces out a frozen shelter lit to try and keep this Paravision squad healthy. And now the 14,000 soul carry has been erased. Xenon, no chance to carry either. Off the back end of that one, they'll fight inside the pulse grenade, but it doesn't matter.
You know what this is?
Overseas,
This is a
yep,
mid-boss take.
brings them right on into the mid-boss.
I mean, everything there. Even like, who needs a rescue beam when you got Taz? You get grabbed by the combo. Okay, I'm gonna hook you back to the team. Don't worry, we got you. Rejuvenator now. Saf loading up the kills as Lash. As Lash. It's not just anything out of the lady guys that we saw last time. Moving over to a character, a hero that a lot of people have laughed at for so long. Paravision looking unbreakable right now. And you don't even have any walkers to worry about now that that middle one's down. You can start knocking on the door to this base.
I mean, one win, or they're just boomed, man. They're just boomed. Nothing they could do from the start of the lane phase in game one. It's just been an incremental butt whooping from Paravision, from really start to finish. This is not the one win we were expecting to see.
If he hooked through that bridge, I would have called plot armor. I would have called plot armor.
It's an insta-kill.
I would have called plot armor on that whole situation. Shrine's down, fourth flex slot, and here we go. The victory lap coming through. A little bit of a battle back from one win inside the base. You can see trades back and forth. 3 versus 5. As one win knocked down in their base. Paravision stepping up on this Thursday afternoon.
They're taking their time with the tier 1, which allows everybody to get chopped down to that 10-second respawn. So a reset, but 60,000 souls separates these two teams.
Dude, 7K for Zanya. I mean, this is just unacceptable. Rejuvenator's back. Or you still got Rejuvenator on 5 members for Paravision. It's 18 minutes in against one
Don't
win.
have a guardian.
And you don't have anything. You don't have anything. Zanya's rushing in to see if he can get this Calico down. Combo. 5 seconds away. You jump the gun. And now you pay. Zanya's gonna go down. Flammable low. ABL off the respawn. 3 more to the block. This is it. Paravision remain undefeated. And they're gonna stake their claim towards the top of Europe. Dethroning one win completely from that top 3 conversation.
Dethroned completely. Paravision are looking insane. And what, now they match the game score of Virtus Pro, I believe, both at 8-0. What's gotten into Paravision? What's gotten into one win? It's heartbreaking. It's just the only way to put it, to see this one win squad that we had such high hopes for stumble and then never be able to get back up.
It's been a tough couple of days for them, I won't lie. I say again, you know, you look back to the recent patch, you know, something has changed within this game. And that's the nature of deadlock sometimes. Is that, like, a couple of weeks, we're going to be looking at another new couple of changes towards these heroes, towards the state of the game, towards everything. And then we could be looking at new players who are just favored in this meta. Paravision, everything is just aligning with them at this moment. That, like, not only do they look good on their respective characters, but they look good as a team in whole. I mean, the discipline to play towards those urns, not really give it up too early if you're Litz back in game 1. For mid boss, recognizing when you can and when you can't, go for those moments, and inside of it, even using it for the bait, constantly pressuring into those walkers from lane to lane, split pushing at the right moments. The timings that we're seeing from Paravision, it seems like they have a clock that they're following, and it is just the exact time shift that you need to hit every right moment in this game, and you just could never break that rhythm on the side of one win. In this side, the lane phase looked bad, the macro looked off scale, the teamwork just wasn't there. One win looked like they got hit by a bombshell.
Yeah, that is tough. Now, you've been the math guy. Do you know what that does to...
Well, they're still going to be in the competition in terms of making it to the playoffs. They are the only team in outside of the top 3 to have more than one victory. So right away, you look at one win, and they should be feeling good. As long as you can go into the next couple of games, get another win under your belt, maybe even tie a team, you're still going to be in that top 5. What it does block you out of is an early top 3 finish, probably. Yeah. Because then you're looking into the playoffs, you make it into top 5. Top 4 is what gets paid out, not top 5. So you still have to win that game to get paid.
And it's... what, like, the possibilities of that one are probably against Aegis Aurora, maybe taking that 5th place. Like, that would be a very fun full circle moment for one win if that were the case. It obviously could be anybody taking that 5th place spot, but yeah, being 4-5, you have to play an extra game down in the lowers, so you kind of want to do. The difference is, maybe if this is just speculation, if we do get the 1-win matchup versus Aegis Aurora at 4-5, we probably don't see the McGinnis again, and it's a best of 3. So it's a little different than, you know, just splitting a series going 1-1, because you would get to play a 3rd game as long as you're not getting 0-2'd, which 1-win didn't. They did later, but not against Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, and you know, even looking towards it, like, let's say like Lotus does really skyrocket their stocks going into tomorrow. They win all their matches, they take down Paravision, or they tie Paravision in that sense. They sneak away in that 5th spot, the seeding. You're looking at that Lotus team that just, again, day to day, have gotten better. So, I don't know. Like, it's tough. It's tough to really look out, because there's a lot of teams that you just expected to be good this week that started off so sharp, so strong in day 1, that now that teams are starting to kind of get ready, get to know them. Like, you see that bar is getting rose by a couple different rosters, that it is changing. The tides have shifted, and it definitely looks like it has favored some rosters more than others, and this 1-win team, you gotta feel bad, because, man, it has been so good for so long. I guess it was only a matter of time before they get knocked down, and we're just seeing it in real time.
So it sounds like we might be getting an interview with Xenon from 1-win joining us. Obviously, as we've been moving along, joining us on the desk as the losing squad is never easy, so we'll be sure to, just let Xenon talk his thoughts. Obviously, coming fresh off of a loss, there are a lot of thoughts to be had and things that they need to think about before they can really answer the questions that we probably have or want to ask between Seymour and myself. As always, as these games go on, as you can probably tell, Seymour and I taking a peek at the chat. I know Jason Kaplan in there right now. If we have interviews throughout the day, please feel free to throw some questions out there. We'll see if we can't get your question in on the interview if you've got something burning that may be pertinent to a player or a team. Please do get that in. And yeah, it sounds like one win in good spirits, regardless of how the last couple of days have gone for them. And much like you said, I'm not a competitor at the highest level, so I don't know what it feels like to play a game like Deadlock where there are very high highs and very low lows, right? This last patch could have really been the difference maker between one win's success for so long and now their defeat for the last couple of days. So maybe they have a different mentality, maybe a goalie mindset of sometimes it just happens, right? Like this patch hurts our team and it works well for their team.
And sometimes it just takes a little bit for you to adjust, and that's okay for some teams. I don't expect this one-win team to always be struggling the way that we're seeing it right now, but it could take them a few days. It could take them a few weeks. You know, it could just be a slump. Every team has that moment. It happens a lot. So it's something that you just don't want to like read into it, I'd say, for this one-win team too deep, because at the end of the day, a couple weeks from now, the game could change again. And it could be completely back to the favor of this one-win team, unlike exactly, you know, how strong they can be when the stars align for that. So it's just it's kind of taking it one step at a time as this game of Deadlock grows, as it continues to be polished and get better and better. With every patch, you're going to see the rise, you're going to see of teams, you're going to see the fall of teams, you're going to see players really excel in certain ways, especially when they're stronger on one hero more than the other, and when that hero just gets nerfed, it's going to suck for them for a bit, but eventually everybody's going to adapt. You're going to get better. You're going to change your play style, you're going to learn how to deal with it, and I don't expect one win to stay down for long.
And, you know, who knows? It could be all just an elaborate ruse here in the group stages, because I think we all assume them to, at the very least, make it out of the group stages. They're just giving themselves, you know, maybe an extra game to play. Maybe.
So, Kenny, even looking forward throughout this whole tournament style, I mean, some people, especially, you know, it's 1 p.m., it's gamer hours here. Over on the east coast of North America, people waking up, tuning in, hanging out. We still got 2 more matches after this one as well. We follow into what is going to be Paravision versus Thanos and VP versus Thanos. So 2 major games coming out there. The fact that we get 1-win Paravision Thanos, and VP Thanos, all teams who are sitting in the top 4 of the standings right now, back to back.
Yeah.
I might end up losing my voice.
And I know chat's been going crazy. Chat, every time somebody new pops into the chat, it's like, when does VP play? When does VP play? VP are like the new TSM. It's like, when does TSM play? When does VP play? Is VP playing after this game, or when are they going? They're coming up. Don't worry, they're coming up. We've got to finish out this slugfest of our top 4 between, obviously, 1 win in Paravision, which we just finished, and then Paravision and Thanos. We'll see. That obviously is a matchup in its own right. Thanos able to get the 2-0 victory, but it wasn't the easiest 2-0 over 1 win. So once we do jump into that one, Thanos versus Paravision is, I mean, that's the, we'll say that we had the appetizer between 1 win and Paravision. Now we're about to get the entree, and then VP Thanos at the end is, that's the dessert. Yeah, it sounds like Xenon is ready for us, so we can go ahead and bring Xenon on in. Again, a huge shout out to Xenon for showing up here. Xenon, my man, thank you first and foremost for joining us on the desk. A pretty tough day, unfortunately, for the 1-win squad. I don't even know where to begin, man. What do you feel comfortable talking about, right? Because the last couple of days, especially yesterday, you guys had many opportunities, unfortunately couldn't close it out, and then it just feels like that energy is kind of carrying over into today.
Hey guys, yeah, we feeling kind of lost right now in the patch in terms of drafts, I think. So that's the main point where it all started, I think. So we just need to find our way to go into the new meta, I would say, because the drafts changed too much, I would say, even for even this change didn't look that big. It actually mattered a lot for a lot of heroes. So yeah, we have last day of group stage, and there is a good thing that we have match against VP, so we can try some things out. But at the same time, I feel like we began to feel too much comfortable to fight each other, while kind of tunnel vision each other, and we don't care about others. So it also, I think, could be a reason why we struggled against Thanos and Parisian today. But props to the teams, nonetheless. They played well, so yeah.
For sure. And even like kind of looking forward, I mean, obviously, you know, we're not sitting here and saying that you guys are out of the tournament or anything. You guys still got a lot more to play throughout it. So time to grow as that team. You know, have you guys already talked over some steps on, you know, kind of where you're going with this patch, you know, kind of where you're kind of looking to reinforce what you're good at, things that you need to fix maybe going into the next couple of games?
Yeah, sure. We're talking after each loss, and sometimes even if win didn't feel like a win for us, there were some shaky things which happened. We also discussed it. Good thing with that, we had a fight night yesterday, which we tried to look into new approach of the drafts with taking care of guys earlier. But I think we didn't see that much value as it is right now. So we're gonna talk right now after like few minutes and see the way we want to approach the drafts right now.
Yeah, I gotta ask too. You know, for yesterday, just for kind of joke sense, the McGinnis play, back in day one, and even today, is there something about this, or is that just all fun and games right now?
No. We taking the all games seriously, so it's not us being funny. I would say having fun during the games, but I would say we kind of not only lost in the drafts, but also kind of off form, like peak form, I would say. So our lining is also not that great right now, which was one of the key factors before to win the games, because we had almost like 80% of our game started with our lead in at 10 minutes, where first urn spawning. So it's easier to lead the game when you have that good position. So yeah.
Well, and so to just speak more generally, because yeah, looking at it as a commentator, a player, this new patch, there were some changes. Some things got trimmed up a little bit, but it didn't feel that big. I haven't played the patch in a competitive capacity. What is it that you guys are feeling? Is it, you know, the calico changes, or where are you guys feeling some of those strengths and weaknesses falling off with this recent patch?
I feel like there's a new way to approach how you want to make your carry big, because before it was 8-minute mark when you start to gain solo souls, but now it's from like literally first wave. And also big balance shift is the nerf of Ethereal shift into tier 4, because the item was too good for his price, and it changed the way some heroes work. For example, when you swap someone through Paradox Wall, he got silence, but this silence that didn't matter at all because you just stay in shift. You have time to give your team to help you out. But now, for example, if you get swapped and you don't have remover, you have silence, you have someone hex on top of you, and then you die instantly. There's no reaction time for your teammates to do something. That's like the simplest example of how balance changed of the heroes.
So it's like a get out of jail free card is just gone now for
Yeah,
everybody,
yeah.
and it's kind of like really opened up. I'd say a lot of just those change of positioning, change of the approach for the fights, and it's definitely showing in the way that everybody is kind of playing it a lot more. I'd say tempered, but for just the rest of today, because I mean, you guys are obviously done with your matches. Is there anything you'd kind of want to like put out there for people to kind of tune in, watch you on Twitch? Where can people find you?
Thanks everyone who is watching the deadlock and supporting us. Even though the results are not great right now, we have playoffs ahead, which matters the most, I would say. So I think we will be able to go out of the groups hopefully. So see you in the next 3 days, and thank you.
Very cool. Well, Xenon, thank you again. Always a pleasure having people join us up here on the desk. So thank you for joining us, and best of luck moving forward. We're expecting to see you back at the top here very soon because you guys are keeping that seat nice and warm for a long time. So thank you again for joining us, and best of luck throughout the week.
See you guys. Thank you.
Very cool. I mean, again,
Good
class
insight.
act. The interviews have been better than I was expecting, and I think it's what you mentioned. It's because of the ebb and flows that people aren't like too upset about it. You know, people kind of understand that when you jump into this, they're not experimenting, they're taking everything seriously, but experimentation does have
Hey.
to happen because things are changing.
And it's not like you've been knocked out of the tournament at all. I mean, you just come out into this with a level head, just understanding that it's like you still got this one. It's taking you a little bit of time, but it's a change in the game. Things are definitely a lot faster than what they used to be, so you have to find a way to slow things down, you know, whether it's going to be down to positioning, whether it's going to be down to the drafting, what way you could put a composition in that is able to sustain from any of the lockdown that just isn't avoidable anymore. It's just it's different now, and obviously, you know, for Xeno, they say that they're just kind of lost in figuring out what composition they want to bring into this, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm sure they'll get it.
Yeah, that they will. For Paravision, we move forward. The gloves are on, and for their opponent, it's not a glove, it's a gauntlet. They take on Thanos right after this short break. Paravision and Thanos just ahead of us. Oh my goodness, Seymour, we are right on into it. Draft at our hands. They are not stopping for anything. Thanos chomping at the bit, and they've done it. Paravision have done it. They said, Xeno, you got to stop, man. They ban away the Yamato, but it leaves up the Gray Talon Bebop for Thanos.
Okay, I feel like a kid in the candy shop right now. It's just like, I open the doors and bam, it's right there. Everything that I could ever want. But we got some stuff to go through. Yeah, you said Yamato is going to be banned there. Take it away from Xeno. Paradox on the other side. It opens up for the chance to get that Hoot Bebop that we get before. Not only that, Gray Talent for the first time between you and I is going to be seen on this day. We got a lot of it yesterday. We saw what Overseas can do with this character in hand. So that's going to be scary for Thanos to grab as well. Paravision going through the motion of those really key meta heroes that we've been seeing build over the past couple of days, the Holiday, the Lady Geist, the Mirage. So far, so good on these drafts. We're par for the course. Let's see what Thanos goes for this third one. Obviously, you might want to match into something like the Moe and Krill that I was going to lead into to maybe have a little bit more catch in comparison to this Paravision team. If you don't grab the Moe and Krill, you leave it either into a ban or you give Paravision that chance to grab it later. So I like the fact that Thanos go into this.
Yeah, and so Thanos are going to get the next pick coming out of the next bans. I'm wondering if they try to force Paravision to not waste a ban, but force Paravision to ban the Kelvin. Thanos can throw in maybe like an Abrams or take away one of those frontliners, something beefy, and then, Paravision on the opposite end then have to make a decision, which could give Thanos the Kelvin, which they're happy to have without a Shiv, right? And we've seen both of these teams play it so incredibly well, both Rocker and Litz on just well, Paravision had the Shiv as well, but the frozen shelter is just so deterring. And never mind. Okay, so a pocket ban. So a lot of respect given over to Empty Dreams in that one. And then the Kelvin picked up for themselves.
It seems like pocket has been a big focus for Thanos to keep away from. Something that, it could be that they've recognized that the potential of this hero is still very good. If not that, the scaling of this hero over time just gets better and better. Either that or it's just something that they struggle as a team to combat when it is in the server. Sinclair getting picked off for Paravision. Something that they didn't really struggle against for Xenon whatsoever dealing with it. Is that the case of maybe now they're going to be going into grabbing something like the Warden or the Lash that's going to give them that chance to not have it copied by somebody on Thanos, and that's going to be left open for free. But hey, I'm excited to see that this Thanos team is getting that Hoot Bebop again. Without the Xeno Yamato, we get to know if truly the Hoot Bebop is the best. That's the big question here.
That is true, right? What do they pair that with? Because we saw Hoot and Xeno be menaces in the mid lane. I'm not sure what Xeno even plays outside of the Yamato, so I'm wondering. I don't want to say that Gray Talon's easy, but if with as strong as Gray Talon is, maybe that's an easy place to put Xeno, right, on another strong pick that can work really well in blowing somebody up once they've been picked off. Paravision on the opposite side. Back to the Lash. We'll see if that's a Wolfie Lash or a Saf Lash. If a Calico comes through, we've seen Wolfie to play that Calico.
After the way that Saf played Lash in the last game, let him play Lash as much as he wants.
Yeah.
Could be the Saf Lady Geist, though.
Oh, yeah, I guess that would make sense. Taz on the Holiday, Saf on the Lady Geist, Prestis on the Mirage.
It's great that we get to look at people or characters and say that oh, they have these many, they can play this hero, this hero, this hero. That is that's the identifying factor that this is a strong team. That they have that many capable heroes to play.
Yeah, because I think a handful of them play the Vindicta. I'm wondering if that's a Litz Vindicta who's typically been playing something a little more supporty, but if they don't bring, something a little more supporty to the end of this one, I would assume Litz might be piloting that one, if not Prestis. On the opposite side, Thanos take away the Calico, so they don't even allow Wolfie to have that same kind of value.
Instead,
It
it's going to be
also
the
adds
Leffa
to.
Calico.
Oh yeah, it will be the Leffa Calico, which is going to be a fed Calico, which means if somebody gets hooked or Moe and Krilled, you're just dead.
Yeah, so far what I'm seeing is that Hoot, Bebop, of course, Moe and Krill Hydration, Calvin to Rocker, I'd imagine. Calico and Leffa leaves like low main might be played probably this GT. So are we looking at the Xeno Shiv now to close things out? And Paravision grabbed the Abrams for the last one. So kind of leading into some pretty strong lane phase that we've seen out of teams so far playing between the Vindicta and the Abrams. And they do get the Lash as well after banning out the Sinclair. So keeping that one away from Thanos' hands and making sure that they can't copy this Death Slam or the Lasso to use.
Yeah, I was a little confused by the Sinclair. Not that it hasn't been a strong pick, but we saw Hoot playing it really well yesterday, and the Bebop was already locked in. So they're maybe expecting that Sinclair to end up in somebody else's hands who might be a little more farm heavy, but Hoot's Sinclair was like 11-0-18. So a respectable ban, but Hoot had already kind of been locked in. If we do have I almost said ABL because of what ABL was doing between Yamato and Shiv, but Xeno on the Shiv now, are we keeping the lane assignments the same? Or are Xeno and Rocker gonna lane together because that is the Kelvin Shiv, right? Like, where's the synergy there? Because it has been Hoot and Xeno in the mid lane, which would be your Bebop Shiv lane, which kind of takes away from the dynamic duo of that Shiv Kelvin.
I know, this is just a completely like just looking at it. I'd probably put the Kelvin Shiv together, Moe Calico together, and like GT Bebop together in that mid lane. As we've seen, like Hoot in that mid lane, he's been picking up that Guardian within like 4 or 5 minutes in every single time that we go. Like even against One Win yesterday, like they were owning that mid lane. So I'd imagine that that's where the pairings would be. It's like for Paravision, kind of looking at like what you get, like Mirage with the Lady Geist in one lane over towards the outside, Vindicta, Abrams together, Lash Holiday. Like it's a very optional one for themselves, but I think that like Paravision, after what we saw earlier on today versus One Win just in the game previous, like this is a team that's come through with a strategy, a pretty dang good strategy too, throughout this meta. They get it, they understand it, and I'm excited to see what they could do now with this different composition.
Oh, and it seems like Rocker is out today, if my chat analysts are correct. Rocker may be out with Average, who just MVP'd yesterday.
Well, that would mean that like the Average may be on Shiv then.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. That definitely changes some things up. That'll move some things around with who might be playing the Kelvin. Obviously,
what's going on with this Thanos team? Like,
yeah,
how are we finding out from chat that they're getting subs in?
Yes, what I know. What? Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. Analysts are back in the ear from the chat. Piggy might be subbing in. They're saying.
No matter what it is, like I don't even care. You get Hoot on Bebop. That's all I care about.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect. Paravision did well though. I think regarding how I think the draft went for Thanos, they rounded it out really well, right? Being able to collect the Abrams and the Vindicta there at the end. But here we go. We're jumping on into it. Thanos has been a team killer, and Paravision is still undefeated. We'll see if that 0 stays put, as it is Xeno on the Grey Talon with Hoot here in the mid lane, and the action's kicking off. It is Piggy.
It is Piggy joining into it. Piggy on Kelvin. Low main towards the Shiv. Leffa staying with this Calico. And that's going to be a Xeno Grey Talon and a Hydration Mo and Krill. So look at it together. Yeah, we get the Vindicta Abrams versus the Mo and Krill Calico. Exactly how I would have imagined it for Thanos in the lane combos. Definitely setting each other up.
If Thanos continue to win and they've added more EU players, does that mean that EU is actually better than NA and EU's carrying NA?
Hey, man. I don't, you know, I'm always so cautious in going in towards the who's better than who. It will never be settled until we go to land.
Until we go to land. That's true. That's a very political answer. Seymour for Prime Minister.
Hey, nice. You even got it right there.
Yeah, actually, I just guessed. I didn't really remember what it was. Seymour for Pope. We need a new Pope.
Whoa. We don't go in that. We don't go that way. Opening kill onto Hoot, no less. Hello, Prestis. Welcome. So, I guess, you know, maybe it's too early to tell, but do you think maybe the Xeno Yamato was the difference back in those earlier games?
I mean, that was definitely a problem. Paravision had to come into this one, though, knowing that Thanos was going to play so aggressive in the mid lane. And so they've got a strong mid lane themselves. Like you mentioned, that Mirage Lady guys laning together. It's just so much forward presence with the ability to sneak away, right? Like Prestis it's going to be hard to find him in a bad spot. Hydration, gonna trade a little bit with Litz here. Litz, like I said, usually playing the supporty types, is rocking the Vindicta here. Have we seen a hook land? I think Hoot's still warming up.
Yeah, maybe just waking up those eyes. Just wait, though, till he gets on going. But so far for Paravision, I mean, they're going to be feeling good after that win versus one win, because both times in each game, it wasn't close whatsoever. You know, Paravision have showed that they're coming into this new meta. They're coming into this new patch with just nothing but discipline and respect for their opponents. And in doing so, it's kind of forced the opposition to either overstep or just make mistakes in trying to match that. It's like, it's really hard, especially when you see Paravision come out to an early lead. That means that the opposite team, like whether it's Thanos, whether it's one winner, gonna have to start getting creative, try to make some changes. And it's very difficult to not make mistakes when you're going for that.
Yeah, I mean, an early lead, but it's 4,000 souls 4 minutes into the game, 5,000 souls 4 minutes into the game. Like, this is the same thing Paravision did to one win.
This is incredibly tough mid lane for Thanos to kind of deal with, because it is just, whether you're dealing with the essence bombs or worrying about getting tornadoed, you hook Prestis, he's just gonna tornado out of there. You hook Sap, the life drain, the essence bomb, just gonna blow you up. So it's not really a good option there for Hoot to kind of deal with. It's going to take some time for them to get used to it. Now that we're heading into the kind of 4.5 minute mark, you're going to start to see some ultimates come online for either side. You just see it now. Hoot going to burn that hyper beam right away after finding a kill onto Saf. But just in general, Paravision beating Thanos to the mark. And they're going to be looking to see if they can put some pressure into these Guardians.
Yeah, this left lane getting absolutely bullied. This is that Shiv Kelvin lane and that Guardian already at half health. And if you just look at the minimap, right, the line of scrimmage drawn by Paravision is on the opposite side of the lane. Maybe getting something back here to be able to hit the brakes onto together for just a minute, but they're all ultless for the most part. Nobody can really do too much. Xeno.
Oh, that wasn't a bad soul exchange. Saf just hit that at like an equal soul exchange. And with equal exchange, it's just your life's going to be given away in that sense. Good tornado out from Prestis, trying to escape Hoot now. 115 HP. Hook. A second out, and it misses its mark. That could have been it there, but nah, it is a good escape.
And you know, the worst part about it is, if you don't hit a hook, you don't hit a hook, and that hurt. If you do hit a hook, Yeah, I mean, unless Prestis has already used that tornado, right? He's just getting away from that. Like, it doesn't even feel good to hit a hook for this, for Hoot, just in general, because of who he has to choose from, right? Lady Guys who wants to swap you, and Prestis on the Mirage who can just tornado away.
I think Lash is back. I'm gonna say it. I think Lash is back, man. 5K, he's up there leading the lobby in souls early on, and he's winning
bias,
lane
man.
too.
It's recency bias.
He's winning lane. You know, I don't even want to say that it's because he's with a holiday, but just in general, it looks so good. Piggy blown up by it as well. Guardian's gonna go down. Paravision gonna draw first blood in that category. 6 minutes 30 seconds in. Paravision still feeling good. Oh, Saf. That's an overheat.
Yeah, a little bit. Didn't have this full exchange online either. We'll see if Prestis can get away. It doesn't look like Hoot wants to follow up too much. Over comes the holiday. Taz has the lasso available. We'll see if Prestis can follow up on it.
Good hook there under the Guardian. It's your teammates. Oh, man.
No, that's good. He got lassoed.
Oh, yeah, it's a good save, but, like, I thought he was going to grab the holiday at the same time. Grab them both 2 for 1.
Well, I guess that would have been probably a better trade, a better hook.
It's good safety, though. Like I said, why have rescue beam when you can have Hoot?
And Hyper beam used again in this mid lane. I'm assuming just to try and again slow things down, but look at where Paravision are. They're just at the step.
Hoot's in trouble. Bled dry. Need an oil change now. In together. Finds low main. Leffa push forward. Has to back up towards the natural cover just to keep healthy. Another Guardian down too for Taz this time. So you just look at what's going on across the whole server right now. 10K lead in souls, 2 Guardians down. I don't want to say it's too early really to kind of say anything, but you can see that Paravision are, again, just not giving any mistakes up.
Very, very calculated. That's how they beat 1win. And when they got this lead, they refused to give it up. Hoot just caught in the wrong neighborhood. It's his neighborhood, but it was just the wrong neighborhood. Piggy also gonna follow right after that frozen shelter, so it doesn't feel like Thanos can go anywhere on this map. Guardian number 3 down, gone. The front line of defense all erased. Together going toe-to-toe with Hoot. This is a decent trade from Hoot so far, given that he's 6K down. Piggy gonna try and help out here, and we'll collect the kill on that one. So they take down the 10K net worth Lash that, like you mentioned, Seymour's, I'm not saying he's back, but he's definitely getting fed this game. Together is really staying ahead and staying proactive around the map.
Yeah, he was getting fed, at least when Saf was playing him last game as well. So it's just, it looks good. It looks like a good choice, especially when you don't have to worry about any E-shift or really anything to kind of block you off. I'm still waiting to see who on Thanos is going to be like that powerhouse, because everybody relatively in and around the same claim. Combo from Hydration is going to grab somebody up top over towards the bridge buffs. Here comes the shoulder charge. Wolfie grabs 2 of them. Hyper beam from Hoot, but together just terrains the life from Hoot again. Death Slam now. What does it grab? Not a whole lot. Instead, it's going to be the size of Slam just back on down into the mix. Saf, or together, chasing this Calvin. It's some good movement from... Oh, Kiki gets out of there, too. The fan actually pushes him back.
He's still there. What? He's still there. That is tough. Thanos, though, they've got the urn. So Piggy sacrifices himself. It means together can't chase across the map. This urn will be turned in. 8,000 souls, maybe cut down by 3 or so here. So yeah, down to 5,000. And that's a big pickup. Although the fight didn't go your way, the bridge buffs didn't go your way. Who tried to drop a hyper beam that was really just a straight line down Broadway with everybody fighting on those bridges where the buffs spawn. But you're still able to walk away with something, right? Trading those kills for the urns, or those deaths, I should say, for the urn, has kept you in this game. Gotta get some walkers now, or some guardians now, excuse me. Mid lane guardian down, but the map has been completely open for Paravision. They can really overstep their bounds should they choose to do so.
Yeah, they can. So, here we see lead just gaining ground on Paravision's side. Combo in from Hydration, but the Frozen Shelter from Piggy is what's going to truly lock Taz down. No escape from Hoot. Everybody getting a little piece of that kill there. Taz going to be marked back to the respawn block. And you can see that Thanos, like, I mean, I know it's like a crazy, like, it's like not the craziest soul lead. It's a soul lead in and around the 12-minute mark, but you get a couple kills back. You find some of these Guardians, and Thanos are still right here.
I really like what the Kelvin pick does to the Mo and Krill, just because that situation, if Hydration was just out in the open ulting to try and get a pick, he would have been melted, right? But you put the Frozen Shelter on top of it, and then he's A-okay, and they're able to walk away from that. They just get the punish kill onto Taz, and that play happens at a great time in the game, because outside of camps, obviously lanes, there's not a fight happening. So they'll have time for this next urn that happens in 2 minutes, right? You do this fight a minute and 30 seconds from now, and then you show up to the urn without your combo and out without your Frozen Shelter, then you got problems. But that situation there just worked out perfectly.
Looks like a bunch of bodies over towards the right side of the map for Paravision. They're going to leave Saf alone to farm up over on the left side. So this might be a move from Paravision to start to look to pressure out this Walker over and towards lane 3. It's being mirrored by Thanos, but they're still going to have a numbers disadvantage in terms of lives. Right now, it's just spread out thin are the Thanos members, and Paravision are trying to look for an opportunity.
Oh, the kitty cat.
Green Walker is under attack.
One thing is for sure with this Thanos squad, you know, 3 things assured, or 2 things, death, taxes, and something else. But the something else in this situation is, if you let the game go on too long, Leffa will eventually become a problem. No matter what hero Leffa's playing, typically finds a way to get things done. Beautiful lasso. Xeno probably thinking, there's no way that hit me, but reels him back into 4. And the same pick that happened 2 minutes ago, being Taz, he gets one right back just before this urn spawn.
Yeah, so everybody's going to back up now. Outside of Taz and Together, who just continue to go rooftop to rooftop in this half, really pressuring out this right lane. In comes Hydration in the flank. Hoot going to be closing in, as well as Leffa. They're going to be blocking this one off. Piggy's in trouble, though. He goes down inside the Frozen Shelter. It's Together to open it up.
That's a nice response. Guided Owl also coming out too to make this fight a little more favorable. Hydration gonna fall though on the back lines. Prestis. Couple of pistol whips to the back of the head of Low Main, who dashed out to safety. Meanwhile, let's take him to the skies to see if he can get anything extra. Urn has spawned. Buffs are also up, and it looked like Wolfie already headed that direction. Saf should cop the other one. And a neutral urn, so this feels great for Paravision.
Under attack. Darling, you don't have
Well, here we go. Over towards the Guardian here. Leffa, Hoot, and Low Main. See if they can block this one off. Get it done really quickly. You can see already backing up. Paravision gonna respect this one. Prestis doesn't want to get caught out in the open, doesn't want to give up his life for free. Instead, they're going to go for this Urn return, but a nice hook from Hoot downtown.
Our yellow walker.
The Guardian's going to get picked up in trade for the Urn. And while this is happening, the Walker's actually getting pressured on both sides.
The Walker, 4 players on the right side of the map for Thanos trying to trade Walker for Walker. Lasso gonna pull Hoot in underneath the Walker. Not much more the robot can do. Leftfoot just has his eyes set on the Walker, and Taz gonna try and deal with the wave, so that way the Walker will set its eyes on the crazy cat lady. Leftfoot's still here, trying to get it done. Eventually goes down, so that's everybody erased, and the trade that they were hoping for only goes the way of Paravision. Prestis walked back into that hook. The timing of Prestis re-peeking the corner was awful.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it goes. Hidden inside the building, just poking away at this Walker for safety. They could just melt it right now. And it looks like Thanos are going to be walking in on this one, but the Walker's already gone. Here comes the Frozen Shelter. Inside is Saf, just grabbed by the combo, but the Lady Guy's able to weather the storm. Now for the Soul Exchange, in comes the rest. Frozen Shelter's down, and the gates are wide open. Paravision walking it down on them. Nice shot from Litz. Not going to connect with the Assassinate just yet. There's a battle going on behind as well. Grey Talon is caught out of position. Xeno in behind the whole play. He's 1v1ing together, losing out on his teammates, losing out on his life. And you can either push into the base or you can turn around and go get that mid boss.
Yeah, options are plenty. There's also a lot of farm up on the map in way of the Gamba or the jungle camps, and they are going to take some on the way out. Ensure that they take them away from Thanos' side of the map, so that way that comeback mechanic gets a little bit more difficult. Don't overstay, you're welcome. As we can see, Saf still on the opposite side of the map. But yeah, mid-boss available. It looks like maybe giving a little bit of respect. I mean, Thanos had 2 steals yesterday. They don't quite have the same tools, right? Lomain isn't on the Lash, but Hydration's on the Mo. And that was really all it took one of the times. And on the Viscous and Lash the other time. Paravision just so good at making those calls, right? What do we do? You go for mid boss, there's an opportunity for Thanos to steal.
Yeah.
We're fine.
I mean, it's too late now. Thanos had good wave clear. So there wasn't a good transition to go and get that timing onto the mid boss. You didn't want to risk it. You have a steady lead, so you don't want to bite off more than you could chew right now. And now for Thanos on the response here. You nearly got that Walker towards the right side. So you see you're going to leave Leffa over there again to just farm up on his own. See if you can climb into what is needed out of the Calico to just be this powerhouse. Everybody else just grouping up and death bowling their way through the map. Try to see if they can win. Power in numbers forces the shoulder charge away out of Wolfie. And they're going to go for this Guardian.
Xeno just cannot get his feet under him. The Grey Talon goes down once more, and now a 6v5, make it 4 as Biggie falls, and the beginning of the end here. Hoot, the next to go down. Hydration takes a wrong turn and will fall themselves. The game will continue, but for the next few minutes, it'll continue with the Rejuvenator in the back pocket of Paravision. I'd imagine that is where their eyes are set next.
Yeah, Tash is setting some space, pushing a few more members away. And here's the roar of that mid-boss. Walker, too, is taking a little bit of heat from some of these members into it. Is the Rejuvenator going to be collected now outside? Do they push this mid lane? You can see that Thanos really reinforcing the section.
They're going to have to overstep their bounds, that being Paravision, if they want to secure this urn. Do they know? Already setting up. Look at that. Paravision sitting pretty inside the return. everybody here now, and Thanos do not want to give this up for free.
No.
No way.
Knockdown in. I mean, Xeno's gonna be the first one claimed in this fight. Combo from Hydration still available, but are you gonna have a target for it as your team is just crumbling, falling like dominoes all around you? Earn for the waiting here, and what is that from Together? He just whips them out of back to the respawn. Hoot's already left this business. He's going to push on forward, see if he can shove this lane back away from this Walker. Give some time for the rotation of the respawning members to get back here before it's too late, but it might be too late. Left's going to go get the Guardian on the left side, but Paravision, they don't care.
No. Yeah, they're happy to give that one up for everything else that they've taken thus far. Still having the rejuve, all the walkers gone. They can keep moving forward with no fear of being caught by a hook or a frozen shelter for the next 10 seconds. And they actually want some more here jumping into the base. Another lasso onto Xeno. Grey Talon didn't exist. This was a 5v6. Xeno just can't play the game.
Sapphire Shrine's going down.
They only have one shrine left.
Paravision ready to strike first in this best of two. Undefeated so far. And we questioned whether or not Thanos really were the ones that were going to shut down some of these European teams. Yesterday versus One Win, it looked like they had the potential. But inside of day 3 for this Bombshell, I mean, Paravision are coming with a new heat. They look unbreakable. I will say they look like the best team.
Oh man, I mean, that's not good. Piggy trying to catch somebody out as they were leaving, but Together stays in it. Turns around tenfold, finds the kill onto Piggy. Leffa also needs to head back to the base. Thanos were hoping that they can try and punish Paravision for overstaying, but everything belongs to Paravision. It's Thanos that's overstaying their welcome in this game, it feels like.
Yeah, Thanos are able to at least live a little bit longer here. As it's not just yet that Paravision were able to even get that first patron. So, you know, you look at the lead here from 156 to 120 in favor of Paravision. All 4 flex slots available, so the itemization maxed out. Not a single walker's been claimed just yet from Thanos, but at least if you were Leffa before you went down before, you were able to get that left side Guardian. You win a fight, you might be able to find some luck in this next one and look for more. But here come Paravision to see if they can put the next dagger in the back.
And Knockdown gonna find Prestis, but that's only going to delay the inevitable. Still a tier 1 patron. They're starting to chip away at that one. This feels good. If you get the patron before anybody's dead, then there's no reset on the timer. So now there's the reset on the patron. That'll go its way into the pit. And here we go into the base as deep as we can get. And Xeno gone once more. Saf will follow. No soul exchange means no lady guys, but it doesn't matter. They're just having fun inside the base of Thanos. They find a couple of kills. A 2 for 3 thus far, and they're not giving up just yet. Hydration, the next to fall. Leffa and Hoot, what do you got for us? Hyper Beam available. What can you do? Seismic Impact looking to come down. Superhero landing for the stun. Out of the skies goes Hoot. Underneath the dirt goes Leffa. And game 1 belongs to Paravision.
Game 1 goes to Paravision, and just like One Win, they make it look so good. A dominant showing through and through, as that's going to bring them into another undefeated stat line. Still, haven't lost a map, haven't lost a series. Paravision, just alongside Virtus Pro, just look like they have been leveled up a little bit with this new patch. And whether it comes down to seeing the Lash play coming out from Saf before, Together now, the discipline to not really bite off more than you could chew in a lot of these engagements, just like patiently waiting for the right times to play their cards right. And once they do, it's just they hit so hard when it happens. And even every single time that we saw these frozen shelters go for Piggy, Piggy was dying inside them. Like, it wasn't stopping Paravision from just trucking through you. And as much as you were looking towards this Hoot Bebop to maybe create a little bit of disruption between Prestis, between anything in the laning phase, like, Paravision were just able to mitigate it with some just heavy hitting plays from the Mirage, from the Lady Geist, and just continuously keep them on the respawn.
And it's Paravision's ability to take a small lead and turn it into a game win, right? They're winning right at the start of the game. Now, they drafted incredibly, and they seem to be okay getting rid of the Yamato and giving up the Bebop, because they matched that Bebop lane with whoever was going to be there next to Hoot, with a Lady Geist and a Mirage, right? That lane was so oppressive. It didn't feel like there was any chance for Hoot and Xeno to ever get going. Hooks weren't getting landed, but I mean, Mirage and Lady Geist they're just bullies, man.
Yeah. It is, it's good too to be kind of like looking back at this as well and just seeing how involved everybody was inside of Paravision. Even you kind of look towards like Wolfie, like 19 assists here. How many times do we see him shoulder charge 3-4 players? Prestis, the Tornado, every single time he got hooked, he just tornadoed his way out of there. Together, just constantly finding some kills. We were saying that it's not usually the Lash that we see just as the carry for the team, but with all the setup that you were getting from Taz and from Litz, Wolfie, like Together was really just feasting on the other side. Yeah. And I mean, you get the great talent on Xeno, you get Hoot's Bebop, but like, it's just, it wasn't as dominant as we've seen in the past. Like, it's like the first real time that we've actually seen this Thanos team lose in the laning phase. And I think that's just, it's Paravision. Like I said, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. They look like they're playing at their best right now.
You know, it's almost sad. I don't want to say sad, but I wonder what this Paravision today looks like against Virtus Pro, and we don't get that matchup until tomorrow. So I'm hoping they come in just as hot. Now, there's still a chance for Thanos. Here we are about to go into game 2. The draft's just around the corner. And what changes up? Well, I think first and foremost, Thanos is probably going to be Amber Hand. I would imagine we swap sides, which means a little different look against the, or for the Prio, excuse me. Maybe Holiday goes first. Low main on Holiday looks really good. Sinclair on Hoot looks really good, right? If you can't pair something, which I guess it's difficult because they picked that mid lane right away. I was say if you can't pair something good with the Bebop for Xeno, like, I think Sinclair should have been up there just because of how well he played on it next to Hoot in the games previous.
Yeah, I mean, it was right away, you go for the great talent, you go for the Bebop. It seems like you're really in that metro, like, to ban the Yamato right away if you're Paravision. Like, that's the one thing you want. You want to take this Yamato away from Xeno after how much he found in that first game. So it's like, after that, it's like you're just trying to kind of think. The Calvin wasn't stopping the Lash. You know, Sinclair was banned second. So maybe that's where you're kind of going into, like, kind of thinking it's just like, maybe you grab that right away to just see if you can, like, change something up. It's got to change it in this draft, but I'm just, like, kind of wondering where exactly they take this. So Thanos goes for the Paradox right away. Instant bans that. Leaves the Holiday up. So potentially in here, Paravision might go for the ban on the Holiday to match that. You don't want to give it up to Thanos right off the get-go, but you do go for the Yamato. Make sure that you can't play that. Thanos grabs the Holiday, Paravision grab the Lady Geist. So, like, into it now, you probably are looking to see if Paravision steal this Bebop after
that is true. I think so. I'm a goof. It wasn't Xeno playing Sinclair, it was Hoot playing Sinclair, and Hoot had the Bebop. So yeah, I don't know what I was talking about. I got lost in trying to cook this really strong mid lane for Xeno. But I think, yeah, if the Bebop goes away, there's probably going to be some emphasis on the Sinclair because Hoot played it really well. And now that Xeno's being targeted and we're seeing like a little bit of this weakness in the armor, right? It's chainmail. It's great, but that only blocks the slashing attacks, right? As soon as we start getting some piercing like we saw and like we see in this Yamato, now Xeno has shown a weakness. But next to the Sinclair, I don't think... Okay, it's the Bebop again. Never mind. So Grey Talon scooped up by Paravision. That's completely terrifying. And Hoot will try once more. But what, again, do they pair with that one?
Hey, who knows right now for the Xeno? It doesn't lessen. It doesn't really... I didn't say who knows. I didn't say who knows. Oh man, but yeah, it's like you ban out this Yamato. It's just where does he go for that pick is the big question on that side. Great talent going over to Paravision is scary. Xeno wasn't able to get anything done. He had 11K on that hero last time or in the last game. So you put this over in Paravision's hands, and I mean, it's not necessarily, one win, but like overseas on this hero was like such a carry, showed just how scary Great Talon really can be. Yep. And that is something that you really didn't want to let go towards Paravision.
Well, it does something interesting to the comp, right? It shapes the comp differently as Mo and Krill going to be locked in. Maybe Paravision leaning towards a Kelvin or trying to get a Kelvin ban out. That would definitely bolster the squad. But as far as the Mo and Krill pick made me lose my train of thought about, it does something different to their composition because together usually plays the beefcakes. And together, at least in this tournament, has played the Grey Talon for the squad. In this tournament specifically, I think we've also seen it on... Prestis has played it in the past, and maybe Taz has also played it in the past. I think if I'm recalling some DFN knowledge, I'm not 100% on that, but it takes quite possibly together off of the beefcake roll.
The Lash ban coming out from Paravision, so they're going to be immediately denying that from the likes of Thanos, not allowing them to steal away what seems to be a hidden gem rising back into these compositions, but it's the Vindicta that's going to be met with. Prestis was pretty nasty with it last time, and Paravision immediately going to go into the Viscous grab for their fourth hero. So Thanos now with the last two picks, or the next two picks that they do have, what are they kind of going to be looking into? Because they got the lockdown, you got the Mirage, you still have some damage that's open. Whether or not you want to grab this, like you want to go for the Kelvin again for Piggy, maybe put Leffa back on this Calico, which was yesterday a big grab for this team. Calico still looks good in Leffa's hands.
Yeah.
Maybe even you just kind of do one better and you just pick up that Shiv. You just go for the Shiv Calvin combo that we've been seeing owning lanes nonstop.
Yeah, it just got wall-upped. And now it's going to look a little different. It won't get as wall-upped. They pick up the Sinclair. Is this a... Okay, this is how I'm seeing it left to right. Low main, Hoot, Leffa, Piggy on the Sinclair, because we've seen the support players kind of lean that way. And with Mo and Krill and Viscous gone, you have to assume that Thanos are eyeballing a Warden pick for hydration. Not that hydration can't play anything else, but I'm wondering if that's what they're looking to do for, if not this pick, maybe pick 6. But Paravision, the way that they've drafted, the way that they've prepped for this one, probably also know that, hydration maybe wants to fall back on the Warden since the Mo and Viscous are gone.
Well, so far, it's two very good comps that are being put together on both sides. Obviously, you stole away that Mirage, so you're not going to have to deal with the Lady Geist Mirage mid that was making this Bebop really struggle. Who's going to be grabbing that Sinclair? Who's going to be there? Well, I don't know if it's going to go straight to Xeno or if they're going to put Xeno somewhere else, but possibly that's going to be the idea there. Shiv is kind of exactly what I was thinking for this one, and then maybe go into a Warden last pick if you don't get this Kelvin.
Who is playing the Shiv? Like, Hoot played 3 of the heroes that are locked in here, right? Bebop, Sinclair, and Holiday. Lomain has been playing Holiday, has been playing Lash. Lomain just played the Shiv. So if Lomain's playing the Shiv,
Well,
maybe
it kind of shakes things
hydration.
up now that you put Piggy into the rotation as well.
Exactly. It definitely shakes things up with Piggy in there.
So, because if it was Rocker, then you'd be thinking that you just grab that Kelvin for Rocker to play alongside this Shiv, and it's okay. But I didn't really see, like, Piggy wasn't getting much done on that Kelvin in the game before. So, like, maybe they're shifting things around in that stance as well. But Paravision, for the last 2 picks, they started off with this 7 again. You know, it's just we've been seeing a lot of 7 today. Even yesterday, I'm pretty sure we got some 7 from Zergy as well. Was looking you're still putting 7 to work in its own right, and you will. And I think 7 is still just a very strong pick, especially when you're looking for that static charge as well as the Storm Cloud, just for those big moments to break things up.
Yeah, those duels around the urn, right, are really solid spots. Even the non-neutral urn turn-in that's inside the building, it's a pretty good spot for 7 to post up and drop that ultimate and really deter people from wanting to get active in that area. So a lot of zoning can be done with that one. But also we saw a 7 and Mo and Krill lane previously that worked really well, right? Combo into the 7 ult to ensure that every single tick of that one does land. As Calico will be locked in last here for Paravision. Which means, again, speculation, because with Piggy in the team, I think it's a Piggy Sinclair, just because the Sinclair, if not going in the hands of Hoot, you know, where else does it really go, given what they have now?
Kelvin. I think you still go for the Kelvin here. I really do. And it's just at that point, like, again, like, then you're just really questioning on, like, who is getting picked up. The fact that you're just target banning Xeno on this Yamato,
yeah,
it really looks to be a struggle for this Thanos team to kind of, like, figure out what to do with their draft in that full case.
Well, I was under the impression that Xeno, okay, it is going to be the Kelvin locked in. Not what I was expecting. I was under the impression that Xeno would be playing the Shiv instead of Lomain playing the Shiv, just because we just saw ABL do it. And I'm not saying, oh, because ABL could do it, but Yamato to Shiv, it's not exactly the same, but you're slicing and dicing. You're getting in there, you're fighting, you're executing. And so because Xeno didn't play that, I was surprised. We'll see if that changes up now. And the Kelvin Shiv, as tough as it was for them previously in the last game, they were laning against that Lash Holiday, which is all 3 lanes were super bully lanes for Paravision. This time they might find more success because there isn't just the constant threat of a keg, a lasso, a slam, a anchor, a keg, a lasso, a slam, and anchor.
I don't know. You still have, like, what, 7 Viscus, Calico Mo, Grey Talon, Lady Geist, maybe the Grey Talon Viscus instead. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Paravision still have a very strong composition, like, all things considered. All things, like, in and around that. And not only that, it's just, like, outside of the composition alone, like, I know we're putting a lot onto the draft itself, but Paravision are just playing a better game than the teams that we're looking at right now, too, just outside of the draft. Like, they're not giving anything up in terms of free picks. They're not overstepping and getting caught. They're avoiding the hooks. In fact, they're completely shutting Hoot down on this Bebop.
Yeah.
Well, you really didn't even get to see much out of the Kelvin from Piggy to save them either. So it's like, even outside of the draft alone, I think Paravision at this moment still seem like the better team. They look like a team that is undefeated and deserves to be undefeated. Like, I don't want to take that away from them at all. Like, this team is looking sharp.
They really are. We'll see if they can piece it together. A lot of options for the lanes as we get set to jump underway for our second to last series. After this one, Thanos has to keep on going. And I think maybe not the hometown favorite, but the fan favorite VP is waiting just around the corner. So they'll be watching closely in this one. I mean, who's playing what, man? I'm so lost with this Thanos comp. Now it's like Are you just giving Zeno the holiday and saying, hey man, just run with this? Are you giving the Zeno the Shiv and Lomaine's playing the holiday and Hydration's on the Sinclair? What's going on?
I don't know what's going on right now with this Thanos team and putting it all together. It really seems like this Yamato pick on the ban phase has been a target that has really shaken things up. Not only that, it definitely seems like they've cracked the code on Paravision on what to run right now. Dismantling one win they did, comfortably beating this Thanos team in that game 1, going into game number 2, still having a very strong draft. I'm worried about this great talent, man. I'm worried about this Lady Geist and this 7 as well. All things that can, prove to scale into being issues for Thanos. I'm not saying Thanos can't get it together for themselves going into this one, but you know that you're already playing at that disadvantage in terms of ping. You're playing at that disadvantage, in terms of not being able to fully play at your comfortable state when it comes down to your mechanics. So it's on top of that, it looks like everything's stacked against them.
When we started this week, I don't think I could have told you that Yamato and Lash would make it into the priority bans list. Now, I guess you could say it's a little less priority because Lash is going second round, but we have seen more Lash bans than I was expecting. And I would love to take a look at the stats to know if they're happening in these, I'm going to say, upper echelon matches, right? Where our top teams are playing each other and understanding how strong Lash can be versus, our top to bottom matches where it's kind of just, let's get rid of what's strong. It really seemingly shows, maybe I could be wrong on all those statistics, but how important it is to show up ready to not worry too much about what your opponent's going to pick, because then sometimes you just outpick yourself if you're worried about banning what they're banning and taking away what they want to play. But the preparation that Paravision has done is, that's why we see a Yamato and Lash ban.
Getting into this game too. This is a pretty big one for Thanos if they can take this one away. Again, we've been kind of setting this one up as Paravision undefeated. They get another win under their belts for this map. That's going to put them to +9 right now in terms of points. That is actually going above Virtus Pro at the moment. Virtus Pro still a game behind. We're gonna get to see them play up next versus this Thanos team as well. And with that being, +5 for Thanos, 3 wins still for this team, beating 1 win yesterday. You steal this one away, you go +6. That should secure that 3rd place spot.
And what happens if VP loses today and tomorrow?
VP
what happens if Thanos beats VP
pretty sure
and then Paravision beats VP?
If Thanos beats VP, and let's just say hypothetically VP lose tomorrow as well, there's a chance that Thanos can still be that number 2 seed. But it comes down to if VP lose to Thanos, which would probably be the second craziest thing that we'd see at this event.
Yeah, okay, so a little bit of a change. Not necessarily in what we were expecting in terms of heroes, but we go downtown Broadway, and it's Lefa who stands tall here, landing on this side of the map. It is going to be that Bebop Holiday out towards the left. Sinclair, Mirage, right down Broadway. Wow, that makes so much sense that the middle lane is called Broadway. Fortunately, on the right side of the map, it doesn't get any easier. Piggy being forced back underneath the Guardian, incredibly low and far from a heal, far from really anything that the Kelvin can do to keep the squad up. And Shiv is playing, not Shiv, Hydration is playing the Shiv. Is Lomane back on that holiday? Lomane showed so much proficiency. Piggy, wait a second. Piggy's on the Sinclair with Lefa in the mid lane. Not Piggy on the Kelvin, which is what I was kind of expecting. So
Look, he just ties to the Guardian too to make sure that he can't get traded by somebody on Paravision. That's so funny.
they put Xeno on the Kelvin.
Are they putting him Calvin jail right now?
In Kelvin jail, really having to take a step back from this carry role that he's played for the squad, which makes sense though, because Leffa is always the guy, usually, for any team that he plays for. So he's now kind of taking that helm back and playing in this mid lane alongside Piggy on the Sinclair.
Yeah, and you put hydration onto the Shiv, so love to see that. Piggy Sinclair, I mean, like, if there's anybody you want to be into that carry role, if you need somebody to flex over, Piggy is a fantastic option for that. But it's weird seeing Hoot not in the mid lane. I won't lie.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's where he's been for the past couple games. But you look at the laning phase that they're going to be going up against. This Lady Guys has been proving to be an issue for the Bebop. And, you know, it gets even harder as soon as you recognize that, hey, let's just buy Remover. And then you can't really do too much against this one, but it's a lot better this time from Hoot. I'd say in the lane, they're actually getting some wave pressure into that Guardian. They're not allowing this Prestis Lady Guys to be too much of an issue just yet against it. Piggy's actually going to open things up onto Together, too, for that mid lane pressure. So another big kill there from Thanos. A lot has changed in this draft, and it seems like it's changed for the better.
Yeah, and I mean, Leffa just keeping the pressure on. Wolfie, where can you go? Absolutely nowhere. So the early lead at the same time in the game that we mentioned it in game one, right? 3 minutes, 30 seconds is slightly in favor of Thanos, but swinging back the other way. Paravision in Taz, who Taz is quite literally the Swiss Army knife of this team, plays so many different roles, is able to get a kill back. Let's just gonna push aggressively inside this building, right? Xeno goes that way and he says, all right, if you're not going back to your Guardian, I will gladly follow you and try and get some more chip damage.
Well, even across these 4 minutes, a little bit of a lead gaining for Thanos off of this early farming. That's going to bring Piggy already into the audience participation that you're going to have Traveler to there for Leffa in case you want to make some quick switches from lane to lane, but shouldn't be expecting that anytime soon. Hoot's going to get to that hyper beam, and Together's going to be the first one here for the Guided Owl, but Piggy's actually going to copy this one out, and Prestis is the target.
That's such a huge play. I'm gonna hold this thought because Wolfie maybe goes down. Piggy, I mean, breaking out of his shell, breaking out of his frozen shelter and into this Sinclair role. But I thought there was a world that Paravision made a really good read in saying there's no way that they put the Bebop back mid. All right, Xeno's back. Arctic Beam did not miss. Frozen shelter just outside the range of the Guardian 2. Low on ammo. He's a Q. Oh, he does it beautifully. Turns the heavy to not get parried. Jumps on through, gets stunned. Oh, beautiful. Lit back just in time. Nice combo. Wants some more as Hydration looks to sneak away, and a hook goes wide across the map.
Let's get
Hydration
two.
can't get away. That is a big fight win in the right lane for Paravision.
Yeah, I feel like this one's going to be more of a bloodbath than game number one. A lot of back and forth to be expected from each team. And Paravision have showed that change or not, still looking for the same outcome. Leffa gets away. A return to Shadow. Not going to threaten to kill just yet. So out we go for Wolfie. Very hotly contested mid. The special assistant for Piggy just gets away with, 25% HP. Backed up towards this Guardian. I like the battles that we're seeing. Very methodical, very close. Woohoo! Talk about close. Sinclair almost got a haircut.
And this is more of a game. We are neck and neck here. 6 minutes in. Game one, Paravision just slowly pulling ahead until Thanos could not come back. So the lane assignment's definitely working a bit better. in favor of Thanos this time around. Wolfie just gets chased down again. Piggy, what is this? Piggy is a wolf in pig's clothing or what? Because this guy is anything but a little piggy this game. Taking a bite out of Paravision. Blitz also goes down. No, you gotta get something there, Staff.
Oh my goodness. 50 HP. That's what you're going to be sitting into. So yeah, they're caught in the tornado by Leffa. And yeah, this is a lot better from Thanos, just through and through. With the lane combos that we're seeing set them up. So mixing up Leffa and Piggy through mid has completely shocked the fight that you were originally getting from Wolfie. And now we see the Hyper Beam from Hoot. Trying to chip away at some of these remaining members, but you're caught out of position, and that should be a kill onto the Bebop. It is. Guardian's going to end up going down for Paravision. They're going to clean up that right side and strike first for the objective.
Thanos picking up the first Guardian here. Also finding a bit of damage. Forces the ult out of Wolfie to just try and stay safe. Guided Owl, stolen by Piggy, looking for something, helping the far left lane. Out this way it goes. Viscous is there, nice cube, ready for the Owl. Heard the screeches. Now Piggy backed off, disarmed for just a moment. Spectral Assistant out, and a lot of beef in this mid lane from Thanos. But it looks like Hoot might be following that Mo and Krill out towards the left lane, and they would be able to even the odds, but Hoot doesn't have the ultimate. Litz does.
There it is, waiting for Liz to go for the center sacrifice. You don't always know where Hoot is, but he is somewhere, and he's got his hook ready to grab you. So big kill there to stack over towards this left lane, see if they can push in towards this Guardian, finish it off, find a trade for the objective. But you can also see Paravision looking to do the same through mid, and it's going to actually be Xeno who is trying to help out Piggy to hold this one and keep the wave cleared.
I wonder if that was a bit of miscommunication or if Hoot thought Leppa was in danger there, but Leppa was going into parry the Guardian, and right as he did, Hoot had pulled him out and then put a bomb on him. So I don't know if that was Hoot being able to read the state of the lane saying, you do not want to be there no matter how healthy you are or who you're playing, or if Hoot was looking for something behind the Guardian and unfortunately caught Leppa instead. Either way, we're all knotted up, and another stolen Guided Owl is headed out towards this left lane. It's going to swing numbers in favor here. The ult
it
down.
stops
Stop
the combo
as well. Litz. Oh my goodness. Clenched fist is Litz right now because the combo
like
gets
that Arthur
stopped.
meme.
Yes, exactly. Kicking the dirt, man. Pounding the sand. That is tough, but that's just a great play by Piggy. A big pickup, though. Staff able to make sure that something happens on the map.
Yeah, this is actually like really interesting because you would have expected Prestis to kind of be the one to solo lane the right side. It's kind of what they've been doing. A lot of teams have been going for the lady guys to just be that hyper carry, farm up, get too strong for people to deal with. And this time they're going to leave it up to Saf on the 7. So they wanted the 7 to be as strong as could be for these upcoming team fights. And I don't blame them. 7 can be that guy. It's just I was expecting it to be Prestis.
And Wolfie gets a little overzealous, jumps onto 2 with his ultimate, doesn't spot Xeno, who comes in and completely locks down the area. Meanwhile, the Urn left to right across the map. Hoot headed out that direction. Lomane also in the area. So between Hook and Lasso, they'd love to be able to find a pick early in this one. And they're pinging the Grey Talon. This would be a big pickup. Slowed down for just a second. No Lasso yet.
Oh, they have it. We are maybe on the chase for this one, too. See if you can stop this Urn from getting returned. But no, Litz is going to get that one in. Steals for Thanos, as they were able to secure at least part of that Urn. And you can see that reflect in terms of the souls. 54-55. Combo from Piggy. He's going to copy it. And Together's going to be on the receiving end of this, though. Litz, he's going to answer twice fold there with the help of Saf. Piggy ends up falling after Xeno. Bear Vision, albeit, I mean, it has been a lot closer this time. They're still finding their ways to keep ahead.
Yeah, they do have a small lead for themselves. Huge in that urn turn in. Lomain was going for the lasso, and Taz hit a beautiful cube that stopped it as that urn was getting turned in, or that definitely could have turned things around, at least delayed who got that urn scored. So Taz really heads up, showing us prowess on so many different heroes. Just as a whole, is able to take a step back from the playmaker role and still make plays with that Viscus, or at least make saves for the squad.
Well, here we go with another push in towards the Guardians out of Paravision. Actually, Taz is going to just overlook the Guardian itself, walk right through the Veil to assist Wolfie on another kill. That's going to translate into the Guardian secured, and you can see the pressure coming out from Paravision too to answer back further. It is just down through mid. You can see the Great Talent just soaking up all the souls you want together, or Saf, sorry, over in the right side. Again, just continuing to wave clear, continuing to grind through as the 7's at 15k. Eventually, it's going to reach that point where you're expecting Saf to start running with the Wolves.
They're going to be ripping through this attack of Thanos. They do land a lasso. Taz hits another cube.
Hood right away just jumps into lane, and he's getting zapped. Here comes Wolfie to help out. You get the Traveler from Leffa maybe here together on top of it all with the Guided Owl. Hood goes down in an instant. As soon as he gets into lane, he just dies.
I think that was Hoot and Leffa both dying on respawn twice.
No, that was a Traveler from Leffa to get over there to help Hoot, but it was definitely Hoot just caught out there expecting to fight this lane presence that you're getting from Saf. But he's at 18k now. 18k in the 7 in 14 minutes.
He was just at 15k as well. Owen Krill just putting hands on Lomain, and Lomain thought they were safe farming up their side of the jungle, but with the Guardians down, nothing is safe unless you're behind a walker right now for Thanos.
The big group up on the left side of the map from Paravision. It seems like they're just happy to hop into the jungle of Thanos and see what they can get. As Thanos are here, they're going to be actually trying to pressure them away.
Thanos need to slow the game down somehow. Leffa's only at 12,000 souls. Hydration, the richest player on the team, but you want your Mirage to have some sort of impact when he's shooting the enemies, and I don't think he's going to feel that impact just based on how strong Paravision are right now. So Thanos maybe don't have an option but to play quickly as Leffa tries to use that tornado out to safety. Oh, beautiful puddle punch just before the bounce pad. Taz, what can't you do, man?
It's like you're getting clotheslined by a big blob. As even Piggy's going to be able to trade at least there. Urn's going to be ran now by Taz. So even 5-on-5 for a few seconds. Thanos going to be the first one to be back at full strength. So there's a good chance to maybe intercept this Urn, steal it away, and deny it. But Taz is just going to pull it back into their own zone. Let's see if they can set up somewhat of a power play here.
I guess it opens the door for Leffa to just push a side lane and Traveler when needed. But then on the outside, right, Saf is just free farming. 21,000 souls. Charge shot goes wide. Hook goes wide as well. And hooting together, just making eye contact on the rooftops.
Says, hey man, I see you. I don't really want to fight you, but I'm going to acknowledge that you're there. 21k from Saf now. He just continues to climb.
Yeah.
So he is on one. I mean, it is a 10k lead. And most of that is Saf itself. So the hook not going to pull actually through completely. You're caught on the wall there. Soul exchange from Prestus. See if you can back up. Static charge now. Okay, Zeno is gone. Low main soon to follow quick earlier than that. So Paravision might be a little too tanky.
Yeah, I mean, with Saf in the mix, he's got 10,000 more skulls than the next person on Thanos. I mean, I guess the next closest is Hydration, and he's getting run down, gets hit with the stun. Wolfie will get pulled away, but it's just a beatdown between the goo ball and Litz in the face of Thanos here.
Yeah, Saf can solo
they push
this.
through the Walker.
He can solo so many of these fights right away. The Walker goes down. They back up, back to the jungle of Thanos. And, you know, you got to think that the more they take these sinner sacrifices, the more they take these denizen camps, the farther back you fall if you're Thanos. And eventually you're going to reach a spot of no return. That it's like Paravision are so tanky that even if you want to make this comeback, they're not giving you the option. It's going to have to be down to maybe like a low main steal on the rejuve again.
Yeah, that's if Paravision make that mistake. Because again, all day, Paravision has refused to give up any sort of lead. Once they've had it, they've held onto it. Now things look a little different. It's Together getting grabbed by the lasso. He doesn't die. You need to find a kill there. Instead, Piggy goes down. Zeno can hopefully keep the squad alive inside the frozen shelter. And on the outside, though, as soon as it falls, it's static electricity as Saf zaps through their bones. Zeno eventually goes down, and another Walker surely around the corner for Paravision.
Yeah, surely. I mean, that was such a scary point of view. You're just... If you're Piggy, you're backing up, and then from our perspective, we just see slowly Litz just emerge from the darkness of an alley to grab him. Couple kills coming out from Thanos, so Hydration and Lefa doing what they can before these Walkers drop, but there's only so much there for Lefa. I mean, Seth is at 27k, literally 10k higher than Hydration right now, and he's the closest out of any of them on Thanos, so put that into perspective on what to be expecting for a lot of these fights. Down into the mid-boss now, so this is where things can start to snowball to a 2-0 lead at a Paravision. They get this Rejuvenator. You might be saying goodbye to the series.
Yeah, they don't even have anything for this. Lomain's just coming out of the base with the lasso. Zeno doesn't have the frozen shelter, so... AB free, no, not. Lefa jumps in, is secured by Paravision. As Lefa gets pulled out, takes a combo on the way out. Will survive. It's actually Piggy who's taking the damage now and can't escape. Lefa now needs to head for the hills. No, Zeno trying to stick around and fight. Drops the frozen shelter, and that's the wrong guy to be locked in with.
Yeah, it's like, I'm locked in here with you. No, you're locked in with me. Litz there just outside too, and you know that Scorn as well as the Burrow does supersede the boundaries of that frozen shelter, so a little bit of help from the outside. Litz is able to secure that bridge buff here, its movement, so maybe he's just leaving it over towards his teammate. He is, so he's going to give that over to whomever would like that. It's going to be Prestis. A little extra movement on the Lady Geist, so stamina on top of it all. Urns being ran. Rejuvenator's grabbed. I mean, what more do you need to win this game?
Yeah, and you know, there was a moment, I think 9K, when the difference was 9K. 6 or 7 of it was on staff. And so the 7 was the only problem at the time. I don't want to say the only problem, but the strongest at the time. If you could pick a good fight.
Now into the base.
Yeah, now there's nothing you can do. Left was not even here for this. Left is trying to get something
But he's got
elsewhere.
Traveler,
There's
though.
Guardian that stands mid, and if he's gonna travel, he's got to do it now. There's no way he can do it now. He would just have to go back into the base.
Yeah, they don't care what Lef was doing. You give up both your shrines, you're going to give up the tier 1 patron. Maybe you're going to get this Walker here if you're Lefa. But I don't know if this is a trade worth grabbing. Static charge over towards Zeno. It's going to force it back in towards the base. Hoot goes down. And now as it drops into the base, they want to end it. They know Lefa's not here. This is done. Paravision may be the best in Europe.
Wow. I mean, they came, they saw, they conquered. Paravision had themselves a day. And even though this one looked a little closer, it was the same Paravision story. You give us an inch and we're taking a mile. They did that for 4 games today.
Undefeated through the bombshell so far. One more match, or 2 more matches for Paravision to keep undefeated in total. They play VP tomorrow. They play Lotus tomorrow. And for Thanos, I mean, that's a tough one to draw. You can definitely see that it's a different strategy. It's a different idea coming into it. Losing Rocker, having Piggy fill in for you, and then having the target bans onto the Yamato forces Xeno just into an uncomfortable spot, and it shows. I mean, it was a better strategy going into game 2, having Piggy on the Sinclair matched up into the mid lane alongside Lefa's Mirage. You move Hoot over toward the outside, and it did look better. But as soon as they left the lane phase, it seemed like they left the contestation for the game as well, and that's when things started to get out of hand, and you can really see how disciplined, how strong the macro is from this Paravision team to just stay ahead of everything that you're thinking.
Yeah. They also did a great job of making sure they weren't getting caught for nothing or getting caught at all, right? Like the Bebop in game 1 didn't have the same oomph behind it as we saw yesterday from Hoot, but even the Holiday here, right? Low main's been incredible on the Holiday. They had both the Holiday and the Bebop in game 2, and Paravision, I mean, they were just minding their P's and Q's. It's the same story from start to finish of not giving anything up for free. They weren't taking risks, you know, where you could get a Rejuvenator stolen or not taking favorable earn fights. They also weren't, you know, reaching out trying to touch somebody. I think maybe once Wolfie overstepped his bounds, but any other time we saw somebody get lassoed, even the time we saw Together get lassoed on the Great Talon, was just boom, out scot-free. And maybe some of that is less of Thanos' mistakes and more of Taz, because Taz was on top of the Viscous play in this game specifically. But man, yeah, it right now it feels like Paravision can do no wrong.
Look at the stats too. I mean, 33k souls for Saf. Next closest on Thanos was Hydration. So you leave the 7 alone to just farm your jungle, farm that right lane. And it's like Xenon said, it's just that seems to be the new meta. It's just take one player, stick him in the solo lane, get him to be as powerful as possible, and then as soon as he joins the fight with everybody else, he just rips through any armor that your opponents have. Lefa at times, you know, even as strong as he was, just wasn't able to combat against the one-on-one that Saf was giving you. Presses too, what a monster on this lady, guys. Just from lane phase in game 1 into game 2 as well. The lady guys was such a formidable foe against this Hoot pick, especially in game 1. Not allowing this Bebop to get anything going. It just in general, you got to be impressed with how many times you didn't see Paravision get hooked by Hoot. Just non-stop counting that cooldown, being aware of that, and positioning yourself so well.
The other picks as well that are outside of our priorities, Lash, Pocket, I'm putting 7 in there now. Day 1, 7, whenever we saw the 7, even day 2, it was farmed. The ult wasn't getting a whole lot of value, but the couple of 7s that we've seen just today, right? It's very apparent that as the days go on, the teams are starting to figure out what works and how to make it work, right? Slower start on the Lash and the Pocket. And then we started to see Lash getting some wins and Pocket really starting to come alive and draw bans, much like the Lashes. I don't think we're going to see 7 bans, but it's an option now for Paravision that has to be respected, because if you put it in the hands of Saf and then you let Saf live in a side lane for a little bit, you're going to have problems, man. You're going to have problems.
Yeah, I think that for Thanos, I mean, what an impressive series. It's been just in general for them joining into this bombshell when we were talking about how many differences there were between their teams, between their games. And I think that if I'm looking forward to anything, it's going to be to see if this Thanos team going into playoffs can put things together. Maybe it's the difference of not having Rocker in it. Maybe it's the difference of like not having Xeno on that Yamato, and there's not really an answer to that either. So it's like that's something you got to talk about going into these further games, is that like if you're not going to be playing the Yamato on Xeno, if that's banned away, you need to have a plan too. Like you need to have the next step in that, because it was an obvious issue in this game.
Well, Xeno looked good on the Kelvin in lane, right? As soon as it busted out of lanes, like you said, that's when things started to go downhill. Obviously, having a roster change, I think anybody knows that. Aegis Aurora also feeling that, right? Where Rocker is out, Piggy is in. Nothing against Piggy, but it's just you're kind of messing with the pieces of the puzzle that was working yesterday. And so I thought Xeno looked good in lane, especially in that Shiv lane, working with hydration. The Kelvin was doing a lot of damage. They were finding early kills. That looked great. But like you mentioned, right, that's not even half of the battle. 8 minutes of a 25-minute game. Even, I don't know what that percentage is, but there's 17 minutes of not laning. That is so important. And you probably double the percentage of how important that is if you're making, in those 17 minutes, plays around the urn, plays around the buffs. You're stealing away camps. You're taking every mid boss you can, and you're doing it appropriately like Paravision did.
Yeah, there were a lot of times that you just kind of look at that map and you saw that Paravision were just kind of living in the jungles of Thanos. And that's kind of what I was saying, is that like, no matter what, it's like, if you wanted to come back, if you were Thanos, you didn't get to come back because you didn't have any camps to farm, you didn't have any lanes to farm, and Saf was just there at every turn.
Yeah, so we have got one more And here we go. We've made it to the last game of the day, of day 3. It's only day 3 of our 4-day group stage. And this one, Seymour, it's like a beautiful flower that's been blossoming since the start of the day. ZP and Jason Kaplan took you guys through some fantastic games. That Lotus, Atlas Gamer, Lotus, Aegis Aurora going absolutely insane. And then the seed started sprouting. And we got banger after banger. Now we have VP taking on Thanos. Thanos coming off of a little bit of a butt whooping. But they got to get it back here.
They do, and I will say that, like I said, it's something to talk about for this team going into this game, going into tomorrow's matches, is that you have to figure out, if you're not going to have Xeno playing the Yamato, where does he go? Because both games, you switched it up, you put him on the Calvin in the last game, and it didn't look the same for Thanos, whereas that Yamato is so good that anybody who watches those games yesterday versus one win can know that, like, that is what you got to target, because you can see that it is the big difference. One of the pillars that's kind of like keeping Thanos up in these games. And I think that game 2 was a lot better. You know, you started to see them change things up. You put Piggy on the Sinclair, you put Leffa on the Mirage, you moved them to the mid lane, and a lot of those laning phases weren't being lost. It came to what came after the lane phases. Is that you were kind of not finishing off on those Guardians, and then you started to see that the rotations were really good from Paravision, and they were just able to outplay you in the grand scheme of that match. So going into it, I'm sure that Thanos had a big long talk about what needs to be fixed and, you know, what goes into this next game, because a matchup versus Virtus Pro, this is another big one, because if you take a loss off of Virtus Pro, not only does that put Paravision in that #1 seed spot so far, but it also allows you to kind of stay in that contention a lot higher.
And look at the conundrum that we're in. Great Town Holiday banned away. Great. Virtus Pro, take the Paradox. Okay, that's not how I thought it exactly was going to play out, but you forced the hand. If you bebop Yamato off the rip, that leaves, I thought, Mirage Lady Geist. Instead, Sinclair Lady Geist. So Virtus Pro, they're giving up the power mid lane, but getting some huge picks in response for it.
It's the give and take you want. You give them what they want. You take something a little bit better than that. And I think that this core of Sinclair, Paradox, and Lady Geist has just been so dang good. Thanos, I'd imagine, would kind of round this out with the Mirage as this obvious third pick. But then it kind of like leads into, you know, what do you ban at that point? Do you kind of target, you know, Zergy at this point? Because he's been fantastic yesterday. He's been fantastic, you know, in Fight Night, in the games, whatever we see from him, he was good. But if you target him, then you go for, you know, the Infernus, he switches over to the 7, vice versa. But they're going to go for the Vindicta, take that one away from Virtus Pro. They get that Mirage pick 3. We can see where Virtus kind of targets this last one, because we've seen a lot of Calvin so far from this Thanos team. So maybe they go for the Calvin ban?
Possible. Also could be a Mo and Krill as well, just to make sure that there isn't that combo on top of the Bebop Poland, or just the combo in general. Right, Hydration's played Mo and Krill, Viscous, Shiv. That's what we've seen so far. And the Shiv was in a even-ish lane with Xeno on the Kelvin. So I would imagine they want to maybe put Hydration back on either that Mo and Krill or that Viscous. Mo just makes sense, but I think it gets banned away.
We're gonna have to see where this ban does go, and it's gonna be the Mo and Krill. Okay, so ban the Mo and Krill. That is gonna take some more lockdown away from Thanos, and now you have to decide, like, you go to the Lash probably. In this whole sense, that's where people have kind of been going into. The McGinnis would be crazy, but like, I can't believe you even said that. I'm not going to take you seriously from here on out, just saying something like that. But it's almost like you kind of have to go into that, though. It's like the Lash. It's been working. You can't take that away from Lash. It's been working when teams have gone to it.
It also fits the bill, you know, if we have Hoot, Xeno, Leffa, Low main played a little bit of the Lash on top of the Holiday, so there's definitely a pick to be had there. I don't know how much emphasis Virtus Pro are putting on a Viscus, so that's probably a pick that Thanos can save towards the end. But what do you bring back in way of some of the... Okay. All right, there we go. You blink and you missed it. Viscus being chosen here for hydration.
And big update there for the Calvin and the Shiv lane coming through from Virtus Pro as something that has just been so formidable just every single time we see it here. So Viscus on the other side for Thanos. Where do they go to for their next pick in this whole sense for the game?
Gotta be the Lash.
Like, yeah, I mean, like for Thanos, you're looking at that Lash of the game thing, but like, what if Virtus Pro just come through with the Lash pick for the last one?
Yeah, there's no... So Thanos will get the next two here, and if they don't grab the Lash, that's insane. There's also a world where I don't think Pocket makes a whole lot of sense. I'm assuming Michaelis is going to be on the Paradox, but maybe a world where, you know, we're 3 days into some competitive play, and all right, so Ivy Lash locked in. That Lash just makes so much sense for low main. They've also got Piggy, a Piggy pick. Yesterday we saw, no, yesterday was it? Earlier today, actually, we saw Lady Geist and Ivy in lane together. So incredibly strong. Ivy just able to bolster that fire speed of the Lady Geist, also give some extra health, and then just be tricky with that stone form. I don't think we see an Ivy Mirage mid lane, but what we were seeing from the Ivies earlier in the day is playing mid lane, and then you have that airdrop available to bounce out to the side lanes. And, you know, you can give your team a quick edge and get right back to that mid lane without losing too much. If we're going just based off of what has been working in the past, though, if not an Ivy mid lane for Thanos, Hoot Xeno mid lane.
It's gonna be Hoot Xeno mid lane. Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. It's gonna be that case. Virtus Pro for the Calvin, the Shiv, and the Calico together in this team. That is a big beefy back half of the draft that's going their way, and it's something that Paravision were using earlier versus One Win in that dominant game that One Win had no business being in whatsoever. That's gonna be tough. I mean, Calico still very strong even after all the nerfs that she's getting. Shiv and Calvin together, just probably one of the best early laning duos that you're going to be getting. And then you pair that in with like the Sinclair, who can grab the Lash ultimate, who can grab, you know, really whatever you want for this team. And then a Lady Geist and a Paradox, who have just been the forefront for this meta so far over the past couple of days. Virtus Pro cooked with this composition. The only thing is for Thanos that I'm going to give to them is that they're getting the heroes that they want to play. I mean, obviously they don't get the Holiday and they don't get the Mo and Krill, but just getting that Hoot Bebop and the Xeno Yamato should make this team look and feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, it does add a lot more pressure though, right? It adds the pressure of, did we only win yesterday because of how strong our mid lane was, and then we jumped out to the sides? And, you know, did we lose today because we didn't have this? Well, if we lost today because Xeno didn't have the Yamato, then maybe there's a world where we beat Paravision in the future. If we lose with this really strong lane for Thanos, then you're going back to the drawing board and saying, oh, we just got diffed, no matter the Xeno pick, against Paravision and against Virtus Pro. And things look a little grim as we work our way into playoffs. Now, Piggy on the Ivy, we absolutely love to see it. That is a Piggy personal. I don't know why that I said it like that, or even did any of that. But either way, I think we're going to be getting a little bit away from the gun Ivy. We'll see if Piggy's allowed to kind of spread his wings and fly a bit, because when you put him on the Sinclair, man, that guy knows how to do some damage. So we'll just have to kind of pay attention to the items on the Ivy every time we catch that POV to see, you know, which direction the Ivy is leaning. Having the Ivy on top of the Viscus as well also frees up an item slot for your Viscus to maybe not have to double up on Rescue Beam, because Piggy can grab that on the Ivy.
This is gonna be a good one too. I mean, Piggy up against Virtus Pro. I didn't even think about this in the whole sense, but this is gonna be a little bit of revenge too. Chat letting us know on this one, or reminding us more so for this one in general. You gotta remember, guys, too, that this is a team in Thanos that took down 1win yesterday. I clipped wing 1win, but a win nonetheless against one of the top teams in Europe. You take down Virtus Pro here, surely enough, that is like a statement made, especially considering if Virtus Pro lose this one, it's Paravision who would be locking in that #1 spot in the leaderboard going into the playoffs. It seems like we're kind of rounding out our top 4 being Paravision, Virtus Pro, Thanos, and 1win. In what order, I don't know just yet, but that's kind of what we're going to be looking at for Aegis, Aurora, Sys Rejects, Lotus, and Atlas. I'm looking forward to see if Lotus can kind of like claw back from this one, because albeit they're -6, if they can claw back and make it into that playoff spot, like that would be pretty sick.
Yeah, that it would, but we get to see upsets ahead of us, or is this just Virtus Pro going ahead with their domination, everything that they've set for themselves thus far ahead of them? Virtus Pro, your Amber Hand, Thanos, your Sapphire Flame. We jump into the mid lane. It's Hoot, it's Xeno, and it's Aggression atop the bridge, just like we know.
And they get back to their old antics. In through of the power slash. Oh, Xeno's got to be feeling good. He's like, oh, yeah, so I missed you.
So, surely if this goes poorly, VP just says, okay, we'll ban the Yamato and get the win, right? Like, if this continues poorly, oh, that is not a great start. The replacement of Piggy on this Virtus Pro roster, and Obi Kim taking down a Piggy. You know what? I say that's not great, but mitigate, right? That's kind of the name of the game for this lane that's laning against this give Kelvin. Oh, nice hook from Hoot. Hoot's so low. He's been hanging around, I think, just to be able to try and hit that hook.
Oh, the parry.
Just in case anybody was going too deep. Yeah, great parry. Couple of heavy melees. Bomb is on, and first blood to Hoot.
I'm sure that first one from Obi, chat's going to be calling that cinema. And what we're going to be seeing through and through. So Obi there. Hoot's going to find an answer and a trade through mid. Everything going par for the course so far for this early laning phase. And when we're looking for advantages, we're kind of seeing it here for Thanos, winning this mid lane again early on. But over to the right side, I mean, this Shiv Kelvin is enough of an issue. Piggy doesn't even know what to do for this Ivy. I mean, 33 health. 33 health there.
Like, now, this is just what's going to happen in this lane. It's unfortunate. The mid lane between Xeno and Hoot, pressure's on them, right? They need to get aggressive here in this mid lane to be able to reach out and help that side lane. The left side, the Mirage Viscous, has been doing all right. That one's seeming relatively even. They're a little down in souls, but not getting punished as heavily as deaths like Piggy did there. Good hook onto D-Mob, and there it is. That is the Thanos way. And now they need to make something out of it.
Obi just sitting atop the castle there. You look across, and we can even see that over towards the left side. We haven't gotten too much on, this left lane alongside Hydration, but playing up against Sherik and Listic, or sorry, Sherik and Zurgi. It's going to be something tough. I mean, this Lady Geist pick has literally been such a good pick for every single team throughout this tournament. I mean, it's something in the water for Lady Geist. She is truly the boss.
I'm exposed out here.
And unfortunately, the henchman's on the other team. So, Piggy's managed to survive. Lomain is back. So maybe Obakim getting punished for stepping up a little too far. Flog on cooldown, so it doesn't quite have the range. Eventually, the light melee will do it. We'll see if KLS can get something back. I didn't even realize McKLS on the Shiv, D-Mob on the Paradox. So quite a different look. Sinclair grabbed the Hyper Beam, but for no reason, to no avail.
Yeah, well, Dimov finding value still with this Paradox in for the parry. Dimov trying to get away with murder and maybe escape off of it too, but Xeno's not going to let that happen. Revenge for your fallen comrade. Evening out that middle lane yet again. Good back and forth. A little bit of a tug-of-war in this matchup, but look at the damage coming up from Zergy here. The Lady Geist Lefa just blown to smithereens on that Essence Bomb, and you see a small lead for Virtus Pro in terms of the souls early on, 22 to 20. So about a 2-3K lead. Not going to really be a big difference in the grand scheme of things, but for early on for this lane, it is going to put them in a very comfortable spot to push these Guardians.
And how comfortable is this Shiv Kelvin lane for Virtus Pro? It's literally on repeat that they're diving underneath the Guardian, and they're full health. Like, Obikim is just running him down. There's literally nothing they could do. And Xeno died in the mid lane. They traded for Listic, but you can't have trades in the mid lane. You need domination.
Oh, well, Listic. I'm going to try to figure things out here as this Sinclair pick on Listic was one that was very fruitful back in the early games for Virtus Pro. Death Slam through, back on in towards Sherrick to back up from this lane. You can see just non-stop fights happening from lane to lane. And it is just so chaotic all over the place, man. It is just crazy out here. Yeah, it's hydration to take his spot through mid.
Yeah, McKLS had come over this way as well, and it just beat hydration to the punch. So they're going to get some extra damage on that mid lane turret, and now it's starting to seem that Virtus Pro have found a way to not just win the side lanes, but also the mid lane. Lefa does get something back, but Guardian already gone out to the left. Lefa just left to pick up the troopers. Another one falls on the opposite side in mid lane, surely to fall here momentarily. No, it looks like they'll give up for just a second now that Hoot is back.
And this was kind of the issue with Thanos back in day one when it was Jason and ZP watching. They kind of noted it right away is that, yeah, if you stack like your quote-unquote carries through mid that we've been seeing between Hoot and Xeno playing this kind of Shaq and Kobe Yamato bebop, it's one of those situations where you start to fall a little bit thin on the outside. And that, I think, is where they decided too late to put Xeno back in the right side of the map, is that, like, you're trying to kind of recover what you can with switching with hydration. But it was just over by then. Dimov gets that first objective, and you can see that Virtus Pro noticing the weaknesses and punishing them.
Things gonna slow down for just a second. Sherrick into the ultimate to avoid some damage. The third Guardian is what Virtus Pro want here, as they set up so much in the mid lane. Thanos here to defend. Hyper Beam available. Hook on cooldown for another 10 seconds. So Hoot, maybe the go button for the squad, finds a nice uppercut. Arctic Path not gonna get Obikim out to safety. He's just going to drop down low. However, up comes hydration inside the frozen shelter. We go. The health bars are headed the wrong direction. If you're Thanos, they're all getting healed up. We trade the hyper beams in the sky. Out comes the Death Slam. Low mains looking to get something done, and nobody falls just yet. The battle on Broadway continues as Hoot will go with the beam once more. McKLS the first to fall. A happy trade as IB falls next. Piggy looking at a gray screen, but is watching this fight go the way of Thanos for now. Back and forth it goes. Obi the next to fall, and the health bar's too high for Thanos to lose another. They'll get themselves a Guardian in the mid lane.
Yeah, here we go. A little bit of a trade now on the map for Thanos to stay toe-to-toe with Virtus Pro. You get this Guardian, state of the game, right back to even. And Sherrick's gonna get blown up. Nice from Xeno. It seems like he's gonna get possibly punished for this one. Decay onto the Yamato. She's tried to escape. And a good cube from Hydration allows. So 2 Guardians to 1. You finally get that middle one to topple. Now if you get rid of it, you can start spreading your wings and rotating Thanos from lane to lane. So I want to see them work quick here.
Listic trying to find something on the rooftops. If anything, maybe call it a win that he spots out the Lash, who could have been looking for some burst damage from up top. Still waiting on the Death Slam. Mid boss is here, which means the urn as well. The buffs are up. And everybody's starting to gather around this left lane in this urn spawn.
Take this gift.
10 minutes in, 1K lead. Urn getting ran from left to right from Virtus Pro. What is seen here from Thanos is going to be a rotation in. A little bit of a mirror from a few of them. They're going to leave both Low Main and Leffa in to deal with Listic. Traveler doesn't get away in time, so that's a big pickup there, leaving the rest to deal with this Urn. It's a 4-on-2, it looks like, for this Urn. Maybe, yeah, 4-on-2 here.
I think Hoot on the high ground sent out the hook. I don't think it landed. Is just above the head of Obi here inside the frozen shelter. So 1v1 for now. Obi gonna take the ice path out of that one. Piggy taken to the skies. Airdrop available and a Death Slam also used to help secure the kills here. Obi will go down. A rabbit for a moment is Xeno, which alleviates a lot of pressure for Virtus Pro to not have to worry about that Yamato running you down. Traveler to sneak away, Leffa out to safety, but giving up a little bit of space. The urn is still in the hands of Virtus Pro. So yes, they lost that fight, but it's for obvious reasons, right? They weren't really in it.
Well, I mean, Virtus Pro have held this ball for so long when it comes down to the urn in the back line.
Our yellow walker is
You see they're going back to pressuring this walk over towards left. See if you can draw away a couple of these members from Thanos, and if not, you're going to get this walker. So Thanos have to respond. You still have Leffa and Low Main here. And they're doing a good job, and you can see that in turn, Thanos actually walking away from this urn retrieval. That's going to push up now for Sherrick to see if he can return it, and it is. It's going to go in.
Not a great response from Thanos to this one, and actually they're dying on top of it all. So that lead grows to 4K for Virtus Pro, and they find some kills here on the way out. Looking at face Piggy, and I mean, there's no escape. He wakes up the denizens, but he goes down either way.
It's a little bit of lead here in terms of souls. 6K in around that. Couple Guardians getting picked up there. You can see that over into the left side. Zergy is going to maintain this Guardian at near full health. Like, it has been untouched on the left side of the map. And Thanos are just going to go back into this death ball, see if they can overwhelm. Still, when this is like close to a tie game, they want to try to force a team fight here, see if they can open up the map. Oh, D-Mob's got to watch out.
Yeah, stuck in that right lane. Nowhere to go at all. And the mid lane also being pressured. 3 players of Virtus Pro pushing up this way. It looks like Sherrick maybe trying to find somebody in the middle. No, has some souls to spend. So backs away to the shop, and that's enough to have Virtus Pro give up on this mid push. But they spot the Calico. They're sending 4 people this way. Hydration looking to get involved. Hoot on the hook inside the Shadow Realm. Sherrick will go. And how much do you invest, right? Where are the members of Virtus Pro? So much respect from Thanos given right there to not chase just in case.
Yeah, this is kind of like the precedent that was set by Paravision in the past couple of games, is that, like, if you're not going to be able to fully peel or get there in time when things are locked down, buy these ultimates, buy the Death Slam, or, buy the hook from the Bebop, or if you get caught by the Paradoxical Swap, you have to be very cautious in what these fights are going to look like, because if not, you could be a dead man walking. And here's the swap's going to catch Leffa. D-Mob's going to confirm that kill alongside Zerky. And you can see that you really, really have to be aware of your positioning now.
And Zeno needs to be careful. He's the strongest person on the map. He's going to try and hang on to this Walker control on the left side. And respect given this time by Virtus Pro to not overstay their welcome. Buffs are coming up. This seems more important than dying for a Walker. The urn also available. And this one probably in Thanos territory. Piggy caught on his lonesome. And this is not support versus support, but Piggy, okay, sends Sherrick running.
Hoot down. D-Mob, another one for the Paradox. Low HP onto a couple of these members for Thanos and Virtus Pro. Might be a handshake moment. Get away from there. But Zerky's going to continue to track these players down. And now it's Sherrick's turn to force hydration away. Good damage. Gives them the space to run this urn.
A neutral urn at that. That's heartbreaking for Thanos, but great for Virtus Pro. They don't have to stick their neck out to be able to score this one. It was probably going to be easy either way with 2 players dead, but
Oh, Lomain's got the Death Slam. Is he going to get here in time? Does he use it? He's going for it in for the Slam. Solar's going to be returned now for the Death Slam. Pushes them away. But you can't chase it. They got the urn.
I mean, a second too late, and now you just have to hope to maybe get these kills in a 4v3. Numbers quickly favoring Virtus Pro as Sherrick and Listic both on their way, but everybody will walk away from it. There's just nothing else to fight for now, right? There's no reason to stay. After that urn gets scored and Lomain hits a big ult, that was a huge ult, but if you fight and die, it feels like it's for nothing, and you give up mid-boss to Virtus Pro.
Every single time I see Hoot throw a hook, I'm like, all right, who's going to hit this time?
Did it look like he even threw a hook at anybody there? I didn't see anybody on the other
I didn't
side.
see anybody, but I was just waiting for somebody to just pop up on the other
Same.
side. Maybe he was looking for Sherrick there, but if it hit, like I said, this guy might be the best. But back into more of like a farm situation, you can start to see some of these Virtus Pro members not afraid to walk into the jungle of Thanos, and that's something that either needs to be respected or dealt with. And you can see that they're going to peel over towards the left side, see if they can salvage anything over towards this Walker. While they do it, though, Sherrick and Listic are going to be pushing up the right side, and it's only Piggy here to deal with it.
The life drain is going insane there for Zergy, getting so much damage. The life drain almost alone forced Hoot out of the fight, did the same thing for Zeno. Now there's nothing stopping him from taking this Walker. That'll fall. How more can they get? Obi gonna trap the 2 inside the frozen shelter. Low HP on hydration and Zeno respectively. The goo ball just trying to stir things up, but it might not matter. Lomain comes through, grabs 2 in the Death Slam. Zergy looking like he was going to find his way out. Instead, will drop a life drain and force Thanos back into their base. Hoot alive in 5 seconds, and that's enough for them to back away with the Hyper Beam and a hook just around the corner.
Yeah, he dropped the Death Slam right in front of Zeno, who lands quite a big power slash, but still not enough to find any of these kills. You can see the return to Shadow. Hoot got hooked. Doesn't matter. Warpstone away. Back to the safety of your team. Keep away from this Walker. Keep away from these players. And deny any follow-up from these hooks that Hoot are starting to land.
Still a Guardian up for grabs for Thanos. Walker's obviously just behind that. Virtus Pro have already done their due diligence to start chipping away at this next line of defense. That mid Walker right around half HP. Far right Walker also taking a bit of damage. And in a minute, you know, I think we're going to see Virtus Pro start swinging around their 20,000 soul lead. Earns back up. Buffs will be coming. And getting caught right now definitely doesn't feel good. And low main, everybody at this point right now for Thanos, they need to hang on to these ultimates, right? You can't get caught out of position. You can't goo ball out to safety. You know, the next 30 seconds are very important for this squad. Might be airdrop.
Might be. Everybody posturing over towards these bridge buffs popping up in 10 seconds. Some good positioning from Virtus Pro. Tano's going to have to find for a way in. A deep hyper beam from Hoot. See if you can stop them, but it's not. Mikhail S still gets the pickup on it. So a little bit extra stamina now. A little bit extra movement for this Shiv to just continue to farm.
And that's a good place to have it. Zergy keeping Leffa at bay. That mid walker eventually goes down. Zergy to try and push the right walker. And is doing so from the inside. So it's forcing Leffa to have to make a move here. And that's exactly what Zergy wanted, right? Follow me away from your walker. I'll see if I can't find a kill there. It's low HP. Warpstone low main out on top. Ground strike for a bit of damage. Leffa cannot stay and supplement. And Zergy going to be sent away, but
Get in
not
an
a
earn
walker.
run.
It's an earn for free.
Yeah, and it's going to be a defensive earn stand for Thanos. They have the Death Slam inside the building. So it's going to be close proximity, but can they get things done? But the Frozen Shelter is going to be used to return it. And they had no chance to fight this one. So over towards the Walker now for defense. Thanos need to step up. They need to shut this down.
Ooh, okay. Zoom in with the Death Slam brings him all the way back. Gets swapped himself low in low main. Surely dies. No, escaped. And Zergy's the one that goes down. That's a near 30,000 soul lady, guys. Obi falls right behind him.
I mean, that was a movie Death Slam. Like, the fact that he was just able to fly that far, pull them back, and even with the paradoxical swap, sends them to their death. And it's a moment like that that saves your walker and allows you a little bit of a reprieve in terms of farming your jungle without anybody trying to exceed this line of scrimmage. But Sherrick's going to be hunting in and around. Doesn't seem like Thanos have taken note to that or noticed it just yet, as Ava has just been silently crawling between lanes.
Will make himself known. I mean, Zergy going down there is a lot. 30,000, 29,000. We'll round up here. Zergy is very strong.
I give you a boon.
And right now, VP don't have to make any moves,
No,
right?
they
They've been
don't.
getting everything that they want for the most part, as far as objectives go, as far as or structures go, as far as earns go. They don't have to force a mid-boss. They just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, keep waiting till anybody from Thanos just overextends and can pick them off. Piggy there trying to push through this right lane, keep the walker safe and avoided any pressure, but it looks like Virtus Pro are looking to finish the job. Ultimate here for the Lash again available, so we're going to see the Death Slam. Can it have a repeat in effect? Well, unfortunately, everybody's going to be inside, so there is no target from the Lash Ultimate. This walker is going down.
Yeah, Obi gonna take to the skies with Dimov. Walker does eventually fall to another slot opened up inside the Frozen Shelter. We go, and once more those health bars do not favor Thanos. As Zeno falls 45 seconds on the Yamato. Hydration follows. Mikhail S marching forward. Healthy as can be in the bloodletting. It's just an itch he has to scratch. The Shiv is getting strong.
25k on the Shiv, 32 on Zergy's Ladygeist. I mean, we heard from Xenon himself, or no, we heard from Lotus themselves that it's just when Empty Dreams was playing on this Ladygeist, it felt unkillable at a moment. Is this where Zergy is? In this time itself. So Death Slam's a little bit ways away from being available. You still have a couple players here posturing for Thanos to maybe look for a steal. Jumping down, Leffa Not going to get the tornado out before it is taken. So Sherrick's going to be able to clean up that kill. You get the Rejuvenator. Hoot falls as well on the exit for the Temple Guardian. And now you can take a march into the base.
Ballistic takes the airdrop. Will bring Mikhail S with him, drop him down for a bit of damage. Death Slam will find one as you jump on down. It doesn't matter. It was the Magician. Gets out courtesy of the assistant. They have stalled though, right? The shrines are still standing. Listic does die on the way out. They're going to force out the Shadow Transformation from Xeno, and the Death Timers are still there for Thanos. They're waiting on 3. And it wouldn't feel great to be split here. We'll see how deep Virtus Pro want to go with this one. They don't. I mean, Paradox will go deep, but they'll take Xeno out of the base and send him 6 feet under on that Yamato. Hydration also forced to use Goo Ball just to get out to safety, and they'll be forced to concede these structures. Hoot can maybe turn things around here as Lomain comes back out. Low HP on the swap, needs to go back to the base. Will not happen. Shrine 1 goes. Shrine 2 now under fire. Hydration needs to get out of dodge, and Hoot is hanging on to the ultimate, but for what?
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance you're going to jump up there and use this Hyper Beam. You'd be a sitting duck. Patron's going to go down. Respawning members of Thanos looking to group up for one last stand.
Another swap, dude. Right as the Patron gets reset. Yeah, Lepa dies. Couldn't get back to safety in time. Lomain's just around the corner. Death Slam is not, however. Frozen Shelter once more. Goo Ball gonna be used and then canceled. Lepa out of the fight as Virtus Pro push themselves into the pit, and somebody's got to make a move. Somebody's got to make it happen. Death Slam on the opposite end. Now Sinclair and Listic sending that one into the base. The fuel will go, and Thanos maybe hanging on down to their final 3, but the Patron's still under fire, and Virtus Pro will take game 1.
Yeah, and again, it's just a situation where as soon as you leave the laning phase, Virtus Pro just looked better in every sense of the way. The macro was on point. The way that they're running those urns, just making sure that they always had an advantage somewhere. They had to make a decision at some point. Tano, do we want to save the Walker, or do we want to fight this urn? And it's a tough thing to kind of gauge. You put anyone in that situation, you're just like, oh, well, like, of course we're going to save this Walker. But then you're looking at the soul leads start to grow and grow and grow, and eventually that Walker is just going to fall anyways. It is a very hard thing, I will say, in Deadlock every single time. You just look at the way to come back, and there's just not a straightforward way. It has to come back from a heroic moment. Maybe if they got that Urn Steal, like we saw from Lomain yesterday, then you have like a way to actually fight these without repercussions right away. But other than that, Virtus Pro just through and through, again, showcasing how good they are.
Yeah, they look pretty darn good. I thought there was a world where, the first 6 minutes, things looked all right for Thanos. The mid lane just wasn't getting going as fast as the side lanes were, right? The mid lane for Thanos wasn't pulling ahead to be able to then spread out to the side lanes and help out there. It was actually the side lanes that were getting ahead for VP, and then they were breaking the mid lane.
And you even saw like Piggy dies a couple of times in that side lane. All of a sudden, you're looking towards Virtus Pro, who push in towards that Guardian. They put some early pressure, enough early pressure that you're sitting there like, okay, yeah, you guys can contest mid, you can even win mid, but eventually you're gonna have to come fight us over here. And you make that swap from Hydration and Xeno in the laning phase, and it was too little too late. The Guardian goes down first. Obi was just dominating inside of this Calvin pick early, alongside the Shiv that you got as well. It's just a standout game from Virtus Pro, and just showing that like things are really changing, I'd say, throughout the course of Deadlock with this new patch. And it was a small patch, all things considered, just like small little tweaks and changes to like the way that the game is played, but enough that has made it so it seems like this game is like you cannot rush anything, because as soon as you start to rush things, that's when you get taken advantage of, and you have no way to come back if you start getting locked down by some of these abilities.
And we take a look at the stats. Obi, as some way, somehow able to out-heal the Lady Geist, but it really was the Geist show. Zergy farming up and going ham. Now, contrary to popular belief, the most damage is on the losing team. Xeno still did Xeno things. There just wasn't as much oomph behind it. And again, it just did not happen as quick as we had seen. Virtus Pro were ready for an aggressive Bebop Yamato lane. I would imagine that's what the discussions were all about. And now we start to set our eyes on moving forward and where the discussions lie. Because, you know, Thanos losing this game, having that strong mid lane, I'm sure they go back to it if allowed, right? I don't think that's a problem going back to it. But then prioritizing some of these stronger picks on the outside, right? The Kelvin ban, the Shiv ban, maybe picking it up for yourself, not giving that up. Mid will win? Question mark? And then you pick a side lane that can also win.
So going into game 2, it's just kind of figuring out where on this team can you make advantages with? Where can you make changes? I don't know how I felt with putting hydration on the Viscous and Piggy on the Ivy. I feel like there was a little bit of a lack of sustain just in general for those lanes, and you know, like Picky just wasn't able to like turn it into anything. And then, you know, yes, hydration on this Viscous is getting some good cubes and stuff like that, but it's like you put 2 supports in a team like that, and it just feels like it's very contradicting in a team composition. So going into this next one, I mean, I wouldn't mind putting a little bit more focus onto having that early damage in the lane phase a little bit better for trying to contest those outer lanes, like you said. So we're going into the draft for game 2. Last game of day 3 here for the 1-win Bombshell Volume 5. And you can see if Thanos can finish it with stealing away a game from Virtus Pro, handing them the first map loss. And that's going to begin with a Paradox ban met by a Holiday ban.
So what does this mean? Again, so now Thanos are put in a tough spot because they swap over to the Amber Hand side. And where does this first pick go, right? As Sapphire Flame, you're able to grab Yamato Bebop. Boom. You get 2 picks right off the rip. Where are they putting emphasis in this next go of things, right? Lady Geist, very strong. Virtus Pro, not that they don't for the Yamato. Okay, great talent. All right, that sneaks through, and maybe Virtus Pro wishing they could get that one back.
Well, I mean, so Thanos are going to give up the Yamato over to Virtus Pro. So you don't get the Bebop right away or the Yam right away. So you have to give one of them up. And that is unfortunate, I'd say, for Thanos. Virtus Pro, do you go for the Bebop now? Wow, that would be kind of devious, I would say.
If Virtus Pro go for Bebop, it's so difficult because Mo Kelvin, very important. Geist Mirage, very important. Not that Bebop isn't important, but between those next 4 picks, what do you do if you're Thanos? You give up quite possibly what could be a Bebop, and then you take Mirage Lady Geist, and then give up the Mo, and now your lockdown is meh. Virtus Pro gonna swing a Sinclair pick in their first go, so maybe Listic piloting that one once more. But yeah, I really think Thanos is just put in a tough spot,
but
especially now.
Look back
where does the Great Talon go?
Look back to game 1 versus Paravision for Thanos. Xeno played the Great Talon, only 11k damage at the end of it. Like, that is just, you can obviously see that, like, yes, like Great Talon is good, but it's like you still have to be good to play it. And like, I'm not saying that Xeno hasn't been playing this Great Talon, but it was different and it wasn't as oppressive as this Yamato pick. So you steal it away to make sure that Virtus Pro can't have the GT. If it's not going to be the Bebop, like, you're just going completely off, like, road for this game.
Yeah. Thanos, I think this, just no matter which direction it goes, is going to be a draft dip. They're going to have a really hard time if they don't get Bebop and they don't get Mo and Krill. They're either giving them up over to Virtus Pro.
I think they got to kind of like scrap the whole Bebop thing if this is the way that they're going. Like, if you get Bebop later on, that's good. but like we've seen that Hoot can play something else other than the Bebop. Focus in on what as a whole makes your composition good. You get the Lady Geist alongside the Grey Talon, grab the Moe and Krill early before the second phase of bans come through. If the Bebop somehow sneaks through, you're really getting away with something there, but you don't. I don't think that is the make or break for this team right now. I honestly think you need to focus on something different right now if you're Thanos. It hasn't been working today.
I don't think it's the Bebop specifically, although Hoot is a Bebop lord. I think it's the pick, right? So yes, the Moe and Krill, great to have. They give up the Mirage, and now the Bebop gets banned, right?
So it's like, I'm not gonna like sit here and like sit there with you and say like the Bebop is the issue. It's not the issue so much. The issue comes in what comes after the Bebop. Is like you're just lacking team composition if you're Thanos by focusing in on those comfort picks. And I think that you're sacrificing that comfort right now to see if you can really elevate your team, break through that ceiling.
Hoot is going to have to show us something different then, because Bebop, Holiday, Sinclair, that's what we've seen from Hoot. The Bebop and Sinclair looked really good. The Holiday looked like an average Holiday, didn't look like the Sinclair or the Bebop. And I think there's going to be a lot of discomfort. Because again, I'm not talking about Bebop on Hoot specifically. I'm just talking about Bebop in general because of how strong the pick comps are. Now, on the opposite side of things, there's no pick over there either. So Kelvin being taken away, I think that's a huge ban because Virtus Pro probably want that, because that's how you can ensure you get on top of somebody, lock them down, and secure the kill like you do with the Moe and Krill, like you do with the Paradox, the Lasso, and the Holiday, all of that good stuff. So I think that's a really smart ban in the Kelvin to not give that up. And I'm wondering, Abrams hasn't been played in the last 5 matches, 6 matches. We did see one Abrams Vindicta lane. And so if you're Virtus Pro, are you looking to pick up Vindicta here? If you're Thanos, are you looking to try and steal away what could be a strong Vindicta Abrams lane? Warden's still available. We've yet to see Hydration play it, and that's always a strong pick with Hydration on it. But then again, that counterpart is Sinclair's going to reach into his hat and pull out a last stand for himself. So no options for Abrams Vindicta. For Thanos, maybe still available for Virtus Pro, as they will scoop that one up and send the picks back the way of the Ember Hand to see what they grab here, man.
I wouldn't hate to see pick up onto the Warden. I think like it wouldn't be the worst. It's just like, Hydration is going to be probably playing this Moe and Krill, so it's like, maybe you steal away that Abrams just so that it's not paired up with this Vindicta in lane. Because that's just something that we've been seeing, winning lanes all day, even yesterday too. It's just a good pair for the state of game right now. And like, even still, like, if we've seen Abrams fall behind, that shoulder charge, that seismic slam has still been enough to create enough disruption to still find value within the team. So it's like you're really enabling somebody like a Vindicta to have an easier go at these games. But they're going to go for the Calico over towards Lefa. The Viscous going to be picked up as well. That's a weird one because I don't know really where this Viscous or the Moe and Krill will be kind of running into.
And Virtus Pro, now maybe eyeballing, if not an Abrams, a Warden pick, something to pair with this Vindicta, both Warden Vindicta, Abrams Vindicta, very strong. A little out of reach in terms of what Obi's gonna play. I guess maybe we see just kind of like a sneak haze come through, because that's kind of what Obi's been filling outside of the Moe and the Kelvin. And
you think so?
It's not that I think. I think it's a possibility just because that's what Obi has been playing just throughout the tournament, if not, the other traditional support roles.
So
I guess
Infernus,
Ivy makes sense. I wasn't sure where that was headed.
I'm liking this one. I mean, yesterday we saw the Infernus on Zergy throughout Deadlock Fight Night. And I think by like 30 minutes in, he was like at 54k souls or something like that. Or it definitely, that's too soon in time. I didn't see what the clock was, but it was like at some point he was like 54k in souls on the Infernus. And the next closest was like 46 or on the other team. So it's something where you put Zergy on this Infernus, and that is definitely a very good pick for Virtus Pro. Yeah, and not only that, it's like you get the lifesteal that Infernus is going to be giving to you, just providing a lot against somebody like a Ladygeist in those lanes, especially if you get soul exchange. You're just going to be able to go toe-to-toe with someone like that.
Now, when I look at what's available to Thanos, and we've already seen that changes need to be made, unless Zeno is piloting the Grey Talon again and just is having a different outlook at it, is hoping to have a better go at things. Is Piggy playing the Viscous, or is Piggy playing the Mo, or are they letting Piggy spread his wings and fly, right? This pig, the pigs fly and the fat lady's saying whatever it is. And I'm seeing a world where they put Zeno on Mo and Krill, and they just say, hey, dude, this is pretty easy to make happen, right? Sorry, I know you enjoy Mo and Krill. I'm not saying that he's easy, but it's like, you don't have to carry Zeno. It's okay. We'll slap you on the Mo and Krill. We'll let Piggy play the Grey Talon if that's happened before. And all you got to do is combo people out. Just like you laugh at people with the Holiday, just like you hook people with the Bebop, you just got to combo people out.
It's just the whole pigs flying thing.
Oh, sorry, you were hung up on that? My bad.
Dude.
My bad.
Hey, what is? All right, sometimes I just want to take a peek in your brain and see what's really going on. It's like the monkey with two symbols just clashing together.
It really is sometimes like that. I'm just hoping that it brings in the zombies. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for the
Grey
apocalypse.
Talon, Zeno on the Ladygeist, Piggy on the Mo and Krill. This is a change. This is a big change. So you get the Lash coming out too for low main. So like this is something that we've been seeing a lot, is that the Lash keeps getting picked up, and the more we see Lash, the more we see Lash winning as well today. He's been very strong, especially when Paravision were playing him, whether it was together or Saf running this pick. I think that this could be something good for Thanos as well, albeit you just got to make sure that you don't let Zergy get ahead on this Infernus.
Yeah, we did see Infernus struggle a little bit yesterday. I believe it was at the start of our day, where just later in the game, running in and dying. But obviously, if you have a strong team around you, that'll happen a little less. So I'm going to be a little trepidatious about the Infernus, as Piggy is the first one to grab first blood. It's Obi, his counterpart, to go down on that Ivy. And now Obi's kind of feeling how Piggy did just a game ago.
Okay, so this is going to be a fun game, I think, just in general. Piggy on the Piggy. Mikhail S. Wow. Lefa just deleted. That's some good support coming in through. Fight towards the middle as well. Zeno overburdened by Dimov, and Hoot was able to take care of the second. So just trades, like, going back and forth on this side. But look at that from the Grey Talon. If Hoot doesn't get parried there, Dimov is dead. But the timing and reaction of that parry, just insane.
Absolutely styled on.
He just
there.
got put on a
Dimov.
poster.
This is Dimov's game. There's no, I'm calling it right now, there's no way Thanos win this game. Dimov is not going to allow it. That's crazy. The right click of Yamato is like the Calico Gloom Bomb. That's how hard it hits. It's like as if all of them hit all of the time. It does so much damage. It's insane.
That's how I feel about the charge shot too with Grey Talon at times. It just chunks.
Yeah.
It is so chunky. Well, ZVP feeling good still in game number 2. Certainly Figgy's in trouble, having to back up, and you can see that this pick onto Ivy providing a lot of staying power for Sherrick's Mirage just to continue to be up front.
D-Mob, just a bully. It has the shelter of the shadow transformation as well, so is happy to welcome them inside here. And can just continue to play aggressively because he's got that cushion before the altar online. Now, Soul Exchange is just around the corner for Xeno, so if not now, then here in a little bit, D-Mob is going to have to be careful. And Xeno knows, right? Xeno gets that ultimate online. Out comes the trap looking to silence, and we danced to the dance, but everybody backed away from it.
So about into the 4 minutes 30 mark, still pretty even on both sides. As you can see, that Thanos again into the laning phase, still looking to make improvements, especially moving away from this Yamato Bebop comp that they've been running through mid. Things might be looking better here. Hoot off the guided owl. Doesn't look like it truly hit the mark in time. Hydration ended up going down. Lefa's gonna fall as well. And Low Main doesn't get anything off of this Death Slam. So a lot of comfort here for Virtus Pro, just playing underneath the lash and around any sort of cover.
Oh, man. Piggy dancing with death. Could not sneak away that Jin's Mark. Would have done the trick. Sherrick is going to take to the high ground again. Low Main has been a never-ending fight, it seems, after missing that Death Slam. Unfortunately, Piggy comes back and gets something back. So Piggy showing some proficiency on the Moe and Curl early, able to find these kills. Lefa, however, still doesn't have his ultimate. He's about to have it, but that's not like anything we normally see from Lefa. This, however, is what we expect to see from D-Mob. Going deep, drops the ultimate, might pick up Xeno too, jumps into the Essence Bomb, but backs away safely. And is just going to pop that healing right to be able to fight again.
Oh, Zergy. Crazy stuff going on right now inside this lane. When you see Zerky on Infernus, you know trouble is brewing. But triple stack in from Virtus Pro in this lane, or sorry, from Thanos inside of the lane, actually loses the Guardian, it looks like. So I think that was Troopers that finished it off.
I don't even know what to say at this point. Virtus Pro just picking up right where they left off. Who gonna duel things out with Mikhail S here? Oh, Great Talon tried to get away. Who was trying to leave? Mikhail S wouldn't let him. Low Main does get something back, but it's really only Obakim who's been punished in any of the fights. And taking down the Ivy is fine. That's not enough to do much more than that. However, Piggy looking to get something. Listic not taking low enough to die just yet. Low Main doesn't have the damage to help supplement that combo burst.
Another Guardian gonna fall here. Virtus Pro collecting some of these objectives and in with the grapple through. Hoot takes to the skies on the escape, stays alive. We can look at a little bit of a scrimmage going on from Virtus Pro over towards the left side of the map as well. It's Sherrick going to be caught by Hydration. Death Slam, Low Main. Anybody going to be caught? Doesn't seem like it at the moment. As Piggy's going to keep this very safe on the Guardian. And you can see Hoot's going to be sending a Guided Owl over to see if he can get anything turned in this fight. Obi's just above the whole thing. Nobody's looking at the Ivy.
No, they just don't care, and he's just peppering the health bars. It's not doing a whole lot, but it is supplementing absolutely. And we get a combo kill finally just about, but it's Listic who stole away the combo from Piggy. Gets that lockdown onto Hydration. They make good on the kills. Xeno going toe-to-toe, concussive combustion on. There's no getting out of this one. Swap is not available. Xeno's just got to go.
Nowhere to go there. Zergy burns the lady guys to a crisp. First Bro starting to pull ahead. Nearly a 10k soul lead. Here at the 9-minute mark. So you got the Guardians, all three across the board taken care of. Flex slot opened up for VP, and this is where they looked unstoppable against Thanos in game one. As soon as you leave these lanes, you start rotating together. The timings against Thanos, second to none, but good combo onto Listic. They're going to catch the Sinclair in their jungle. Shows them that you just can't walk forward for free with this Mo and Krill in the case, and Piggy's going to set things up for a kill to hopefully break out of this trap that they have in lane.
Have you felt, when we were speaking with the teams yesterday, NA was characterized as like unintuitive and kind of, you weren't sure what you were going to get from them. Do you feel like they've been unintuitive today? It doesn't feel like, it feels very scripted in that it's, okay, 5 minutes, fight for the urn, get the buffs, go back to farming, 5 minutes, fight. That's how I feel like they've been playing, and that's not how their play was characterized yesterday.
Hydration in trouble. Yeah, yesterday, I think that what was good for this team on Thanos is that, like, every single time you saw something happen that was of issue, Rocker was there with a frozen shelter to save you.
Yeah.
And you just don't get that kind of support right now across the board for Thanos. Virtus.pro not only are initiating, but they're kind of getting no pushback in these initiations. And they're just able to stay in this fight, continue to layer damage, and pick you off as soon as they kind of bleed you dry. So I'm not going to put this just on in general. I think Peggy is doing fantastic. You can just see that there's a member missing. You're not used to it. You haven't scrimmed with it, and it's different. It is always going to create some issues.
It's also a Mo and Krill that is just frontline ulting, right? It's not a Mo and Krill that is the second part of the combo. You know, hook somebody in, combo them back here a little bit safer. And then much like you said, right? Mo and Krill yesterday, if there was no pull, there was a combo, and then there was that Kelvin dome to make sure that the opposition could only wait from the outside, and then coming out of the dome, they're up a player and full health.
Well, this day got a lot more exciting.
Time to run the urn, Tanner. Now, here's one thing that we haven't really seen very often in today is that urns have genuinely been very thought out by these teams in the advantage. And we saw it mostly in Paravision in the way that they were handling it and just pulling the urn back to their side, forcing some pressure onto the walkers, whether it's on the opposite side of the map or mid, and then looking to get this one secured in sense. And eventually you wait long enough because you got time to deliver this urn. You don't have to do it right away. And eventually that route will open itself up. Zergy, oh yeah, they're throwing everything at this man. Somebody get this guy out of last jail.
And MKLS Listic just not there in time. So they get over there just to see Zergy die. Piggy does go down as a response. Urn still being couriered. Out comes the guided owl. Xeno now under fire, needs to back away. No swap available. Shadow transformation. Gonna keep D-Mob nice and healthy enough to find the kill. A 1-for-1 trade, and still this soul lead 11,000, excuse me, in favor of Virtus.pro. It's not the biggest lead in the world, but it was enough to have the urn on the opposite side of the map. It was enough to make sure that that urn was not neutral, which means Thanos is definitely behind. And how about a couple more souls for MKLS after that ult?
Yeah, why not? Why not a couple more souls? It's not like they're already like 12k ahead.
Yeah.
What's another few going to do? So, Thanos, you beat one win yesterday. One Win have been having issues in their own right, so they don't look like they're at the top echelon of EU. Maybe third in the ranking, below VP and Paravision.
Uh-oh.
But you go into today, you struggle against Paravision, you go in towards VP, you're getting shut out on a lot of these fights in terms of timings around this map. And what is Listic doing? This guy is so far into the spawn of Thanos. He's not even going for walkers. He's not even going for denizens camps. He just looks like he's trying to take long flank angles to see if he can get behind the play. Maybe grab low main's ultimate and use it against him just out of nowhere.
Wow. Blind bird catches hydration. Yeah, I think there's a world where Listic is making plays around setting up his assistant and then seeing who he can find, because if he runs into a Lash or Mo and Krill in the jungle, he can quickly grab that ultimate, sneak out with the assistant, and then have that ultimate for the next however long, and Virtus Pro can then look for an engagement. So I think you're absolutely right. He's just looking to do something tricky.
Let's see what you catch, my friend.
Turns up, Zergy's not here. Zergy is far from this.
Yeah, Zergy is just so disconnected by this one, but that's okay because, like, you're fighting over this urn while Zergy's going to push into this walker and delete it in moments. So I think you're at a point in time where even if Thanos get this urn, as long as you take this walker, like, that is a valuable trade. And if the rest of Virtus Pro stay alive, they can just match the rotation of the urn, and you have so much space to push back into this one. Zergy's already here to play defense.
Well, and it feels a little awkward, right? You see two people pushing on the left side of the map. I think you just fight. You're going to lose that walker no matter what. Win the 5v4 fight because you have to get something, not even the urn. Like, you need guardians, you need walkers, you need to win that 6v4 and then do something with that. But unfortunately, they grab the urn. They lose just about everything, right? Only the middle walker still stands. Demov's still walking forward. And guess what? The guy's got the shadow transformation, so he puts on the Millennium puzzle. Out comes Yami Yugi, scoops up a kill, and leaves for free.
Our blue guardian has been destroyed.
And they get the urn!
So the urn comes through, things getting worse and worse for Thanos in this game. Zergy's up top, watching over this walker. Another one looking to get deleted in this whole sense. Nobody's going to be able to contest this just yet, but Zergy's still going to give up this height right away. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They've got what they've needed. They don't need more. So if by chance you've baited Thanos into chasing any of these and you kill them, that just opens up for a chance to go to this mid boss.
A mid boss next up. 20,000 soul lead. Who's on the prowl? He's just gonna collect as much as he can. I mean, 19,000 souls on Demov, 18k, 22k on Zergy, and I mean, Low Main and Hoot are the ones with the souls. And Hoot is fighting in the wrong spot. He needs to get out of that building. Caught, though. Combo coming through from Piggy. Where's the follow-up? There's none. It's an airdrop from Obikim to get this Infernus out to safety. And that right there, I mean, you had a lot of eggs in that basket, but they were counted a little too soon. You got to make good on those combo picks.
Oh, yeah, you do. You really, really do. So back into forcing these lanes, shoving them one by one. Listic's going over towards the right side alongside Demov. He's going to force a couple of these members of Thanos to back up from mid. And immediately you can see they rotate back over towards this mid lane. You can see that a couple members of Thanos are going to be relieving themselves from this side of the map. And even the TP over from left too, so VP really have them in their grasp. And you can look at some of the differences. I mean, Zerky, 24k souls. We saw this earlier when it was just the 7, just 25k souls up, like leaps and bounds past anything that Thanos had. And Zerky can really walk into this fight and destroy Thanos.
Yeah, Zergy, definitely a problem. Then you just have Dimov running amok in the back lines. Mikhail S flying above your head, running amok, hit you with the assassination. Oh, and there's so much loot down here. That is a feels good moment to be the one that gets the drop down there. Speaking of feels good moments, Dimov looking for one piggy. Okay, nice hand blast to disarm. Yamato, Xeno taken low.
Down, yeah. So suddenly you got to get away from this one. You don't want to be caught into a Death Slam that has no repercussion, no combo for Piggy. So it's not like you're going to chase this one either. Withering Whip onto Hoot. Look at this Yamato get chunked down. Back in with the Shadow Transformation, but you're toned so far, you just give it up. And you go again, but I like that guided owl. And Dimov goes down. I mean, what a play from Hoot.
Stay right there.
So Stake is out. Even trades kind of across the board. Hoot, unfortunately, getting run down here. The trail has been set. The concussive combustion coming out from Zergy as well. Hoot will eventually die. How much more does Zergy want? He's got 25,000 souls. He's trying to keep them stacked up as Mikhail S will supplement Piggy, just throwing hands to try and survive his best Sung Jin-woo impression, but it does not matter. Everyone getting cut down, and the base is up next.
Yeah, you had a moment there. If you're Thanos on catching Dimov, you had a player down, a big player to deal with, but then the next up is Mikhail S and Zerky. And they're not going to give you as much grace in that whole sense. So all 6 members alive. You got a couple off the respawn versus Thanos. Still with the Death Slam, you're going to think maybe not yet for the mid boss. You don't need it necessarily. So you're going to go for this earn push, and I think if you're Thanos, your only thought here is, yeah, let's go contest this thing. Why not? I don't even think they get there in time, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, what can they even do? Which, I don't know if this feels to me like Thanos are giving up, because before, I don't know if it means they're giving up or if they think they know a way back in, because before, being down 20, 30,000 souls, they were going for those. They were trying to make an attempt, even if it was just with 2 people. So, yeah, I just don't know what that means for the state of the game or the state of the mindset for Thanos here in this one. If they're just A-okay to kind of let this one fall by the wayside.
Combo
being
top.
Down 50,000 souls. Yeah, Piggy trying to get something. Airdrop coming through as well. Stoneform gonna find the stuns. We're back inside the base, and Thanos are backing away from the falling
Here's the
base
Death Slam.
Guardians. Maybe a way back in. Death Slam comes through. It only finds one. It's Mikhail S to go deep into the back lines. Can they convert that into a kill? Listic on. Mikhail S follows. Piggy also on the chopping block in the list of names that have fallen, and Hydration is goo-balling out to safety. Dimov is in the spawn. Oh, the team cleans up Thanos.
And look, Zergy's just chasing them all down. Hoot's gonna get obliterated. And things have crumbled for Thanos in day 3. Day 2, they achieved what everybody thought would be impossible. You shut down one win, not just once, but twice. And had everybody thinking that, you know, Thanos were the ones to really step into this one-win bombshell from the North American region and force some of these European teams against the ropes. Well, step aside.